Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Part 3. Chapter 127. It's starting. Zhang Xiaokang hoisted his rifle and came down. He thought for a while and decided to place it back. It was useless to take it along. He was still lacking his aim, hence it was no better than a bat when it came to killing. He pulled down the steel beast horn spear from the roof and slung the Jing Wei sword on his back. 12 three-point darts hung by his waist in a pouch. After checking his military knife, he walked towards Brother Long and his men. Brother Long saw Zhang Xiaokang fully equipping himself and was smiling widely until he saw that they were all melee weapons. He didn't even bring along the 81 rifle. Brother Long was shocked, and his gaze changed. Those who used melee weapons to deal with these zombies were truly a vicious bunch. However, his reaction was further exaggerated when he saw the women behind Zhang Xiaokang. Other than Shang Yu and Qiao Yun, whose hands were empty, the rest were all using melee weapons as well. Yan Qir held a large and powerful mace, the steel caps covering the head shining brightly under the sun. As she walked in front, she casually placed the mace down onto the ground. But at that moment, everyone felt the ground shudder. Yuanyi and Suqian were wielding blades on their right hands and shields on their left. Although the large machetes didn't seem pretty, when the two beauties held them, it gave a different atmosphere. Especially Yuanyi, whose killing intent was practically leaking out of her. Other than Zhang Xiaokang, it was as though she was ready to tear into anyone else. Although Su Qian was careful around Zhang Xiaokang, in front of the rest, she had also gathered her spirits. And even as Chen Yu was evaluating her, she was oblivious to him, as though he was just a passerby. Seeing how Zhang Xiaokang had managed to turn these women into powerful and fierce warriors, he wanted to find out his secret. However, looking at the cold expression on Zhang Xiaokang's face, he opened his mouth but the words could not come out. He knew that if he were in Zhang Xiaokang's position, he also would not tell anyone. After all, their relationship was purely transactional. He kept his mouth shut, and Zhang Xiaokang did not bother wasting small words. He raised his binoculars to observe the granary. The construction was old, and only a few of the storage houses looked new. However, this only applied to some of the buildings. Most of the walls and their colorings seemed to suggest from the 80s, and there were even a few old-fashioned brick houses around the granary. The walls were old but sturdy. From his binoculars, he could even see the tiles of the roofs, which seemed large enough to be used as shields. If they used them to smash someone, it would definitely result in a grievous injury. His gaze traveled away from the granary and came to a small town. The town's development had not been fast, as there were still some brick cottages and cement buildings mixed together. The whole town was about 4 to 5 square kilometers, and it should have housed about 20-30 people before the apocalypse. There were rice fields and fish pools, and even some scattered houses along the main road. The granary was at the end of the small town, and only about 1 km away from the town. There weren't many zombies around the town. Instead, there was an orange forest behind, the majority of the leaves turning red and mostly beginning to drop to the ground. There were no zombies around the granary, and through the open doors, Zhang Xiaokang could see the few Land Rovers stopped inside. One of them was flipped upside down leaning against the door. From outside, one could only see the back wheels. There were no zombies around, but Zhang Xiaokang knew. No sign of them didn't mean they weren't there. That day, the moment Brother Long had lost 2 men in there, the scent of blood had drawn all the zombies within a certain radius. There was no way that they would have been lured away by something else. Zhang Xiaokang turned around to face his women, as he asked seriously, "Which of you has that?" Other than Yan Qir, the rest were clueless. They didn't understand what he was talking about. And Yan Qir yelled, "My husband is asking, which of you has your time of the month? If you have, hand over the thing." Other than Yuanyi, both Suqian and Shangyu and Qiao Yun instantly turned beet red. They had not expected Zhang Xiaokang to ask such an embarrassing question. Furthermore, he actually wanted the tampon. His gaze was strict as he asked again, who has it? It's important. Su Kaian muttered, mine came last week. After that, she lowered her head after looking at him. Shungyun Kyo Yun's fair face was turning extremely red as she secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaokang. Before speaking with hesitation, mine's tomorrow. At first, seeing her face flush, plus her hesitation when she spoke, Zhang Xiaokang thought hers was here. Who knew that it was only to come the next day? And his excitement was doused in cold water. He knew that it would be impossible to make use of his tactic today. How could he find someone to release blood? Brother alone might be able to do it. But Zhang Xiaokang could not. If he harmed someone who had no grievances with him, he couldn't live with himself. As his principles went, if there's no trouble, don't go seeking trouble. If there's trouble, there's no need to fear. Zhang Xiaokang led Yang Qier, Yuanyi and Su Kaian towards the granary. Shanggu and Kyo Yun followed behind, but from a distance. He didn't want her to stay behind. As the experience in the car had somewhat changed his perspective of her, he was still reluctant to accept her as his own. But he was of a slightly broader mindset towards her, not because of anything, but that sweet dream being with her had allowed him. That was why he would try his best to take care of her now. Of course, he had to take care of himself first and foremost. When they arrived near the huge doors, he gave a hand signal for Shangyu and Kyo Yun to stay behind, while he led the rest into the granary. The overturned Land Rover was in front of him, its body still intact. Only the windshield shattered. One of the doors was opened, although it was slightly twisted at the hinge, hanging off the car body. The window had shattered on the ground, amidst a patch of blackened blood and cloth. The 4 other Land Rovers were all squeezed to the roadside, one of them full of scratch marks. On the left side, there was an unassuming alleyway. The rest of the place were black walls, and past a few off-road vehicles. One could see 3 other storage facilities. One of them had its door forced open, even if it was pitch black inside. One could see a few bags of rice. Zhang Xiaokang got Yang Qier to move the flipped Land Rover to the small alley. He then climbed up with her while Yuanyi and Su Kaian stood behind watching their backs. Not long after, a few zombies stuck behind appeared. He didn't move. What he was preparing against were the evolved zombies. Although Brother Long said there were a few zombies, and no stipes, Zhang Xiaokang didn't dare to be careless. After the S2 incident, he wanted to be precautioned against everything. Hang! The sniper crossbow in Yang Qier's hands let loose, and Zhang Xiaokang was suddenly reminded that he had left house for close to 2 months. However, it felt more like a few years. He had almost forgotten the feeling of laying on his own bed. His soul felt old. As he touched his house keys, he swore to himself silently that if he had the chance, he would try to make a trip home. The zombies walking right in front were taken down by the crossbow, while there was no response from the rest. As they continued to shamble over, Yang Qier kept the sniper crossbow and kept it in her back. She treasured it very much and only allowed Zhang Xiaokang to touch it. The rest could not even touch it, especially Yuanyi. Soon after, a group of them came shambling past the corner and arrived right in front of the vehicle. Zhang Xiaokang did not bother about this cannon fodder in front, keeping a lookout for any stipes and D2s. Hata! One of the zombies had its head blasted apart, its brain matter splattering everywhere. Yang Qier raised her mace lightly and she swung it once more. The other zombie in front had its head explode like a watermelon. The bright and shiny mace was turned black and yellow. Black being the infected blood, yellow being the dead brain matter. Chapter 128 Food. A yellowish brain splattered in front of Zhang Xiaokang's feet. He looked at Yang Qier, who was evidently excitedly swinging and about to smash once more. As he said, must you really smash their brains? Can you see where the disgusting parts are landing at? Yang Qier stopped, and when she saw the disgusting brain matter splattered all over the ground, with some even on her clothes, she immediately tiptoed out of the area, holding her mace up high, while she shook her leg vigorously, hoping to shake off the brain matter. He watched on speechlessly as Yang Qier continued to torment herself. She had lost interest in killing the zombies, so it was up to him. He brought up the steel beast horn spear and deftly thrust it outwards through a zombie's head. He then swiftly twisted and pulled it out, and the beast horn spear exited smoothly. with a gaping hole in the head of the zombie. As he continued to stick out his spear, he kept his eye on 3 D-types that were wedged in the midst of the zombie group. They were slowly making their way over. Young Kier got down from the car and got some towels to clean her trousers. Her face was bitter, and she was muttering under her breath. Yuanyi had taken her position, covering for Zhang Xiaokang. Any zombie that got its claws too close to the vehicle they were on would be sliced by her. Their claws separated from their arms. This group of zombies could not be said as too many, nor too little. The pile of corpses in front of them started to accumulate, and the zombies behind pushed forwards, getting closer and closer. One of the D-types had managed to get close with the cannon fodder in front, its claws reaching the vehicle. It exerted some strength to charge over. Zhang Xiaokang had been keeping an eye on them, and right when it was prepared to strike, he immediately thrust into its open mouth, tunneling a hole into its head. The D-type collapsed amidst the growing pile of corpses, becoming a stepping stone for the zombies behind. Get down, Zhang Xiaokang motioned to Yuanyi, and they both jumped down from the car. The zombies on the other side started to climb onto the car, and the clamoring claws forced Zhang Xiaokang to be more careful. He raised his spear and was preparing to strike at the knee when suddenly, a gust of wind blew past his ear. The shadow of the huge mace came flashing by his eyes, and the zombie was immediately turned into minced meat. Its legs were still on top of the car, while its upper body had tumbled down from the vehicle. Landing at Zhang Xiaokang's feet, he followed up with a pierce through its head. Young Kier was infuriated, as she raised her mace and swept through the remaining zombies like trash. The 2 D-types had not yet the chance to exhibit their might when they were directly sent to hell. Her eyes were red as she sought to finish them all up. As long as a zombie had its mouth gaping, even with its limbs already broken or smashed, young Kier would just bring her mace down on its head. She had finally mastered the right amount of strength to prevent any splattering of blood and brain matter. Seeing the Land Rover that had been buried under the zombies, Zhang Xiaokang had no interest in going to clear the area. Even if there were living people, it was of no concern to him. Did he have to bring everybody he met to WH like a nanny? He turned around and walked to the open doors. He saw that Shangyuan Kyo-yun was not at her location, and he suddenly panicked. Not knowing where she was, he swiveled about to look, and realized she had already entered the granary. He just didn't notice. Shangyuan Kyo-yun was standing with Su Kaeun, both of them looking at the pile corpses. Her face was pale, and her jade-like hands were in front of her mouth, trying to stop herself from vomiting. She had been thoroughly frightened by the zombies as well as Zhang Xiaokang. She had not expected him to be so formidable, killing the zombies like it was a game. When her team in the past had come across those zombies, they had all been frightened out of their wits. Even strong and burly men would seek to avoid them and move. It was not like there were no brave souls that wanted to capture her heart. It was just that those that had gone up to kill those zombies, or those brave enough, had already become food for zombies. When she saw the men at the chicken farm cowering and eating their chicken feed, she had lost faith in all men. That was why she thought of Wuhan. She wanted to find a place that could make her feel safe. When she heard Young Kier say that any of Zhang Xiaokang's women could kill those zombies, she had come to understand that sometimes women can do things men couldn't do. She knew Yuanyi. Both of them had a similar status. But after meeting Zhang Xiaokang, Yuanyi had changed. Totally. Seeing her become so formidable, she had a new thought. She wanted to be like Yuanyi. She didn't want the superficial dream of going to WH because she had found a new goal. Hence, she had set forth on this expedition, thinking that Zhang Xiaokang was strong. However, he had surpassed her imagination. Seeing such a large number of zombies being killed, she wanted to cry. She wanted to scream her lungs out, but she didn't dare. He was right there, and she had already given him a bad impression once. She had to fight to salvage herself. She needed to become a woman not afraid of those zombies. Zhang Xiaokang shot her a glance and nothing more. He then signaled to Brother Long and the rest who were not far away. The winds were strong, and he felt that shouting might not reach their ears. Hence, when he stepped out, his hair was blown about like a chicken nest. Instead, the women whose hair were long had kept their hair neat, Seeing that they weren't as messy, Zhang Zhaokang felt a little depressed. The moment Brother Long saw the signal, he and his men got into their vehicles and drove towards Zhang Zhaokang. The Hummer was among them, as three jumped down from the car, and smiled towards Zhang Zhaokang in a fawning manner. When the group saw the Land Rover in the alley and the pile of zombie corpses it gathered, the number was really shocking, and Brother Long stared with his eyes wide open. Shen Yi looked at Zhang Zhaokang with a complicated gaze. He had not expected Zhang Zhaokang to be really that formidable. As for He Wenbin and three, they weren't shocked, as they had already seen what Zhang Zhaokang was capable of, and this was reasonable to them. He had even gone in and out of 1,000 zombies before. This was barely a small stage for him. The rest of them didn't dare to breathe, and the atmosphere was slightly chilly. Ha ha ha, lil bro is truly a man of talents. Why did I not think of stuffing the alleyway? See that is intelligence. You guys must learn to use your brain, not stick it up your arses. And you must learn to be, what do they call it? Use your surroundings to your advantage. Is it like that? Brother Long commended Zhang Zhaokang, but his words had an underlying meaning, as though implying that Zhang Zhaokang had made use of strategy. He didn't respond to those words. His task was completed, and he would bid goodbye to this bunch of criminals tomorrow. Brother Long got Vulture to get some men to clear the corpses. While he and Chen Yu walked into the granary, Zhang Zhaokang followed behind, intending to see the amount that was stored. With the sunlight from outside, he saw clearly that the warehouse was stacked with countless sacks of rice. The stacks reached up to 5 or 6 meters in height. Each bag was at least 100 jin. Zhang Zhaokang felt lightheaded. How much was all of this? 5. And he was very sure that the amount he had collected could not even reach a corner of what this granary had. Walking in the middle of those stacks, eyeing the 2 mountains of rice bags, Zhang Zhaokang suddenly felt himself very small. This sort of feeling was strange. He was actually comparing himself to rice. Brother Long and the rest were actually happy about the food. Some of them would caress the sacks. Some even reach in to grab a fistful of rice, and watched it fall back into the sack from their hands. It was a truly celebratory mood. Seeing this all about to be in Brother Long's hands, Zhang Zhaokang suddenly felt like he had gotten the short end of the deal. 81 rifle and 300 bullets for over a few thousand tons of rice with Shangyu and Kyo Yun, even worth this much rice. However, they had agreed to the terms beforehand. He had no reason to object anyway, since rediscussing the terms was beneath him. Chapter 129 Proposal. Zhang Zhaokang made a decision. He would drive his own dump truck here and fill it up with rice. Where to store it can wait till later. Brother Long was still dizzy with the rice, and Zhang Zhaokang walked out, displeased. When he exited the garage door, he noted that Yang Kier and the rest weren't there. He saw the Hummer parked 100 meters away. The women had just started a fire and were preparing to cook. There were too many zombie corpses near the garage, and the smell was overwhelming. It was already noon. Hence, they started preparing their meals. The vehicle and zombies piled at the entrance were pulled outside of the garage. There was no sign of Vulture or the rest. It seemed as though they went to search for other survivors. Zhang Zhaokang was about to head over to Yongqier. All of a sudden, a huge thick black smoke rose from one of the old houses. There were sounds of people screaming and crying. Zhang Zhaokang's chest tightened. He prayed that it had better be nothing. The sounds came from the place where the survivors were reported to have hidden previously. He wielded his beast horn spear and walked towards the alleyway. Both sides were old walls, and from outside, it looked alright. The closer he got, the amount of moisture and moss on the walls could be seen. In fact, the type of moss that was growing seemed to have different colors. The innermost wall even had a layer of white stuff like salt. As he passed through the alleyway, he came across a small clearing. There were 2 rows of old-fashioned houses, each of them with their windows and doors sealed shut. Facing the alley, there was a huge iron door full of rust. It seemed to be an iron-wrought gate, extremely sturdy. It was hard to see such a gate outside nowadays. There were signs of impact on the gate, and multiple blows of varying sizes. It seemed that even the D-types were helpless against it. Behind the old houses on the left were the granaries. The huge thick wall was the only thing separating them, and it was no wonder the zombies had known whether there were people or not in a granary. It was too close. The iron-wrought gate had been opened slightly. Behind it, there were a few large stones scattered about. They must have been used to block the gate. Black smoke came billowing out from one of the houses. The thick smoke caused Zhang Xiaoqing to cough, and he found a towel, pouring some water on it, before tying it around his face, and he walked into the room where the source of the commotion was. There was a small garden behind that gate, and it was only a few square meters big. Other than the corners, there was a small well and a bucket beside it. There were still some traces of burning on the ground. It must have Vulture and the rest throwing a few makeshift Molotov and throwing them in because they couldn't open the gates. With nowhere to go, the people hiding inside must have relented. Zhang Xiaoqing routed around the burning flames and came to a row of black brick houses. The thickness of the walls was definitely thicker than outside. The windows were all sealed tight with thick iron bars. The doors were all made of iron. One of them was open, and as Zhang Xiaoqing approached, the men that had come with Zhang Xiaoqing came out, pulling out a survivor with them. The man was in a number of tattered clothes, and he hugged his head as he crouched down by the wall. The henchmen of Vulture continued to flush out some survivors, and the kneeling captives began to increase in number. One of the men came over to greet Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing recognized him. He was one of the two common faces that he had saved. When this common face saw Zhang Xiaoqing looking around, he immediately spoke, "Brother Cockroach, the women are all in the house. Without Brother Lon's permission, no one will dare to touch them." At that moment, Vulture came out, and he grinned towards Zhang Xiaoqing. However, he seldom smiled, and now seeing him smile, it was better to have not seen it. Vulture opened his mouth. His low and raspy voice sounded, "Brother Cockroach, want to take a look? There are a few decent women, based on Brother Cockroach's merits. This girl is sure to belong to you." When Zhang Xiaoqing heard it, he was interested. He walked into the dark house, and immediately caught the scent of a weird smell. It was dark and cold inside, and there was straw scattered everywhere. Some old articles of clothing and dried planks laid about. These must be the bed of those survivors. 4 or 5 women who were naked were huddled together sitting beneath the window, looking at Zhang Xiaoqing and the rest fearfully. Zhang Xiaoqing looks towards Vulture, who thought Zhang Xiaoqing was questioning him, and quickly replied, "They were like this when we came. We have not touched them." In fact, Zhang Xiaoqing just wanted to ask why they didn't give them some clothes. He walked forwards and assessed the women. They were of different ages, the oldest being about 30, the youngest about 16. Every one of them wore expressions of fear, and their hair, faces, mouth, breasts, abdomen and even their legs were all covered with white stuff. There was a fishy smell on their bodies, causing him to feel nauseous. There was no need to say anything. He had already guessed their fate being among those men. He had no mood to continue looking. He would not want them, regardless of how good-looking they were. He had a little psychological issue with them. It was not that they weren't virgins, but he wasn't willing to use a pillow that had been slept on by countless people, a pair of lips that had been kissed countless times. He could not tolerate their smell and walked out. The survivors were all lined up obediently, some of them eyeing their captors, and noticed that they didn't seem like any good people, and began to tremble. Zhang Xiaoqing assessed them, losing interest quickly. What guts would a bunch of guys who only knew to vent their sexual urges on a bunch of helpless women have? He walked out, intending to join Yang Qier and the rest. Lunch must be ready soon. At that moment, a scream shocked them all. He immediately turned around and dashed towards the source of the commotion, pushing those blocking the door away. Vulture followed shortly after. There was a cabinet of files against a wall, with 2 office desks under the windows. A few bags of rice were placed on the table, as well as some other bags on the ground. At one corner, there was a huge pit that had been dug out, the soil by the side about as high as a person. A few digging tools were thrown to the side, as one of Vulcan's aides was sitting on the mound of dirt, moaning, his hand clutching his other shoulder which was bleeding. One of Vulture's men stepped forward to help him dress his wound. Vulture asked with a dark look, "Speak. What happened? The man's face turned pale, as he stammered. It turned out, at the beginning, when he saw this hole, he had no courage to go down himself. Thus, he called for some help to go down with him. At the bottom of the hole, there was a tunnel. They continued to crawl through the tunnel, all the way till they came across another hole. His partner had gone in then. After a while, where there was still no sign nor sound, he became wary, and slowly crawled up the hole. His head had just popped through when he saw a dark shadow slashing towards him. In his panic, he had slid down, but the speed of the shadow was fast. His shoulder was slashed. He did not dare to stay there any longer and hurried back through the tunnel. When he saw his arm bleeding, he had screamed out in alarm, calling for backup. Vulture looked towards Zhang Xiaokang with a questioning gaze. It was obvious he wanted Zhang Xiaokang's opinion. Zhang Xiaokang looked at him and said, "My agreement with Brother Long has ended. I have nothing to do with all this. You can deal with it however you like. I won't help nor step in." Vulture did not say anything as well. He continued to question that injured personnel. He decided that it had been a person on the other side, and must have used the spear that the subordinate went in with. As long as it was a person, things were easier. He got his subordinates to start a fire, throwing all sorts of items to feed the flames, fanning the smoke deeper into the hole. There was no commotion from the hole when suddenly, there were people shouting outside. As they walked outside, they noticed one of the granary's vent had started to smoke. It was the one on the right closest to them, and Vulture's men immediately opened up the granary to charge in. Soon after, a burly man with a vicious face and an enchanting woman were captured and dragged out. A few men lifted a corpse out, his neck twisted at a weird angle. The faces of the man and woman were covered in soot. The woman had a good figure, her waist slim like a snake, her hips round and curvy. As she walked, the constant sway could captivate any man. Brother Long and Chen Yu walked over and took a look at the body. Their expressions were ugly. They had not suffered any casualties to the zombies. Yet one of his men was killed and the other injured by the very survivors they rescued. Brother Long's men looked at him, waiting to see how he would take care of these two that had killed one of their brothers. Brother Long assessed their expressions and did not hesitate. Waving his hand, two men stepped forward to hold down the burly man, dragging him towards the car park. The rest of the survivors and women stood there and watched him. He realized something was not right and began to shout out loud, pleading for his life. No one said anything. The rest of the survivors continued to bow their heads. Brother Long's subordinates gloated, with the injured one grinning the widest. Those women who were rescued stared hatefully at the burly man, their eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. The youngest was even whispering something under her breath. Seemed like this man wasn't any good person. One man stepped forward, carrying a blade that resembled a tang blade. Standing behind him, another stepped forward to grab his hair and pull forward to reveal his neck. The man's screams became more urgent and pitiful, as he struggled, shaking his head trying to shake off the man who had grabbed his hair. A puddle of water pooled beneath his butt. Chapter 130 Despair. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting for the blade to fall. Like how it was described in Lu Xun's book, the behavior of people can be strange, and not one of the gazes of the people present is unwilling. Even the woman who was being protected by him did not even glance at him. She just paid attention to her new master Brother Long, her face fawning as she swayed her waist seductively at him. Brother Long obviously could not care about her. He just looked at the man facing his impending death with a cold glare. To him, this man was a chicken. He had to spill his blood to warn the others the consequences of going against him. Brother Long. The man looked all around in despair, but he saw excitement, gloating expressions, as well as cold from some of the people around. The woman who had said would live with him for life, and bear his children, had not even glanced at him once since they were captured, and was trying to get in favor with her new master. He was humiliated and infuriated. Before he could be executed, he struggled with all his strength, and the two men who were holding him down had difficulty. They were flung off, and he followed up with a headbutt towards the guy grabbing his hair. He then pushed himself off the ground and ran towards the gate. The person holding the blade saw that he was running, and could not wait for Brother Long's orders. He just chased after him, pulling out his blade, and the man's head was separated from his neck. The headless corpse continued to stumble forwards a few steps as the blood sprayed from the wound, dyeing the ground red, before stumbling in front of a survivor. The subordinates of Brother Long and the survivors sought to dodge the rain of blood. The women did not move, allowing the blood to wash over them, their faces wearing a hint of satisfaction. The youngest woman looked at the pathetic corpse before she finally broke down and wailed, venting her feelings. As she cried, the rest also huddled and sobbed. When the man's head soared through the air, Zhang Xiaokang turned away involuntarily. Such a scene still caused him to be nauseous. He had killed before and fed 2 to zombies. He had never gotten used to it. Killing zombies was a different matter. But when he witnessed a fellow human being killed, he would still feel like throwing up. Do I have a phobia of blood? Such a thought had crossed his mind before. But he had not felt like this when seeing chickens or pigs being slaughtered. Then why was it like this when it was other humans? Maybe his guts were just weak. Seeing the blood spray from the headless corpse, he suddenly felt extremely vexed. Like his emotions were in turmoil, he looked around and wanted to find the reason for it. The agitation was very sudden, and not like his sixth sense. In fact, it felt more like his own blood was surging. Brother Long got 3 to lead the women in one of the Land Rovers back to the chicken farm. He brought Enchanting Woman towards Zhang Xiaokang in an extremely fake manner and said, "Lil bro, what do you think about this chick? Take her if you like." The woman had wiped her face clean, and her looks were decent, slightly better than Sukayan, but not above Yuanyi. Zhang Xiaokang was feeling antsy. He just swept her a glance, as she tried to smile charmingly. Her man had just died and she was here trying to seek favor with other men. This led Zhang Xiaokang to be disdainful, and naturally, he would not like her. He turned to face Brother Long. "Brother Long, get your men to load up quick. I feel that something's wrong. We had better leave this place. The faster the better." Brother Long did not think much of it. In fact, he had decided to get everything to be transported here. They would hoard the rations and slowly expand. He felt Zhang Xiaokang's worry to be suspicious and continued to make small talk, but he did not mention about leaving. "Hubby, time to eat waiting for you," Yang Kier called out at this time. And when she saw the headless corpse, her face also turned pale. She adamantly fixed her gaze on Zhang Xiaokang, not looking elsewhere. Zhang Xiaokang decided not to waste his breath with Brother Long. He turned to walk towards Yang Kier. He intended to finish the meal and make his preparations to leave tomorrow. Just as he reached her side, and the both of them prepared to walk out, dong! A loud, dull sound traveled over. Zhang Xiaokang could feel the earth shaking. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked around. Zhang Xiaokang quickly grabbed his beast horn spear and Yang Kier's hand, as they noiselessly made their way out. To him, the earth was huge. His life was small. If things were to go wrong now, he had better extract himself out quickly. Be it a D2 or mutant beast, how could he take them on for this motley bunch? He wanted to get the hell out of there. Dong! This time, the sound became louder. Some of the people began to get frightened and shouted. Some even abandoned the fangs in their hands and made to run. Brother Long and Chen Yi had expressions of fear as well. They were still trying to gather their men to become orderly. Brother Long turned to look towards Zhang Xiaokang, only to discover he was pulling Yang Kier away as quickly as possible. "Lil bro," Brother Long shouted towards Zhang Xiaokang, seeking his opinion. Hearing Brother Long call for him, Zhang Xiaokang turned and shouted 2 words, "Are you en fool?" He then pulled Yang Kier, and they sprinted. When the people around Brother Long heard him, they looked towards Brother Long waiting for his orders. Wen Bin and the 2 common faces did not hesitate, choosing to run after Zhang Xiaokang. When the survivors saw the commotion, they began to cry and scream as they tried to run. Brother Long looked at his subordinates and was about to say something when bang, a huge wall of the granary came crumbling down, as 2 huge arms pushed through to widen the hole in the wall. The wall was 2 meters thick, but it crumbled in an instant. A 3-meter-tall shadow stepped out from the rubble and dust. Its body was massive, without a single strand of hair on its head. It was shiny like a watermelon. and the entire body was covered in rippling muscles. Some thick tendons were even thicker than steel beams. Its entire body was naked, without anything cloth to cover any part. Its little bird was hanging out for all to see, and although this monster was huge, its little bird would cause any man to feel proud of themselves. It was simply too small, to the point that there was a need for a magnifying glass to look at it. Of course, there was no point to it anyway. 2 large thick thighs stepped through, each thicker than the waist of a grown man. They were like 2 pillars, and with each step, the ground shook. It could be the problem of the dust that blocked its sense of smell, and it faced the sky and howled in rage. Ao. When everyone saw such a monstrous freak stepping in, they were all frozen in shock. Its roar then scared them into dropping their weapons. There were some who went weak at the knees and fell to the ground. Some stood their ground, but their bodies trembled non-stop, a puddle of urine pooling at their feet. Of the 2 common faces, one had been frightened upon hearing that roar and lost his footing. He slipped, before tumbling and hit one of the Land Rovers, knocking himself unconscious. What the fuck? Why is it everywhere? Seeing such a monster that was larger and sturdier than the D2 he had come across, Deng Xiaokang's mouth went dry. He knew the toughness of a D2. It was a perverted defense rivaling the thickness of an armored vehicle. What else could pierce it other than the beast horn spear in his hands? Furthermore, this D2 seemed even larger than the past 2 he had seen. Could it already have evolved into a D3 he just wanted to escape? The further the better. It would be best if he didn't see it ever again. Compared to it, the S2 was like an adorable lamb. What else could be more terrifying than a D2? There is. That would be 2 of them. Then, what could possibly cause more despair than 2 D2s? It would be a D2 behind, and an S2 in front. There was no way to fight nor run. When Zhang Xiaokang saw the small shadow appearing at the gate, he instinctively felt that today might be the day they all die here. He stopped and faced the zombie in front of him. The cry of despair behind him caused his chest to tighten with anxiety. When he stopped, one survivor passed him and tried to run out. Maybe the survivor thought that the smaller zombie was easier to deal with than the D2 behind. When he suddenly increased his speed, intending to rush past the S2, the S2 flashed from its position, and the man screamed out in terror. He looked at his chest in disbelief and horror, stepping back a few steps before falling to the ground. The deep claw marks pierced through all the way to his bones below his waist. He felt the twist of his inner organs, and a part of his intestines had been ripped out. Even his heart had been sliced, and fresh blood sprayed out from his front like champagne from a bottle. After killing the survivor, the S2 immediately started to devour him. Another survivor thought he got an opportunity and tried to run while the S2 was engaged in its meal. Who knew that just as the survivor got to the gate, the S2 tensed its legs, and its entire frame soon pounced on the other survivor. He fell down as he screamed, with the S2 effortlessly taking his life. Before dragging the corpse over to its other meal, it then continued to devour the earlier corpse. Chapter 131 A Drop of Kindness Repaid with a Spring Idiom. Ta-ta-ta. The sounds of rapid gunfire sounded from behind. Deng Xiaokang turned to look behind and noticed that Brother Long and Chen Yu were firing at the D2 as it was gorging on its meal. The bullets rained on the body of the D2, and it was being forced back slightly. As it moved, the bullets hit its body before falling on the ground. It was to be expected, but Zhang Xiaokang could not help but feel his heart race. Hu Wenbin stood behind him, looking behind from time to time, and eyeing the S2 which was devouring the survivors. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaokang to make a move. He knew that if Zhang Xiaokang could not even handle the situation, there was nothing he could do as well. The D2 was forced to retreat, while Brother Long continued to fire while roaring, mustering the courage for himself. Shen Yi followed behind, his eyes bloodshot. His breathing was ragged as he advanced continually, the rifle in his hands firing without stopping. The D2 roared out in pain as it was hit by the bullets. It could not stand steadily due to the force of the bullets until it reached one of the Land Rovers. That Land Rover had been abandoned the first time Brother Long and his men came here, and one of the survivors was hiding below the car. The bullets and approaching D2 had already caused him to be fearful of his life. He hugged his head as his body trembled uncontrollably. He did not even notice the D2 reaching his position. The D2 caught the scent of the living person below the vehicle and smashed the Land Rover before pulling out the survivor to fling it towards the source of the bullets. The survivor soared through the air, and both men dodged to the sides. The survivor slammed into the cement ground, his head smashing apart, as his brain and blood splattered all over. With the temporary stop in the bullets, the D2 grabbed the edge of the Land Rover and exerted strength to twist its body slightly. The Land Rover skidded on the floor with an ear-piercing screech, sliding towards the position of the two gun-toting men. The direction that the Land Rover was sliding towards was where Brother Long was at, and he was frightened. He threw his rifle one side and lowered to jump out of the way. Unfortunately, while he was still halfway in the air, his leg was caught by the tail end of the Land Rover. Gotcha! The sounds of bone snapping rang out, and he landed on the ground, hugging his leg while screaming in agony. Shit. Seeing that Brother Long was injured, and he was all that was left, Chenyi became even more agitated. He swapped out his magazine and continued to fire at the D2, his mouth still shouting some gibberish. Their subordinates were standing behind wielding melee weapons, trembling while shouting nonsense as well. The Land Rover had been tossed by the D2 and its sliding speed was fast, crushing two survivors in the way as it slammed into another vehicle. Glass shattered and all sorts of items were sent flying everywhere. The impact caused some sparks to ignite as they fell on the leaking fuel trail, lighting it up. Traveling to the engine, the two vehicles exploded, shocking the S2 in the midst of its meal. It stood up menacingly and rushed over to face Zhang Xiaokang with a threatening posture. Zhang Xiaokang was now focused on the S2, not daring to blink, while his beast-horn spear was gripped tightly, ready to thrust out any time. Watch out from behind. He Wenbin's startled cry resounded, before a force slammed into Zhang Xiaokang's back, and he staggered forwards. Before he came to a stop, hang! Then He Wenbin's cry of anguish sounded out. Zhang Xiaokang turned around and saw He Wenbin on the ground. A broken car door stuck to the ground at his earlier location. He Wenbin's status was bad. His entire right arm had been sliced cleanly, landing somewhere else. Fresh blood continued to flow from his shoulder. And seeing this, how could Zhang Xiaokang not know that He Wenbin had just saved his life? When the Land Rover had exploded, one of the doors had been sent flying from the blast, flying towards Zhang Xiaokang's position. He Wenbin had been focused behind, and when he saw something wrong, he had shouted a warning to Zhang Xiaokang, before using his strength to knock him away. Unfortunately, he had no time to evade himself, and his limb was separated from his body. When Zhang Xiaokang saw this, he felt his blood rush to his head. He could not care about the S2, and threw his spear to Yongqier, as he ran towards He Wenbin, and pulled out a cloth to wrap around his wound. Zhang Xiaokang had always treated others like how fresh water should never mix with seawater. As long as he was not affected, he would not cause trouble. However, he had his sense of bonds as well. For his own good friends and close brothers, he would not hesitate to walk through hell with them. Initially, He Wenbin and he could be considered as just acquaintances. The relationship wasn't bad, nor was it extremely close. He appreciated He Wenbin for his gratitude. Now, He Wenbin had actually used his own right hand to shield him. He had to repay the favor. It was unconditional. A drop of kindness repaid with a spring. This was one of the mottos Zhang Xiaokang lived by. Those who were worthy of him to act for numbered little. Yongqier had lowered her weapon for his sake, and he had doted on her since then, even when she took his dagger, and almost caused him to be in danger. He did not ask for it back. Now that He Wenbin had saved his life without a care for his own, Zhang Xiaokang loved his own life. And to him, there was nothing more precious than his own life. Now there was Yongqier. Although he would never say it, he had already a place for Yongqier in his heart. Otherwise, when she had charged at the D2, he wouldn't have suppressed the fear in his heart to go pierce its asshole. Who would do so in their right mind? Since He Wenbin had saved him, Zhang Xiaokang had totally ignored the S2 and chose to save He Wenbin first. Yongqier readied the spear, She knew that any zombie that caused Zhang Xiaokang to be wary was not a simple opponent. She had witnessed its speed as well, and thus, she readied her weapon, prepared to strike out anytime. The cloth could not stop the blood. As it turned blood red in a short moment, Zhang Xiaokang gritted his teeth and reached into his satchel, intending to use gunpowder to stop the bleeding like Rambo. However, he felt a glass bottle and remembered what the demented doctor you did to stop the blood. There was also the life-preserving pills. He slapped himself for being muddle-headed. The old man had used the blood coagulant to treat the pitiful woman, to keep her alive, and he had thus viewed the medicine with revolt. He even kept Dr. Yu's medicines right at the bottom of his satchel. He had then forgotten its existence. Out of precaution, he had prepared a small vial and thus remembered when he touched it. He immediately pulled open the bottle and sprinkled the powder on his wound. He then produced a pill from the dark gold bottle and fed He Wenbin. His expression started to stabilize, and when his face regained some color, he then dragged him towards the small alleyway. The common face, who was still conscious, immediately ran forwards to help, with Yongkir covering the rear, like a leopard. The moment Zhang Xiaokang moved, the S2 had moved, but it had ignored Zhang Xiaokang and the rest, instead pouncing towards the other survivors and Brother Long's subordinates. Screams and wails resounded from behind Zhang Xiaokang, and his movements became faster. A few people saw that Zhang Xiaokang and his people were relatively unharmed, and chased after him. It was one or two, then a whole drove came after them. However, the window of opportunity was opened only for a short while, as the S2 charged into the midst of the people, separating them into two groups. Few made it out, as the rest watched the S2 in despair. 2 or 3 of the survivors made their dash towards the huge gate, as they thought another opportunity had presented itself. Their actions only served to draw the attention of the S2, and it immediately made for them, blocking the gate. However, as it passed the corpses of the earlier kills, it lost interest in them and continued to devour the unfinished corpses. Zhang Xiaokang placed He Wenbin safely in the garden where they first found the survivors, and he pulled out his Jing-Wei sword, intending to head back out. Yang Qir blocked him. It's too dangerous outside. That freak is also so fast. What are you going out for? The thing might just leave on its own when it's full. Zhang Xiaokang did not say anything and continued outward. Yunyu was still waiting for him to eat together. If she decided to find out what's the delay, he would be in trouble. After all, she was his woman already, and he was getting more comfortable with her with each passing day. If she were to die now, he would regret it for life. As for Su Qian, he could not spare any thoughts for her yet. Yang Qir decided to follow after him. At this time, He Wenbin came to, and Zhang Xiaokang took one look at him, not saying anything. Some things didn't need to be said, but Zhang Xiaokang would bear it in mind forever. Chapter 132. Against an S2. There were about 5 men who had followed Zhang Xiaokang in, of which 4 were Brother Lon's men. They saw that He Wenbin had woken up, and rushed over to explain to him how he got here, and how terrifying the zombies outside were. He didn't seem to mind that he had lost his right arm. Instead, he stood up to look towards Zhang Xiaokang. To him, Zhang Xiaokang had saved his life before. Even if he gave it up to repay the favor, it was nothing to him. The moment Zhang Xiaokang stepped out of the alleyway, he could see dismembered body parts and patches of blood everywhere. A few men were trembling in fear as they watched the S2 devour a person. Shen Yi and the D2 had disappeared, while Brother Long was lying on the ground, his fate uncertain. There were not many live survivors around, and they could hear gunshots and the enraged roars of the D2 from inside the granary. It must be Chen Yi still engaging the D2. What's there to see? Why aren't you running? Zhang Xiaokang rushed over to the trembling men. The few men looked at Zhang Xiaokang with eyes of hope. He pointed towards the entrance that the D2 had created when it came in, and they seemed to stir from their terror, and quickly ran towards it. Zhang Xiaokang was also prepared to head out to meet with Yuanyi. Grab the 81 rifle to deal with the S2, then save He Wenbin out of there. As for Chen Yi, he could just stay in the granary with the D2. Zhang Xiaokang grabbed his M19 at 11A1 handgun, pointing at the S2, and fired 7 times consecutively, hitting its back. It roared out in pain, turning around and throwing its meal down before pouncing towards Zhang Xiaokang. As it was about to reach Zhang Xiaokang, Yang Qier swept out with the beast horn spear, striking it and causing it to tumble across the ground. Zhang Xiaokang had not turned yet, and he saw Yuan Yi peering behind the S2, her eyes bloodshot. Before she raised her blade, the S2 had charged at her. She only had time to raise the shield in front of her, and immediately, pang, the sound of the claws of the S2 rang out. The claws rebounded before the other claw slashed forward. The shield was sturdy enough to fend off the blows, but the speed was too fast. Before the claw was retracted, the other claw had swung forwards again, slashing out a few deep gashes on the shield. Yuan Yi could feel her hold of the shield becoming unsteady with the constant blows of the S2. Fortunately, the shield was also clasped to her shoulder. She could not help but retreat each time it struck, and the force of the blows traveled to her shoulders, causing it to hurt and slowly become numb. Seeing Yuan Yi in danger, Zhang Xiaokang raised his gun again and fired at the S2. He finally got its attention. When it was sent flying again once more by Yang Qier, he quickly stepped forwards and sliced down. Who knew the S2 was too nimble, and it managed to slither around while Zhang Xiaokang's blade was still in mid-swing. It then swung out at his legs, and he had no choice but to change the trajectory of his blade, forcefully blocking its claws. Zhang Xiaokang then retreated swiftly, dodging the follow-up attack. Yang Qier charged over with a shout, thrusting the spear towards the S2's head. It detected the wind and quickly rolled around to dodge the blow. The strong force behind Yang Qier's thrust struck the ground, causing a deep gash. Before she could withdraw the spear, the S2 slashed out at the spear body, leaving 5 deep claw marks. Zhang Xiaokang routed around Yang Qier, who was standing in front of him, but saw that the S2 had already straightened itself, and did not wait for him to raise his blade, before it ran to one side, leaving him with no chance to strike. Although the S2 had dodged out of that encirclement, it didn't run far away. It continued in its face-off against them, where Yuan Yi had already run forwards to join them. With the 3 of them in the center, the S2 continued to circle around them. Zhang Xiaokang could not afford to be careless, and he pulled out his handgun to reload. He then fired at the S2. However, it was too fast. The bullets flew past it and resulted in small holes in the ground. As for Yang Qier and Yuan Yi, both of them held their own handguns and seemed to fire at will. Their accuracy was bad as well and just fired at the general location of the S2. For some reason, there was a miracle, and the S2 had been hit by a few of the bullets in the resulting chaos. It roared out in pain, before charging for the 3 of them. Its aim was Zhang Xiaokang, who stood in the center. Right as it was about to near, Yang Qier brought the spear through a semicircle in the air towards it. This time, the S2 had become smarter, and it dodged slightly to the side, and the spear swung past its head. The S2 evaded the beast horn spear and pounced towards Zhang Xiaokang, who had raised his Jingwei sword in preparation to slash at it. A shadow appeared in front of him, raising the shield to knock into the S2. Yuan Yi was sent sprawling by the impact, while the S2 was knocked onto the ground by the shield. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaokang immediately swung down and pierced the chest of the S2. The S2 did not stay down even with the Jingwei sword in its chest. It slammed its elbows into the ground forcefully, its legs trying to propel it backward. The blade tore through its chest all the way to its abdomen, and it screeched out in agony as something major must have been damaged by it. Although the Jingwei sword had ripped its entire chest apart, it managed to pull itself free with the sword. The sword had been stabbed through it. That was stuck in the ground, finally came free. At this time, Yang Qier had raised the beast horn spear and brought it down towards the body. Yang Qier had also grown smarter and knew the head was an easy target to miss. Hence, she decided to go for the largest surface area. As the S2 struggled to get up, its claws reaching to grab the sword from its chest, Yang Qier's strike reached it, and the spear slammed into the chest of the S2, sending it flying. What kind of strength did Yang Kier possess? What sort of unearthly power did she have? The small frame of the S2 was seen soaring over 10 m in the sky, and tumbled onto the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. It stopped moving. Yang Kier stood the spear and started to celebrate. But Zhang Xiaoqing immediately grabbed the shield from Yuan Yi and ran towards the S2. The previous experience had taught him that the S2 must be beheaded. He did not want to be caught off guard again. When he was about 7 or 8 meters away, the S2 still did not move. However, Zhang Xiaoqing stopped where it was, and picked up a still hot part of the debris from the earlier explosion, and flung it at the S2. The metal part was heavy, and when it soared through the air, landing on the S2, when it touched the S2 suddenly flipped and grabbed the part, tearing into it with its jaws. The metal part was hard though. How could the teeth of the S2 be a match for it? It screamed in agony as its teeth fell out. And before it could continue screeching, a flash of a blade appeared. Its head was removed as it bounced onto the ground. The headless body slumped to the floor, twitching slightly. Who? Seeing the dead body of the S2, Zhang Xiaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally taken care of this S2. There were no tricks, no plans. It had been a confrontation, and although Yang Kier and Yuan Yi had provided help, he could not help but feel proud. Previously, he had killed one, but it was disabled, having lost its sense of smell. This time, it was different. This was an S2 at its peak, without a single handicap in its abilities. It could be considered a sense of achievement. He pulled out the Jingwei sword from the corpse and looked around. The entire car park looked like a battlefield, with burning vehicles, broken glass, and debris of vehicles. There were dismembered bodies lying around, blood everywhere. The unpeaceful and grey car park had been turned into a scene from hell with all sorts of pain and death painted, the brightest of which was the blood. Zhang Xiaoqing led Yang Kier and Yuan Yi to go receive Yuan Bin and the rest out towards the gate. When he got the survivors up in the car, he prepared to board to leave this hellish place, when he noticed Yang Kier entering the granary. Chapter 133. Quick! Run! Damn it, see how I punish her later, if I don't spank her. My surname is not Zhang. Zhang Xiaoqing cursed out and chased after her. He didn't know what was wrong with her. How could she not notice it was a freaking D2 or D3 boss inside? He walked into the granary and saw Yang Kier shaking Brother Long. She was, after all, a relative of his. They might not be close, but they had blood relation. She could still think of him during such a critical situation. Who would dare call her heartless? Zhang Xiaoqing cursed silently and ran to her side, using his hands to sweep Brother Long's legs up. He then called to Yang Kier, grab his head and head out first. Yang Kier did not say much, and immediately lifted Brother Long's shoulders. They carried him out. Just then, from behind, there was a loud shout. Zhang Xiaoqing turned around to take a look, and noted a human silhouette flying towards them. Fuck! He cursed silently, and threw Brother Long's legs down before dodging to the side. The person who flew out smashed into the ground about 2 m away from Zhang Xiaoqing. His body tumbled, then crashed into Brother Long's body. He rolled over Brother Long's body before coming to a complete stop. The limbs were twisted in weird angles, the back of his head missing a whole chunk as though something had bitten of a whole chunk. The whites of the skull could be seen, and fresh blood was dripping from the gaping hole. Yang Kier's arms sank when Zhang Xiaoqing let go of Brother Long's legs. She then felt the strong impact and almost lost her grip on him. However, that unfortunate man hit Brother Long. He immediately groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Xiaoqing did not think so much, as he hurried towards Yang Kier and prepared to lift Brother Long again. All of a sudden, 2 sacks of rice weighing a 100 jin each soared through the air and their paths split. One flew someplace else. The other was making its way directly for Yang Kier. Watch out! Zhang Xiaoqing saw the rice sack and screamed at Yang Kier, reminding her to dodge. She heard his shout and immediately stopped in her tracks. She was not in a position to move because of Brother Long, and before she could consider whether to release her hands, the sack of rice slammed into her back. Her hand splayed outwards involuntarily, as Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly felt time slow down. as her arms stretched outwards. Her eyes opened wide with shock, her frail body soaring through the air. In that instant, she had been sent flying forward about 2 to 3 meters, and she threw up a mouthful of blood as well. Seeing her hurt, Dang Xiaokang's eyes turned bloodshot. As he bellowed out and charged towards her, he carried her carefully and flipped her around, using his right arm to support her back, while his left thumb wiped the blood from her lips gently. She was in bad shape. Her breathing was weak, her face pale, and her delicate face had some gashes from sliding across the ground. Those thin scratches were like a red thread. As little droplets of blood seeped out, he pulled out the glass bottle and yanked it open with his teeth, before dumping the powder on her in his anxiety. When her bleeding stopped, he laid her down gently and pulled out a life-preserving pill for her to consume. After a few seconds, her breathing stabilized, and he carried her once more, dashing towards the door. He could not care about Brother Long anymore. Even 1,000 Brother Longs were not comparable to a hair on Yang Kier. As he carried her out, he felt the ground tremble. Soon, the agitated shouts of a few men resounded from behind. A man in tattered cloth soared past him, slamming into the ground in front of him. Dang Xiaokang could not spare a glance behind. He just continued to make a mad dash for the exit. Yang Kier was not big, but her body was not light, and it was not easy to carry her while running. Another body soared above him, and he did not even bat an eyelid. He paused momentarily in front of the corpse before jumping over and resumed his dash. The D2 seemed to be fixated on him for some fucking reason, and he heard another scream, and felt the wind blow. As a body soared towards him, his sixth sense screamed with danger and he immediately dodged to the side. As a body brushed past him, the leg of the body hooked onto his leg and caused Zhang Xiaokang to stumble. He hugged Yang Kier tightly as he rolled onto the ground. Fortunately, the impact was too big. It allowed Zhang Xiaokang to adjust his position, causing Yang Kier to fall on him. He turned his head while on the floor, noting the huge frame of the F2 behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi's hands were empty, the gun at his waist missing. Even the 6 magazines on his body had disappeared. His clothes were a mess, dangling from his body, full of dirt and mud. His eyes were red, as he was gritting his teeth while making a mad dash for the exit. The D2 had long legs, and each step it took was equal to so many more strides of a normal person. Although Chen Yi squeezed all his strength, the D2 reached him and swiped at him. Chen Yi had been watching out and he quickly ducked to avoid the claws. However, in doing so, the D2's leg slammed into his chest, and he was knocked forcefully. Soaring towards a Land Rover that was smoking, he slammed into the vehicle and bounced off it, before laying on the ground, taking difficult breaths. His eyes were filled with fear towards the D2. Yang Xiaokang did not dare continue to look, and he got up and carried Yang Kier, preparing to run. Chen Yi saw Zhang Xiaokang's figure and shouted for help. Yang Xiaokang ignored him, running for the door. Unfortunately, he stepped on a piece of broken glass on his way out. With a catcha, the D2's attention turned towards Zhang Xiaokang. It gave up on Chen Yi and made to chase Zhang Xiaokang. When he heard the footsteps of the D2, he knew if he carried Yang Kier he would have no way of escaping. At this moment, Yuan Yi appeared in front of him. She must have heard the commotion and come to check on his safety. The moment she entered, she had seen him on the ground, and Chen Yi being sent flying by the D2. The moment she saw the D2, her scalp went numb. She had been thoroughly frightened when she had seen one from afar previously. This time, she was looking at one up close, and the frame of the D2 gave her an intense pressure. She was so small in front of it. If it swung its hands in front of her, she would most likely be sent flying from the gust alone like a dandelion. She had no intention of fighting it. There was no hope, only despair. However, she didn't turn tail and run. She didn't do so previously. She didn't do so now, because wherever he was, as long as she was by his side. So what if they were to go through hell? So what if they were torn apart by that monstrous freak that seemed to suck all hope away? She ran to him, her eyes bloodshot as she looked at him. It was just that. There was an additional fear in her gaze now. Even so, it was still a resolute look. As long as he gave the order, she would raise her blade and charge at the D2. Zhang Zhaokai passed Yang Qir to her, and said quick, "Run." He then pulled out his Jingwei sword and turned to face the D2. Yes, for he who valued his own life so much, this decision had caused him a huge headache. However, he could feel the warm Yang Qir in his arms, and he had known about her feelings for him. He had long since treated her as an irreplaceable part of himself. Even in the face of a situation like now, where he had to choose between her or himself, he would sacrifice himself, just so he could protect this innocent, lovable lass who loved him truly. He was a man and one who believed strongly in his ideals as a macho man. Chapter 134 Confrontation. Zhang Zhaokai had always felt that he feared death. How much hardship had he suffered in this apocalypse, yet here he was taking the initiative to greet death. At this point, there was no fear. When he turned, all his fear and apprehension melted away like clouds. As the D2 got closer, the calmer he felt. It was like going back to his childhood. There was no worry, no stress, and all sorts of complicated thoughts and emotions were swept away. He was welcoming death. He was returning home, back to his parents' side. As he faced the D2, his brain seemed to spin with images of the past. His mother had just finished preparing dinner. The fish his father caught was huge. His sister liked to argue with him over the remote control of the television. Was the linger that caused his heart to race still doing well? What about the older brother that had hidden in the toilet to smoke with him the first time he felt his hands linking with his girlfriend? The first time he got drunk, and the pain of the loss of his parents. All sorts of images flashed past his mind, as the joy, and the sorrow, the warmth, and the anger cut his heart deep. He had kept all of these locked deep the moment he stepped out of home. He felt the house key he hung near his collar, and as he watched the D2 approaching him, he suddenly leaned forward. Ayo! The loud roar of the D2 shook him from his reverie, and his face was flushed red, as the single roar caused his blood to rush to his head. He stared at the D2 with his eyes bloodshot, as though he was a leopard looking at its prey. Even if he had to die, he would go down fighting like a man. "I'll wait for you outside if you die. I'll avenge you, or join you shortly in death from behind." Yuanyi's shout sounded, and her voice was so calm. There was the underlying tone of resolution, the willingness to live and die with him, and the hope she had of him. He raised the Jingwei sword high up, and this time, a roar resounded from his own lips. He charged towards the D2 without hesitation, as though it wasn't a huge and monstrous D2 in front of him, but heaven. His footsteps flashed across the ground that was dyed red with blood, and his heavy breaths came and went raggedly. He felt like he was running across the clouds, his entire body floating, till he reached the D2. The D2 was much taller than him, and his head could only reach the thigh of the D2. It stood like a huge wall in front of him, giving him an even stronger suppression. It could feel Zhang Zhaokai near its body, and it swung down with its claw. Zhang Zhaokai suddenly increased his speed to dodge to its side and swung down viciously at its leg. Pooh! It was like trying to cut through multiple layers of cow leather. He felt the recoil from the body of the sword, and all his strike had done was to carve a small wound on the D2. The D2's claw met thin air but could feel a small prick on its leg, and it tried to swipe at Zhang Zhaokai once more. Zhang Zhaokai immediately dashed back the moment his sword was knocked back, and felt the claw swing past his front. Ha! He barked out once, and the sword came swinging down on one of the fingers. Ding dang! The blade came in contact with the claw and caused some sparks. As his hands stung from the impact and knockback, he saw the leg of the D2 moving towards him. There was no time to evade it. He quickly stepped back and executed a fall backward. Although he tried his best to dodge, the D2's speed exceeded his expectations, and it brushed past his chest and slammed into his shoulder. His entire body was sent flying by the D2's immense strength. Pooh! Zhang Zhaokai landed on a body that had been torn in half by the S2 earlier. A strong scent of blood entered his nostrils, and he rolled a few times along the ground from the inertia. His hands and face were covered in scratches from the countless glass shards. His entire body was bloody and he looked like a hungry ghost from hell. He could feel his shoulder hurting as though it had been shattered. He looks towards the D2 storming towards him with bloodshot eyes. The towering D2 looked like an ancient demon. The tremors from each step it took shaking Zhang Xiaokang's heart. Its frame loomed closer, like a cat toying with its food. He sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth while struggling to get into a half-kneeling position. The D2 got closer, until it stood in front of it, and swiped once in front of it. Seeing the D2's claw intending to smash his head, he let out a loud roar, his left hand supporting his weight while pressing on the glass shards. He pushed off and managed to duck under the D2. His blade flashed past as he got between the legs of the D2. And pata. Something small dropped on the ground. Ow! The D2 howled in agony. Its already minuscule little brother had just been slashed off by Zhang Xiaokang, and it turned insane from the pain. It decided to stop toying with Zhang Xiaokang, and it swiped even faster and began to run, like a huge coach. With its towering pressure, Zhang Xiaokang immediately began running. He wanted to evade its rage. Yuanyu was still waiting for him outside. This little bit of time he had engaged the D2 for was more than enough for Yuanyu to bring Yang Qir out. If one could avoid death, who would want to die furthermore? If he died, Yuanyu would not live alone. He continued to dodge the swipes, his past experiences with D2s helping him to dodge the constant swipes. But just barely. His breathing was ragged, and each time he sucked in his breath, he would try to push his speed more. The D2 continued to chase him closely, not letting up. Like a huge cat, while he was the small mouse. The little mouse struggled to dodge the claws of the cat, and it was not just a simple run. The sword he held would constantly slash at the claws, causing it pain. The cat became more furious. Each time it reached out for the mouse would slip out of its grasp. Zhang Xiaokang was making use of the surrounding and debris to obstruct and dodge the claws. He was finally forced towards a corner of the car park, where he ran up the roof of a Land Rover, before sliding down the bonnet and dodging to a side. The D2 was blocked by the Land Rover, and it grabbed the obstructing vehicle and tried to fling it away. The Land Rover rolled on its side and slammed into a concrete wall. As glass shattered, Zhang Xiaokang ducked from the rain of the debris, and leaped onto another Land Rover, intending to use the same strategy. The D2's speed was faster than he imagined, and as it spread its arms intending to grab Zhang Xiaokang, he hurriedly jumped. Zhang Xiaokang was also becoming more anxious. He was coming too close to death each time. The D2 was tight on his heels, and he could not lure it out no matter what. Yuanyi and Yang Qir were still waiting for him. If the D2 chased out, then their fates would be worse. The earlier game of cat and mouse with the D2 had greatly worn him down. His speed and stamina were depleted, and a few times, he almost caught sight of the sickle of the Grim Reaper. He did not know how long more he could hold out for. He just knew that if he could not take care of it within the granary, he would have to die with it. As long as Yang Qir and Yuanyi could live on, then treat it as the last thing he could do as a man for his women. A macho man would love his women, and his love was not through words, but through his actions. Regardless of the difficulty and hardships, he would continue to love and protect her. He would not say I love you, nor remember her birthday. He might not do the household chores, but the moment she was bullied, he would charge up with all his rage. If she was sick and could not move, he would stay by her side to protect her for life and care for her, never leaving. At this crucial moment, Zhang Xiaokang was willing to use his own life to exchange for his women's lives because he was unwilling to see them leave before him. Therefore, he would have to die with the D2 here. Chapter 135 Flee in Desperation. Although his heart was at peace, his face was expressionless. Zhang Xiaokang pounced towards the D2 from the roof and watched its shoulders. He then reached his right leg out to step on its arm. Jumping onto its shoulders, his left hand reached out to grab its ear, before sliding down behind it, his chest to the back of its head. His legs grabbed its neck tightly, and he squeezed with all its might, as he sat on the shoulders of the D2. With his height of 170 cm, and the D2's 3M frame, it felt like he was a kid riding on his father's shoulders. He then used his legs to stabilize himself, while he stabbed at the back of the D2's head with his Jingwei sword, penetrating half an inch before coming to a stop. He tried his best to drive the sword further in, but the D2 could feel the amount of hurt Zhang Xiaokang was causing it, and it bellowed out, trying its best to shake him off. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaokang's position was at its dead spot, and its arms could not reach for him no matter how hard it tried. Even with it struggling to shake him off, it could not match the intensity of the mutant beast he had entangled with. As for its roars, it doesn't matter. In any case, he had already suffered the sounds of 3 different D2s. Having one more didn't make a difference. The sword continued to wriggle in the head of the D2. Beyond the half-inch, Zhang Xiaokang felt the resistance increase. The resistance of the skin of the D2 was like trying to drill into an industrial material. The tip felt harder and harder to drive in until it came to a complete stop. Regardless of how much strength he exerted, it would not penetrate further. The D2 could feel the pain getting stronger, and it became even crazier. The D2 sat down on the ground, before slamming backward. In an instant, Zhang Xiaokang felt the head of the D2 slamming onto his chest like a hammer, and he was knocked breathless, his brain going dizzy for a moment, when the D2 slammed its head into Zhang Xiaokang's body. At the same time, it caused the Jingwei sword to be driven further into its skull. The D2 roared in pain and shook its head. With its vigorous shaking, the blade shook inside the wound and finally dropped out. Feeling the thing that was causing it pain to be gone, the D2 stood up excitedly, before sitting back down and slamming once more. When it got up, Zhang Xiaokang had already rolled to the side, his left hand grabbing the Jingwei sword, his right hand pulling out his military knife. Peng, the D2 slammed towards the ground again. Chance! Zhang Xiaokang immediately stabbed down towards the eyelids of the D2. It could feel its eyes being stabbed by something. While Zhang Xiaokang felt the knife come to a stop, without thinking, he jumped up and stomped down on the military knife, causing it to be driven all the way into the eye, leaving only its hilt. The D2 roared once more in anguish, its claw swiping out in retaliation. He dodged to one side, and had not yet moved when the D2 had already sat up, and was starting to stand up. Zhang Xiaokang switched the Jingwei sword to his right hand and rushed forwards in 3 steps, slashing at its bent legs. All he did was cause more slight cuts in the tough skin. He knew it was almost fruitless, but he was hoping that every blow would count. He had given his all, but could not kill the D2. The military knife had also caused a superficial wound at most. He had not yet gave it a grievous injury, and he was already out of trump cards. Without giving up on any chance to potentially gain the upper hand, he continued to leave multiple scratches all over it. Even if he could not kill it, he would irritate it to death. The D2 did not have the mood to deal with Zhang Xiaokang. Its attention was solely on the item that was causing it pain in its eye. It hugged its eyes while roaring non-stop, its claws touching its face gingerly until it felt the hilt. Zhang Xiaokang was still jumping up and down, his Jingwei sword continuing to slash at the legs of the D2. The D2 roared out once and pulled out the military knife. It grabbed it and crushed it within its claws, throwing the bent knife to one side. It then turned its attention towards Zhang Xiaokang, who had immediately turned and run the moment he saw the D2 regain its senses. The cat-and-mouse game resumed, and soon enough, it became a fight for life itself. Zhang Xiaokang's stamina was extremely low, and the D2's hatred for Zhang Xiaokang had intensified. He rushed towards the small alleyway, lacking the energy to run around the D2. The hole dug in the room became his lifesaver, a chance he wanted to try and grab hold of. The narrow alleyway managed to block the D2 for a bit, giving Zhang Xiaokang a little breather. He turned, and gasped again, as it had begun to wriggle through. The walls began to crumble and dust was unsettled, blocking the D2's frame. Zhang Xiaokang dodged a few scattering debris, before regulating his breathing for a bit. He then made for the particular room and leaped into the hole, crawling forwards for another 10 m. After making sure he was safe, he collapsed on the cold, wet earth. The air was damp and cold, and a little stifling. There was the strong scent of soil. Zhang Xiaokang laid there lazily, not moving. Everything else was not important to him at this moment. He had to regain his stamina. So what if he couldn't defeat the monster? He just had to outrun it. No. He felt his bones aching and tingling. And he was just thinking if he should make use of this opportunity to throw the D2 off, to run away from the granary. Pang, the light from the hole instantly darkened, and the entire tunnel felt like an earthquake had hit it. Zhang Xiaoqing scrambled to crawl away, cursing that deranged D2. He was already like a mouse. But the cursed D2 just wouldn't let him off. The tunnel wasn't large, and he could only use his hands to pull himself forward. There was no light, and he could only think of the exit. As long as he didn't hit any earthen wall, it was a path. He continued to crawl in that unknown space, not able to increase his speed. Furthermore, he had not experienced this before, and the darkness all around him was like the mouth of a devil waiting to swallow him alive. The D2's continued digging caused the earth behind him to fly up into the sky. A strong stench came wafting from behind, and when he turned around to look, he saw that the tunnel was collapsing about 5 to 6 meters away. The light was shining in again, as the earth continued to pile around him, burying him alive. He trembled and increased his speed of pulling himself forward. He could not care about anything else now. He just continued to crawl forward. The narrow tunnel prevented him from turning his body around. There was no need to consider engaging the D2 again. There was only forwards. 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 The tunnel seemed to be endless, and he could just feel his head burning slightly. If he could feel his scalp, he would definitely feel numerous bumps. However, what were they compared to his life? He banged into the walls, again and again, adjusting his path constantly. He could only crawl forwards numbly until he managed to see a weak light ahead. Chapter 136 Injury. The light ahead was like a candle in the dark, and it gave Zhang Xiaoqing some hope. He managed to muster some stamina and began to crawl towards it with all his might. All of a sudden, the tunnel behind him began to collapse, burying his legs. The loud roar behind him caused his eardrums to go numb. The D2 had already reached behind him. He began to struggle and kick out with his legs, extracting them. At that moment, the earth was already dug out. The D2's claw was within a few centimeters from him. He mustered all his strength and pulled himself forwards. There was no more need to use his head to feel the path. Even though the D2 was behind him, his speed could maintain an equilibrium with the D2's digging. Finally, Zhang Xiaoqing reached the hole. While the D2 was obstructed by the cement wall of the granary, he climbed out the ditch. Panting, he was now like a dusty monkey, his entire body covered with dirt and mud. Other than his eyes, he was perpetually black everywhere. Pang! The wall started to splinter like a spider web. Following another loud sound, the cracks began to deepen and become clearer. Some dust and debris were shaken loose. Zhang Xiaoqing stared at the wall in shock. This was a wall that was constructed during an era where quality was emphasized. It was not a wall where quality was compromised from saving on material cost. Once more, another blow caused the wall to crack open, as a small hole revealed the D2's legs on the other side. Zhang Xiaoqing did not dare to stay any longer as he bolted. Previously, the tunnel had been dug by those survivors, and the cement wall had already lost its support. Being pierced by an S2 wouldn't even be a surprise anymore. The D2 would obviously not wait for Zhang Xiaoqing to catch his breath. Nor would Zhang Xiaoqing hope for the D2's sense of smell to fail. His current stamina was not enough for him to go for a round 3. He could only run, and there was no more intention to die together with the D2. He had no more means and was out of ideas. He was just like a thirsty man who had come to the edge of the sea. His only motive now was to breathe as much as he could, and to savor his heartbeat for as long as he could. It was all just to prolong his life for a little while longer. His brain was blank. The previous few exchanges that had left him almost on the brink of death had wiped him of all energy. Young Kier was safe. His goal had been met. Now everything else was additional time earned. It was his last struggle before his death. Huela. The entire wall in the granary was punched through in a cloud of dust, as the towering frame of the D2 stepped through, and he kicked away the remnants of the debris. The scattered concrete was sent flying in all directions. and Zhang Xiaokang was hit in the leg by one piece that he couldn't evade. The resulting fracture sent sharp pain racking through his body, but he gritted his teeth through it and climbed up a pile of rice. When he reached about 5 m from the ground, the D2 had reached him. The distance of 5 m wasn't exactly high, as a normal person could climb up in about 2 or 3 poles, but to the D2 that liked to use its force instead of climbing, the 2 m distance was like the step between heaven and hell. It pummeled the piles of bags of rice in front of it. But no matter how much it punched, the rice was able to scatter the force. If Zhang Xiaokang had been standing on a cement wall, he would have died umpteen times over. However, he now had the chance to catch his breath and rest, while watching the D2 venting on the bags of rice. While he slowly recovered, after punching the bags to no avail, the D2 stopped. It realized its efforts were futile. It stopped hitting the bags. Instead, it started to grab the bags and its claws pierced into the bags, scattering rice all over the ground. The rice grains spread all over the ground like precious pearls. And when Zhang Xiaokang saw the outermost bag starting to sink, he quickly climbed back, evading the grabs of the D2. It started with dozens of bags being grabbed before hundreds of them were torn. Then thousands, and a grain was starting to pile up around the D2. It realized that it could not move, and it bellowed out in rage, waving its claws trying to bash its way out of the rice. However, with each slap, it would just send the pearl-white grains of rice flying everywhere, some even hitting Zhang Xiaokang's face and body, sliding into his shirt. The grains flowed like water, and no matter how much the D2 grabbed or slapped in its weird dance, the rice grains surrounding it did not seem to lessen. Instead, because of the spilling from the countless bags, the grain was rising and covering more of its legs. As time passed, Zhang Xiaokang felt his stamina recover by a great margin. Watching the D2 struggle within the mountain of grain, he knew his chance was here. He could not kill it, but he had to grab the chance to escape. Hoo! Ha! He lifted a sack of rice and threw it at the D2. His strength could not compare to Yankir, and the sack of rice soared slightly before landing at the outer pile, sliding down towards the D2. He did not expect much anyway, nor would the sack be able to instant kill the D2. He just wanted to use more sacks to bury it. That way, when he ran, there would no way for the D2 to chase him, although it was temporarily trapped in the rice. As long as it stepped back a few steps, it could extract itself from the grain. Zhang Xiaokang could not let it have such a chance. Bags were flung by Zhang Xiaokang at the D2. Sometimes, the D2 would grab the nearby bags and throw it back at him. However, it had lost part of its vision and had poor aim. As long as Zhang Xiaokang watched carefully, he could dodge the incoming bags. He grabbed the water canteen from his side and gulped down a mouthful of water, and the fiery feeling in his throat subsided slightly. By now, the D2 had been submerged in the grains of rice till they reached its chest. It tried to grab more bags to fling them elsewhere, but it caused even more grains to spill from the punctured bags. Knowing that the time was ripe, Zhang Xiaokang did not dally any longer. He followed the flow of the bags and slid down, stepping carefully in the pile of rice grains and made his way out. The rice was everywhere, and if he was not careful he could fall down. Hence, he had to be careful. The opportunity was difficult to come by. He could not slip up just because of a moment of folly. The D2 knew that Zhang Xiaokang was on the ground, and it tried to adjust and chase after. It began to get anxious. This little rat had caused it to suffer greatly throughout the day. If it didn't gobble him up and crunch his bones thoroughly, the rage in its heart would not subside. It began to struggle madly, grabbing more sacks of rice and throwing them towards Zhang Xiaokang. He dodged the incoming sacks while walking on the slippery ground. He was also anxious in his heart, having managed to escape with such difficulty. However, the slippery ground would not allow him to pick up his pace. He could only pray to the heavens to help him get past this ordeal. One particular sack came soaring towards him, and he hurried to get down on the ground, allowing the sack to fly over him. But before he could stand up, another sack came flying over. He continued to lay on the ground, but the sack hit a pile of rice bags above his head. and some of them were dislodged from their positions and came crashing down. At the last moment, he could not evade all of them, and one heavy sack smashed into his chest. Pooh! Just like Yongkir earlier, Zhang Xiaokang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 137 Yuan Yi's Smile. When Zhang Xiaokang spat out the mouth of blood, his chest felt numb. The feeling wasn't pain, and he knew it was a serious injury. After a while, the pain would definitely hit him. He tried to stand, but the moment he moved, the dull feeling in his chest prevented him from doing so. He muttered him finished. He could not move and gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't walk, he wouldn't walk. He crawled towards the exit. His palms came down on the grain-covered ground, and dragged himself. As his legs pushed from behind him, he couldn't even care about what's going on with the D2 any longer. His eyes stared at the door. From time to time, a sack would fly over his head. The dislodged sacks from above him would crash down, some behind him, some in front, but it was like he had lost all feeling. He did not even bother to look up. He just continued to crawl forwards, his eyes fixed at the granary door. As long as he had a breath left, he would crawl out. He didn't even know why he bothered. There were no other thoughts in his mind, nor any emotion. He just knew if he wanted to live, he had to crawl out first. As to what happens then, why think so far ahead? He was covered in bruises and scratches, and dirt and earth. As he crawled out the door, he lifted his head and saw the countless bodies, shattered glass and the blackened parts of the exploded vehicles. He caught sight of the huge gate about 50 m away, and his pupils narrowed in resolution. That was the next goal. As long as he was not dead yet, as long as he had a breath left, he would crawl out. If he could see Yongkir once more, or Yuanyi, or even the blue skies outside of this damned place, it would be all good. He crawled past the various bodies and their twisted shapes, his palms bleeding from the shattered glass on the ground. He crawled past a black part of a vehicle, and he continued to crawl silently. He did not know how much time had passed. His blood continued to flow from his palm, his body leaving a trail on the ground with bloody handprints. An enraged howl sounded from the granary, and soon, a towering frame walked out the door. It lifted its head to sniff, and without hesitation, it walked towards Zhang Xiaokang. Its footsteps caused the ground to tremble, and the main characters of this chase had returned to their original starting point. Except that, this time, Zhang Xiaokang was already out of energy to fight against the D2. As for the D2, it was almost fine, save for the bleeding eye. He could feel the tremors beneath his body and did not respond. He just stared fixedly at the gate in front of him, crawling slowly towards there. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a silhouette. It was Chen Yi, who was clutching his chest while laying beside a Land Rover. He was frothing at the mouth, blood flowing from his lips, and his gaze towards Zhang Xiaokang was full of hope, until he turned to see the D2 behind Zhang Xiaokang, and the hope turned to despair. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang and smiled bitterly. Everyone was the same now. They were about to become the D2's meal. Zhang Xiaokang's eyes swept past Chen Yi, and he continued to stare at the gate, his limbs dragging himself towards there. He did not know why he was trying so hard for. Maybe it was just to see the world outside once more. Other than the gate, there was nothing else on his mind. He would keep crawling until he was torn apart by the D2. The heavy footsteps got closer and closer. It was the impending arrival of the Grim Reaper. The D2 was the messenger of death sent by the Grim Reaper. Zhang Xiaokang crawled past the corpse of the S2 that had its head decapitated by him, and saw that there was still half of the distance left to the gate. He decided to increase his speed. A bright red dump truck burst through the large gates, horning wildly like some beast. Through the windshield, Yuan could be seen behind the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaokang crawling on the ground. She had never seen him in such a pitiful state before, and the only things that could prove that it was him was the old-fashioned satchel and military canteen by his waist. After the struggle with the D2, there was not a part of him that wasn't untouched, and her tears flowed, seeing Zhang Xiaokang looking at her. Yuan smiled sadly. This was her man. This was her man that had told her from now on, "You're my woman." Even if he was overbearing, and did not care about her thoughts, and was unreasonable, even if he was so hard to approach, and she had to exhaust all means to get close to him, he could be so gentle and loving and would treasure her, allowing her to feel the happiness as a woman, and help her to regain her pride. This was her man, the first to enter her heart and allow her to escape while facing the D2 on his own, that terrifying existence that caused her to be frozen in fear, and was even scarier than a demon. He had faced it alone. Seeing Zhang Zhaokang, she smiled. Her tears flowed profusely. She didn't want him to see her crying. It was too ugly. However, her tears would not stop flowing. Hence, she wanted to smile. She wanted Zhang Zhaokang to see her smile, and remember her for all his life. Even if she could not chase after him again, or look at his back, her smile would remain in his heart forever to accompany him. Zhang Zhaokang caught sight of Yuanyi, and he smiled as well. He had tried his best to crawl out. Wasn't it just to see her once more as well, even though it was a pity he couldn't see Yongkir? But at least there was Yuanyi, that prideful girl, who could be so frail and beautiful, her courage that could burst out in moments of despair, and her cool and collected face that would watch him from behind. This girl who had cried and asked if he minded that she was no longer clean, no longer a virgin, who had told him that she wouldn't live without him. He could feel a strong sense of warmth in his heart. It was the sort of safety and comfort that she had brought to him. It came strong this time, like the gushing waters of a hot spring, submerging his entire being. He felt his soul cleansed, as though there wasn't a single speck of dirt or dust in his heart. He could truly die without regrets now. Yuanyi burned the image of Zhang Zhaokang deeply into her mind and stepped down on the pedal. The dump truck roared and surged forwards, brushing past Zhang Zhaokang and slamming into the D2. Zhang Zhaokang opened his mouth in horror as he watched the dump truck smoking past him. He wanted to scream, but his throat wouldn't make a sound, and his eyes followed the truck as it slammed into the D2. Hang! The dump truck's frame was as red as blood, and it slammed into the D2, causing it to tilt backward. Yuanyi looked at the D2 on the other side of the windshield and gritted her teeth to drive the pedal further in. The D2 was sent backward by the dump truck, and it grabbed either side of the vehicle with its claws. However, it could not stabilize itself due to the frame, and it was forced backward again. It roared out in madness. It was afraid. It could feel that this thing that had slammed into it had more strength in it. Bang! The dump truck drove the D2 and slammed into the iron doors of the granary, driving it against the wall. Its huge tires continued to squeal from the friction of the ground, and the burning rubber caused smoke to rise. Yuanyi sat in the driver's seat and stared fixedly at the D2. There was no hint of her calmness. Instead, her pearl-like eyes were bloodshot. The D2 began to struggle wildly, its head slamming onto the windshield. Cracks appeared like a spiderweb, and the second time it did so, the glass started to shatter, spilling all over the driver compartment. The windshield slammed into Yuanyi, causing her to spit a mouthful of blood all over the glass as well, while the shattered glass cut into her in various places. She didn't even bother about her injuries, as she continued to step on the pedal until her breathing became hard, and her consciousness began to ebb away. She slumped onto the steering wheel, her feet still firmly stepping on the pedal. Chapter 138. Doing the D2 in. Yuanyi slumped over the steering wheel, causing it to turn slightly. The front of the vehicle also began to slowly shift. As the head of the car drove against the wall at a certain angle, the entire car began to flip, trapping the D2 underneath it. Before the D2 could react, its thighs and arms were caught in the gears under the dump truck and were twisted. The vehicle's tires were still moving, and the immense force began to grind the bones of the D2, causing them to break amidst kai-kai sounds. The loudest came from the thigh, where the breaking of bones sounded like a bamboo being snapped. The D2 screamed out long, and its useless limbs were caught dead in the gears, causing the vehicle to stop moving. Zhang Zhaokang couldn't be bothered about the appearance of the D2. He could only stare straight at the driver's compartment, hoping against hope for Yuanyi to crawl out. In fact, she might even be heavily injured. However, he saw the pooling of fresh blood outside the vehicle that was sideways. with the blood dripping slowly before forming a constant flow. Zhang Xiaokang felt a stab in his heart, and his palms clenched into right fists. A few broken glass shards were still in his palm, and they cut into his skin, causing fresh blood to drip from his palms as well. He did not feel the pain though. His eyes only filled with the sight of Yuanyi's blood. Arg, he screamed out while still laying on the ground. He slammed his head on the ground, causing his forehead to bleed, his tears flowing freely. His heart was torn asunder and felt like it was being twisted. Zhang Xiaokang began to crawl towards the driver's compartment. All thoughts of the D2WH city, and whatever life he had clung onto was thrown to the back of his mind. There was only Yuanyi's blood in his eyes, and he knew that she had used her life in exchange for his. He didn't dare to think. He didn't want to believe the condition that Yuanyi was in right now. He was still hanging on to hope. He wanted to see her once more, her beautiful smile, and her clear and soothing voice. He continued to crawl slowly, the clothes in front of his chest being ripped by the glass shards on the ground. The beast hide sewn beneath was also beginning to be ripped apart. Then, all that left was his skin, as they were rubbed raw and sliced by the glass shards. He could no longer feel the physical pain of his body. All that he felt was the immense weight on his heart. The D2 continued to moan out, and Chen Yi had a look of shock as he saw the D2 in this state. He had seen Yuanyi driving the vehicle into the D2, and he had never expected her to be so fearsome and vicious. Zhang Xiaokang crawled to the head of the vehicle, where Yuanyi was still slumped in the driver's compartment. Her chest area had been pierced in multiple places by the glass shards, and it struck out at Zhang Xiaokang. The amount of blood flowing from her wounds was unreal, and he hurried to climb in through the broken windshield. He swept the glass shards away from her chest, and used his hands to try and grab the blood coagulant powder. However, he couldn't find it. Then he remembered that he had dumped the whole bottle on Yang Qir's body. He slammed into the steering wheel with his head, regretting his actions. He regretted his decision to not take the entire gourd because of his disgust towards Dr. Yu and his personal belongings. He had only stored a little in the glass bottle and had been overconfident that he wouldn't need it. He pulled out the life-preserving pill to feed her, but her jaws were clenched tight. He placed it in his mouth and tried again. Yuanyi was currently unconscious, and she felt like she was walking slowly in the dark. There was no sense of direction and no goal. It was cold all around her, the sort that seeped through to one's bones. The bone-chilling cold made its way towards her heart slowly, and she wanted to scream out loud, but she could not make a sound. She tried to run, but to her horror, she found that she had lost control over her body. She began to shiver, and her heart was overcome by fear. She was terrified to stay in this dark and cold place. Hell would have been much better. She tried to remember the sight of Zhang Xiaokang's back, and found that she could not remember anything. There was only the shadow of a man in her heart, without any face. She could only remember his back. And when she thought of that, her heart was suddenly calm, and the invading cold wasn't as chilling as before. Even though all she could see was his shadow in her heart, she thought of how much that meant to her. And suddenly, a gentle atmosphere arose in her mind. That warm atmosphere brought her a sense of warmth and comfort, transforming into little currents of energy in her heart. They sought to fight back the cold, and she suddenly found that she could detect a very familiar scent. It was comforting, and very familiar, seemingly combining with the image of the man in her heart. Following that, the cold seemed to be banished away, and the darkness was receding. A light appeared, and she could make out the hazy image of a man covered in dirt, his face staring at her full of concern. The man in front of her merged perfectly with the silhouette in her heart, and she smiled. This was the first time she had smiled right in front of him. She knew that this man had brought her back from the cold place of despair. She was satisfied. Extremely so. And for the first time, she felt that it was good to be alive. When Zhang Xiaokang saw that Yuanyi had woken up, he heaved a sigh of relief. The old doctor might have been deranged, but his medicine was truly something else. He had swallowed a little when feeding Yuanyi, but he immediately felt the pain on his body lessening. He could even stand up now. The D2 was still moaning non-stop outside, and Zhang Xiaokang whipped out his Jing Y sword. As he climbed out the driver's compartment, the D2 was caught in the gears of the vehicle, its leg stuck, and one arm having been crushed. It was a pathetic sight, and other than crying out, the D2 was essentially crippled. As Zhang Xiaoqing walked slowly over to its head, it could smell his scent, and it recalled the trouble this little rat had put itself through. The hatred surged and it began to struggle madly again, waving its other claw in a bid to pull itself out from the vehicle. The dump truck began to wobble under the intense struggling of the D2. Zhang Xiaoqing walked over to the D2's rear, and stood at the dead spot of its arm. He raised his Jingwei sword, aiming for the wound that his military knife had left, and stabbed down viciously. As the Jingwei sword penetrated the socket, with Zhang Xiaoqing's entire body weight behind that strike, the sword pierced into the brain of the D2 with a poo sound. He continued to apply pressure while stirring the sword, intending to cause as much damage as possible. Roar! The D2 opened its mouth to let out a roar of agony. Zhang Xiaoqing felt a gust of putrid wind blow past him, causing the tattered cloth on him to flutter gently. He stepped with one foot on its face, his hands still continuing to drive the sword in the wound. Black blood and yellow brain matter flowed out from the large wound, and the claw that was waving in the air slumped to the side uselessly, causing the broken glass shards and spent bullets to scatter into air. Its body also stopped thrashing about. As it laid there twitching once in a while, Zhang Xiaoqing was still in that pose, his foot on the face of the D2, his hands twisting the sword constantly until he felt that there was no place he had missed out in the brain of the D2, before he finally stopped. Chapter 139 Suqian's Desertion. Zhang Xiaoqing carefully brought Yuanyi out from the driver's compartment, both of them staggering towards the huge gates. Shenyi also clutched his chest as he slowly got to his feet. It seemed that his injuries weren't that serious. It might have been he was faking it. Vulture and 7 or 8 other men also appeared out of nowhere, together with that snake-waist woman. That woman was truly fortunate. She had followed the right people and managed to survive. The survivors earlier that had stood where they were had been slain earlier. Vulture and the men looked at the D2 with some lingering fear, before looking at Zhang Xiaoqing. Then he realized that Zhang Xiaoqing was also barely holding himself together, supporting Yuanyi as both of them walked. His condition didn't seem to be good, and he looked extremely weak. Shenyi saw the few men walking over and began to bark at them, intending to get them to support himself up. However, they didn't move a muscle after hearing his shouts, only looking towards Vulture. Vulture looked at Shenyi, the look of contempt and ridicule apparent in his gaze. Shenyi also noticed it, and when he saw the men following Vulture, he became silent. He then spoke up, "Make it fast." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqing's heart tensed up. His right hand went to the 3-point dart by his waist. They might not be effective against the D2, but it wouldn't be an issue to deal with Vulture. Of course, Vulture had gone against him first. Yuanyi couldn't stand properly and was leaning against him. She didn't seem to care about the conflict between Vulture and Shenyi, and only enjoyed the tenderness of Zhang Xiaoqing. The sound of a car traveled over. As Zhang Xiaoqing's Hummer appeared through the gates, the doors opened, and the alluring Shangyu and Qiao Yun came down, helping Yang Qir out. Her complexion was much better, and although she had to rely on someone while walking, when she saw Zhang Xiaoqing still intact, she smiled, her eyes brimming with tears. When she had woken up and there was no sight of him, she had become anxious and wanted to come over to take a look. Suqian had also come down, and she held Zhang Xiaoqing's 81 rifle. The gun was aimed at Vulture and the rest. When Zhang Xiaoqing saw Suqian aiming at Vulture and the rest, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was at his weakest right now, and with Suqian's suppression, Vulture and Shenyi's conflict would not spill over to them. When Vulture saw Suqian holding the rifle, his face fell, and he exchanged some glances with his men. They all became obedient, and the weapons in their hands were flung to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqing wanted to help Yuanyi up the car when Suqian moved. She held the rifle and walked up to Shenyi, pointing it at his head. Her eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth, staring at him full of hatred. Shenyi looked at Suqian pointing the gun at him, laughing bitterly. He stared back into her vengeful eyes and said, "Give me a quick death," after which he closed his eyes. Ta-ta-ta. The rifle fired, pumping bullets into Chen Yi's body. He slumped to the floor in a pool of blood, his body still twitching from the firing that had not stopped, until the magazine of 30 bullets ran out. Pata! The empty magazine fell to the ground. Kacha! And a new magazine was reloaded. Su Kan then turned to aim at Vulture and the rest, who raised their hands. Other than Vulture, the rest were trembling. Even the snake-waist woman had crouched down with her hands over her heads, not daring to look. Su Kan slowly backed away, till she reached the Hummer. She turned to face Zhang Xiao Kind Master. "This is the last time I'm calling you as such. I'm going. I don't want to rely on men any longer. Don't come and find me. You will not find me. I'm taking the car and gun. Thank you for taking care of me." After that, she got into the car. Wait. He opened his mouth, his right hand gripping his 3-point dart. As long as she did not stop, he would kill her. She did not start the vehicle instantly. Instead, looking at him, "Give me my things." He made the decision to part on amicable terms. In the first place, he didn't hold her in high regard, since she wanted to leave. Having the car and guns were fine by him. He had over 100 of them anyway. As for car, would there be a shortage of that? His backpack, Yang Kier's treasure pouch, Yuan Yi's, Yang Kier's and his weapons were all flung out of the vehicle. When he saw his bag and beast horn spear, his heart relaxed. Su Kan did not know the true value of the beast horn spear. It was something that could even pierce a D2. He had long decided to keep it as a family heirloom. The Hummer drove away, and Zhang Xiaoqing looked to Shanggu and Qiao Yun, who was supporting Yang Kier. "Why didn't you follow her?" She didn't say anything, just lowering her head. Zhang Xiaoqing also could not be bothered to understand her thinking. It didn't matter if they left or not. At the very least, Su Kan's actions had been stronger than Zai Yuanshan. She had not bitten him back, and he felt her decision to be funny. How many zombies can that rifle kill? Can it pierce through a D2? Can it fight against an S2 relying on that shit? Why not strengthen yourself? At the very least you can outrun them. Vulture saw Su Kan abandoning Zhang Xiaoqing and drove off in a cloud of dust. The group of them picked up their weapons again. As Vulture walked over to Brother Long, using his foot to shake him gently, there was no response from Brother Long. His chest had caved in. The blood on his mouth was still fresh. It seemed that as the D2 was chasing Zhang Xiaoqing earlier, it had stomped onto Brother Long, and it was the deciding blow that sent Brother Long to hell. Vulture pulled out the gun from Brother Long's waist and led the few men over towards Zhang Xiaoqing, who received an eye signal from Yang Kier. He waited for Vulture to reach his side, and Vulture had a smile that was quite a smile, saying, "Brother Cockroach, I know you're powerful. However, you can't hang on much, can you? As brothers, there's not much to say. As long as you don't stand in my way, we will not mix. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaoqing nodded. He had no issues about whoever wanted to be the boss. He had to leave anyway. Who would give a rat's ass as to who ran the place? Vulture saw that Zhang Xiaoqing agreed, and did not even raise any condition, and his smile became wider. He looked towards Shanggu and Qiao Yun, and that extremely sexy body, and could not help but gulp. He had lusted after Brother Long's women for a very long time, especially Shanggu and Qiao Yun. Initially, he had met her with Brother Long, but Brother Long had immediately brought her in as his, and Vulture had not dared do anything since then. In fact, Brother Long and Chen Yi's act of being at loggerheads but secretly on the same side was to suppress Vulture and his men. Vulture was also ahead in the past. How would he be satisfied with working for someone? However, Brother Long's faction had too many people, and thus he had bided his time. His team was the team that suffered the least, and he had been gathering people to wait for a chance. The chance had come, and Chen Yi and Brother Long had both perished. Zhang Xiaoqing was also like a cockroach on the verge of death. His lust for Shanggu and Qiao Yun thus pushed him to decide to go against Zhang Xiaoqing. He raised his gun to aim at Zhang Xiaoqing. He was a man who murdered, and if he decided to do something, he would go all out. Since he decided to go against him, He would quickly take care of this person at his weakest first. As long as Zhang Xiaokang was dead, he could then proceed to deal with Yang Qier and the rest. Then, he would subjugate He Wen Bin and the rest. And with this granary, he could be considered to have some capital as well. Chapter 140. Leaving in a huff when matters are over. Zhang Xiaokang had been guarded against Vulture. The fact that Vulture had been hiding his ambitions for this long showed his patience and determination. Zhang Xiaokang would not believe for one moment that Vulture would uphold his promise. The moment he saw Vulture salivating at the sight of Shangyu and Qiao Yun, he knew Vulture would be up to no good. Shangyu and Qiao Yun was, after all, Zhang Xiaokang's woman in name already, although it was still in name only. As long as he harbored intentions to get her, Zhang Xiaokang had to deal with it. Blame it on the fact that Shangyu and Qiao Yun was his. With a shrug of his shoulders, the three-point dart in Zhang Xiaokang's hands shot out. Having held the dart for so long, he finally threw it out. A vulture grabbed his hand agony. Never expecting Zhang Xiaokang to still have some preventive measure, his eyes swept past the dart stuck in his hand, and he turned to his men, preparing to give the signal for them to charge. He intended for them to outnumber Zhang Xiaokang. After all, he had already decided on this course of action. He didn't care how many men he would lose. It would either be him or Zhang Xiaokang that walks out alive today. He turned around to signal but realized that they weren't looking at him. All of them were staring at Zhang Xiaokang, agape. Before two of them dropped their weapons involuntarily, the moment the melee weapons clattered to the floor, it seemed to set off the rest as well. As they all looked at Zhang Xiaokang in fear, their legs shaking, Vulture was bewildered, and he turned slowly back to face Zhang Xiaokang, only to see the dark ends of two barrels facing him. His entire back was drenched in cold sweat, and he could not maintain his calm anymore. His legs started shaking before he crumpled to the ground in fear. Zhang Xiaokang couldn't care about how much fear Vulture had right now. In fact, he was terrified inwardly himself. Both the M1911A1s in his and Yang Qier's hands were empty. Having spent them on the S2 earlier, they were using empty guns to try and intimidate this bunch. Fortunately, these people were not idiots, not daring to charge forth without ascertaining that the handguns had ammo. "Do you guys want to die along with him?" Zhang Xiaokang's raspy voice sounded, and the 7 men seemed to line up obediently, shaking their head in unison. If it weren't for the severity of the situation, it would be a comical sight. Seeing them respond obediently, Zhang Xiaokang was satisfied. He then looks to Vulture, who had a stricken expression, when he suddenly had a thought. "Make use of others to kill. The bunch of you. Kill Vulture. It will be a token of your submission." Zhang Xiaokang spoke softly. The men looked at Vulture with complicated expressions. They knew that without Vulture, they wouldn't have survived till today. Hence they were all hesitant. Zhang Xiaokang glanced at them again, and said once more, "If you don't want to, you don't have to." When he said this, they all felt like a huge weight was off their shoulders. "But, you can join in his death." Zhang Xiaokang finished and brought his pistol up to aim at them. Ilgo. 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 "Don't kill me, please don't shoot." One burly man saw Zhang Xiaokang aiming at his head, and his heart seemed to jolt, almost stopping. He began to stutter about killing Vulture until Zhang Xiaokang brought his gun away from him. His entire face was slick with perspiration and knew he came close to death just then. He trembled as he walked towards Vulture, with one guy leading. The rest also began to surround Vulture under the threat of Zhang Xiaokang's handgun. When Vulture saw his subordinates surrounding him, he stopped clutching his arm that was injured and reached for the .92 pistol that he threw to the ground. He just picked it up, when a foot came slamming into his left hand holding the gun. The gun was flung across the ground once more. It was precisely the first guy who stepped out to kill Vulture. The man picked up the gun, and he did not dare hold it by the grip, instead, holding the barrel, before handing it to Zhang Xiaokang with an abashed expression. Hoping that Zhang Xiaokang would appreciate his goodwill, he knew that as he picked up the gun, Zhang Xiaokang's gaze was fixed on him. Zhang Xiaokang received the handgun and looked at him appreciatively, causing the guy to feel like the pressure had lightened considerably. Without any prompt from Zhang Xiaokang, He immediately turned to face Vulture savagely. He had thoroughly treated Vulture as his enemy, and only by killing him would things be settled. Vulture watched his men turn into strangers as they closed in on him. He began to shout for his life, begging Zhang Zhaokang for mercy. He started to kowtow profusely, and his entire face bled. Zhang Zhaokang and the men ignored his actions, and it was unclear who made the first move. But the moment a long spear pierced into him, the rest began raining blows as well. 7 of them surrounding Vulture, their weapons pummeling him without stopping. Zhang Zhaokang and his women stood outside of the circle, not knowing Vulture's current condition, until his voice started to die out, and there was no movement. Even then, the men did not seem to realize Vulture had succumbed and still continued to pierce, and thrust, and smashed as hard as they could. Everyone had bloodshot eyes, turning beast-like. By the time everyone was exhausted, Vulture had become a pile of mashed-up meat, mixed with his clothes. When the men regained their rationality and saw what they did, they all vomited. Zhang Zhaokang eyed the minced meat on the ground and supported Yuan Yi as they turned towards the huge gate. Shangyu and Qiu Yun did not dare to peek at the fate of Vulture instead. Looking at Zhang Zhaokang, she also supported Yang Qir and turned to follow Zhang Zhaokang. Yang Qir was currently emotional, as Brother Long's death had affected her. Although they weren't close, he was still a relative. The last living relative of hers had died. It was truly hard to bear. When she saw Zhang Zhaokang's back, her heart lifted slightly. Isn't there him in her life, the stubborn man who wanted face more than anything, but still sacrificed himself for the women he loved? This was the man she would spend the remainder of her life with. Chapter 141. Going home. Zhang Zhaokang held Yuan Yi as they walked in front, while Shangyu and Qiu Yun held Yang Qir as they followed. The rest of the men trailed behind, their faces pale, their weapons covered in blood. They all had the same goal in mind. It was that huge door. He Wenbin and the rest were waiting beyond it, and when they saw Zhang Zhaokang and the rest emerging, they couldn't help but cheer in high spirits. The 3 survivors who had escaped through the hole earlier watched the rest with worry on their faces. Unsure of their fates, they did not dare to revolt. Instead, choosing to see how things turned out, the 2 monsters had been killed, and although they had suffered heavy losses, those were 2 monsters that had been impervious to guns. He Wenbin sat in the driver's seat, his shoulder bandaged once more. When he saw Zhang Zhaokang appeared, he came down wobbly from the seat, until Zhang Zhaokang and the rest got closer. Zhang Zhaokang noticed He Wenbin welcoming them even with his heavy injury and nodded. He then helped to place Yang Qir and Yuan Yi carefully into the vehicle. While the rest got in their respective vehicles, Zhang Zhaokang turned to face the granary, which was now a scene right out of hell. There were still places still smoking, debris everywhere, and he could make out the hole in the wall which the D2 had smashed through. Noticing that there was a lush forest behind, there should be a town beyond the forest. Seeing the forest, Zhang Zhaokang finally understood where the D2 and S2 had come from. They must have been hiding within the forest the entire time and should have been attracted here previously when Brother Long lost 2 men in the first expedition. When they arrived, the scent of the blood had disappeared, hence they must have been hiding within. Until today, when Brother Long had executed the man from the survivors, the scent of the fresh blood had then been brought to the forest with the winds, attracting the D2 and S2. Apparently, Lady Luck had not been shining on Brother Long. If he hadn't killed the man, everything would have been fine, and all the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. Zhang Zhaokang wouldn't have had to challenge the D2 by himself as well. He pulled open the car door and sat beside Shanggu and Qiu Yun, while Yang Qir and Yuan Yi laid down behind. Zhang Zhaokang then took off his dirtied and torn clothes, crumpling them into a bunch and stuffing them under the seat. He then stood outside naked, allowing Shangyu and Qiu Yun to help him pour the water while he washed clean. The water turned red and black from his various wounds and grime. When he felt refreshed, he pulled out a set of clothing from the backpack and started to get dressed. Even as he stood naked in front of Shangyu and Qiu Yun, he wasn't embarrassed. After all, she was his woman. Furthermore, after the ordeal with the D2, His entire demeanor had undergone some form of baptism, not caring about his shame or lack of it. There was no fear as he stood there. After all, was being naked worse than being pummeled by a D2? The journey back was slow, and Yang Qier and Yuanyi both fell asleep. Zhang Xiaokang watched the scenery pass him by, and his eyelids started to droop. It was past 3, and it had been a hell of a day. His stamina and energy had truly run out, and he turned to look at Shangyu and Qiao Yun. Her clothes were still clean, and she sat there quietly. Her beautiful looks and charming demeanor, the slightly exposed neck. Zhang Xiaokang found that the quiet Shangyu and Qiao Yun was extremely alluring. Even more so when she tried to use her charms. It was a strong attraction, but constant and throbbing, like the waves of the seas, crashing down on the shores. The waves came on strong and washed Zhang Xiaokang's heart over and over again. It caused a surge of blood in him, his breathing turning heavy, while his heartbeat became faster. The sensation spread all over his body, and the current beauty and charm that she exuded were the type of tenderness that Zhang Xiaokang appreciated greatly. The exhaustion and adrenaline from the fight with the D2 earlier subsided slowly as he continued to admire her beauty. The waves had come and gone quickly, and his emotions started to settle down. The desire in his eyes started to rise. The longer he stared at her, Shangyu and Qiao Yun knew Zhang Xiaokang was watching her, and her heart was beating fast as well. She did not know if it was appropriate to express her rejection now. After all, she had decided to become strong, and not a woman who relied on men. Although she did not follow in Suqian's desertion, she harbored some form of envy and respect for her courage to leave, and she wanted to grasp her own destiny. Of course, she did not dare to leave Zhang Xiaokang like Su Qian did. Shangyu and Qiao Yun was thankful to Zhang Xiaokang and knew that when she was at her wits' ends and wanted to end her life, he had given her a form of hope. It was precisely of what could be considered his promise. That she knew that this man was not stone-hearted, and not like she had no worth in his eyes. Feeling the change in attitude from him, the little woman side of her cheered inwardly. She was, after all, proud of her charms and her skills in getting men to do anything for her. When she was subjected to the cruel world after the apocalypse set in, she wanted to find a man she could rely on. Until she was rejected by this man in front of her, she then knew that not all men were the same. At the very least, this man didn't want a well-groomed rose. He wanted the plum that could survive regardless of weather. Fine. If you wanted it that way, so be it. Your mother, I, will become the lowest of the low. The most tenacious plum one could ever find. However, why was he looking at her like this then? Could it be he didn't even want her as a plum now? As Shangyu and Qiao Yun's thoughts were chaos, she did not know how she should deal with Zhang Xiaokang. She wasn't willing to be a pillow for the venting of sexual frustration, but could she actually reject his advances, especially when she saw the titan-like D2 lying on the ground, which had been done in by Zhang Xiaokang and Yuanyi? Her veneration for them had shot through the roof. Women idolize strong men after all. It was something deep within genes. Finding a strong mate, this would enable the survival of their bloodline and species. This instinct deep within a woman would be awakened with time. And for Shangyu and Qiao Yun, Zhang Xiaokang had fully exhibited qualities of a dependable male. As for Zhang Xiaokang, he reined in his emotions, and the exhaustion that he had been trying to keep at bay overwhelmed him. He yawned once, before lying down on Shangyu and Qiao Yun's lap, and not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 142 Missed. Translators note this had likely happened when the author was releasing, and he released 143 before 142 and received some notifications. Zhang Xiaokang's head laid on Shangyu and Qiao Yun's thighs, and she was slightly taken aback by his actions. Her body tensed up until he laid down fully like earlier in the morning. When she saw that, she slowly relaxed, and her hand started to caress his face just like how she did in the morning. The stubble on his face was slightly itchy, but she could not stop bringing her fingers over his face. Her eyes swept towards the crisscross wounds on his hands folded across his chest, and she gently took up his right hand. There were all sorts of wounds of varying degrees all over his palms and arms. The multitude of scars was like a layer of spiderweb wrapped all over him. There were some older injuries, while many more fresh from today's battle. Some had started to scab, and due to the uneven surface, it could also be due to the pain earlier. Jiang Xiaokang's hands weren't washed very clean. Many of the wounds still had clumps of dirt. Some of his bigger wounds also had some grains of rice stuck to them. Looking at those wounds, tears began to well up in Shangyu and Qiao Yun's eyes, as they flowed down her face, past her cheek, and dripped down slowly from her chin, as they fell on Jiang Xiaokang's face and lips. There was no response from him. He was too exhausted, and could not feel the warm teardrops. He continued to lay there with his eyes shut, inhaling the fragrance from her body as he slept soundly. The car came to a sudden halt, jerking Jiang Xiaokang awake. He sat up and immediately looked out the car, noticing that they had already arrived at the gates of the chicken farm. The main gate was shut tight, with countless old furniture and planks blocking it from the inside. Some of the yellow-skinned men were wielding some weapons and tools as they faced off against the men on Jiang Xiaokang's side. They were hollering and shouting, wanting freedom. He felt bewildered. Everything had been fine when they left earlier. How come these cowards started acting up all of a sudden? Where did they get the balls from? Some of the guys immediately went forward to try and find out what was happening. However, before they even got 2 sentences in, the men on the inside began to pelt stones at them. One even landed on the windshield of the vehicle Jiang Xiaokang's group was in. He became furious. Yang Qier and Yuan Yi were currently recuperating, and he had not even had his lunch, having to fight for his life earlier. These fuckers dare to revolt. I've taken care of D2s and S2s. You little fuckers want to try me when there's someone to pity. There's someone else to be damned. Jiang Xiaokang could care less about their troubles and wanted to charge right in. He suddenly came to a stop. The men inside dragged out 2 bodies that had ropes tied around their necks. They then hoisted the bodies up and hung them on the gate. The clothes were removed, and the naked bodies were covered in all sorts of injuries. Their limbs were chopped off. Even the little bird and its eggs were not spared. Looking at those 2 corpses, the men from Jiang Xiaokang's group were all shocked. The ones in front quickly retreated, whereas the men from within the gate became even rowdier. They lifted their weapons and hollered loudly, some even rushing forwards to shake the gates in their madness. There were wretched screams that came out their mouths, as they shook the gates violently, causing the fresh blood of the corpse to splatter everywhere, dyeing the rusty old gate a fresh paint of blood. Jiang Xiaokang looked carefully and discovered who the corpses were. One was Old Harry, who had been crippled by Yuan Yi. The other was Drunkard, who watched the chicken coop. They had died wretched deaths, extremely violently at that. Their eyes had been gouged out, leaving only 2 empty sockets. Drunkard's mouth was still open, his teeth having been smashed apart. There were all sorts of whip marks, bludgeon marks, hack wounds, even burnt marks as well. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaokang felt his skin crawl. No wonder the men in front had retreated so hastily. This was truly a sickening sight. Seeing those crazed men behind the gates, Jiang Xiaokang simply could not understand what had incited such madness. Even if they revolted and forcefully snatched the rations inside the chicken coop, how long could it last after that? Would they have the courage to head out and steal from the zombies? Was this some last-ditch attempt in madness? Such frenzy and irrational behavior. Jiang Xiaokang felt that he had seen something similar before. A similar situation had occurred during the 1998 riots in Indonesia. Those enraged citizens had suddenly looted, raped, pillaged and killed their own people and the foreigners, as they marched on through the cities. Now that his fellow countrymen had begun to sink into madness, he had to find out why. Was it because of the constant chicken feed, or was it because they finally had succumbed to their inner demons and wanted to burn with everyone else? The people inside suddenly became even more agitated as they ran about amok, and the screams inside started to intensify. Some wails and screams resounded out from within before a group suddenly came out with 2 more wide planks and brought them to the gate. On the wooden planks, 2 people were still struggling madly. They had been nailed to the planks through their limbs, and fresh blood flowed. One was a man, the other a woman, and both had been stripped entirely of their clothes. As they laid naked on the planks, the man was Cannon, whose limbs had been stomped on and broken by Yuan Yi. As for the woman, Zhang Zhaoking did not recognize her. She seemed to be one of the middle-aged housewives. Her figure slightly pudgy, her layers of fat visible. The two mounds in front were extremely large, as though they were the Himalayan peaks among women. The wooden plank holding cannon was slowly pushed upright, as he continued to scream for them to end his life. However, this bunch had turned mad, as they chopped off his limbs, and then proceeded to castrate him. Before gouging his eyes out, he was then chopped through the chest. Here the author writes, "Forget it. The subsequent scenes shouldn't be spelled out in detail." He also states that this part wasn't from his imagination. Instead, he had referenced the images he had seen on TV during the '98 riots in Indonesia, and how the military and rebels had acted then. The soldiers had not been allowed to fire without orders, and thus, they had been mutilated. He then proceeded to say that he would stop about the '98 riots. Kennan's corpse was then hung up on the gate as well, his fresh blood flowing profusely, covering the entire gate. Some men from Zhang Zhaoking's group could not take it anymore and vomit violently. Zhang Zhaoking had to suppress the urge to throw up as well when suddenly, a fragrant body leaped into his arms. Shangyuan Kyo-yun sobbed as she buried her head in his chest. Chapter 143 Thugs. Author's notes. Many thanks to friend Lazy Lang for informing me on missing out one chapter. Please read chapter 142 first. Zhang Zhaoking drew Shangyuan Kyo-yun in protectively, and breathed in deeply, suppressing the urge to vomit. When he felt better, he noticed she was shivering really badly and thought that maybe he should continue to hold her. When suddenly, a sharp shrill scream came resounding from the gate. It was the woman who was nailed to the wooden plank. Zhang Zhaoking turned around to see, and immediately, his eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth gritting hard, and he even subconsciously tightened his grip around Shangyuan Kyo-yun. She felt out of breath from his sudden movements and turned to look curiously as well. Her head quickly burrowed back into Zhang Zhaoking's chest, her trembling increasing in intensity, and her grip around him also became tighter. One man was sprawled on top of the woman as he got busy. Behind him, the other men were urging him on. Another was holding a chopper with blood in one hand. The other hand held a pale mound of flesh. The flesh was from the breast, and the woman had only a concave wound chest on her wound. The man was muttering incoherently, with blood flowing from the side of his mouth. Author's note. Up to this point, I hope you guys aren't retching anyway. I haven't, so. Hee hee. Zhang Zhaoking let go off Shangyuan Kyo-yun, prying her hands apart, then pushing her into the car. He then retrieved Yuan Yi's blade and shield, bearing the shield on his left, the blade on his right, and ran towards the gate with bloodshot eyes. When the men on Zhang Zhaoking's side saw him charging towards the gate, they cheered, and some even grabbed their weapons and followed behind, while the rest grabbed some stones and started to fling them. When the men inside saw that the guys outside were rushing in, they hollered in fear and started to throw more stuff at Zhang Zhaoking. Some even threw their own weapons out. Zhang Zhaoking just forcefully deflected them off, while his only focus was the lock on the main gate. Zhang Zhaoking got close to the gate when a few spears thrust out. He evaded them and slashed down on the thick, heavy lock. Once, twice, thrice, and the lock came shattering onto the ground. He then flung the gates wide open and charged in, as his men followed behind in a bellow of rage. When the men inside saw Zhang Zhaoking pulling the gates open, their frenzy seemed to subside, and some abandoned their weapons and fled. Some crouched down and hugged their heads. Two others tried to charge at Zhang Zhaoking in a bid to attack him. One of them was the cannibal. He knew he had done unimaginable things, and he only wanted to bring as many down with him as he could. The other had already long since lost his rationality, and he just grabbed a wooden bat and charged over. Before he could swing down, Zhang Zhaoking had flashed past him, and the man turned to look at him blankly before he realized his neck had turned cold, itchy and numb. He then felt like he was flying through the air before he landed on the ground and saw his own shoes. The men behind Zhang Zhaoking raised their weapons and were prepared to beat and slash at the offender. But before they could even act, they saw the red line appearing on the neck of the guy. Before his body crumpled, and his head fell separately, landing and rolling to his own feet. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not seen how Zhang Xiaoqing move. His slash was too fast, to the point no one had thought he had already moved. In fact, Zhang Xiaoqing himself did not realize this strike of his had already reached a point where it surpassed everyone's perception. His focus was on the cannibal, and seeing that grim and savage expression, Zhang Xiaoqing felt his footy boiling. Cannibalism had become some sort of taboo in Zhang Xiaoqing's mind, and even so, when rations were not lacking, he had no issues with how they had killed Old Harry and Drunkard. Death was a common thing now, especially when this world had the rule of the strong preying on the weak. Old Harry and Cannon weren't any good men anyway. If they died, so be it. Zhang Xiaoqing had not even intended on dealing with this group for the killing of those people. After all, these sallow men with yellow complexions had suffered greatly under Cannon anyway. The mindless hacking was a sort of venting. However, Zhang Xiaoqing loathed cannibals the most. To him, the moment one committed this sin, they were no longer humans, but a bunch of rabid dogs that had lost their humanity. And if they were to live on, they would just be a hazard to other people. Zhang Xiaoqing hence decided to get rid of each and everyone that he saw. He was not going to show any mercy to them. As for this one in front of him, his senior would be awaiting him in hell. When the cannibal saw his comrade decapitated, his hands and feet turned cold, and he froze entirely, not daring to move. He did not expect the opponent to be so terrifying, strong to the point that he had lost his hope of taking down one more with him before he died. He closed his eyes and waited for the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Zhang Xiaoqing saw him closing his eyes to wait for death, but he did not want to grant the man his wish. To him, killing him in a single strike was letting him off. He wanted this bastard to regret the day he was born. He slammed into the cannibal with his shield, and the men behind immediately charged forward and started to strike at the cannibal. Ding ding dang dang. Zhang Xiaoqing's blade flashed past, and the ground was filled with the broken spears. The men saw their spears destroyed by Zhang Xiaoqing, and looked at him with a little apprehension. To them, this man had even killed a D2, and he was legitimately their leader at this moment. Not knowing what they had done wrong, for him to lash out like this, they were truly on tenterhooks. Tie him up. Find a chance to feed him to the zombies. He's no different from them. When he finished speaking, they all felt their backs erupt in cold sweat. This guy was truly ruthless, and he actually wanted the cannibal to suffer before dying. His viciousness was way beyond Brother Long's. They all decided inwardly to be extremely careful. If they were to antagonize him, then they would likely face the same fate. They nodded profusely and motioned for the rest of the men that had gone crazy earlier. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at those cowards, who were just raving mad moments ago, and now all bowing, not daring to raise their heads. A feeling of loathing arose in his heart. These sort of people were useless. They were not better than the cannibal. At the very least, the cannibal had the courage to try and fight for his own life. These losers were a waste of resources and chicken feed. Kill them. Chicken feed is still food, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoqing spat out coldly. The three men on the ground instantly began to beg and wail when they heard that. One tried to stand and flee, but he was instantly pierced in numerous places by the men behind Zhang Xiaoqing, turning him into a sieve. One fainted directly before they were stomped and pummeled to death. The last trembled badly, kowtowing as he begged until Zhang Xiaoqing slashed his head off. Looking at the corpses, Zhang Xiaoqing commanded, "Go settle the rest of the chaos." After that, he assessed the 5 men with him. They were Common Face and Yuan Bin's 3 lackeys, as well as the man who had acted first to kill Vulture earlier. The rest in the vehicles were just alighting and coming over. Zhang Xiaoqing pulled out the 92 of Brother Long and handed it to Common Face, telling him to lead the other 4 to go quell the chaos. Common Face saw that Zhang Xiaoqing was entrusting him with such a huge responsibility and a weapon, and he became extremely emotional. Not knowing what to say, he bowed deeply and led the rest away. Zhang Xiaoqing then got the rest of the men to follow and provide reinforcements, while he himself went back to the car. He had just killed 2 men, and yet, there wasn't any blood on him. He was extremely pleased with the machete. It was a pity that Su Kan had brought hers with her. Thinking to that point, He realized that he was fine with the rest of the people in the chicken farm dying. As long as the old weaponsmith was fine. Chapter 144. Yeah, better make up for it. When he came to the car, he saw Shang Yuan Kyo Yun hugging herself, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that, he made no attempts to console her, nor hug her to placate her. Those who came of their own accord, he would not reject, and he would seek to gain some minor advantages if he could. Those who did not, he would not beg nor plead it. He sat in the car and waited for the ravaging madman to be dragged out. He did not understand how he also came to become the head of this group of men so suddenly. However, since it could be counted as him having saved them, the respectful treatment towards him was to be expected. He would not do those good deeds that didn't leave his name. That was Lei Feng, not him, Kang Zhou Kang. His principle was that, if you do right by me, I'll do right by you. If you were to go against me, then we'll have something to discuss. Lei Feng HTT-sen, Wikipedia. Or Wiki Lei Feng. Zhang Xiaokang could be considered a miser, who loved to take advantage whenever he could. However, he would not do so just to benefit himself. In fact, he would always repay in some other manner. Since Shang Yuan Kyo Yan allowed him to sleep on her legs, he had decided to take care of her. And his attitude towards her was slightly better. Since Common Face had brought men to charge in with him, he had handed him the 92 handgun. Although he didn't have any bullets, that was still a gun. Wasn't it? Yuan Yi continued to hug herself. Her shaking went on. There were sounds of her sobbing, and Zhang Xiaokang could hear her muttering 3 words to herself, over and over again. Why? In Chinese, why is Wishm? Because they have lost their protection. And their weapons. Zhang Xiaokang replied. She lifted her reddened eyes to look at him, without blinking. The most important thing is that they have lost their strength. Without strength, you would just become fodder for others. If other people wanted to eat you, they would chop your limbs off to feed on it. If they wanted your thighs, they would cut your thighs. Don't think that it's not going to happen. I've already seen such a case. Her limbs were chopped off and eaten, and yet she was kept alive, waiting for that sick bastard to cut her up day after day. Her daughters had even seen her in that state. His words had not yet finished. Shangyu and Kyo Yun opened the door and vomited outside. After a while, she sat back in, her eyes dazed, and her face devoid of any color. She looked at Zhang Xiaokang with an overwhelming sense of terror and uncertainty. You might be beautiful now, but will you be beautiful forever? What happens when you're 40-50, when you have lost your assets and bargaining chips? Without strength, what else can you do, except be eaten? Zhang Xiaokang's words were like needles that pricked her heart, and her heart thumped wildly as though it was being ground in a meat grinder. A sharp pain caused her to lose consciousness. As she slumped back in the seat, her sudden reaction scared Zhang Xiaokang, and he gaped at her. There was no response even after 10 seconds until Shangyu and Kyo Yun's breathing became even more erratic. Her face turned an unhealthy shade of gray, and Zhang Xiaokang hurried to hold her in his embrace, finally realizing that there was something wrong. Heart disease, what the fuck do I do? CPR. Zhang Xiaokang watched helplessly as her breathing became even more rushed. He was at a loss. None of his family or friends had such a condition. Shangwang Kyo Yun's breathing continued to blow on his face, and seeing that she was about to ascend to heaven, Zhang Xiaokang gritted his teeth and muttered, fuck, forget it. Treat it that I must have owed you from our previous life. This must be payback. If it doesn't work, then your fate is really rotten. Who could have expected your heart to be so weak? He fumbled through his haversack, not taking the life-preserving pill, nor the blood coagulant. That was only useful for flesh wounds and was of no help to Shangyu and Kyo Yun's current state. Instead, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water that had its label torn away. On it there were the words 84 disinfectant. Do not drink. This was Zhang Xiaokang's resort for young Kier. There was no choice. She liked to rummage through his stuff too much. In it was the miraculous rainwater that Zhang Xiaokang had brought. There were about 2 cups worth in it. He lifted her head up and opened the bottle to feed her. Her mouth was currently slack, yet she could not swallow. The water flowed down the side of her lips, and seeing her current condition, Yang Xiaoqing felt his heart ache, not for her, but because it was a waste of the rainwater. It was a treasure, one that could be passed down through generations. And she had wasted at least 2 or 3 ml of it. In fact, he felt that what flowed down wasn't the rainwater, but his blood. He kept the bottle and was on the verge of disregarding if she lived or died. However, since so much has already flowed, if she died like that, wouldn't it be more of a loss? Shit. If you can't repay this, your son better repay this. Otherwise, your grandson will be the one to bear the debt. I'm really at a disadvantage today. He gritted his teeth and took in a mouthful, before hugging her and planting his lips on those lush lips of hers. His tongue went to contact hers, and slowly allowed the rainwater to flow into her mouth. And because her tongue was being stirred by his, she began to swallow slowly. Even so, the speed was not fast. And for the first time in his life, Yang Xiaoqing felt that kissing was a chore. He could not move, and his tongue had to move constantly. He could feel his tongue getting tired. His lips were also turning numb. In his haste, his throat suddenly opened up, and a small mouthful entered his own throat. His heart clenched. This time, he had better pray that he didn't get diarrhea again. Otherwise, his asshole would really not be able to take it. In actual fact, Shangyu and Qiao-yun had already regained consciousness, but due to the pain in her heart, she had lost mobility of her body. Her breathing had been automatic, and as her breathing became weaker, her brain started to gasp for air as well, and the suffocating feeling got more intense. She had no means of struggling, and her heart seemed to be stopping. She could be suffocated to death anytime. It could even be the next second. The torment of the pain continued to creep throughout her body, and as she waited for death, she began to pray for a fast death, to end her current misery. When the cool water entered her mouth, she knew that it was that man that was feeding her. She tried to swallow, but she couldn't. Her tongue wouldn't move. Her breathing became worse, and she could feel the impending approach of death. She felt at peace, like a little lake in a valley, without so much of a stir. Her life flashed before her eyes, and they popped like bubbles. Only the most vivid of memories remained longer than the rest before they also ended up like the others. She felt that her senses were failing, and her mind was at the clearest right now. She had already lost all sense of the world, and it was time to leave this earth. Chapter 145. Light the incense. A warm breath blew across Shangyu and Qiao-yun's face. She then felt her lips separated by a slippery and warm tongue, as the mischievous tongue continued to roam unabashed in her mouth until it came in contact with her own. His tongue was like a little hateful boy that bullied a little girl. As her tongue began to dodge slowly, and she regained some form of feeling in her mouth. Soon after, some liquid was poured through her mouth and flowed down her throat. Slowly, her breathing became less erratic, and she regained some feeling in her chest, as well as her limbs. The pain was still there, but not as striking as earlier, and it subsided with the passing of time. Shangyu and Qiao-yun suddenly felt a warm flow of energy throughout her body. It was slightly sour, yet numbing at the same time, until it reached her heart, where it abruptly caused her heart to pump stronger. Her heart was melted in warmth, and there was no emptiness in there anymore. She felt so satisfied and content. It was hard to explain, like the feeling she got when her mother praised her when she was younger, or when she had triumphed over all her competition, or when she had successfully attracted men to live and die for her. The sense of control and satisfaction was silent yet present and slowly invaded throughout her body. The mischievous tongue in her mouth continued to tease her own, and she began to felt like it wasn't that bad a feeling. There was even a little sense of thrill. She could swallow the liquid already, but she continued to want him to feed her, and she pretended that she could not react or move, allowing him to feed her without stopping. To keep the momentum going, she even slowed down the speed of her swallowing. In any case, her tongue wasn't tired. Her lips weren't numb. Who asked him to scare her like that? Yang Xiaoqing was still unaware that Shangyu and Qiao-yun was out of danger already. He just saw that her breathing had calmed down, yet everything still seemed the same as earlier. He did not dare to give up halfway. Having invested so much of his rainwater, if he wasn't careful, and she lost her life as a result, he would really blame himself. He could feel his tummy starting to growl because of the earlier rainwater, and he gritted his teeth to ignore it, only focusing on feeding her. However, his heart was turning cold. He prayed that he wouldn't soil his own pants. Otherwise his embarrassment would never be wiped away. Finally, the last drop of water had been fed to Shangyu and Qiuyan, and she had swallowed them all. Before Zhang Xiaoqing could even take a breath and retract his exhausted tongue and separate those numb lips of his, he saw that Shangyu and Qiuyan was already awake, and those wide and mesmerizing eyes of hers were staring at him with passion, and her lithe tongue snaked her way towards his sore tongue. Now it was the little boy being bullied by the little girls. Zhang Xiaoqing was not in the mood to engage in this play any longer, and he pulled back forcefully, looking at Shangyu and Qiuyan, whose eyes had started to glaze with passion, and said, "Rest well. Don't move." He then shot out of the car, pulling a roll of toilet paper with him. Shangyu and Qiuyan stared at his actions with bewilderment until he disappeared behind a mound of earth, before she retracted her gaze and lay down gently. Her heart was still thumping with that sweet feeling. That sort of sweetness caused her to feel strange. She had never found such a feeling with any man she was with before. Although there were only 2 men that had truly touched her body before. One was her ex-husband that turned into a zombie already, the other brother Long who had died. But the feeling she got from Zhang Xiaoqing was different. He wasn't particularly handsome. In fact, he was ordinary. To be blunt, there was a little charm about him. But he could actually give her that sort of special feeling. She who had never been in love before, and did not know the feeling of love. This sort of feeling could be considered the sweet feeling of infatuation. As for our hero, Zhang Xiaoqing, he was currently not in the mood to think whether he was in love. In fact, he was in pain. His legs were numb, and he finally realized the convenience and beauty of the invention of the toilet bowl. Due to him squatting right now, he had none of that intimidating and charismatic aura of the morning. In fact, he looked positively wretched right now. He was in sorrow, crying for his asshole, waiting for the pain that seemed endless to pass. He couldn't even be bothered to take a breath of the cigarette in his mouth. It continued to burn, until the end, and he switched to another stick. It was no more smoking the cigarette. Instead, he was lighting incense, to smoke out the stench from his shit. The sky slowly turned dark, until Zhang Xiaoqing's last cigarette ran out as well. He then trudged back towards the vehicles and saw the men had already started a bonfire. As they stood around it, with a bunch of captives and ropes kneeling in front of the fire, everyone that had belonged to the chicken farm was out here. Old Frank's head was wrapped in bandages. As the pair of sisters stood behind him, 3 stood beside him, and he had one arm in a sling in front of his chest. The fat chef and the weaponsmith Wanglo were both relatively fine, with 7 or 8 women behind them. Some of them were the survivors that were rescued earlier today. He Wenbin sat on a chair, which was propped against a large sofa that had no one on it. When they saw Zhang Xiaoqing appear, common face, and the first man that had chosen to rely on Zhang Xiaoqing immediately walked up to invite him to sit on the sofa. He sank into it, and contemplated as he stared at the men who ate chicken feed in front of him. A total of 20 of them kneeled there with their heads lowered, other than the women. Zhang Xiaoqing's men numbered about the same, not to mention that Zhang Xiaoqing had slaughtered a few at the start. 30 men had been suppressed by a group of 10, losing 10 as a result, leaving behind 20. Even if they were a motley bunch, Zhang Xiaoqing's group weren't considered elite soldiers either. His men had just survived a D2 attack, and their morale wasn't exactly high, and yet they could subdue this group of 20 men. What Zhang Xiaoqing didn't know was that the huge gate was the psychological defense in the minds of these men. The moment Zhang Xiaoqing had charged in, they had crumbled instantly. By the time Common Face charged in with his 9 men, it wasn't so much of a rebellion. Instead, it had become like a game of cat and mouse. Other than them having to kill a few fierce ones, the rest had all been driven out of hiding. Brother Long's subordinates, as well as Old Frank and 3, had long since treated Zhang Xiaoqing as the new leader. he didn't really mind. In any case, he would still head out for WH City in the end. Even if they were to treat him as the leader, he had no interest in this ragged old bunch. As for bringing them along, he would go crazy. The moment they were to meet any S2s, these people would instantly turn into food. Gang Xiaokang was not interested in delivering food for the zombies like some kind of fast food delivery. In any case, it was a question of, will he set out now, or later? That was why he accepted the treatment in a befuddled state. After all, who didn't like being looked at with respect, who didn't have the slightest ambition to be the most powerful character in a group? Brother Cockroach. All the rebels have been gathered. There were 3 who had incited the mess. 2 of them I've killed. The last one here. They are all a bunch of retards. Not daring to kill the zombies. Only targeting their fellow humans. Trash Common Face reported to Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang assessed Common Face carefully, and found that his handling of the situation was extremely satisfactory. He could be considered a talent, and Zhang Xiaokang decided not to use the term Common Face to call him anymore. Chapter 146. Whatever Brother Cockroach says goes. You're not bad. What's your name? What did you do previously? Zhang Xiaokang finally thought to ask for his name. Hearing Zhang Xiaokang ask for his name, Common Face became slightly emotional, his voice wavering. My surname is Liu. Full name Liu Renyi. I used to help transport coal. In the future, I'll do whatever Brother Cockroach requests of me. While his name represented loyalty, somehow, the pronunciation just sounds off. Liu Renyi passerby. Even his name wasn't higher than passerby 1. This part is a bit hard to translate. Basically, the Chinese name is made up of the characters Renyi, meaning righteousness. However, with the surname, it sounds like Liu Ren, meaning passerby, with the he, meaning second. What happened today? Aren't they usually obedient and docile? How come there's a revolt? Zhang Xiaokang asked Frank, who couldn't answer properly. His face red. Even after muttering for a long while, nothing coherent came out. The older sister behind him became anxious and grabbed old Frank's clothes. He noticed and pointed to 3, saying he was there. It's better for him to explain. Seeing Frank selling him out, 3 also had a complicated expression. He glared at the pitiful Frank, before revealing a smile that was uglier than crying as he started to explain. 3 had brought 5 women as they drove to the chicken farm. He had settled them in, arranging for them to wait at the second story for Brother Long to distribute. When he came down and saw Su Qian using a gun to point at Frank, in the end, 3 and Frank were tied up and Su Qian took Frank's gun, before releasing all the women upstairs. They then disarmed Drunkard and went to wipe clean the firearms and ammo in Brother Long's and Chen Yi's rooms. Su Qian wanted to take all the women away, but 3 of them didn't believe her and chose to stay, and the women from the granary were unwilling to leave as well. Su Qian thus brought 3 of Chen Yi's women and 1 of Brother Long's women away. The men who were eating chicken feed saw that Drunkard had been disarmed. Furthermore, before Su Qian left, she had announced that Brother Long and Chen Yi had died. As a result, 3 stepped out saying they should revolt and wanted to eat rice and meat, to enjoy women. And like this, all the men were riled up. They had gotten sick of the chicken feed already. Wangla saw that things were not right and went to the small garage to notify 3 and Frank who were left there. After all, he was living slightly better since Zhang Xiaokang gave him the 7 or 8 bags of rice. Plus there was the possibility of being gifted with a woman if he continued to work for Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang had given him some rewards just for making some weapons. If he worked hard, he might even have some kids. Now, this bunch of cowards was threatening to smash his hopes and dreams. He would not allow it. He didn't want to watch the world burn. By the time he released Frank and 3, the mob was nearing the garage area. The 3 of them didn't have any weapons, hence they started to seal the door and window shut, staying with the women in it. By then, the mob outside had killed Harry and Drunkard. And when the cowards saw blood, they lost all their rationality. They wanted to move a ladder to climb into the garage through the second story. 3 and Frank were forced to guard. The mob thus started to fling stones at them, injuring them. At the critical juncture, Wangla and a few women transported a huge pail of boiling water over, which had been prepared by the chef, and they held their positions like that. It was until Lu Renyi and the rest arrived, and Cannon had ended up in the hands of the rabid cowards, and Zhang Zhaoqing slaughtered a few of them. Did the chaos start to die down? Hearing up to this point, Zhang Zhaoqing did not become angry. Instead, he marveled at Su Qian's intelligence, sweeping away Brother Long's hard work in one fell swoop, and even brought a few women away as her trump card. Furthermore, she had seen the different types of zombies and knew which to avoid. She was now confident that women can do what men could do. Should she somehow find a place with low populations to establish her base, and discover additional survivors if her luck allows it, who knows? She could erect a stronghold of her own, and she would be the queen. Zhang Zhaoqing realized that he truly did not understand women. At the very least, he had been hoodwinked by Su Qian. She, who had always presented herself as this meek girl, had somehow staked her all with this move and made away with a bountiful harvest. Compared to her, Yunyi could not even be considered a strong woman. Yunyi was the small flower in the garden. Su Qian was the true strong-willed one. She had endured for so long and masked her intentions. Yet she knew when was the right time to strike. Su Qian could be considered the most outstanding woman by Zhang Zhaoqing's side, and the first who left him of her own free will. There was no animosity towards her. Instead, he admired her guts and appreciated her decisiveness. One must, after all, grasp one's own fate. The weak will not always be weak. As long as one doesn't give up, there was always the chance to become the strong one. 3 saw that Zhang Zhaoqing did not lose his temper and heaved a sigh of relief, before pointing to the old man kneeling on the ground. Brother Cockroach, he is one of the masterminds. One was his son that had already been beaten to death. The other was a man that Brother Ben had sent over. Seeing the scar on the head of the old man, Zhang Zhaoqing recognized him as the father who had begged for his son, the one who would rather suffer the punishment in place of his son. He had no reaction to everything around him right now. His countenance grim and ash-pale. His eyes were blank and numb. As he stared at the ground, his body wasn't even trembling, which was like heaven and earth when compared to the rest of the mob. Zhang Zhaoqing found the entire scene distasteful. He didn't understand why they would choose to revolt. The opportunity had been given to them long ago. If they didn't want the chicken feed, and want to enjoy rice and meat and women, they had to fight for it. It was not possible for others to risk their lives just so they could sit safely. This was the rule of the apocalypse. Even the head of some government officials would have to find his own meals. They still wanted to enjoy themselves in this world. What a joke. Having chicken feed in exchange for their safety was already a form of grace. He turned to face He Wenbin, who was sitting there and looking exhausted. When he saw Zhang Zhaoqing looking at him, he immediately shook himself awake and waited for instructions. What do you think out of all these people? Zhang Zhaoqing trusted He Wenbin the most. He could be considered one of his. At the very least, He Wenbin had been saved by him, and he was saved by He Wenbin as well. He Wenbin had even sacrificed his own arm for him, and this debt, Zhang Zhaoqing would bear for life. He wanted to establish He Wenbin's authority, so when he leaves, He Wenbin would still live on well, and wouldn't be stepped on. Whatever Brother Cockroach says, we will all listen to you. Whatever you say, goes. He Wenbin took this opportunity to express his loyalty and subservience instead. Even Frank and 3, as well as Lu Renyi and some others nodded. These were all people Zhang Zhaoqing had affected somehow. Furthermore, they recognized Zhang Zhaoqing's strength. He was much stronger than Brother Long and Chen Yi and the rest combined. They had faith in following him. He hesitated before nodding. Right now, the women needed to recuperate. He wouldn't be able to move much for the time being as well. He had to ensure they were all tucked in first. It wouldn't be too late to leave then. In any case, WH City would not move, nor would it grow legs to run. Those whose hands have been stained with blood, those who led the revolt, those who had taken off their pants in order to rape, kill them all. The rest will have their meals reduced by half. Let them go hungry for half a month. That's all. Zhang Zhaoqing finished, and walks towards his car. leaving the rest of the matters to 3 and the others. Chapter 147. You're gonna let them hold it in. Zhang Xiaokang's vehicle was not at its original position. After he asked around, he found out that Shengyun Qiuyun had driven it in the chicken farm. It seemed that she had recovered. He walked towards the farm, while the screams and begging for mercy resounded from behind him. They had been in the scene long enough to know that one would get one deserved. The generator in the chicken farm roared to life. As lights shone out from Yang Qir's room, the light lit up the ground outside, which was no longer as clean as when they had left in the morning. Instead, there were all sorts of debris, and broken wooden stakes and shattered glass. There was even some puddles of water. At this time, Deng Xiaokang's thoughts were occupied by Yang Qir and Yuanyi, as well as that new burden Shengyun Qiuyun. He was not a magnanimous man, adding on to the precious nature of the rainwater. If he could save on it, he would save as much as he could. He had long since treated the rainwater as a prized heirloom, to be left to his future generations together with the beast horn spear and the seeds. He valued the importance of having descendants, and had no thoughts to take his stuff out to save the rest of the world. As long as his family was fine, it was enough. As for humankind, what did it have to do with him? He wasn't Pavel Korchagin. Yang Qir and Yuanyi had been cleaned up and were lying on the beds, sleeping. Shengyun Qiuyun had switched out of her clothes as well, and was sitting on the sofa, with one hand supporting her chin, as she zoned out while staring at the bed. Some of her stray strands of hair covered her forehead, while one half fell across her shoulder and the other hanging. Her nightgown reached her knees, and her slender calves were smooth like jade, with a pair of red cotton slippers with rabbit heads. Beside her feet, there was a basin of slightly cloudy water, and 2 towels were submerged in it. She seemed not to have noticed Zhang Xiaokang entering the room, just staring blankly at the feet of the bed. It was unclear what she was thinking of, and his gaze was blocked by her hair. Hence, he couldn't see her expression. He walked up to her and tapped her shoulder gently, without using much force, hoping to stir her from her stupor. All of a sudden, her entire body jerked forwards, and she fell forwards across the sofa without moving. Deng Xiaokang stared agape, looking at his hands. Her current posture was extremely strange. It was like the comical pose of Stephen Chow in his movies, her head tilted to one side, with her right arm stretched up in a 90-degree angle, her left downwards 45-degree towards her own waist. One of her legs was straight out, the other slightly bent. Her nightgown had been pushed up towards her waist, and her tender thighs and pink lace underwear were revealed for the world to see. Deng Xiaokang closed his mouth and flipped her over, and saw that her eyes were close, her eyeballs moving slightly under her eyelids. Her breathing was stable. Apparently, she had dozed off. Seeing her in this state, Zhang Xiaokang was truly speechless. Such a beauty actually had such disregard for her sleeping habits. She was comparable with that Yang Qir. Thinking about her, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't Yang Qir also feel like sleeping the first time she slept? What if Zhang Xiaokang helped adjust Shengyun Qiuyun's posture? Before finding her a blanket, he turned around and saw Yuanyi with her eyes opened, looking at him. He walked over to her and took her palm gently in his. He looked at her with concern, as though to inquire her condition. "I'm thirsty," she spoke up with some difficulty, her body slightly tense. It was the first time she had asked Zhang Xiaokang to fetch her water. She was still unused to it, and felt a little apprehensive until she saw Zhang Xiaokang standing up to do it without any complaints. She then relaxed, seeing him help her get water. Her heart felt quite sweet, and her dry throat didn't seem so bad. It was then she saw Zhang Xiaokang bring the bottle labeled 84 disinfectant, "Do not drink," and was slightly taken aback. However, as he opened the bottle to feed her, she didn't question him, and opened her mouth to take in the contents obediently, her heart thinking disinfectants shouldn't kill people right now. She only had blind faith towards Zhang Xiaokang. Even if he wanted her to kill herself, she would not hesitate to do so. She had no other thoughts. To her, she was living for his sate by now. As long as he wanted her, she would follow him till death. If he didn't want her, she would lose all reason for living, and be no different from a zombie. There's no bleach smell though, taste a little sour in fact. You and ye couldn't help but wonder when she tasted it. And she looks towards him with puzzlement. It was obviously not the disinfectant. Why would he write that? Zhang Xiaoqing saw the questioning look, and didn't say much. He just continued to feed her the water. As to whether she would gain anything from it, he didn't even care. To them, she had done all she could. As long as she was willing, Zhang Xiaoqing was okay. She looked at him quietly when she finished drinking and watched him help to tuck her in. Before heading to the sofa to smoke, she just looked at him until she was overcome by exhaustion and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaoqing woke up from his dreams and found that he had slept the entire night on the sofa. As he stood up, his entire body felt sore, as though his limbs had been petrified. When he saw that the women still had not yet woken up, he went out. The moment he went out, he saw He Wenbin, 3, and Frank all waiting for him. The moment they saw him, they stood up to greet him. He motioned for them to be seated, and started speaking. He didn't like such forced pretenses and preferred peace and Loki. He disliked having to look at others from an elevated standpoint, and even more so, being looked at like that. He Wenbin's expression was not so good. Although his wound had stopped bleeding, the pain was still present. He could only sit one side and not speak. Frank wasn't that fluent in conversation, and thus wouldn't be of much help. It was down to the glib 3 to report. After the events of yesterday, including the night revolt, the total manpower had been reduced by half. 30 cowards had been reduced to 15, and Brother Long's subordinates suffered even heavier casualties. Other than Vulture's 7 henchmen, there were 4 from He Wenbin's, so the total made up 14, including the 3 of them in front of Zhang Xiaoqing now. Adding on the survivors and Chef and Wangla, there were about 30 odd men, while the women only numbered about 10. When they came to this topic, 3 began to ask earnestly about the snake-waist woman who had followed them back. Brother Cockroach, what to do with that woman who followed you guys back? Send her to you. What about the other 8? Zhang Xiaoqing pondered and decided to abandon Brother Long's way of doing things. The women were now an equally important resource. They can be considered a strategic resource for multiplying in the future. If a base wanted more humans to fight in the future, it couldn't just be decided by only guys like this. The women also didn't need to be maintained. They could also contribute. Now, the urgent thing was to settle the whole lot of them. After Yongkir had recovered, he would leave. After all, WH City was his goal. Get the woman who came back to take care of He Wenbin, while the rest of the women are to train with the men from today on. They don't have to kill the zombies. As long as they can run and move in times of danger, that would be great. All men are to begin training, even for those cowards. Any operations in the future, they are all to take part. Up to this point, he remembered how some of them crumbled the moment he crashed in last night, and how they might potentially affect morale. And looks to He Wenbin next time. The men are to split into 2 teams, the combat team and the reinforcement team. The combat team is in charge of fighting. The reinforcements are to handle driving, transport of materials, medical treatment and all other activities. As manpower was scarce, he was also at a slight loss on what to do moving forward. One truly did not know the value of rice until one was poor. Now, he could only temporarily implement measures and protocols. He then continued. The reinforcements are to split into further 2. The first type is the combat service team. They are to strengthen themselves to help move spoils of war and maintain equipment, handling the daily livings of the rest. The other group will be purely service, inclusive of the women. Normal day-to-day chores and treatment of injured personnel will be their duty. At this point, 3 could not help but ask, what if the combat team wants the women? What do we do? You're gonna let them hold it in. Chapter 148 Rules. Zhang Xiaoqing immediately understood 3's meaning. Previously, the women were sort of prostitutes. For the men to release their sexual urges, it was to help them cope with the stress and fear. That was why the women didn't need to work. They just had to serve the men. Now, they could work, and could take care of themselves. They wouldn't need to be treated as prostitutes. However, if the men couldn't have an outlet, there might be a problem. Zhang Xiaokun waved his hands and said, then let them learn to be military men. If they can't hold it in, use their hands. They will have the freedom to fall in love. But no force will be allowed. Those who break the rule, kill without mercy. Hearing that tone filled with killing intent, three trembled slightly. Zhang Xiaokun continued, there has to be a repair center, where all the weapons can be fixed, vehicles can be maintained, and look into maintaining some equipment and machinery. We cannot allow ourselves to fall back to the Stone Age. Hearing those rules, He Wenbin was slightly shocked. Brother Long and Chen Yi had not thought about such stuff. They would just think of going to snatch things, in exchange for some lives of their brothers. Now, since taking over the helm, Zhang Xiaokang had implemented different things meant for them to survive and expand. In the future, they would be able to sustain themselves, and not waste precious lives. Zhang Xiaokang did not see their expressions. He was still thinking of changing locations. As the chicken farm was too close to the city, the granary was also close to the small town. Once they moved the food from the granary out, they would have the capital to expand, and open up some ground to grow some stuff. When they were well fed and trained, they could then deal with the scattered zombies. There was some old saying that when the villages surround the city, wasn't it? He looked at Frank. Go find some locals. It would be better if they used to be taxi drivers. Frank headed out, and brought Lu Renyi in. When Zhang Xiaokang saw him, he remembered that Lu Renyi had mentioned he used to be a transport driver in the past. Lu Renyi, you're local. Do you know if there are any areas that has a low density of people in the past? It would be best if there's a water source nearby. Few years ago, a hole was discovered in Yellow Cloud Village, and there were many springs in it. One of the bosses had opened up a spring bathhouse. I heard that business wasn't so good, mainly because the place is too far out, and the roads weren't good. Not many people frequented the place. I've been there once, and saw many constructions ongoing. The signboards and welcome signs were all built nicely, just that it was hard to see anything beyond it. There aren't any towns near there, and the nearest would be about half an hour drive away. The moment Zhang Xiaokang heard this, he got excited, and asked, how far away is this place? What's the surrounding terrain like? Any special characteristics? Lu Renyi smiled bitterly. He had just passed by casually. How could he remember clearly? It isn't too far from here. About 3.5 hours drive away. I think there isn't anything special about the place. Those who were from there and did not discover the spring were all farmers. The bathhouse was built at the valley, and it's only about 200 m between the two mountains on either side. The place is slightly close to the old national roads. Even so, few cars would stop by there. When Lu Renyi was done, Zhang Xiaokang had made up his mind to move the base there. It was far from the denser cities and towns, had fields to grow crops, and even had buildings all set up. Adding onto the water source, it was the best place to retreat to. If they could then build up a wall of defense around, then scattered zombies would not be able to affect their daily living. They could then scavenge around and collect up the resources. The first batch of survivors could be considered the founding fathers then, even though he wanted to head to WH. Who knew what it was like at WH now? As long as he left something for himself, he would have more options to choose from. Zhang Xiaokang gathered the rest of the survivors in a meeting and tried to convince them. After all, it would be considered leaving a base for himself. If things didn't look up, he could come back here and expand. Who knows? It might develop into a stronghold. Outside the main doors, other than the women following Zhang Xiaokang, 40 to 50 people gathered, their eyes slightly dazed. Zhang Xiaokang felt uncomfortable having so many eyes on him, as though it was like introducing himself during his secondary school days. His mouth became dry. However, he was still someone who had gone head-to-head against a D2. He breathed in a little, and calmed himself down. He then walked up the stage and looked down at the rest. With three supporting He Wenbin, and Frank and Lu Renyi stood behind him. The expressions of the people below were all different. One had a depressed look, his skin yellowish. After the events of yesterday, most of them could only have half of their original amount of chicken feed. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaokang would still continue to mete out more punishments, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their attention was on Zhang Xiaokang, afraid to miss out on any words. This had to do with their future after all. Those who had been drafted into the combat team were hanging on to every single word that Zhang Xiaokang was saying. They were the survivors yesterday. And of over 20 that had been rescued, only half made it back alive. Their morale should have been low, but they have seen for themselves how that fearsome and terrifying D2 that was impervious to even bullets had been killed by Zhang Xiaokang. Now, he was their leader, and their morale and spirits were high. They didn't shy away from risking their lives. With a powerful head, what's there to fear or dislike? They had been saved because of him, and his actions of killing the D2 had been witnessed by many. Even though his situation had been pathetic, it only served to heighten their respect. They had lost all courage just facing it. Yet he had taken the initiative to engage it and even kill it. What was courage? This was it. The fact that you could do what others couldn't. To them, Zhang Xiaokang was a warrior, a strong person. And which person wouldn't like to follow a strong person who wouldn't want to live longer, who didn't want a strong leader to guide them? At least they knew he wouldn't force them to fight while hiding behind them. The women stood at one side, their faces blank. They had lost all hope and were numb to the future. Their gazes were on him, not moving, like waiting to be sold off as goods. They had been subjected to various torment and humiliation at the hands of depraved men. Even when they didn't eat their fill, they had to smile to serve those bastards. If they offended them, they would get beaten. Those men vented their stress and fears on these women, driving all other thoughts out of their minds, leaving only perseverance. Otherwise, they would just end their own lives. It would be a form of release anyway. Zhang Xiaokang then cleared his throat and spoke again at this point. I'm calling the shots here for now. Thus, I'll set some rules. What are rules? Whatever I say goes. Those who aren't happy, those who aren't willing, you can leave. The door's over there. Once you leave, your life and death is of no concern to me. If you go out and regret, and want to come back, not a chance. He pointed to the gate and shouted, his eyes sweeping past everyone present. All of them felt their hairs stand on ends, as they lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Even the numb women were the same. Here, Zhang Xiaokang was like God. He was a god of war that had won a D2. Zhang Xiaokang then took a deep breath before continuing. Rules are rules. Who want to challenge them? Come up now. Chapter 149, Delegation of Posts. After Zhang Xiaokang finished speaking, the man who switched loyalty to him first and another began to pull two sacks towards the center of the field. Both of them opened their sack at the same time. A zombie's emaciated head was revealed. It caught scent of the humans and began to gnash its teeth, its body struggling inside the sack. Its strength almost caused the man to lose his control. Everyone began to recoil from the zombie, and a huge space was formed around the zombie. The other sack contained the man who had eaten human flesh yesterday. He was now tied up, his mouth stuffed with something. As he was still groggy after being released from the sack, he just breathed deeply with his eyes closed, as though there wasn't enough oxygen in the sack. Zhang Xiaokang whisked out the military knife and carved a single bloody line across the man's face. Fresh blood began to flow, and the man was jolted awake from the pain. Looking at the military knife in Zhang Xiaokang's hands, he began to plead with muffled noise. His eyes filled with a begging look. Zhang Xiaokang did not spare him a second glance. Instead, going over to kick the zombie on the floor, he then used the knife to cut open the bag. Releasing the zombie, it ignored Zhang Xiaokang right beside him, making its way for the cannibal instead. When the fellow saw the zombie crawling towards him, his eyeballs were opened wide, almost popping out of their sockets. His nostrils flared, and his body began to twist and struggle madly. He began to make alarming noises while his mouth was still stuffed, and tried to squirm on the ground. Moving backward, he had almost reached the other people when a single kick sent him sprawling straight toward the embrace of the zombie, which began to grab onto him tightly and bit down with passion. The scene was gory and horrifying, and not a single person dared to look. The women were kneeling on the ground, their hands hugging their heads, trembling. The rest of the cowards were even worse off. That was their companion in the past. and they all crumbled to the ground. 9 out of 10 so frightened, one of them even soiling himself. Even then, they didn't dare to turn away, afraid that Zhang Xiaokang would pick on their faults and feed them to the zombie as well. The longer they watched, the more terrifying it got, and some fainted directly, their legs still twitching. Zhang Xiaokang's gaze was fixed on the scene, keeping a lookout for its movement. When the cannibal finally succumbed, Zhang Xiaokang threw a flying 3-point dart and the zombie collapsed in a pool of blood. Zhang Xiaokang then swept his gaze over the people. Each of them felt their hearts doused in cold water, not daring to look at him, keeping their eyes on their toes. My word is the only law. After that, he turned around and entered the house. His demonstration over. As he breathed in a few cigarettes, He Wenbin and the rest entered. Lu Renyi and Wangla. Yang Xiaokang motioned for them to sit before he turned to He Wenbin and said, I've decided to move the base to the spring. It isn't safe here since it's so close to the city. If more freaks run over from the granary, the people here will be in trouble. They nodded profusely, as his demonstration earlier had thoroughly frightened them as well. Now, regardless of what they said, they would act accordingly. After all, he was farsighted. As long as they followed his instructions, they wouldn't be in much danger. Right now, if one could eat and be alive, it would already be a blessing. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaokang was thinking for them. Everyone felt that by following him, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage. As to beyond that, they didn't bother thinking so far ahead. Living comfortably was the most important thing now. I've said that we must have rules. Therefore, let's set a few together. I've decided to let He Wenbin be the overall in charge of the base. Any objections? Zhang Xiaokang wanted to raise He Wenbin's status amongst them, and thus he had to implement it now. He couldn't afford to think about democracy or the rights of others. He had to use his strength to establish authority. After all, He Wenbin had saved his life. He needed to repay him. He wasn't willing to owe anybody, just like he never owed anyone in the past. As long as he did, he would feel uncomfortable. What's more, what could anyone say if he wanted to do something? As expected, everyone nodded profusely. They knew He Wenbin had sacrificed his own arm to save Zhang Xiaokang. In fact, what Zhang Xiaokang was pushing for now only served to strengthen their faith and trust in him. They knew he would repay favors with favors, and was fair in his judgment. Subordinates usually did not mind doing things. They would mind if they were neglected or brushed aside. Subordinates needed validation. As long as they were treated fairly, they would perform their tasks with no complaints. In any case, if you made them feel good, they would be happy. Now, it was reasonable for He Wenbin's position to be elevated. Plus he had the qualifications. Seeing that no one else objected, Zhang Xiaokang nodded in satisfaction. Before continuing, first, form one combat squad with the group that I called out earlier. When there are more people, well, split them up. Frank and 3 will be in charge of one team each. Both of y'all will be team captains. 3. You're in charge of the outside squad. You may keep 4 of the loot from outside. Frank, you're in charge of the base and the splitting of the resources into 3 layers. He Wenbin will be in charge of the remainder and storage. If any of the members don't work well, you're free to swap them out. However, Zhang Xiaokang looked at the 2 of them who overjoyed at the delegation of duties. Everybody has to listen to He Wenbin's arrangements. Whoever dares to spread his own wings, don't blame me, your brother Cockroach, for not taking face into account. His eyes were icy as he looked at them, and they immediately stood up to express their servitude towards He Wenbin. He Wenbin himself was pale as he hurried to nod his head and motioned for them to be seated. He then turned to Zhang Xiaokang and nodded, and understood nothing needed to be said or done from now on. As long as he maintained his best to arrange and govern, it would be okay. So what if it was slightly handicapped? He Wenbin was a man of honor, and to date, Zhang Xiaokang had saved him twice. And even though he returned the favor once, and almost lost his life, so what he had long since treated his life as brother Cockroach already. Zhang Xiaokang nodded and thought to himself that fortunately, he had not been in a daze when he was enlisted in the state office. Although he had been in a small position, he had already learned as much as he could, and now he could employ such strategies and tactics. Lu Renyi is in charge of the combat service team. Your resources are to be collected from the combat squad. As for your members, those who perform well can apply with Yuan Bin. He will reward them at his discretion. The rest can only be promised rice and full meals. Nothing else. Lu Renyi stood up, his countenance full of gratitude as he bowed. He was considered a small leader now. This was made possible because of Zhang Xiaokang. How could he not be grateful? He then turned to Yuan Bin and bowed as well, expressing his willingness to comply. Zhang Xiaokang was extremely satisfied with Lu Renyi's attitude. He then turned to Wangela, who stiffened. He was also someone who had consumed chicken feed and had managed to climb to where he was. When he saw Zhang Xiaokang gave the rest some posts, it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Yet he knew that all he did was to go notify them during the revolt. And hence, he didn't harbor any hopes. Now it seemed that Zhang Xiaokang had something to say, and his heartbeat quickened. Not daring to be distracted, he was ready to do whatever Zhang Xiaokang requested of him. Master Wang is a talent. Yes, a huge talent. Earlier, Brother Long and the rest had been blind, actually missing out on such a talented person. What a waste. Master Wang, don't worry. I won't let your talents go to waste. From now on, your responsibility will be heavy. Zhang Xiaokang's praise caused Wangla to be slightly anxious. He had always been a small-time factory worker, where even the smallest of officials would find him trouble in the past. Yet, Zhang Xiaokang was holding him in high regard. He stood up and declared, whatever Brother Cockroach requests of me, I will not dare disobey. Zhang Xiaokang felt slightly depressed. It seemed that his display had thoroughly frightened him. He coughed slightly and said, in the future, I want to establish a workshop. You're the factory head. Go choose 2 people to learn from you. By that time, there would be the production of weapons, and repair of vehicles, and even the manufacturing of some equipment and machines. Is that okay? When Wangla heard that he had a post as well, he was beyond elated. Although the team was small and only had 3 people, he was more than satisfied. With such a post, it could be considered he was part of the central team. Chapter 150 SD. When the rough framework was established, Zhang Xiaokang then dismissed them. Before walking back towards Yang Qir's room, he had no idea how the women were, especially Shangyun Qiuyun. She was still not considered a person of his team, yet he had already pumped in that valuable water. He had to ensure that she would be loyal. Otherwise, he would have made a big mistake. The moment he went in, he saw Yang Qir on the bed eating her breakfast, while Shangyun Qiuyun and Yuanyu were both not inside. Out of curiosity, he asked her, and she stuffed an egg into her mouth, chewing while replying incoherently, early, headed, toilet, now, didn't see. Zhang Xiaokang understood immediately. The after effects were kicking in. He walked towards the toilet. In his mind, Yuanyi had injuries to her chest. If she wasn't careful, the wound might reopen. He only had that on his mind, and forgotten everything else. In the end, a while later, Zhang Xiaokang sat on the sofa leisurely smoking his cigarettes. Yuanyi laid on the bed, smiling foolishly. Shangyun Qiuyun was red in the face. She helped to clear Zhang Xiaokang's utensils after his meal. Zhang Xiaokang was truly thick-skinned. He had seen everything. All that should have been thrown up had already been thrown up. Shangyun Qiuyun wasn't as thick-skinned, and when he had seen her in all her naked glory, it would have been okay, since he had already seen it once. However, he had entered when she was in the middle of that big business, and she was so embarrassed that she could die. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaokang had been so thick-skinned to not mind and even continued to stay in the toilet to check on Yuanyi's injuries. Shangyun Qiuyun had felt so ashamed that she wanted to bury herself into the toilet bowl. Yuanyi was looking at Zhang Xiaokang with a contented smile. She didn't care about how she looked. Every part of her already belonged to him anyway. He had filled the entire space in her heart. She liked that he cared about her, and was worried about her wound. He didn't care about taboos and just went in front of her chest to check her injury. She had felt drunk then. drunk on an entire pot of honey wine. Her heart was buzzing with that sweetness, and she felt so lightheaded. No matter how she looked at him, it wasn't enough. He was still putting on such a strong front. Yet she knew how much he cared about. She had been injured. She didn't expect their hearts to be so close after that. And all the pain and ache had disappeared. She felt warm all over, that she was the luckiest woman on earth. As long as she could stay by his side, she couldn't care about anything else. She was his, forever and always. When Zhang Xiaokang saw Yuanyi smiling at him, his brain had also turned to mush. He laughed inwardly at rushing to the toilet in his haste and seeing them at their most embarrassing moment. However, her gaze was warm. There was even a slight tenderness to them. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand her thinking. Nor did he ask. It wasn't a man's job to worry about what his women think. Furthermore, he never thought of himself as someone who understood women. If he did so, why would he be alone all these years? When one stick was done, Deng Xiaokang called for Shengun Qiuyun, bringing her to his own room. Young Kier, Yuanyi and his weapons were all here. When they went in the door, she saw Zhang Xiaokang's burning gaze on her, and she was slightly taken aback. Did he want her now? What should she do? Tell him that it wasn't possible now. He should wait until she becomes a strong person before he could chase her. Wouldn't he hate her then and chase her away? Brother Long was already dead, but she didn't want to rely on a man for the rest of her life. That woman's scream when her breasts had been carved off was still clear in her mind, and Zhang Xiaokang's words had not stopped churning in her head. When she was old and lost her beauty, would she also be eaten by others? Yang Xiaokang did not know the complicated thoughts in Shanggu and Qiuyun's minds. He just noticed that their heights were similar. Her figure and her demeanor was much better than Su Qian. She did not have excess meat, nor was she exceptionally skinny. He pointed to a mace lying against a wall and said, "Take it up and have a go with it." Shang Yuan looked at that glimmering mace, and looked back at Zhang Xiaokang, before walking over. In her mind, she was thinking even Kier, that little lass, could take this and dance with it. Your mother is also definitely able to do it. She tried to encourage herself and made to grab the mace and lift it. Wang Dang. The mace dropped from her hands, and rolled over and hit Zhang Xiaokang's toes. He withstood the pain, and looked at Shangyu and Qiuyun expressionlessly. Although his heart was bleeding. What, is there no effect? Don't tell me the rainwater only works on virgins. My capital has really gone down the drain. Not a blue chip stock, but a suspended one. Looking at the blank Shangyu and Qiuyun, Zhang Xiaokang placed the mace back to where it was and walked out without a word. When he reached the living room, he almost wanted to shout out from frustration. He had used so much of the precious rainwater. If there was no effect on Yuanyi, he wouldn't have minded. Just treat it as a beautifying treatment. But to think that he had used so much on Shangyu and Qiuyun and there was no effect without any effect. How could he earn any return on his investment? He had just given her a free aesthetic surgery. After all, Yang Xiaokang wasn't a saint. He was just a calculative person. He might not be the most selfish person around, and did in fact harbor some feelings for Shangyu and Qiuyun. He would not force her. Some things must be willing. And as a man of machismo, how could he throw his face away to ask her for anything? 3 came in at this time and asked about the day's arrangement in a low voice. Deng Xiaokang was currently still frustrated and wasn't in the mood to handle it. He looked at 3, and thought about the D2 and the mountain-like sacks of rice, and gave some instructions to 3, who walked out. Back in the room, Shangyu and Qiuyun was still standing there, dumbfounded. She did not understand how such a heavy mace was wielded so easily by Yang Kier, and a sense of defeat welled up in her heart. She wasn't like Yuanyi, nor was she like Yang Kier. She couldn't even be compared to Su Qian. How was she going to become stronger just by running every day? Yang Xiaokang saw her and asked, "Can you drive?" She lifted her head and her expression showed that she was at a loss. She nodded her head somewhat absent-mindedly, and Zhang Xiaokang pulled on her arm towards outside. She was really void of any initiative at this point. The sense of defeat stabbing at her like a needle. She felt weak and was just dragged along by Zhang Xiaokang past the room, the living area, till they arrived at the car park. Zhang Xiaokang came to the Land Rover that Yang Kier liked, and got her to sit in the driver's seat, while he sat beside her. He then shouted for her to drive. She stepped on the accelerator while in her dreamlike state, the steering wheel turning, and the entire Land Rover slammed into a Toyota beside. The Land Rover was fine, but the Toyota was miserable, like a woman that had been raped, and her current state was the most devastating scene. Chapter 153 Shoot. In the distance, there were two small hills facing each other, of almost similar heights, similar shapes. One planted full of bamboos, the other, osmanthus trees. One could see cement steps around the side of the hills leading to the peaks, where two traditional buildings stood. The plants at the peak of the hills had started to shed their leaves, and there was no green to be seen, just an area of yellow. The place where the two hills met was a small valley, which was surrounded by a layer of iron fence. The fence itself was covered by tall shrubs, and it was impossible to see inside from the outside. A single electronic sliding door was in the middle of the fence. A cement path that could fit 4 ordinary cars stretched all the way to a bluestone arch, which was about 10 m away from Zhang Xiaokang's position. On the arch, there were the words Poppy Spring Valley carved in large gold letters. Behind the arch, about 3 m away, there were 3 simple wooden houses. With a plaque hanging from the middle house, 2 mummy-like zombies were shambling around in the middle house, hang-pang after a few gunshots. The zombies fell one after the other, and Zhang Xiaokang led his men to drive towards the gate. The cars had just come to a stop when a number of zombies came crawling out of the electronic door. The arrival of the zombies was too sudden, and the men were not mentally prepared. They stayed in the cars, watching as the zombies clawed and swiped at the car. These pricks that had become proud when they just got their guns suddenly became so docile. Staying within the car, no one dared to stick their guns out the windows, afraid that the zombies would climb in from there. Some of the drivers were even tempted to turn their vehicles around. Hang! One zombie was knocked down by Zhang Xiaokang's opening of his door. He stepped out barehanded, and sent a powerful kick at the head of the zombie, snapping its neck. He was furious when he saw the cowardly behavior of his men. They had lost their guts even when they had guns. He pulled out his handgun, firing a few rounds at the vehicle that had turned around intending to drive away. After firing a few holes, the car came to a stop, with wails sounding from inside. Zhang Xiaokang stepped forwards and kicked 3 zombies away, chasing 3 and the rest of the men out of their vehicles. He then slammed down with his foot, breaking the neck. His bloodshot eyes then swiveled to look at the guys. Bayonet! He barked out loud, and the rest immediately stepped forward to give, including Shangyuan, Qiaoyuan and 3. The objectives are the zombies move forward and strike them. Zhang Xiaokang continued to shout his orders, as the rest raised their weapons and started to thrust at the zombies. Zhang Xiaokang did not stop, nor did the subordinates stop. They continued like this, and as they continued to strike, everyone's expression was different. Some were excited, some were fearful, some had bloodshot eyes and their teeth gritted tight, some had pale countenances, their legs shivering. There were some who were more fearless, and squeezed forwards, while others tried their best to maintain, and some tried to back away. Zhang Xiaokang toyed with his 1911 A1 while observing them all, remembering their performance today. Some of them had outstanding performances or might not be afraid to stand up to others, but were afraid when dealing with the zombies. Such people could not remain on the combat team. After all, the main enemy right now wasn't humans. It was the 6 billion zombies on Earth. Zhang Xiaokang paid more attention to Shangyuan Qiaoyuan, watching her as she joined the ranks of some men to squeeze forwards and strike at the zombies. She had no fear, nor excitement. She was just calm and knew that the brains were the weakest point. That was her target. She continued to slash at those that got too close, while the gun in her hand was held steadily. Each time, her strikes and shots were accurate. She wasn't like the men beside her, hollering in excitement or breathing loudly in their anxiety. She just kept silent, biting her lip, aiming at the zombies' heads while suppressing her urge to vomit. As long as Zhang Xiaokang did not call for them to stop, she would continue to attack and kill. There was no hesitation, no struggle, no stopping, nor mercy. Stop. After Zhang Xiaokang gave his order, everyone came to a stop. Some were still red with bloodlust. It could be because they finally had a chance to give vent to their fears and frustrations, that they ignored his orders and continued to lunge at the pieces of meat in front. Papa! 3 gunshots rang out, and Zhang Xiaokang stared at those men consumed by their bloodlust. They immediately stopped but needed some time to calm down. All of them looked at Zhang Xiaokang, who reloaded his magazine and raised his gun while looking at them all. Some were staring straight at him. Some had lowered their heads to look at their toes. Who tried to drive off earlier? His tone was low and menacing. As he looked at each of them, they felt like a cold beast was staring right through their soul. 3 men could not help but stare at their friend beside, who had an ashen expression. He looked at his friend staring at him, and his entire body turned soft and slumped to the floor. His body began to tremble profusely, and he did not even have the courage to raise his head. Awaiting Zhang Xiaokang's punishment, Zhang Xiaokang walked slowly to him, his military boots crunching in the soil. The sounds of his footsteps hammering against the heart of the man. It was until he saw the dust and mud-covered boots of Zhang Xiaokang appearing in front of him that he hurriedly lowered his head onto the ground, his shivering becoming even stronger. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the man. This person happened to be one of those who had killed the zombies with a perfunctory manner. He raised his gun, pointing at the man's head. Everyone tensed up when they saw that. They knew Zhang Xiaokang wanted to make an example out of him. It was a common punishment back in the times of war, to execute any deserters. Hang! Following a slight shudder of Zhang Xiaokang's right hand, the man slumped to the ground. A new hole in his skull. The bullet had penetrated his head and exited out his jaw. Fresh blood flowing from the wound below his chin. His body was still twitching. Zhang Xiaokang then raised the gun to point at another man who had not gone up to kill the zombies. Instead, retreating back, the man saw Zhang Xiaokang aiming at him, and his face seemed to have been slapped with white flour, absolutely drained of color. The trembling was even more intense than the earlier guy. Gee. The man's teeth would not stop chattering, and everyone just saw his chest puffed out, not even daring to let out his breath. Chapter 154 Charge. No, I didn't run. I really didn't run. The man finally managed to scream out the words in his chest. He shouted loudly, desperate as he was, and his eyes were filled with madness. The M1 in his hands dropped to the ground, and without the gun in his hand, he seemed to have lost all his backing, dropping to his knees like the man before him who got executed. He did not lower his head to pray. Instead, he stared fixedly at Zhang Xiaokang, eyeing the M1911A1, waiting to be pardoned or executed. Zhang Xiaokang tilted his head to ponder, before he stuck the gun back in his waist, and he eyed the man while speaking. Just now, you know yourself most clearly on your thoughts and actions. I won't kill you. You can stand one side. I need brave and passionate warriors, not cowards like you. After that, he turned around to eye the remaining members of the combat team. All of them waited with bated breath as Zhang Xiaokang's cold eye swept across them, before he took in a large breath, and barked out loudly, "Whoever's afraid of death, I will let him die faster." He then breathed out. His eyes opened wide as he swept his gaze across all of them again. 3 and the other 4 immediately stood straight, their guns in their hands gripped tightly. They stood there, accepting the baptism of Zhang Xiaokang's gaze. Their own eyes filled with resolution. They knew this was his last warning. The man was stripped of his items and ammunition, and he stood behind with the support team, bare-handed. He did not feel any sadness. Instead, there was a relief from having escaped with his life. His past comrades looked at him with eyes of disdain and contempt. Those who called him brother in the past also felt disgusted. Zhang Xiaokang then brought the fleet back by 50 He knew the scent of fresh blood would attract all the zombies out. He just needed to proceed slowly and surely. The journey was still long, and their ammunition plenty. As long as they didn't have to risk their lives, it would be best. 10, 20, 100, 200. Zhang Xiaokang watched dumbfounded as the 200 zombies swarmed over. He didn't understand how there were so many zombies still inside. Wasn't the business supposed to be bad? Few people would come. Why was there suddenly 200 zombies for no reason? Seeing that there were 20 evolved ones among them, he felt that they had to be careful today. Who knew if another large fellow would appear again? Zhang Xiaokang did not harbor much hopes with regards to his luck. He knew each time there was an objective or mission, he would meet a boss. Was it because he met that young Kier? In any case, his luck was pretty much damned. The guns from everyone present began firing. From time to time, zombies would fall. The sounds of the gunshots were less of an attraction than the scent of blood. Thus, the zombies would ignore the sounds of gunshots around, and just sought to crawl towards the location of blood. As they gathered together, the number of zombies that died increased slowly. Many of them were stuck and could not move, becoming easier targets for the combat team. Zhang Xiaokang had no reaction to the gunshots and happenings near him. He just quietly focused on firing. He aimed and fired at one zombie, intending for a headshot. He pulled the trigger lightly. Pang! He ignored the recoil in his shoulders and looked over, checking the result of his 10th shot. However, that zombie seemed to be unhurt. Instead, it was the zombie beside it that had fallen, its skull bleeding with the yellow brain matter as it crumpled to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang was depressed. He had fired 10 consecutive shots, and only managed to kill one zombie. Furthermore, it was an accidental shot. He knew he didn't have the talent to drive, yet he never expected that he also lacked the slightest talent in shooting. He was pissed, and fired his remaining 6 bullets without looking, throwing the gun into the car, and checked his own equipment. 12 triangular darts were kept at his waist. His Jingwei sword hung behind him, his beast horn spear in his hands, and his military knife was busted. Wangla had no more good materials, and could only convert the other beast horn spear to become a small pike. It hung by his waist as well. Although it was more like a 80 cm opener, it was incredibly sharp. Whatever the Jingwei sword couldn't pierce, it could be used. If Zhang Xiaokang met another D2, he had the confidence to kill it. At the very least, he had the means to break a D2's defense now. He kept everything, made sure they were in order, and looked back at the zombies. The gunshots were still ringing, and Zhang Xiaokang eyed the men that had excitement in their eyes. Killing the zombies without any pressure felt exhilarating for them. Other than the recoil in their shoulders, there was practically no danger. When they managed to kill some D-types and S-types as well, their morale was extremely high. They begun to fire their rifles more rapidly, and the gold bullet shells scattered all around them. They continued to fire and reload, heading to 3 to ask for more ammunition, and went back to firing. Zhang Xiaokang saw there were only a few dozens of zombies left scattered around, and raised his hand to shout for stop. The gunfire died down, leaving only silence behind. Raise your weapons. Hearing his orders, everyone immediately stepped forwards with their melee weapons. This time, their actions were smoother. No one dared to hesitate. After all, the fate of those 2 cowards was witnessed by everyone. One was killed, one was stripped of his role. Everyone knew that the support and logistics would only transport and handle the miscellaneous stuff. Other than eating their fill, there were no other benefits. Women, they can wait for their next life. Zhang Xiaokang's rule was that weaklings and cowards had no rights to leave behind a legacy or generations. Raise your weapons. Stab forwards. Zhang Xiaokang ordered and charged forwards. He acted as the vanguard, so that everyone would naturally follow. There was a possibility of dying by charging forth, but there was a definite certainty of dying if they did not charge forth. Everyone knew the consequences anyway. Furthermore, they had just shot down 200 zombies. Even some evolved zombies were among those they had killed. These people had lost their fear, and were now releasing shouts of courage as they followed behind Zhang Xiaokang to lunge at the zombies. Kill! Zhang Xiaokang roared, and with his beast horn spear, he pierced through an S-type, before retracting and quickly severing the neck of another ordinary zombie. As he charged forwards, he was like a killing god. He turned around, only to see Shangyu and Qiao Yun being harassed by 2 zombies in a precarious situation. One was a D-type was chasing behind, the other an ordinary zombie in front of her. She held her rifle but did not know which to kill first, and could only dodge their attacks. She was running clumsily with her weapon towards another direction, but it seemed that there were more zombies over there. She was already nervous and had lost her bearings. When Zhang Xiaoqing was in front, all she did was recite, "Follow him. Follow him" tightly in her mind. She just stuck behind him as he charged headlong into a group of zombies. By the time she entered, he had already killed a number of them and was charging forth. She wanted to follow but was impeded by a D-type in front. She managed to leave some knife wounds on it. Before trying to retreat, she finally knew the difference of the zombie in front of her and the rest. One would chase her, scratch her and bite her. The other would just treat her as a target to pummel. When an ordinary zombie joined in the chase, her situation became even more dangerous. There were a few times it seemed that she was almost sure to be scratched or bitten. After evading those perilous moments, when she saw 3 zombies standing in front of her blocking the way, she was shocked and fell down. Chapter 155 Charge. Zhang Xiaoqing tilted his head to ponder before he stuck the gun back in his waist, and he eyed the man while speaking. "Just now, you know yourself most clearly on your thoughts and actions. I won't kill you. You can stand one side. I need brave and passionate warriors, not cowards like you." The man was stripped of his items and ammunition, and he stood behind with the support team, barehanded. He did not feel any sadness. Instead, there was a relief from having escaped with his life. His past comrades looked at him with eyes of disdain and contempt. Those who called him a brother in the past also felt disgusted. 10, 20, 100, 200. Zhang Xiaoqing watched dumbfounded as the 200 zombies swarmed over. He didn't understand how there were so many zombies still inside. Wasn't the business supposed to be bad? Few people would come. Why was there suddenly 200 zombies for no reason? Chapter 156 Stunning Shot. Shangyu and Qiao Yun stumbled and fell, and immediately felt that today was going to be the day she died. There was no time for regrets, no time for any epiphany. She quickly turned the blade of the gun towards herself, intending to pierce her own heart. She wanted to take a good look at this world again, this world that had let her down time and time again, but one that she could not bear to leave. A zombie fell around her, then another, and another. As a middle-sized figure stood behind her, she held the M1 lying on the ground, and turned to look at the man. He was wearing blue working clothes, with a few patches of clothes about him, looking incredibly tattered. A light shadow covered her, as she hid in his shadow, and looking at that indomitable spirit about him, a strong sense of security overcame her. She let go of the blade, letting it fall on the ground. "What are you zoning out for? Still not getting up? Waiting for me to carry you?" Zhang Xiaoqing barked, and charged right for the D-type. It lunged towards him together with another ordinary zombie, just as it was about to claw at him. As long as he lightly stepped back, the zombies would slash at thin air. However, Shangyu and Qiao Yun was still behind him, blocking his way. He cursed under his breath and pulled out his handgun, striking the beast horn spear at the mouth of the D-type, while he lowered his right shoulders lightly, and the ordinary zombie only managed to claw at his outer clothes, tearing it away and revealing the yellowed beast skin. Facing the ordinary zombie, the long spear would not be as useful. He loosened his grip on the beast horn spear, allowing it to fall together with the D-type. He turned his body around to evade the second slash from the zombie, while he pulled out the Jing Wei sword from behind him and slashed down at the zombie, separating its head. Zhang Xiaoqing then pulled out the beast horn pike from his waist, and started to charge at the other zombies without so much as a second glance at Shangyu and Qiao Yun. Shangyu and Qiao Yun gazed dumbfoundedly at him as he slaughtered the zombies, while staring at the dead zombies in front of her with the darts still stuck in their heads. She felt extremely hopeless. Was she that useless? He had not even taken a look at her after saving her. Was it because she had disappointed him? She was a woman, a beautiful one at that, and beauties were usually sensitive. However, she was not one to easily give up. Watching his back as he killed his way, she picked up her weapon and reloaded her M1. She fired a single shot at one nearby zombie, and after a loud pang, the zombie didn't move anymore. Shangyu and Qiao Yun was using the M1 carbine rifle. However, her accuracy was no better than Zhang Xiaokang. Instead, when she switched over to the M1 Garand, it was slightly better. She had then switched over, and Zhang Xiaokang was okay with it. As long as she didn't hit him, it was fine. As for accuracy, would an entire cave full of bullets not be enough to train up her accuracy? Just like this. The rest of the team also trained with 30 bullets per person each day. Shangyu and Qiao Yun was allocated 300 bullets, but her accuracy was truly zilch. Even after expending 2 rounds, Zhang Xiaokang had almost given up on her, even when her index finger had swollen to the size of a carrot, even when she could only eat with her left hand, even after so much practice. She was still bad. That was why she was so hasty in trying to prove herself, and almost met with mishap. Pang! 7 rounds were fired, and while the zombie had a few more bullet holes in it, it would not fall. Instead, it continued to shamble over towards Shangyu and Qiao Yun. Zhang Xiaokang was a distance away, hacking at one zombie. He turned to see her, and his gaze changed to one of contempt. He walked towards her, intending to help her finish off that zombie that just would not die. Suddenly, she turned and aimed at him, which wasn't much. But what was worse was that she just turned her own head slightly, and before she even fully faced him, pang! The Garand in her hands fired the last bullet towards his head. He stared agape at the gun and the flash when the last bullet was fired. Before his brain could even react, the bullet grazed past his ear. He could not help but turn to see where the bullet flew to. To his shock, an S-type had just jumped behind him. Its large, black claws held high, intending to swipe down at him. It was stopped in mid-jump, falling back in an arch, with a blackened hole in its head. Black and yellowish matter flowed down from the wound as the S-type landed on the ground with a loud crash. It laid on the ground, its leg twitching. There were a few blackened bullet wounds on its chest. Near its body, there was a number of zombie bodies lying on the ground, and there was a trail of something that had crawled out from underneath them. It seemed that this S-type had been hit by the bullets, and while the bullets had caused it to fall, before it could crawl up, it had been buried by the other normal zombies that were shot as well. It was small and weak, and when Zhang Xiaokang had walked past it, it had happened to be crawling out halfway. It had then leaped up to slash at Zhang Xiaokang's head. Who would have expected? Shangyu and Qiao Yun instantly fired at it, the bullet entering its mouth and exiting the back of its head. Before it could even reach Zhang Xiaokang, who was defenseless, it had been killed. Zhang Xiaokang ruffled his buzz cut which he had recently just shaved, his heart cold. His clothes were all thickened with mutant beast hides, and in most circumstances, even an S2 would not be able to hurt him. However, his head had not a single shred of protection. Even each of his subordinates had some form of a helmet. What a close shave! I can't pretend to be cool in the future. Zhang Xiaokang cursed at himself, and pulled out a dart to throw at the zombie near Shangyu and Qiao Yun. He then turned around to clear the rest of the zombies. Of the 40 over zombies, Zhang Xiaokang alone had been responsible for eradicating half of them. The rest of the fighters had been split into a group of 3 and another group of 2. Everyone worked together to kill the zombies, and the speed was picking up. One would block the chest of a zombie. The other would use the blade to chop off the head. The zombies did not know how to evade or dodge, and it was actually easier and faster than killing sheeps, as long as they didn't meet any S-types. Even a D-type would fall under their tactics. Chapter 157 Supernatural. Under the efforts of Zhang Xiaokang and the combat team, the zombies fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang handled all the S-types himself, while the rest followed behind. They watched in awe as he settled half the zombies by himself, and were even more fearful and respectful of his strength. He had the ability to command them, as well as a strength that none could match. He had solidified his position as their head, even if he was not around. As long as there was no confirmed news about his death, they would definitely not revolt, because his performance was too strong. Zhang Xiaokang leaned on the body of the car and smoked a cigarette. The rest of the combat team also took a break, either smoking or drinking water. Some were even stealing glances at Shangyu and Qiao Yun, who was helping to polish Zhang Xiaokang's darts. After going through such an intense battle, her body, face, hands were covered in dirt and grime. She was not bothered by it. Even when she caught sight of her reflection in the car's mirror, she didn't wipe away any of the dirt. Having matured a lot in the earlier battle, she had also learned to let go of some things. The current Shang-Yuan Kyo-yun was already like a warrior, different from her old lifestyle. What were you thinking when you were shooting? You didn't even take proper aim and just started firing. Aren't you afraid of hitting me? When Zhang Xiaokang finished his cigarette, he couldn't help but ask while watching the rest of the support team doing the cleanup. Shang-Yuan Kyo-yun stopped what she was doing and thought back to the scene earlier. She had fired 7 times, missing every shot. As the zombie got closer to her slowly, her heart began to beat faster in fear. She took a deep breath and remembered telling herself, "Don't rush it. You can do it." Definitely. She had then grabbed the gun tightly and pressed it against the head of the zombie. As she was about to fire, she suddenly felt something breathing in her brain, and her body went rigid, as though something was about to happen behind her. She thought about turning around, but before she could do so, her hands had already sent the gun pointing backward. Before she could even see what was happening, her fingers had pulled the trigger. The gunshot had been the most dangerous moment that Zhang Xiaokang had faced. Supernatural occurrence. Zhang Xiaokang felt his hair stand. Wasn't what she described basically possession? He had always carried some sort of doubt, but not daring to discount it entirely. He had experienced some strange stuff in his life, but he had never come across any. He could almost feel it sometimes. Like that one time when he had gone to the edge of the village when he was young, to that particular old, dilapidated house. Just when he was about to open the door had opened by itself, and a sudden gust of wind blew past him. There was no cold, but he felt his hair stand. When he stepped into the living room, he realized all the doors and windows had been shut. There wasn't any sign of the greenery outside being disturbed by the wind either. After that, he had always felt some sort of creepiness. Even as he rushed out, just stepping on something soft, he had almost been frightened to death. He immediately shut up, not daring to ask further. Who knew if the great god was still around? After all, it had saved his life. It wouldn't find trouble with him, right? The 200 corpses were being transported by 6 men, in addition to the blood everywhere. Although there wasn't much blood in each individual zombie, the collective amount was still large. Since the ground was slippery, it was only after 2 hours did the transport of the dead corpses end. Zhang Xiaokang and the combat team did not show any intention to help. After all, the support team had to earn their feed. Zhang Xiaokang might have plenty of rice, but he wouldn't support them for nothing. If everyone could eat, then why would anyone risk their lives? Since that was the case, Zhang Xiaokang had established tiers. With him, He Wen Bin, 3, etc. as the first tier. The combat team is the second tier. The women and some important characters as third tier. For example, the chef and Wangla, as well as the weaponsmith. The rest were all fourth tier, and only had half the rice given. Mixed with chicken feed, they were all worked to their bones. While Zhang Xiaokang's combat team had to save their stamina to deal with danger, they had looks of disdain towards the support team, who all wore tattered clothes. They were the old clothes they had been wearing. Zhang Xiaokang would not give them military uniforms so charitably. Hence of the 6, one of them who had a yellowed Second World War uniform was especially eye-catching, and the combat team looked down on him. Once the exit was cleared, Zhang Xiaokang gave a signal, and the combat team quickly checked their equipment. 3 gave them 30 rounds each to reload, while Zhang Xiaokang holstered the weapon polished by Shang-Yuan Kyo-yun. He looked to her and said, "You stay here and watch the vehicles. Where is the gun I gave you previously? Take it out. Remember to check the safety." When she heard it, her face flushed in embarrassment. The gun had always been on her left. She had forgotten about it. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang leading the rest further in, she hurried to take out her weapon and readied it at her waist. She then thought a while before pulling out her carbine and reloaded it. With a carbine by her side and a handgun in her hands, she sat in the car on alert. Zhang Xiaokang held his beast horn spear and took the lead, while the combat team covered his flank. They were followed by the support team, which held up shields each. The group walked to the parking lot of the spring, which was huge, and had countless all-terrain vehicles and caravans parked there. They were all surrounded by a dozen police cars, some of which had open doors. There were traces of blood on the seats, on the doors, on the windows, as well as bones and broken glass, deformed helmets, moldy shoes, bullet shells, and even handguns littered the ground. Gang Xiaoqing walked over to pick up one of the handguns. It had faced the rains and the sun, even being stepped on by the zombies. Seeing that there were no bullets, he threw it over to 3, and continued leading the rest further in. The sides of the parking lot had been transformed pretty decently, with greenery covering the sides of the hill. However, there was no life now, and the bare trees and branches that once gave off a vibrant sense of life now looked like skeleton limbs. The grass patches that were once green was now yellow and dead. A stone-paved path extended towards the forest, until it met a huge water fountain, where a stone statue stood tall. The theme was a bunch of girls bathing, carved in Western style. Each of the figurines depicted beautifully. The textures and vivid lines demonstrated the scene in a lifelike manner. Deng Xiaoqing had not studied art before, nor was he born with the eye for it, so he continued past the statues along the path. The scene in front of him caused him to be taken aback. The entire spring was revealed for him to see. A clear stream flowed towards a small lake, which was surrounded by various villas. Other than the villas, he did not see anything that resembled modern civilization. There were no cement paths, no roads, nor steel, nor lamps. There were no electrical lines or machines. The paths were all made out of stone, lined with grass. As they continued down the stone path, they could hear the stream flowing clearly, and as he looked out at the peaceful lake, Deng Xiaoqing smiled lightly. He suddenly felt that he was no longer on the battlefield. Instead, it was like he was the CEO of a company bringing his employees on a company retreat. The surroundings were silent. Other than the footsteps of the group, and the trickling of the water, there was no other sound. No winds, no birds chirping, no bustling of human activity. The group continued towards the villas. After killing the last zombie locked behind one of the villas, Deng Xiaoqing stood outside and assessed this place he intended for his future base. There were about 30 houses, each of them decent-sized. Other than the differences in room size, the decorations, materials, and furnitures were all similar. Each house could easily fit 3 to 5 people. 7 to 8 if they tried to squeeze. And if they really pushed it, 10 could stay in one house. Just based on the number of houses here, 100 or 2 people could be fit. He was extremely satisfied. Having proper accommodation was after all better than having to build one himself. The combat team was obedient, but the support team began to pick up the clothes and items left behind by the past guests. Deng Xiaoqing looked at 3. Without saying a word, he continued towards the valley. He then heard the voices of scolding from 3 towards the members of the support team. He ignored the commotion. After all, he had already set the rules. All prizes of war would belong to the combat team and the base. The support team had no rights to them, and could not casually touch them. Rules were rules. Chapter 158. I can't see anything. Following the path, Deng Xiaoqing finally caught sight of a cement path hidden in the forest. He followed it, as he knew that the villas were for the guests of the hot spring, while the inner part should be a center or office with the dormitories for the staff. He was lazy to go search for treasures. He just wanted to hurry, clear any remaining zombies, and return to Yongqir's side. The entire valley was about 2 km or so, and Deng Xiaoqing did not walk long before he arrived at a building of about 5 stories high. There was also a row of bungalows in the deeper parts of the valley. It was a close-up valley, and at the end, the 2 hills converged into one. There was an open area of about half a soccer field at the end. Among the structures, there were patches of green here and there, and there was a stream from the foot of the hill out of a cave. It flowed down the valley where it split in 2, before a bridge connected both sides again further down. A few zombies could be seen wandering around the bridge and among the structures. Deng Xiaoqing gazed at the cave. The spring water there was his target. If the water wasn't contaminated, then the stream wouldn't be contaminated. The lake was a different story though. In any case, as long as there was clean water, sufficient food, and a safe environment, humans could stay here. They could continue to live on. As for reviving the flames of civilization, that was a question that he could not afford to consider yet. He firmly maintained a stance that he was no saint, nor the leader of humankind. He was just a minor character struggling to survive. As long as he lived, his own women lived. Nothing else mattered. The skirts of both hills had been flattened, and there was a cave at the bottom of each hill. The sizes were about the same. It was likely that the caves had been expanded through machines and repair. However, only one of them had water flowing out. The other did not. Both caves had stone paths leading to them, and the cave with water had an additional bridge and wooden fences. From afar, Yang Xiaoqing could see a few corpses lying beside the caves, and there seemed to be some blockade at the mouths of the caves. He put down his binoculars. There seemed to be some humans inside. However, the blockade seemed almost down, and it wasn't clear how many were still alive. Yang Xiaoqing pulled out a flashlight and handed it to 3. He then brought the rest around the structures and made their way towards the cave. He wanted to ascertain the situation. They reached for the cave without the stream first. Once they entered, Yang Xiaoqing could make out some items. The blockade had been made out of various wooden furniture and stone slabs. Some broken items laid on the ground, and there was a strong decomposing stench from within. Some zombie corpses laid on the ground, a bullet hole in each of their heads. He picked up a shell from beside his feet, noting that the shell was smooth and short. It seemed to be some ammunition from a handgun, but he didn't recognize which. There were plenty of shells around, and there was even a fully loaded magazine lying on the ground. He threw it to 3, who quickly loaded it into the empty Type 77 handgun, cocking it. Be on your guard. There should be some people alive in there. Those who are holding guns. As long as something attacks, open fire. After that, everyone checked their firearms and melee weapons. Everyone looked at him when they were done, and he passed his beast horn spear over to 3, while he pulled out his Jingwei sword as well as a handgun in his other hand. They then made their way inside. The inner part of the cave was covered with dark marble, and both sides of the caves had large stone statues. Based on their position, Yang Xiaoqing assumed that there weren't many people in the cave. Otherwise, they could have shifted the statues to block the entrance. After passing another corner, Yang Xiaoqing made use of the flashlight to shine in, discovering a space separated by many wooden doors. Seeing this, he almost thought that he was in a KTV lounge. He opened one of the doors, and saw a small spring inside, with 2 chairs, a mahjong table, and red chairs. They continued past a few such rooms, and soon Yang Xiaoqing came to the service counter. Behind, it seemed that someone had rummaged through everything. All sorts of towels, utensils and even some slippers were thrown everywhere. The items on the ground had also been stepped all over. He felt it strange. There hadn't been a single zombie yet, nor any sign of dead bodies. Were all the survivors already trapped? Further behind, there were a few small storage rooms, where all sorts of items were stocked. Whatever was outside, the stores had. Anything that was missing outside, the stores also had. Yang Xiaoqing even saw a few uniforms belonging to different fields, like air stewardesses, nurses, military uniforms, maids, and a wide variety. Some boxes had been opened, where condoms were strewn all around. There was no lack of sex toys. He finally understood that they were not in a spring, but a huge den of nightclub activities and vices. He even saw a pile of gambling games. The rest of the storages were stacked full, and only one had dozens of mineral water stored. Everything else was emptied out, and the huge 20 SQFT was empty. Yang Xiaoqing took a careful look until he came across a small alley. There was an empty packet of food inside. His heartbeat quickening, he continued down the alley. 3 and the rest followed behind, and their footsteps resounded throughout the cave. The alley had tall wooden planks on either side, covered in red and white wallpaper. When they exited, they came to a huge area, as though they had exited the night lounge into the wilderness. The ground was uneven here, and their stone walls reflected the light from the torchlights. Only some of the stones were reflective. Thus, visibility was low in the cave. Yang Xiaoqing continued forward carefully, while the rest got in one line following behind. There was no sound all around. He turned around to check on the rest behind when suddenly, the area his foot stepped on was a slope. The moment he missed his footing, his entire body fell down. The M1911 handgun was flung unintentionally, while his entire body rolled down the slope. He felt his body continuing down the slope, while he was surrounded by darkness everywhere. He did not know if there was a gorge below him, nor could he see anything around. There was nothing other than black. His heartbeat accelerated, and in his wariness, he changed the Jingwei sword over to his right hand. He turned around and stuck the Jingwei sword into the slope behind him. As it dug deeper, his sliding speed began to decrease, and his both feet were flailing. All of a sudden, he seemed to have stepped on something round. He did not know what it was, but at least he managed to find some footing. He stepped down with his right foot and pulled out a dirt to stick into the ground. He was finally secure on the slope. Before he could catch his breath, the military boots on his feet were suddenly grabbed by something, as the round thing beneath his feet also began to struggle. This time, he was truly scared out of his wits. He could not see anything, and he did not know what he was stepping on. He relied on the dart to reach up and climb until he could not feel whatever was down there. Chapter 159 Otaku. He Wenbin saw Zhang Xiaoqing disappear right in front of him in an instant, and a handgun suddenly flew up right in front of him. He recognized it as Zhang Xiaoqing's handgun, and immediately panicked. He did not know what happened in front. 2 steps ahead was a large hole spanning 5 m in diameter with very long sides. The only way to get across the large hole was to use the small protruding floor which was less than 50 cm against the wall. The large hole was extremely deep to the point that even the torchlight beam could not reveal the depth of the hole. He Wenbin did not know if Zhang Xiaoqing was dead or alive. But 3 decided to send people down. If Zhang Xiaoqing was alive, they had to see him. If he was dead, they had to see the body. Zhang Xiaoqing had always been the one leading and taking the point. He was always the first to bear the danger, allowing the combat team and 3 to be completely convinced of his abilities. Now that they were in a foreign environment, none of them dared to harbor any ill intentions. 3 got 2 men to stand by the side of the hole and shout endlessly while he brought the rest to search into the storeroom from before. Anything that resembled a rope would be taken. Anything that could be burnt were also taken. All the wooden planks around were ripped apart and burnt, lighting the space above the pitch-black hole up. After everyone verified that there was another entrance to a passageway, they ignored it and focused on pulling Zhang Xiaoqing up. Many wires were tied around a member of the combat team, who then held onto the line and stood at the slope and slowly descended. He shone the torchlight all around. Aside from his smooth path of descent, the rest of the slope had extremely strange formations. Some of the surfaces were as perfect as though a blade had sliced through. Some were as vertical as spears and some resembled the peak of mountains. Seeing the sharp edges, many people felt the skin on their head turn numb. If they had fallen onto the sharp edges, having an intact corpse would be the best scenario. It was possible that one might be cut into pieces from a fall. The member prayed that Zhang Xiaoqing would be a completely intact corpse. Otherwise he would have a difficult time pulling all of him up. Witnessing the scene before him, he almost let go of the torch in his hand. The bottom was a triangular hollow ground piled with large and small rocks. The large ones were the size of trucks littered all around with the small ones the size of tables. There were even smaller ones that were not visible, all of which were blocked by the dense mass of zombie bodies all over. There was no lack of D-type zombies or S-type zombies. On an incline 2 m above the zombies, Boss Zhang Xiaoqing had stopped himself by stepping on his sword that had been stabbed into the ground with his upper body leaning on the slope. Zhang Xiaoqing seemed to be grabbing onto something with his hands, supporting himself from falling into the zombie horde, with the occasional S-type zombies jumping up with the intent of biting Zhang Xiaoqing to feed the other zombies. But their size were shorter and with the high inclination of the slope, They were not even able to reach Zhang Xiaokang's feet and fell again and again. One of his hand was grabbing onto a groove in the slope tightly. He only knew that he could not give up in that dangerous position. His current position was extremely terrible, mostly because he couldn't see anything. He already knew what was beneath him. Previously, after entering the cave, they never found any zombie corpses or human-related bones. But there were things below still moving, which meant that the people before them had used this naturally formed terrain to lure the zombies into the hole. Only a few of the zombies had died inside the hole, so the rest were unable to move much until Zhang Xiaokang fell in like them. The very first thing that Zhang Xiaokang had stepped on was a zombie's head. Upon thinking that he had almost fallen into a zombie nest, his back immediately broke out in cold sweat. He was not afraid of falling into a zombie nest, but afraid because he could not see anything. His blindness caused the zombies' largest disadvantage to become their greatest advantage, and Zhang Xiaokang's strongest reliance had become useless. He could only wait quietly. He knew that 3 would not give him up and hoped for 3 to send someone down. But he did not have the intentions to rely on 3 to send someone down. He had always relied on himself to get out of and survive from all sorts of situations and predicaments. At that moment, he could only persevere. If he did not, he would have to retrieve the 3 hand grenades from his bag and explode along with the zombies. He would kill as many as he could. That was his thoughts until a ray of light shone by his side. The men above all struggled to pull Zhang Xiaokang up. After reaching the top, he disregarded his image and sat on the ground while unscrewing a military water bottle, gulping down the content joyously. The man who went down to save him started to brag to his comrades about how he saw the zombies below, and how dangerous it was. Zhang Xiaokang carefully sized him up. He was not old, and looks to be around 24 to 25 years of age. He was slightly taller than Zhang Xiaokang at about 170 cm, and was scrawny, looking as though he weighed only 50 kg. The military uniform he had on was obviously too big for him. Even when he held onto a weapon, he looked extremely sloppy. He was unlike the others who looked extremely fitting in their uniforms. He had a thick black frame spectacles with a rope that fastened it to the back of his head. He had an average look and could even be said that he looked nerdy, the kind that would get bullied by others. No one would have ever thought that he had actually fought for his life and was able to survive till where he was. Where even when he was chosen to go down the slope, he was not dispirited. He was a flexible young man. "What's your name?" Zhang Xiaokang had some impression from the spectacles. He remembered that when he went Bing, Lu Renyi, and the others escaped into the small courtyard, he was one of the few charging in with him. Although he looked extremely nerdy, his performance was far more manly than the more masculine men who appeared to look ferocious. When he saw Zhang Xiaokang ask for his name, he immediately became more open. He did not dare to look Zhang Xiaokang in the eyes, but lowered his head and spoke called Otaku. Otaku. He spoke too softly, causing Zhang Xiaokang to not hear him. Roman 2 mean. My last name's Wang. Called Wang Chong. I used to enjoy going on the internet in the past, so people called me the internet geek. It might have been Zhang Xiaokang's assertive form of questioning that stirred him as he started to babble nonstop. Wang Chong was 9 years younger than Zhang Xiaokang. Born in the year 1987 with a normal family where his parents were unimportant figures like the majority of the ordinary folks who live simple lives. His family was neither living badly or well off. Wang Chong naturally grew up rather ordinarily. His parents were normal citizens, but towards Wang Chong, their teachings were rather minimal and carefree. They allowed him to live and experience his own life, but not create or provoke trouble outside. Upon listening to his parents' advice, the ordinary Wang Chong became gentle, disliked quarrels, and was more of a coward and had a slight self-inferior complex. Under other people's scrutiny, Wang Chong was used to being a coward and be self-abased all the way until graduation, when he worked part-time, where he had a lucky break and assisted and gained the favor of a big boss. The big boss bought goods from his business, signing a $2 million check for the transaction, where he would consolidate all the finished products for the boss. Just like that, he earned a commission of $200,000. At the following New Year festival, He kept the cold hard cash into a bag and boarded a coach to rush home. The day that he regained his confidence from struggling at work was the day the virus broke out. While he was sleeping on the bus home, upon thinking about his parents that he had not met for a year, upon thinking about his younger sister that had started college, upon thinking about his loving grandmother's kind smile, and upon thinking about his past love of 4 years ago, he smiled. He had planned to use his hard-earned money and courage to find her, look at her, regardless of the consequence, to seek back the love, regardless if it failed or it succeeded. Only through it could he become a real man, face life, enjoy life, to create life. After that, he experienced all sorts of danger and difficulties and finally escaped from the vicinity of J City. He was the only one who escaped out of the large hotel, and after joining up with Brother Long, he settled the unyielding emotions from his heart and became a real man, and was able to survive. Chapter 162 Choices. 200,000 Zhang Xiaokang suddenly recalled himself letting go of the $100 bills above the bridge. It must be fate. Who would have thought that he would actually encounter someone who would have lost 200,000? After resting, Zhang Xiaokang and the rest moved out once more. This time, every single person held onto a torch. Wang Chong held onto one and followed behind Zhang Xiaokang anxiously, afraid that he would fall into the hole again. He pinned himself onto the rock wall and walked on the small path. After everyone crossed over and entered the opposite side, Yang Xiaokang carefully loaded the M1911A1 and gestured to them. The rest of them lowered their bodies and started searching ahead of them. At such a time, everyone knew that they were about to reach their target. Zhang Xiaokang could sense that there were people hiding in the darkness peeping at them, and immediately stopped to look around. The cave within the hole was bigger than the cave from before, with various obelisks and strange rocks littering the space. Aside from the sound of fire on the torches flickering, there was a source of water flowing from somewhere. Everyone huddled into a circle while the men from the logistic team behind held onto their shields, trembling with fear while standing outside. The combat team raised their rifles and aimed at the figures and shadows at the sides. "Who's there? Come out!" Zhang Xiaokang shouted loudly. The echoes of his voice bounced back continuously. "Come out! Come out!" His voice continued to ring in everybody's ears. From the corner of his eyes, Zhang Xiaokang suddenly noticed something moving behind a pile of strange rocks. Without saying a thing, he raised his handgun and shot in the direction. The bullet shot onto the rock and ignited some sparks, causing everyone else to shoot in the same direction with their rifles. The cave became filled with gunpowder smoke. Zhang Xiaokang fired another shot before signaling the rest to stop. After the gunfire stopped, a group of people walked over to the pile of rocks. A man dressed in ragged clothes was huddled at the back of the rock, cowering while hugging his head. Trembling in the corner, Zhang Xiaokang and the rest had stopped beside him, but he remained oblivious to them. Even when two of the combat team members pulled him up from the ground to tie him up, he still had not regained his senses. Zhang Xiaokang looked at him and realized that his face was clean and a paleness from not being in the sunlight for a long time. Aside from the rugged beard and hair that he had not cut, there were practically no filth on him. Although his clothes looked ragged, there was no stench from him. One of the members retrieved a black pistol from his waist, which Zhang Xiaokang took. He used this Type 77 pistol to probe the man. Type 77s were J City's police standardized pistol, where the majority of the main cities get the priority in choosing the better guns, while the less new guns were given to the smaller cities. This manner of pushing out new guns continued to the counties, and this man's ragged clothes were obviously a policeman uniform. When one of the subordinates found his police identity, Zhang Xiaokang then knew that he was a real cop. The expression of the others changed upon seeing the police identity in Zhang Xiaokang's hands. The strength in the country's administration over the citizens was strong. Ordinary people would never go against authorities like the police. Upon knowing that they had tied a policeman, a few of them started to feel weak. The logistic team people began to feel hope. They hoped that the policeman would be able to free them from their terrible situation. 3 made a signal. He had no interests in policemen, especially since his past encounters with all of them never gave him any positive signals. When he saw that the subordinates had strange looks in their eyes, he immediately broke out into a scolding. All of you trash. You are all following Brother Cockroach now. All the things you have done entitles all of you to be executed. Are you guys so anxious to eat shelled peanuts for the rest of your lives? Three's words caused the men to awake from their hopes. They had done countless of illegal things after the apocalypse. Even the logistic team woke up. Their hands were not clean as well. All of them looked at the policeman with ferocious glares, as though they wanted to silence him. When the police regained his senses, he saw all of them wielding rifles and dressed in military uniforms. The man with the helmet had an extremely monstrous-like glare, causing him to tremble once again. Yang Xiaokang glared at everyone, and they immediately lowered their heads. How many of you are there? And where are you guys taking refuge at? Bring us there. Before Zhang Xiaokang could continue, the policeman started to wriggle. He screamed out loud at them, saying even if they killed him, he will not speak a word. The fire in his eyes had a fanatic look. Zhang Xiaokang immediately raised his handgun and fired towards his head. Bang! After the shot, the man was stupefied. He could no longer stand and knelt on the ground. The bullet had grazed his temple, and the flames from the handgun caused his eyes to go blind temporarily. He could even feel the heat coming out from the muzzle as it was brought close to his forehead, and he saw, as the finger started to press onto the trigger. Ah! The police wailed. He closed his eyes and shouted out loud, "Ill speak. Ill speak. Don't shoot anymore." Killing him would lead him to keep mum, but not killing him will make him speak. He had just escaped from death and became extremely informative. He easily betrayed his comrades as he spilled everything he knew. He was a city cop, and on the eve of the virus outbreak, they had received a task in the middle of the night to move to the spa. They had received information that the spa was a large-scale gambling and prostitution den suspected of human trafficking. Over 100 of them were mobilized for the large-scale ambush. Who would have known that upon entering the spa, they were immediately surrounded by the infected spa personnel. He and his comrades saved over a dozen of young ladies and the members of the spa and escaped deeper into the cave. They were prepared to snipe the zombies from the cave, but who knew that the zombies were too powerful, leaving them to only be able to barricade and reinforce the place. After the rain, the zombies charged at the barricades, and the 30 of them could only run further inwards. Who would have expected that? One of the 17-year-old waitress loved to explore and knew of a large hole at the back, and even knew that there was a hidden cave by the river that could hold them. They attracted all the zombies into the hole and stabilized themselves. At that time they did not have much ammunition left. Seeing that there were no zombies at the entrance, some of them decided to rush to the car park to look for more ammunition. Who would have known that 3 of them never returned? And the only ones left were 3 policemen as guards and 2 policemen as protection, with the 20 ladies hidden in the deepest part of the cave while relying on food from the warehouse and fishes living inside the river to survive. When the police spoke to this point, the eyes of the combat team members all lit up. To be able to take in 20-odd young ladies at a go, all of them felt that it was an opportunity. Although Zhang Xiaokang prohibited them from using force, he did not state that they could not court ladies. Furthermore, men would definitely want to find women, while women would definitely need some men. Zhang Xiaokang got someone to loosen the ropes of the policeman, then handed his empty pistol back to him. The policeman looked at the pistol in confusion. "I'll give you 2 choices. One is to join my combat team to fight for our lives. The other is to join the logistic team to work." Chapter 161 Gunshots at the Gates. Chapter 161 Gunshots at the Gates. The police interrupted Zhang Xiaokang. "I'm a cop. I can't join some gang. I need to head out to look for my superior. I can promise that I never saw any of you." It was Zhang Xiaokang's turn to interrupt the police's words. "Do you know how many people outside have been turned, including those weird monstrosities that are out to eat you? Let me tell you this. 3 billion of them. Do you know how many there are in China? At least 2 billion of them. I came from Y City. Do you know how many survivors I met, including you guys? I would say not even 100. Do you know how many of these 100 have died? 40 of them." Before Zhang Xiaokang even finished his sentence, the policeman was already limp on the ground. His companions and him had persevered all the way because they were waiting for people to rescue them. After listening to Zhang Xiaokang's words, he knew that the country was doomed. His family members were gone. His work was gone. His heart had fallen to the depths of darkness. His eyes no longer had any focal length. He no longer knew how to survive. Zhang Xiaokang kicked him once and pulled him out of his despair. He slowly looked up at Zhang Xiaokang. Two choices. Which do you pick? The policeman calmed down. He could not make up his mind. So Zhang Xiaokang got three to explain the differences between both teams to him. In the end, the policeman chose to be in the combat team. He had thought about it. It was like a reset button on life to find a place and to eat. His loyalty changed rather quickly as he automatically led Zhang Xiaokang to his own hideout. If he had not led the way, Zhang Xiaokang and the rest would definitely be unable to find the way. A hole that only allowed one person to crawl through stayed hidden behind a large boulder. Even if one were to bring a torch to the front, no one would ever notice that there was a whole new world inside the seemingly ordinary crack, which had a narrow tunnel behind it. Going through the tunnel, Zhang Xiaokang walked to a pool. Inside the dim space, the water was black and the depth could not be distinguished. The pool was not small. It spanned 7 to 8 square feet with various boulders and rocks scattered all around. Bedrolls were scattered all around the ground along with all sorts of everyday utensils and tools with many bathrobes and towels. There was even a bonfire in the middle with a pile of broken wooden furniture beside it, with bags of food around. Zhang Xiaokang sized them up and reckoned that the food was enough for 30 people to eat for a day or two, considering that every single one of them ate for all meals. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the policeman, who lowered his head and did not dare to speak. It was already awkward enough for him to have joined the game, but he still had to call out his own comrades to surrender. Wouldn't that truly announce him as a traitor? Bang bang bang. Zhang Xiaokang raised his handgun and fired off 3 shots. Then shouted out loud, "Everyone get out here. Otherwise, I'll throw a grenade in." With that said, Zhang Xiaokang took out a hand grenade from his bag and held it in his hand. He was standing right in the center of the cave and under the light. The plump hand grenade in his hand was especially distinct. After raising it up, there were no movements. Zhang Xiaokang did a movement that resembled pulling the safety pin before throwing it out. A few squeals were heard from different corners. A few women and men immediately ran out. There were 4 males with more than a dozen ladies. Zhang Xiaokang gestured to his men, and the combat team immediately rushed out and searched the places. Very quickly, the ladies from the various corners were pulled out by their hairs. Wang Chong went forward and picked up the hand grenade Zhang Xiaokang picked up and was about to return it to Wang Xiaokang. But he shook his head and indicated to Wang Chong to keep it. In the end, Zhang Xiaokang stood in front of 4 men and 22 ladies. Aside from the 2 policewomen who were slightly older, the other ladies looked to be around the same age. All of them looked to be 21 or 22. They were all dressed in bathrobes while the 2 men were dressed in ragged police uniform. The other 2 were dressed in gray security guard uniforms. Zhang Xiaokang allowed the policemen who had joined his side to check if everyone were around. With a red face, he ignored all of their glares and had counted them before retreating back to Zhang Xiaokang and whispered to him. The group of them left the cave. When the survivors saw the sunlight, they immediately covered their eyes. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the 1,718-year-old girl by his side. Her face was smeared with black soot, preventing others from seeing her original skin. She was dressed in dark green work clothes and covered all over with mud and soot. Her messy hair was worse than a bird's nest. She was not very tall at about a max height of 160 cm. Her entire appearance was indistinguishable. She looked as though she had gone through a chimney and was in an extremely terrible situation. The only brightness from her was the pitch black yet exceptionally bright pupils. Her pupils were extremely pure, like a pair of full moon with their coal colors. Her eyes could speak, and she was currently telling everyone else she was feeling edgy. When Zhang Xiaokang knew that they had left a lady behind, he could not be bothered to continue searching. He led his men who kept the survivors in check and headed out, until his indescribable 6th sense told him that something was following them from behind. He intentionally stayed behind and hid behind a rock, and noticed a girl constantly following along. Is she trying to find out if where our seemingly bad-looking men are bringing her sisters? Sadly, she was easily caught by Zhang Xiaokang from behind. Zhang Xiaokang did not make things difficult for her, and only told her that staying inside the cave alone was extremely terrifying, then caught up with 3 and the rest. Very soon, the girl automatically chased and joined them. Zhang Xiaokang led the combat team and cleared the zombies in the buildings. 3 policemen, 2 policewomen and the 2 guards agreed to join the combat team. All of them had gone through specific sets of training, so Zhang Xiaokang handed them the shields from the logistic team and got them to stand behind. They bypassed 2 hordes along with a few zombies in the residential district. Due to the terrain, many of the zombies were obstructed, allowing Zhang Xiaokang and the rest to clear them quickly. They shot any zombies they encountered. As for those hidden in houses, Zhang Xiaokang single-handedly rushed into the building to clear them. When the new recruits saw how Zhang Xiaokang used cold weapons to kill zombies as though he was slicing through watermelons, they were all stunned and speechless. Only the veteran ones were more familiar. Zhang Xiaokang's capabilities were not only limited to such. Zhang Xiaokang stood on a small bridge and watched as his subordinates piled the zombie corpses into piles. Wang Chong led the men of the logistic team back to the cave in the space under the guide of the members and cleared all the supplies. Soon later, all the zombies in the residential area were cleared into piles. 3 found a canister of gasoline and sprayed it all over the ground and was about to light a fire when, da-da-da, the sound of an automatic weapon could be heard from the gates of the spa. Zhang Xiaokang immediately became anxious. There was only Shangyu and Qiao Yun taking point there. She only had an automatic rifle and the sound meant that something had happened. Zhang Xiaokang unholstered his handgun and led some men to run over. They left their vehicles outside to prevent their path of retreat from being obstructed. Otherwise, they would have been trapped. Fortunately, they were not far away. Zhang Xiaokang and the rest discovered 7 men at the spa hiding behind the guardhouse at the car park and a few bodies near the gates. There were no movements from where Shangyu and Qiao Yun was and there were no sounds of the M1 Garen coming out. One of the men holding onto an assault rifle stepped onto his companion's shoulder and climbed to the roof of the guardhouse. He had just raised his rifle onto the roof and before he could even take aim, bang bang bang, multiple gunshots could be heard. The man from the roof slumped down and fell to his companion's legs. His body was bleeding, causing all of his comrades to stop revealing themselves. Zhang Xiaokang saw that there was a group of ladies who were not completely dressed squatting behind a large police vehicle and another man dressed shouting and giving orders to the men outside. Chapter 162 The Old Policeman. Zhang Huaiyan. Zhang Xiaokang immediately rushed at the man. He was obviously the leader of the group. When he heard the footsteps behind, the man immediately shouted out loud, causing the men hiding behind the guardhouse to turn their guns in preparation to fire at Zhang Xiaokang. Pa pa pa. After the volley of bullets, the wall and the ground behind the men were filled with many small holes produced by 3 and his men. One of the men had been shot at the neck and had let go of his assault rifle as he held onto the wound and struggled on the ground. All of the men were forced to cuddle up by the rain of fire and seeing that their comrade was in such a terrible state, all of them threw their guns down and knelt down on the ground while hugging their heads. The man in the suit saw Zhang Xiaokang rushing straight for him and clumsily stumbled for a silver and flashy-looking handgun from the holster on his waist. Right when he raised his arm, a black triangular-shaped needle pierced onto the back of his hand, which was immediately followed by a military boot covered with mud kicking his right hand that was holding the gun. He instantly screamed out loud while holding onto his hand while leaning the car. Zhang Xiaokang picked up the silver and flashy handgun from the ground. It was heavy and in his hand. Its weight was similar to that of a carbine. This metallic texture was far nicer than any Type 54 pistols or Type 77 pistols. Its streamlined body gave off a burst of tyrannical oppression. The moment Zhang Xiaokang saw it, he immediately fell in love with it. A desert eagle. Although it was heavy, the number of shots per cartridge few, too large compared to other pistols, unreliable in its manipulation and weakness in its high recoil. Zhang Xiaokang did not care. were the Type 54 pistols higher in shots per cartridge better recoil. Zhang Xiaokang was no longer the nerd of the past, and had 5 to 1, 8 times the strength of an average adult. So what if the Desert Eagle was larger? It was far more powerful. If he had a Desert Eagle from the start, Zhang Xiaokang would have most probably taken care of the D2 zombie. Don't forget, its mouth was only 10 cm away from Zhang Xiaokang that last time. Zhang Xiaokang had a proper look at the pistol. 3, and the rest had suppressed the others, and the policemen and guards had taken the guns and walked over with their ammunition. With 3, Zhang Xiaokang's request was that the ammunition had to be controlled, which the police accommodated to them. As long as they had the gun with them, it was fine. They needed at least a weapon to feel safe. One of the policemen saw the man in the suit and walked over to take a better look. He suddenly grabbed him by the collar and shoved him to the ground and used his entire body to lock him down. He grabbed the man's hands and folded them behind his back, and from nowhere, handcuffs came as he tied the man up. Then shouted excitedly to his colleagues, "Haha, I have him now. I caught him. Ha ha ha. The mission is complete. Zhang Huiyan managed to catch such a big fish, ha ha ha." The man in the suit, being pressed down by him, rolled his eyes while still screaming in pain. The triangular needles in his hands had not been taken out. Zhang Huiyan's ex-colleagues all rolled their eyes as well. So what even if he had caught a big fish? Where could he report back to complete the mission? Furthermore, the big fish was dealt with by Zhang Xiaokang and could not even resist. How could Zhang Huiyan actually have the face to say he captured him in the past? Zhang Huiyan was a skiver who only joined the force to eat and survive, and actually requested a leave of absence in the previous mission. If not for the threat by the captain, he would have been turned into zombie ration back in the police station. All of a sudden, he actually found a convict from an old mission. Seeing that the colleagues ignored him while 3 and the rest harbored no kind looks in their eyes towards him, Zhang Huiyan suddenly remembered his new identity. Beads of cold perspiration trickled down his forehead. He immediately climbed back up and looked at Zhang Xiaokang for orders. Zhang Xiaokang ignored the 40-year-old policeman who looked like a policeman with no goals in life. A person with such mentality would never be liked by his colleagues. But when such a person tried to prove himself, it resulted in him being mocked at. Aside from being benched to the side, there was nothing else such a person could do. If put into position, one would only worry about him being too impulsive and ruin things. If he does nothing, he would simply be taking advantage of others. Furthermore, he was especially afraid to die and did not attempt to do anything to the convict only until it was safe to do so. Zhang Xiaokang took a rifle from 3 and immediately recognized it. A Type 56 assault rifle weighing close to 4 kg and could be folded at its stock. It was the standard gun equipped by China's early infantry units up to 800 AD, which was then washed out by the Type 81 assault rifle. Aside from the semi-automatic curved magazine Type 56 assault rifle, Zhang Xiaokang got some men to transport the other weapons to the vehicles outside. He took a look at the survivors. Only 5 of them were healthy, with every single one of them dressed differently. One dressed in a suit while another in guard uniform. All of them had faces of fear, looking at the armed group standing beside them while occasionally taking a glance at the man handcuffed on the ground. Zhang Huiyan saw Zhang Xiaokang inspecting the group. He carefully walked over and spoke out. This man is the boss behind the scenes of the spa. Since the spa is in a remote location, he deals with a few illegal matters here. On the surface, they operate as a spa, but secretly, they run a gambling and prostitution den. He even managed to profit from arms dealing. The past few gun murders in Jay's city in the past half year were all done by his men. Shangyu and Qiuyun took a rifle and walked in. Aside from the people brought by Zhang Xiaokang, the rest who saw Shangyu and Qiuyun's beauty were all stunned. She was also dressed in an American WW2 military uniform along with some minor alterations. It was extremely fitting on her body, and somehow, the originally ugly yellow uniform brought out a special charm from her. The vividly protruding mountain peaks on her chest bounced along with her footsteps. The thick leather belt accentuated the contours on her waist with a holster that represented the thorns of a rose. The shape of her full and lanky thighs was drawn out by the fine military pants. As before, she tied a Lara Croft tail that swept gently across her voluptuous butt. Even after she walked and stood behind Zhang Xiaokang, a few men had not regained their senses. Zhang Xiaokang did not know how Shangyuan Qiuyan had used her super terrible marksmanship to hold down over 10 men with semi-automatic weapons, and had even used her rifle to kill 4 of them. But it was not the time to ask her. 3 had already gone through a rough interrogation with the men and was walking over to report to Zhang Xiaokang. Their group was fairly complicated. There was the guard that worked in the spa originally, a rich and powerful man who had the intention to enjoy, a bodyguard of the rich and powerful man, and the subordinates of the convict. All the subordinates were all fugitives and the ones who dared to risk their lives to kill and fight. Just that they were too quick in doing that, and a few of them were killed by Shangyuan Qiuyan. Another one was killed in a volley of fire unleashed by 3, and the rest. In the end, the convict was left alone. At the start of the virus outbreak, the survivors instantly followed along the convict that was constantly trying to avoid the police and actually ran to another cave. This cave was much larger spa location and especially used to receive group bookings. Of course, it was just a cover. In fact, the convicts' firearms were mostly hidden inside this cave. They were fortunate, as the zombies outside went for the police group at the car park and chased after Zhang Hui into the other cave. After clearing the dozen-odd zombies inside their cave, the convict and his group stayed inside and hung around the entrance. When they heard the gunshots outside, they hid. The convict thought that the country had sent a force to search for survivors. After sending men down to inspect the car park and realizing that it was cleared of zombies with only a lady, he had the thought to rush out to kill her. Initially, it was not that they did not want to come out. Their first attempt had lost them 2 men. So he was bent on waiting for an opportunity. With the opportunity arising, he leaped onto it. Who would have known that Shangyuan Qiuyan was actually so ferocious and managed to hold them off until Zhang Xiaokang and reinforcements arrived. Chapter 163 Justice. Adding the unfortunate man lying on the ground, they had a total of 6 men and 5 women. A total of 11 survivors. Their complexions were obviously not as good as the ones who had followed the police. Their expressions were dispirited and pale, seeing the dodgy men around them. The zombies inside the spa were already purged. Zhang Xiaokang chose to lead his men back first and officially move the people at the chicken farm over. He then got 3 to find a few vehicles that could still be used to pull the 30-odd survivors over while he pulled Shangyuan Qiuyan over to one side. When were you able to shoot so accurately? Zhang Xiaokang got right to the point, leaving Shangyuan Qiuyan stumped for words. She was unclear as well as to why she suddenly erupted in morals. Upon thinking back to the situation, she opened her mouth in hesitation. Shangyuan Qiuyan was waiting in the car for Zhang Xiaokang to bring the people over when she suddenly noticed someone surveying from the automatic door. With her good eyesight, she quickly identified the man's clothes and appearance. She knew that he was not part of the group, but by the time she took out her rifle, the man had already ran away. Afraid that someone would come and steal her vehicle, she stood behind it and waited. As to her calculations, 3 men came out with rifles and started firing at her while they ran out. Bullets continued to spray onto the vehicle in front of her. The sudden attack had blinded her temporarily and made her confused. She did not know whether to return fire or operate the car and escape. Seeing the craziness in the men's eyes, the gun in her hand automatically came up, and before she could even take aim, her finger pulled onto the trigger. It was exactly like when she killed the stipe zombie that pounced onto Zhang Xiaokang before. The only difference was the first time being a sudden breakout, but the second being a constant heightened state. After shooting 3 times, the few men that were running towards her were shot to death. That was when she was able to suppress the people inside who were blindly firing. She hid behind the wheel and listened to the trajectory of the bullets and where the glass broke. At that instant, she was extremely afraid and did not dare retaliate. But after hiding for a period of time, her body suddenly stood up again and automatically turned the aim of the muzzle and fired off once. After firing, she regained control of her body, which she then hid to the side of the car wheel. She did not know what she had hit, which meant from start to end, She had only fired off 4 shots before Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates came forward. Did she realize that it was over? Thinking that Zhang Xiaokang was already back, she automatically moved over to the car park. After listening to the story, Zhang Xiaokang inhaled in a mouthful of cold air as his body automatically moved a few steps away from Shangyu and Qiuyan. He had previously thought that she was getting possessed, and the story further proved his theory. Zhang Xiaokang could not stand such unexplainable supernatural things. He did not have the thoughts to study Shangyu and Qiuyan's strange state and only wished to get further away from her. Best if they could go their separate ways. Shangyu and Qiuyan did not know of Zhang Xiaokang's thoughts. When she saw him take a few steps back, she stepped forward and got close to him again. Zhang Xiaokang was at a loss. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. He was afraid of the thing on Shangyu and Qiuyan that he had to endure it silently. When he saw 3 walk over, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and welcomed him. Zhang Xiaokang and he Wen Bin sat in the hall and watched old Frank and Lu Renyi make an inventory of the supplies and firearms in the room. With pistols ranging in the majority amongst the firearms, there were more than 10 Type 77 pistols followed by many Type 79 QBZ, 10 Type 95 assault rifle, 1 Type 85 sniper rifle, 11 Type 92 9mm pistols. The rest included bulletproof clothes, protective gloves, LED torchlights, police multifunctional knives, belts, various designs of bulletproof vests, first aid bandages, police ropes, walkie-talkies, and 11 high-grade polymer bulletproof helmets used by police. All of these were found in the car park and various police vehicles. All ordinary police officers were equipped with Type 77 pistols and ammunition. Type 95 assault rifles were equipped to small squadron, but were the first few to become zombies. So all of these were thrown to the corner. Fortunately for them, 3 was meticulous and knew to search every nook and cranny, and was the one to find the sniper rifle at a higher and remote place. Just that many of them were rusty, but could be sorted with polishing and cleaning. But the amount of ammunition found was not much. Each assault rifles had less than 5 ammunition magazines, while the sniper rifle had even lesser bullets. They had less than 100 shots of it. The final inventory check revealed a total of 15 Type 77 pistols with less than 1,000 bullets, 20 Type 54 pistols with less than 500 bullets, 7 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles with barely 200 bullets, 5 Type 56 submachine guns each having 1 magazine, 30 Type 79 QBZ with considerable ammo with an average of 240 ammo magazines each. But Zhang Xiaokang did not view them positively. They were not as practical as Type 77 pistols, which were more accurate. 3 walked over to Zhang Xiaokang and said, "Brother Cockroach, we found where the man hid his firearms. There's a variety of handguns totaling to 100, all of which are washed-out weapons of the armed forces, and 200 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns." He obtained all these by bribing a staff in the armed forces to steal the weapons that were selected to be destroyed. But they don't have a lot of ammunition. Every gun has less than 100. Also, we found 5 starving women. They were all defiled beyond recognition. While 3 reported, the old policeman Zhang Huayan popped his head out of the gates and looked around. He did this a few times repeatedly. Zhang Xiaokang found this wretched behavior of his comical. Is he really a cop? He allowed Zhang Huayan into the hall. Zhang Huayan was nervous. His comrades and him had gone back to the chicken farm, and along the way, his belief towards Zhang Xiaokang's words strengthened as he observed the streams of zombies all around. 80 out of their 100-odd police squad had been turned into zombies. Upon considering that, the J city that had no army garrison had long turned into a dead city, causing all the ill intentions in their hearts to be retracted, they decided to follow Zhang Xiaokang wholeheartedly. At least Zhang Xiaokang had already survived in the outside world for the entire part, and knew of the situation far better than them. Seeing the logistic team not daring to even utter a word despite the combat team's random scoldings, he rejoiced in his decision. He and the 2 bodyguards followed 3 to retrieve the hidden firearms, and saw the girls who were inhumanely tortured, and a sense of justice surged out from his heart. He knew that Zhang Xiaoqing was the man in charge and immediately thought of seeking him out to voice out his thoughts. But when he saw Zhang Xiaoqing seated, the sense of justice was overwhelmed by his cowardice, and he started to explain to Zhang Xiaoqing while stuttering. It's like this. Zhang Huaiyan swallowed a mouthful of saliva before continuing. We found a few girls inside the cave. They were tortured so badly. They are already at their dying breaths. Also, 2 of them were also killed. I thought that those men should be punished. At least lock them up for 5 or 6 years. Zhang Xiaoqing played with his desert eagle while listening to Zhang Huaiyan. He understood Zhang Huaiyan's intent. Zhang Huaiyan was not an accomplished policeman and was just an adaptable minor figure, but kindness existed in his heart. As long as he saw things that were wrong, he would want to stand up for it. But sadly, he did not have the courage for it. So whenever he spoke, he always sounded as though he was cringing. Creak. The magazine was slotted into the pistol. Zhang Xiaoqing caressed the desert eagle's body, cast a glance at Zhang Huaiyan and spoke slowly. Punish them. Chapter 164. Move out. Zhang Huaiyan nodded his head. To him, only by punishing them could the girl rest in peace. When he saw Zhang Xiaoqing shake his head, his heart instantly turned cold. They didn't do anything wrong. People who don't have personal strength will be enslaved by others. Look at what's in front of you. Haven't you seen that the world is now like this if we go according to what you do? I think that 90 of the male survivors in the world would have to be locked in jail. Who will catch them all, or will you go and catch every single one of them? Upon saying that, all the other men inside the place started to laugh. To them, Zhang Huaiyan was purely creating a problem out of nothing. They figured that he had been an officer for too long to even consider punishing criminals in such a world. Did he not know that the world was no longer a place with laws and rules? The only rule after the virus outbreak belonged to those whose fists were larger and stronger. Hearing their ridicules, Zhang Huaiyan thought about it again and felt that Zhang Xiaoqing was right. Which person who was still surviving didn't have dirt on their hands? Even his 2 male colleagues had messed around with the young ladies inside the cave. Just that no one was willing to be a busybody. Since Zhang Xiaoqing had already decided about it, he could only listen to him and continue to idle his life away without caring for others. He had already done that for the past few decades. Why would he bother change? Zhang Huaiyan bowed towards Zhang Xiaoqing, then turned and hobbled out. He felt that he was no longer compatible with the world as it was. Although he had already figured it out, he was merely mixing in and did not feel comfortable at all. The hurt and pain from the thought of having lost his family members surfaced once more as he walked outwards until Zhang Xiaoqing shouted for him to stop. Zhang Xiaoqing picked up a Type 77 pistol and threw it to him, and said, "I'll hand over the few men from the spot over to you to lead. You and 3 will take turns to look for supplies. You must remember one rule. People who attempt to escape dies." Zhang Xiaoqing had decided to organize the men from the spa to form a unit led by the old police. They were still in the probation period, and he wanted to grind away the unease and divide in their hearts before merging them into the whole. Zhang Huaiyan held onto the pistol with some worry. He had always been a small cop his whole life and never had the thoughts of promotion or wealth. He had thought about idling until he was old enough to retire, but unexpectedly, this plan was halted with the apocalypse. Just by following Zhang Xiaoqing for a short while, he was promoted to a team leader. Right. Go and kill that convict guy. Zhang Xiaoqing broke Zhang Huaiyan's daydream, who stared at Zhang Xiaoqing with an opened mouth. After being a cop for so many years, he had never gone through any punishments or imprisonment, but jumped straight to sentencing someone to death. But when he saw Zhang Xiaoqing staring at him coldly without speaking further, he lowered his head and walked out. Watch Zhang Huaiyan and his men tightly. Better to be safe than sorry. Everyone in the room nodded their heads. Ever since the apocalypse, no one ever heard of birds chirping in the morning. What replaced it was the occasional sight of bird carcasses in the corner. The morning mist turned foggier. The clouds resembled gray gauze enveloping the entire chicken farm like smoke. The chicken farm within the mist was deadly silent until broken by the sound of people early in the morning. Unknowingly, the sun rose. The scattering rays of the sun scared away the cool mist. Looking from a bird's eye view, one could see people hustling and bustling inside the chicken farm regardless of men or women, combat team or logistic team. Everyone was transporting all sorts of supplies onto the different vehicles. Zhang Xiaoqing carried Yang Qier out of the house while she laid lazily in his embrace. When the morning sun shone on her face, it caused her to squint her eyes as she let out a gentle yawn. Shang Yu and Qiao Yun supported Yuanyi as they walked out together. Yuanyi's complexion had changed for the better with faint rosiness in her cheeks. The morning sun was not too hot, providing a nice warmth to the skin. Zhang Xiaoqing carried Yang Qier and sat at the door to bask under the sun with Yuanyi beside him while Shang Yu and Qiao Yun carefully looking after her. Yang Qier became drowsy under the comfortably warm sun again. Her adorable face twitched on Zhang Xiaoqing's chest a few times before burying into his arm to fall asleep. It was a rare moment for Yuanyi to bask under the sun and enjoy the leisure as she squinted her eyes under the glaring sun. Shang Yu and Qiao Yun was still dressed in a female military uniform, along with her boots and the pistol holster on her belt. Her belt also hung her ammunition bag and a bayonet scabbard. Under the sunlight, her golden Lara Croft hair glittered. Seeing her calm expression, a chill arose in Zhang Xiaoqing's heart. His current tendency toward Shang Yu and Qiao Yun was to avoid her if possible. And when he could not, it made things extremely awkward when he saw her. He was unsure if the thing around her had disappeared, for the supernatural things he had heard when he was young was too many to count, which formed his respect and deterrence towards such things. Although Shang Yu and Qiao Yun was extremely eye-catching, he felt as though a sinister shadow was hidden within. The space in front of the stairs was extremely rowdy. Aside from Zhang Xiaoqing, everyone else was talking. Yuan Bin had not recovered, but he was already completely immersed in his role as he attempted to arrange everything whenever he could. There was no look of reluctance on anybody's faces. To them, changing to a safer environment would make them feel more at ease. The chicken farm was too close to J City, and if the zombies inside turned hungry and started to roam out of the city, the chicken farm would become a target. This was something no one wanted to hear, but already had developments. Some zombies had started to widen their scope of activities, and occasionally, a few scattered zombies would appear around the chicken farm. Although they could be resolved by a few men, it still made everyone tense. The fat chef led a few new girls to carefully place pots filled with fresh ginger and garlic into boxes padded out with newspapers, which were given to him by Zhang Xiaoqing, and was immediately treated as treasure to the point that he would sleep with the pots. Many of the ladies were considered new handlers for the kitchen, and with the huge number of newly recruited girls, they had no choice but to delegate them all over and get them to do manual labor and slowly integrate into the whole. Wangla and his two subordinates carried an object which was wrapped tightly with tarpaulin. When he saw Zhang Xiaoqing nodding his head, the three of them carefully placed the mysterious object into the trunk of the truck before anxiously rushing back to work. He had many things on hand, but Wangla was extremely joyous. Zhang Xiaoqing had found close to 30 women, which resolved the imbalance in the number of males and females in the group, adding that he was considered a leader of some sort. He felt that finding an intimate partner would not be difficult. The men of the logistic team had no qualifications to find women, but maybe, who knows if I can find 2 or 3 of them, ha ha ha. He could not help but chuckle once. As long as Zhang Xiaoqing continued to let him take the lead, he felt that his dream was possible to fulfill. But men isn't there all to it at that moment. He could not think of the marriage laws. Chapter 165 The Move. On this day, there was no distinction between the logistic or combat team. All of the men were in charge of moving the big and bulky items while the ladies moved the smaller items. Or a few ladies would move one item together. The ladies were content with their situation as compared to how they were living previously. Although it could never compare to before the apocalypse, they were living far better under the authority of Brother Long. No one could insult them at will, but instead, the combat team members that used to scold them started to win their favors. They had their own work as well. Although they were mired in all the minor things, they were able to live with motivation. They were completely in support with Zhang Xiaoqing, just that they harbored some grievances with him due to the fact that he had returned with so many other ladies. resulting in all the men that used to pamper them to divert themselves and run to others. This made them jealous. And this jealousy was shared among the ladies that originally stayed in the chicken farm. But those that stayed in the granary had a completely different mindset. They were stuck in a confined space with a group of men who only knew how to rape them under the fear. Under the long and arduous months of ruin and insults, these pitiful women started to turn to despair like plants grown closely together without any nutrients or sunlight, waiting to wither into the ground. When they saw the ruthless men after being saved by Vulture, they knew that their terrible lives were not over. And when they saw how the most ferocious men that used to bully them being beheaded, they finally let loose and cried. Their cries were for the past oppression, for their miserable lives, and also for their unknown futures. They knew that after crying, they would continue to be oppressed. When they were sent to the chicken farm and Sukain appeared, they did not follow Sukain, for they had accepted their fates. They were numb to the point of having no resistance. They merely wanted to endure onwards until they could no longer do so. Instead, their current life was like heaven. There was no bullying from the men. They could work freely and could breathe in the fresh and clean air without having to smell the stench from the zombies and corpses. They were already satisfied with all these. And when the men around started to fawn over them, they became afraid. A deep sense of fear had been born within their mind, but they did not dare to reject them and could only endure the fear and disgust, forcing themselves to smile. But with the new ladies, the men that constantly loitered around them found new targets and left, so they finally felt at ease. Deng Xiaokang noticed that majority of the large items were loaded and only the smaller items were left. He carried the sleeping young Kier to the Land Rover and placed her in the car while Shangyu and Qiao Yun supported Yuan Yi into the car. Young Kier laid at the back seat and breathed comfortably. The three of them sat in a row with Yuan Yi in the corner and Shangyu and Qiao Yun in the center. When Zhang Xiaokang saw Shangyu and Qiao Yun seated beside him, he hesitated for a moment before moving to the front passenger seat. The fleet of cars stopped at the car repair shop. Deng Xiaokang got people to open the fuel tanker to extract all the remaining oil from within while he brought a few people to the secret base and retrieve all the firearms and supplies. He had gained clarity in his thoughts. When will I stop hiding by myself, alone with all of these helpers and so many firearms? As long as I lead them carefully, it won't be difficult for us to recapture a small village and seek out the hoard of supplies that all the families have hidden. That's 100 times faster than bringing a few ladies to sweep the place. Zhang Xiaokang's current position was different. His train of thoughts had changed and he became more farsighted. He had formed his own ideas, just that it was still in its embryonic stage. Assembling at WH City had always been his dream. How could a team of 100 be as attractive as a gathering place of over 10,000 people to him? The spa base was like a remote town while the gathering was a large city. No matter what, he felt that he had to at least take a look to be satisfied. Over a dozen men moved like ants migrating, shifting all the various goods and supplies out onto the trucks. As he Wenbin stood by the side in a daze, he was the first person that had encountered Zhang Xiaokang and knew that at the start, Zhang Xiaokang only had a 3-wheeled farmer cart worth of goods. But in the short span of less than a month, Zhang Xiaokang had unknowingly obtained so many supplies. Moreover, they were bountiful in variety, most of which were things they had requested from Brother Long but failed to achieve. When he saw trunks after trunks of firearms, his dazed expression turned to dumbstruck. Supplies were still common, but firearms were not. Watching as countless of ammunition boxes covered in galvanized iron sheets, he ran over and looked at the countless of ammo revealed in his eyes, causing a light to ignite in his heart. Just a day ago, he was worried to death over the ammo count, but upon seeing the boxes, he became completely at ease. The tens of thousands of ammo were enough for them to fight a large-scale battle, just that he was unclear as to how Zhang Xiaokang was able to uncover so much WW2 antiques. Military uniforms, helmets, leather holsters and belts, various sorts of first aid and expired medication to mortars, cold weapons, heavy machine guns which came after. All the combat team members started to cheer. All of them had faces of joy. Everyone knew what the heavy weapons meant. Everyone was happy except for Yang Kier. She felt that her treasures were being shared with others. She looked at Zhang Xiaokang and revealed a saddened expression to which he understood well. Watching all the supplies that he and Yang Kier had painfully gathered and kept being revealed by others made him feel as though a knife had been pierced through his heart. But Su Kan already knew of the location. If she were to find the firearms, wouldn't they be the one at a disadvantage? A total of 10 trucks and 10 other vehicles used as transport moved as a fleet. Zhang Xiaokang's large fleet looked like a plague of locusts taking and bringing any supplies or vehicles along the way. It didn't even matter if the vehicles could not work. Wang Li used thick steel wires to tow these vehicles behind the trucks. Any wandering zombies that they encountered were easily shot down by the combat team. Everyone was trained and fully equipped well. Even Zhang Xiaokang had donned on an M1 helmet. The 2 kg plus steel helmet made him feel uncomfortable. And everyone else, including the policewomen, dressed in military uniform, leather belts with holsters and had the M1 gear ends behind their backs. He Wenbin sat on the truck that carried the firearms, where Lu Renyi, Wangla and the rest sat at the rear carriage to take inventory of the firearms. After the zombies on the road were taken down, the combat team formed smaller groups as the men on point took shields and blades and hacked the zombies lingering inside the houses, immediately followed up by the logistic team who moved whatever they saw. Tools, bedding, furniture, food, even the logs stored by the families were moved. Villages had not advanced to cremation, so all the logs were meant to be converted into coffins for the dead. All of these were all moved as well, as Zhang Xiaokang had given the order that whoever performed well would have meat to eat, which came from the preserved meat that they found in the village homes. They continued this routine until they arrived at the spa in the evening. 2 men that were left as guards watched as the fleet of vehicles zoomed in. The gates that no longer had electricity to open were manually opened, allowing the fleet to enter the spa. When the chicken farm people inside the vehicles saw the good environment of the spa, the heavy boulders of stress dropped from their minds. The spa was considerably concealed and safe. Ignoring the rest, Zhang Xiaokang's rover sent him to the largest building in the villa. Zhang Xiaokang carried Yang Kier felt emotions surging as they looked at the European-style building in front of them. We finally have our own home. Although he had stayed for a period of time, this European building would forever belong to him. When Yang Kier saw the villa, she became happy and got Zhang Xiaokang to put her down. She walked leisurely over to the dried-up lawn and looked at the tranquil lake. At that moment, the twilight of the setting sun shone from her back, making her look like a little fairy that had descended from the heavens. She was especially beautiful at that moment. Do remember to support me over at Patreon and get early chapters as well. http://Patreon.com Blackberry. Chapter 166 Something's Wrong. Zhang Xiaokang led people and carefully searched both mountains once, killing off a few wandering zombies that were either customers or staff of the spa, then drove an off-road vehicle around the spa, as long as it was a place where people had resided before. Zhang Xiaokang sent people to hunt and search for zombies. They cleared the perimeter of 5 km around the spa to the point where not one zombie stood. Zhang Xiaokang then brought people with him to the mineral company's preparation site and raided everything, taking all the construction materials and engineering vehicles. Of course, the luxurious office was also raided upside down. Whatever famous paintings, carpets or superior furniture, all of it were moved to Zhang Xiaokang's villa. After that, Old Frank led some people and built a few large cement stores for the oil with the construction materials, then led them all around the county and retrieved back all existing fuel left behind. Zhang Xiaokang's greedy nature broke out especially ferociously. Anything that he saw, regardless of whether they were of use or not, were all dragged to the spa and handed over to Wenbin to be sorted. The foodstuff in the granary was completely swept and stored inside the cave. In fact, Zhang Xiaokang's collected supplies were sufficient for the 100-odd people to survive for a long time, but he always had a sense of urgency and constantly hoarded over anything he could find. He did not know what this sense of urgency meant, but he knew that there were no longer any factory produce, so he had to quickly gather everything. Yang Xiaokang laid inside the Land Rover with Yang Qier, who was seated in the driver's seat, holding onto the wheel while blasting metal rock and roll songs. Yang Xiaokang had an arm over his head, laying in the back seat while Yang Qier moved along with the music. Occasionally her immature voice would shout out random lyrics of the song. Shengyu and Qiu Yun sat beside Yang Qier while watching her drive with the occasional guidance while frequently glancing back at Zhang Xiaokang, who was feigning asleep. Shengyu and Qiu Yun had been with him for many missions and had revealed her sudden effectiveness in marksmanship for a couple of times, so she was able to raise her chin while amongst other men, who would never dare to look at her covetously. The depressing thing was, aside from the men not daring to look at her, Deng Xiaokang did not seem to want to look at her, especially after the incident where she had killed a few stipe zombies. He became more distant and she felt as though there was a thick wall between the two of them. In the night before, a few of the combat team members encountered an extremely fast-moving zombie, causing them to be stunned, as though they had seen a ghost, to which they threw their weapons and ran away. Deng Xiaokang was also nervous and shocked when he saw the zombie, but quickly took out something that resembled a fishnet. When she saw the zombie rush towards Deng Xiaokang at a speed that left afterimages, her heart immediately became anxious when the rifle in her hand automatically raised up and a shot was unleashed through the zombie's chest, causing it to stop for a moment. The following shot went through its eye, and seeing the zombie fall, and before she could even relax for a moment, the rifle in her hand unleashed another 6 shots, every shot straight into the zombie's head. What shocked her was her hand actually threw the rifle down as it reached out for the handgun at her holster as she ran forward to the zombie and sending all the bullets into the zombie's brain before she recovered control over her body, and was dumbstruck all the way until Zhang Xiaokang came forward with a sword and beheaded it. She was afraid, completely in the dark of the situation of her own body. She wanted to find Zhang Xiaokang for a bit of consolation. By the time she finished killing the zombie and wanted to tell Zhang Xiaokang about it, his expression was even more alarmed than hers. The look in his eyes looked as though he wanted to hide from her. His leg moved by itself as he shifted away from her, making her even more afraid, until Zhang Xiaokang spoke up and said that a family member of hers in heaven must be protecting and had blessed her. She only needed a reason, a consolation. When she heard Zhang Xiaokang's absurd reasoning, she took it. She firmly believed that it was her mother that was protecting her. But why was Zhang Xiaokang so afraid of me? Am I still capable of love? Who would have thought that being outstanding would chase men away too? She did not know that Zhang Xiaokang was also at a loss. He had a love and fear entanglement towards Shengyu and Qiu Yun. He loved her strange marksmanship, but afraid of the something possessing her. While searching in a small warehouse and thinking that it was an easy task, an S2 actually appeared. All the men who had seen an S2 before immediately turned tail and ran. Zhang Xiaokang immediately brandished out his secret weapon used to deal against an S2, while Wangla used a fishing net made out of motorbike brake wires. Right when Wangla was about to expand out the net against the S2 that was approaching, Shengyu and Qiu Yun unleashed her marksmanship. Unlike the previous time, the rifle in her hand unleashed continuous shots. Even after the S2 had fallen, Shengyu and Qiu Yun never stopped. Deng Xiaokang noticed that the Shengyu and Qiu Yun that was firing was different. Her eyes had no emotions at all. He will never forget the scene where she threw her rifle down and unholstered her pistol and fired at the S2 while approaching it. That graceful bearing was something he would never forget. Her speed was perfect, as though she was taking a stroll leisurely at the lake in the villa. Her expression remained calm and collected as she raised the handgun in her hand. The pair of eyes that resembled beautiful gemstones had no focal length. The muzzle pointed at the S2, but her eyes never looked at it. Her appearance remained peaceful and graceful as she raised the M1911A1 pistol as though she was holding onto a glass of wine in the evening. The beauty in it made everyone watching feel that what she was doing was completely unrelated to killing. The black pistol in her hand spewed out with dark red flames as the pistol's body continued to jump. The S2 on the floor started to reveal its last struggle, its 2 hands continuously trying to force itself up, the 2 legs continuously trying to stand up. Seeing the S2 struggling beneath her feet, Shengyu and Qiu Yun did not panic at all. Her eyebrows did not even twitch as she unclipped the entire pistol into the zombie's head calmly. All of the men, including Zhang Xiaokang, were scared out of their wits. Shang Yu and Qiu Yun's performance from start to the end was, how do I say it, it was graceful. Yes, graceful. Like a beautiful red-crowned crane striding with its graceful body in a brook foraging for food. What made people fear it was that the disgusting zombie was the little fish in her mouth. In the end, Shangyu and Qiu Yun regained her senses as she looked at her own hand in shock. As though she was bewildered by her own actions, her pupils were once again filled with the color of emotions. Just that these emotions were fear and panic. Yang Xiaokang went forward and beheaded the S2, then looked at the stunned Shangyu and Qiu Yun. The coldness in his heart became denser. He was 100% sure that Shangyu and Qiu Yun had something wrong with her. But what was it? He broke out in a cold sweat, and no longer dared to think about it. Chapter 167 Old Frank's Happiness. Dang Xiaokang was on guard against Shangyu and Qiu Yun, but did not hesitate to have her by his side. At least they had a great killing machine to fight against the S2. His safety was guaranteed. Every time they went up against an S2, it was extremely thrilling and dangerous. With Shangyu and Qiu Yun, everything would be safe and steady. So why not? The fleet arrived at the spa, which had turned into a large construction zone. Aside from requesting Old Frank to build the oil pools, Zhang Xiaokang got him to build a perimeter wall in the valley which had to be at least 4 m tall, and reinforced with various steel reinforcing bars. Aside from that, the planned perimeter walls would have sandbags added which increases the height by another 2 m. This way, the wall would not be destroyed by any D2 or D3. The sandbags were able to effectively protect the walls that also had a few machine gun forts. Zhang Xiaokang knew that aside from zombies, there were also various type of monstrosities. If they were to encounter any flying ones, they could at least ward them off. Old Frank led the entire logistic team and the base guards that were from the combat team and carried out the construction. The diesel fuel electric generator by the side supplied power to the concrete mixer trucks, mixing all kind of sand, stones, and cement. A few wheelbarrows were by the side waiting for the load with a few men, who were Shang Xiaokang's captives, and a few men that Shangyu and Qiu Yun disliked, all of whom had become the old policeman Zhang Huiyan's subordinates. Although the old policeman was not well received in his past position, he had seen all sorts of people in all walks of life in his 2-decade-long experience. With a few words from them, Zhang Huiyan quickly grasped their personalities and weaknesses. Additionally, after Zhang Huiyan had shot their old leader to death, all of them had lingering fears toward him. On the contrary to Zhang Huiyan's cowardice towards his ex-colleagues, he started to act like a nasty person who had some accomplishments, causing his ex-colleagues to become even more disgusted with him. Whenever they saw him, they never bothered to greet him. But Zhang Huiyan did not care. He had been trampled by all of them in his career. How could he not be used to them rolling their eyes? Everyone had to work, and naturally, Zhang Huiyan was doing what he did best. He stood by the side of a wheelbarrow and smoked. But as an old cop with 2 decades of experience, with a sweep of the area, he saw Zhang Xiaokang opening the door of his vehicle and was coming out. He quickly threw away his cigarette and ran towards Zhang Xiaokang. He was an outsider, but was suddenly picked by Zhang Xiaokang to be the leader of a small group. His old boss did not dare refute Zhang Xiaokang's arrangement, and could only talk bad about Zhang Huiyan behind his back. Zhang Huiyan constantly noticed people pointing at him behind his back, and the eyes of his subordinates were not as submissive as before. But he was not easy to deal with. After finding out that Zhang Xiaokang had the same last name as him, he started to proclaim that they were related by blood since Zhang Xiaokang's ancestors were also from J City. After that, all the idle gossip were gone. When Zhang Xiaokang heard about it, he became somewhat gloomy. His grandfather's generation came from Sichuan and stayed in Y City for a few generations. He never heard of having any relatives in J City, but he was lazy to declare and reveal his family tree. Due to that, Zhang Huiyan constantly stuck onto Zhang Xiaokang. As long as he saw his shadow, Zhang Huiyan would be the first to walk over to greet him. Zhang Xiaokang did not get sick of Zhang Huiyan constantly running to him. Zhang Huiyan was in an unstable team and had no choice but to grasp such an opportunity. But at the same time, Zhang Xiaoqing felt more reassured towards Zhang Huiyan. Although he was somewhat a slippery profiteer, he was an old man with a rather kind heart. There shouldn't be any anomaly today, right? Or did someone not bring a helmet again and got his head smashed? Zhang Xiaoqing spoke to Zhang Huiyan in ridicule. Zhang Huiyan was fixated to fawn on Zhang Xiaoqing's thighs and had become affixed to this identity. Regardless of any or no news, he would report to Zhang Xiaoqing and never cared about what others thought. As long as there was something, he would report it. There was no need to talk about for 3 or old Frank. Even if Yuan Bin did something wrong, Zhang Huiyan would report to Zhang Xiaoqing. Everyone got pissed off by him, and everyone started to speak badly about Zhang Huiyan in front of Zhang Xiaoqing. But Zhang Xiaoqing remained indifferent about all these. This indifference caused others to believe that they really had some family ties. No, there's nothing. I just saw you coming, so I came to greet you. Zhang Huiyan's eyes darted around Zhang Xiaoqing's face. Seeing that his mood was relatively well, he continued to speak. It seems that the materials for construction are not enough. Old Frank and the rest said something about going out to look for more. Zhang Xiaoqing frowned. It's only been a few days and there's insufficient materials. None of them are easily found. Aside from the markets, only the counties have them. But the counties have as many zombies as J City. What should we do? He dispatched Zhang Huiyan back to work while he walked over to the side and pondered. With regards to Zhang Huiyan, Zhang Xiaoqing's thoughts were no different from any person occupying a leadership position. He could not allow his subordinates to gather together. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the top management, as well as dispelling any concealed dangers that might surface. Zhang Xiaoqing wanted to go to WH City, but he did not want to lose the spa. If WH City's environment was bad, he definitely wanted to return to the spa. The spa was his roots as he had invested too much into it. If someone else were to take the place from him, Zhang Xiaoqing felt that he would most probably die from anger. The memorial arch of the spa had been torn down. The cement pavement had been split and cracked by the various construction vehicles, and the old electric gate was demolished. All of the bushes that were as tall as an average person were all pulled from their roots. To build the base, the amount of earth dug formed a hill on an empty space they found far away. The protective wall that reached a height of 4 m and 3 m thick was of priority were underway. While Wang Le led a group of men to break apart and scrap the outer covering of a car. This metal was to be used as substitute material as there were insufficient reinforced steel bars and added to the walls. For the sake of the wall, it could be said that Zhang Xiaoqing spared nothing. They made search teams and went out daily. But instead of looking as though they were searching for supplies, it looked as though they were demolishing the structures they found, along with neatly placed bricks, cement, and prefabricated boards. They moved everything up their vehicles. For this, Zhang Xiaoqing's fleet brought along a small crane. Every time they left, all of the buildings would be demolished to the ground. They were like an Asian locust swarm. Wherever they went, they needed to take everything as an accomplishment. But even so, the supply of materials could not catch up to the progress of construction. They arrived back in base, and upon walking in a few steps, Zhang Xiaoqing saw old Frank scolding a few people. He had a helmet that was placed crookedly on his hand, an originally white towel that had turned black wrapped around his neck. The originally green camouflage clothes had turned black and yellow, and the perspiration on his face mixed with dust caused him to have black lines all over. After becoming a leader of a group, old Frank's personality had changed as well. His expressed more ferocity and his mood fluctuation were even more erratic. He was forced to change due to the multiple responsibilities he held, unlike the past, where he never worked as a chief labor contractor before, making him clumsy at him. Right after the oil pool was completed, even before the cement had dried, Zhang Xiaoqing got him to build the protective perimeter wall. He was so busy that he constantly looked as though he was in a terrible shape. He was no longer the coward and inarticulate man of the past. His walk and talk were always filled with anger, and even before his workers got near him, he would have scolded them upside down. On the previous day, just because Wen Bin was half a day late in supplying the materials. Old Frank actually went to find trouble with him, leaving Wen Bin speechless and unsure whether he should laugh or cry. 3 had disappeared completely from Old Frank. Whenever he saw Old Frank, he would take a detour. Old Frank constantly berated his subordinates, yet they never dared to unleash their anger. There was once where one of the subordinates actually refuted a few impulsive words. Old Frank instantly kicked him. The thing was, this man knew of Old Frank's old personality. He even thought to climb back up and retaliate. But Old Frank actually pointed his M1911 at the man's head. After that, no one tried to create trouble for Old Frank anymore. Whoever did so had to face the wrath of a gun. No one was willing to do it. There were also 2 girls who followed Old Frank and constantly walked by his side. When his elder sister held a bottle of water for him, he replied by smiling at them, then turning back and staring at his subordinates. His subordinates would instantly scatter like birds and beasts. The younger sister, who was previously mentally unsound, became much better. She no longer needed her sister to hold her hand, and instead, she held onto a small pink cat towel and tugged at his shirt. Sensing that she was trying to get his attention, Old Frank stopped and looked at her. The little girl pulled on his shirt and got him to kneel, to which Old Frank responded like a docile sheep and obediently knelt beside the girl. The little girl used her towel to wipe his face, removing the dirt but staining the pink towel. Being cleaned, Old Frank looked at the 2 girls and gave a foolish smile. Chapter 168 Materials. Seeing the warmth and happiness between Old Frank and the 2 sisters, Zhang Zhangkang was unwilling to disrupt them. It was a hard-to-come-by scene ever since the apocalypse happened. Zhang Zhongkang's eyes moistened slightly. In his heart, he felt that it was right for the 2 siblings to follow Old Frank. Old Frank truly cared and loved them. He never brought any anger from work back to them, and allowed them to experience the warmth of a family once more. The elder sister had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Zhongkang standing in the distance, she pulled her sister and nodded towards Zhang Zhongkang before leaving. Old Frank received the young lady's heads up and saw Zhang Zhongkang. He walked over and laughed out loud awkwardly. He had the ability to vent his anger at anyone, except for Zhang Zhongkang. To him, Zhang Zhongkang was a benefactor, a great benefactor. Seeing his cautious and meek expression, Zhang Zhongkang laughed. He patted Old Frank's shoulder to tell him to be at ease. He casually asked about Old Frank's past. Old Frank lost his parents at a very young age, and followed his elder brother who was 8 years older than him. The 2 of them lived together by collecting scraps inside a small county town for close to a decade. From a very young age, Old Frank was already skilled with his small hands. He constantly took home old family electronics and slowly tinkered with them, and was actually able to fix them close to perfection. He relied on all of these and his dilapidated home to make a second-hand electronic shop. The 2 of them lived rather well, and his elder brother even prepared to marry in the following year. The house they lived in was passed down by their parents and was close to the main street. A man who opened restaurants wanted to buy their home as it was right beside his shop. This way, his restaurant would potentially be expanded by twice its original size. Old Frank and his brother were unwilling to sell their house, for it was the only valuable inheritance they obtained from their parents, and they could even hand it over to their future generations. Who would have imagined that the man was the younger brother-in-law of one of the county's public security bureau chief? This man was also a wicked and domineering boss that relied on his brother-in-law's means and contacts. He directly sent people to beat Old Frank's brother up and chase them out of the house, and forced an agreed contract to sell the house on his elder brother, forcing him to sign with his handprint. Old Frank was not harmed, but the neighbors warned them that the man could not be provoked. Old Frank took $5,000 and carried his elder brother and found an abandoned home to take shelter. His elder brother was injured, but unwilling to go to the hospital. Who would have known that the fiancé that the elder brother was going to marry actually sent someone to call off the marriage in that anger and weakness? He spat out blood and became died. Old Frank knew that his elder brother had painstakingly saved up and gave away $3,000 of betrothal money. But Old Frank was a patient man who remembered grievances and favors. He waited inside the county for his opportunity. and also used the remainder of his money to purchase a second-hand motorbike and learn to ride it. On the first day of operation, after the people who had hurt his brother had completed renovations, Old Frank brought iron chains and locked the front and back doors of the shop, and poured gasoline all over and lit the place on fire. But as a kind person, he called his neighbors for help to put out the fire. By midnight, due to their prompt actions, only the restaurant was burnt. After everything, he rode his motorcycle out with his brother's ashes and left the town he grew up in. The life he lived outside was extremely challenging, and he had no choice but to use the lockpicking skills he gained from the people of his old town to form small groups that robbed and stole. They moved all around the place and committed crimes all over for a good decade. In the end, all of them entered the same prison, where they were situated at when the virus broke out. After listening to Old Frank's story, Deng Xiaoqing sighed. It must not be easy for him. Old Frank is a kind man. If it had happened to me, I would have hacked them all to death. How long can the materials last? What are we lacking? Deng Xiaoqing asked, the main issue that he had sought Old Frank for. Old Frank lowered his head and started to calculate. Brother Cockroach, basically we are lacking in everything. The ones that we are lacking the most are still the reinforced steel bars, cement, sand, and stones. There's still a surplus with the prefabricated boards and bricks you found. But we have less than 100 bags of cement now. If we were to put in all effort, by tomorrow afternoon, we will be forced to stop work. We don't even have any reinforced steel bars left. Wangla have been busy the entire day until now, and besides drinking and eating, the rest of his time was used to create makeshift soil reinforced bars. Can you see if you can lessen the number of reinforced steel bars? Deng Xiaoqing waved his hand. He was afraid that even after increasing the number of reinforced steel bars requirement, it would still not be enough. How could he lessen the number? It was a plan 4m tall wall with sandbags to increase the height to 6m. The original plan for the bars was for the wall and the foundation of the base. But before the perimeter walls have even taken form and the foundations had barely started burying the bars, they had already encountered this issue. If they did not form a strong foundation, how could they face dangers in the future with the paper-weak walls? Should we go to the small town to take a look? Upon thinking about the two sisters, Deng Xiaoqing recalled the scene of the town, but it did not possess any construction projects. The market of the town had also been ransacked by him. Basically, the small town never had the need for such materials, so they never sold such things except for more pipes and lighting. Deng Xiaoqing expanded his search range and thought about the expressway flee over past the small town. A fleet of vehicles slowly closed in from the distance, with a large and heavy truck that possessed M1919A6 air-cooled heavy machine gun installed on the roof in the lead. The straight barrel of the gun and its components were installed on a pitch-black base. The black muzzle aimed straight ahead with the 250 bullets bandolier that shone under the sunlight. One heavy machine gun was managed by two people. One to hold the gun handle and direct the bullets, while the other held onto the bandolier to straighten it and maintained a smooth transfer of bullets. 10 large trucks took the lead. The first 3 trucks were all equipped with a set of heavy machine gun each. Each gun team consisted of a man and a woman. Due to the lack of manpower, Deng Xiaoqing conducted a quick training for 3 braver women and brought them along for the mission to the expressway. On this day, Deng Xiaoqing brought out all of his investments. Old Frank, 3, Lu Wenyi, Deng Huiyan, all of them were present. All of the men in the base had moved out along in the vehicles, and besides the crippled Huan Bin in the base, Yuanyi, who could not do excessive movements. A few ladies stayed in the base as guards. Deng Xiaoqing even brought the chef along to help. When they saw the expressway and the distance closing in, the fleet of vehicles slowed down. The closer they got, the more majestic it was. The thick and large pressurized beams reached great heights of 450 m. Following across the expressway were many makeshift shelters made out of tarpaulins. Piles after piles of rusted reinforced steel bars and building materials laid across the ground. Yellow sandy hills could be seen all over, with yellow sand scattered all over the ground, forming what looked like a sandy shore. There were also hills formed out of shattered rocks. Various construction vehicles and tools caused Deng Xiaoqing's eyes to be filled with envy. He looked at them covetously. But old Frank beside him became even more agitated. By the side of the roads were large billboards that had large and striking red words drawn by red paint. Roman 20 Corporation, Roman 20 Number X Construction Project. Chapter 169. They are still materials. For some reason, Yang Xiaokang noticed that there were very few zombies. In a small camp that had a pile of materials, he found 3 to 5 zombies. The larger camps would have over a dozen to 20 zombies. A few were scattered around abandoned vehicles, which were attracted and agitated by Zhang Xiaokang's fleet. They all moved towards Zhang Xiaokang separately, and when they were 30 m away from the fleet, the combat team all started shooting at them. Following the sound of the gunshots, more zombies started to head towards the road. Not long later, the zombies around the construction vehicle were purged. Yang Xiaokang got the chauffeur to bring the rover over and got off. He saw various excavation machines, dumpers, forklifts and trucks filled with sand. Yang Xiaokang finally felt at ease. He figured that everything in front of him were sufficient for them to build a few perimeter walls. Calculating everything out, he could not finish everything in front of him. Even a city would not require so much materials. Beneath the expressway, the road was segmented into different construction companies, which also meant that the amount of construction, tools and materials piled up here was not little, much less the safety facilities inside a small ravine. It was not difficult for him to build a county within the inner Great Wall. The men from the combat team got off their vehicles and following their respective leaders, they moved in to cleanse the remaining zombies. Wangla brought 2 of his subordinates and started inspecting the vehicles that had remained unused for half a year. Old Frank brought his own men and arranged the perimeter safety. The grit and rocks on the ground caused rustling sounds due to the friction with the road when their souls stepped down. Occasionally they would step across zombie corpses littered on the ground, which came in various sizes. All of their sizes and appearances were different. The common similarities to them were the bullet holes in their heads, their black and dirty blood, and the yellow brain juice that leaked from their heads to their bodies and down to the sandy ground. Zhang Xiaokang realized that all of the zombies had started to mutate. A few zombies had become stronger. A few had become faster, while a few started to become weaker. In the past, the zombies that Zhang Xiaokang encountered were only slightly slower than an average person's speed of walking. Just that the zombies that were turned from elderly grannies would stagger from place to place. But majority of the ordinary zombies had speed that were inferior to the past. Yang Xiao interacted with zombies on a daily basis and felt that the zombies were differentiating into 2 different categories. Half of them would turn to D-type and S-type, while the other half would quickly become weak or eliminated. After Zhang Xiaokang realized it, he pushed it to the bottom of his heart. If half of the ordinary zombies died, the world would have 3 billion less zombies. That was considered a joy. But at the same time, 3 billion other zombies would mutate and evolve. That was definitely a devastating news to hear. Yang Xiaokang did not know why or how it was occurring, so he was in a hurry to store up reserves and reinforce the defense. Aren't I doing everything I can just to have a little more guarantee in preserving my life? The most crucial thing to Zhang Xiaokang was he became uncertain about WH City. WH City was still unknown to him. Aside from knowing that there was a gathering at WH City, he knew nothing else. He found a few radios, but aside from the very few information that would appear on the radio regarding the gathering at WH City, there were no other signals about other places. There were times that Zhang Xiaokang figured that the virus reach at Hubei was the weakest, so the probability of survivors there would be higher. But wouldn't that mean that people in the other places were doomed? As he thought about it, he walked over to the side of a makeshift tarpaulin room which was covered with grease and dust. Something suddenly protruded out of the tarpaulin as something seemed to be forcing its way out. Chucking Zhang Xiaokang unsheathed the Jingwei blade and sliced the tarpaulin in 2, where a tan zombie stumbled out from. Zhang Xiaokang sliced its head off, and its headless body stumbled to his feet. He used the blade to open the tarpaulin and inspected the inside. The makeshift room had almost no light and he could only vaguely see a few beds and covers. A moldy smell attacked Zhang Xiaokang's nose, causing him to close the cover. Get the rest to pay attention. Some zombies could be hiding in the houses. Get them to enter with shields and blades. He spoke to Wang Chong behind him. Wang Chong nodded his head and turned to walk to the group in the distance. Wang Chong was already considered Zhang Xiaokang's pseudo-aide-de-camp. Whenever Zhang Xiaokang leaves the base, he would follow along. When Zhang Xiaokang remained in the base, he would follow Old Frank. Zhang Xiaokang had a good impression on him. He looked like a weak and easily bullied man. But when it came to crucial moments, he was always willing to fight with his life and had self-respect. He was capable in doing things as well and was considered a capable assistant to Zhang Xiaokang. Under Old Frank's lead, the rest were already busy. The first thing they moved were the reinforced steel bars on the ground. All sorts of different model reinforced bars were tied tightly together into bundles and loaded up an automatic dump truck. The group of men loading the bars were colored brown due to the rust. Old Frank busied himself to the point of perspiring bucket loads of perspiration. But when he saw the bundles of reinforced steel bars being loaded up the vehicles, he revealed a wide smile. He extended his hand and wiped away the perspiration. The rust and perspiration left marks on his face, but he remained oblivious to it and continued bundling up the bars. Boom boom. Wangla had started up an excavator. The orange-painted chassis continuous tracks moved the vehicle to the mountain of rocks and slowly extended its arm into the rock pile. The toothed bucket dug downwards and scooped out a full load of rocks before turning dexterously. Some rocks from the bucket dropped to the ground. Whoosh! The bucket raised up and unloaded into a dump truck container behind the vehicle, causing smoke of dust to rise. The excavator moved slowly and continued the same action, digging up, unloading down. The 8-ton dump truck containers as quickly filled. The driver drove the dump truck to the road and stopped. Another dump truck moved to the empty spot where the excavator started to stones. In time, the empty truck was loaded again. Zhang Xiaokang was startled. He had brought a total of 10 dump trucks, but 2 of them were already filled. He noticed the amount of materials all around and the countless of abandoned construction vehicles, and decided to camp for a few days. When all the supply and dump trucks were filled, Zhang Xiaokang got a few men to follow Wangla to make rush repairs to the abandoned vehicles. Prior to moving out, Wangla had prepared amply. He had brought along all the repair tools that Zhang Xiaokang had found and brought back. Aside from single-phase generators, he had even brought out a small-scale air compressor that could easily inflate large tires. Chapter 170 on the flyover. 3 led his men onto a small mountaintop and deployed camp. Their harvest was abundant, and Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates found new tarpaulins stored inside one of the makeshift tents. All of these tarpaulins were perfect for the construction of their new camp location. 3 and his men stabbed many thin metal bars into the ground and rigged up the scaffolding by using pliers to twist the metal bars in place, with the bars reinforcing each other. They built up a frame, and then used steel wires to tie the tarpaulins together and build a standard and simple room. The ground was covered with a layer of dry sand and again with a measured and cut tarpaulin, then with the quilt to ensure comfort. Old Frank could not idle at all. He was constantly bundling up the reinforced steel bars which allowed easy and quick loading of the bundles with his men whenever the trucks arrive. The 2 sisters also followed him on this day, dressed in work clothes, and helped Old Frank to bundle the bars up. In the distance, the fat chef and a few female helpers surrounded a large wok, which was placed on an ill barrel with a big opening that had arm-sized firewood exposed and an exposed fire that occasionally blazed upwards. The 3-inch high flames spewed beneath the wok. The high temperatures caused the fat chef to break out in perspiration. He stood on an elevated platform dancing with a frying spatula, occasionally ordering the ladies beside him to pour in the ingredients they prepared loudly. In no time, the fragrance of his stir-fry dispersed with the wind, regardless of whether they were resting or working. Everyone turned towards Fat Chef's direction. Yang Kier sat on a folding chair placed on a hillside, watching the busy people while listening to the radio. She was pleased with her position as she stretched her body and continued to observe the crowd. She was secretly delighted in her mind when she was with Zhang Xiaokang. She had worked extremely hard and occasionally would think that in Zhang Xiaokang's eyes, she was just a coolie worker. but she was no longer needed to do work and felt extremely pleased being able to see others work. Is this the feeling of being a lady boss? Shangyu and Kyo-yun sat at the entrance of a makeshift room with ammunition box that was covered with a galvanized iron sheet. A layer of white cloth was placed over the chest with the dismantled components of an M1 Garand. At that moment, she had the trigger assembly in her hands, which she was carefully cleaning with a bottle of grease that Wang Kla had replaced. Shangyu and Kyo-yun's dream was no longer to reach WH City or for the men around her to become stronger. Her path of thoughts had changed. She wanted to be able to control her mysterious and unfathomable marksmanship and no longer wanted to be controlled by the strange feeling. She wanted to have control of her own body. She placed the trigger assembly down and looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was standing at the top of the slope, observing his subordinates at work and oblivious to Shangyu and Kyo-yun's gaze at him. Shangyu and Kyo-yun only retracted her gaze after a long time and continued to maintain the gun parts. Her emotions towards Zhang Xiaoqing was complicated. She wanted to be closer to him but was afraid of doing so. She wanted Zhang Xiaoqing to know that she was very casual, but did not proactively got close to him. And Zhang Xiaoqing would frequently ignore her. She initially had the thoughts of him taking the initiative to chase after her. She did not care if he had a couple of ladies. Excellent men were rare after the apocalypse, and they could only follow excellent men to ensure their own survivability and supplies. But Zhang Xiaoqing never displayed any attraction towards her and never displayed any initiation. Am I not to his taste? What made her most angry was that Zhang Xiaoqing used to enjoy flirting around with her. But everything changed, and every time he saw her, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why did I become very scary? Zhang Xiaoqing watched the busy crowd with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. I'm like a small boss now with close to 100 men working for me. Although the ones who truly dare to fight with their lives number only to around 20. But what kind of world are we when this is an apocalypse where only 1 out of 100 can survive? To be able to have so many people under me is my fortune. Just as he was being contented with his achievements, he caught something falling from the sky. A human form object from the flyover breakpoint dropped downwards from the 40 to 50 m bridge. Right when Zhang Xiaoqing raised his head, the object plopped beneath the bridge. Aside from rousing a cloud of dust, there were no other movements. That was when Zhang Xiaoqing noticed that at the bottom of the breakpoint of the flyover were more than 10 zombie bodies, all of them with signs of evolution. Zhang Xiaoqing finally realized the reason for the lack of zombies. They arrived in town early in the morning at 10 to start work. There was still time till lunch. All of the workers were in the construction sites. Aside from the chef who was looking after the materials in the camp, the zombies that Zhang Xiaoqing had led his team to kill were only an insignificant number. The rest were all on the flyover bridge above their heads. Zhang Xiaoqing took out the dagger hung on his left thigh and was about to slice his own palm until he saw the toothed edge of the blade. He became unwilling. Why should I harm myself when I don't have to? My recovery rate might be fast, but the pain is unbearable. He turned and looked towards his subordinates. Who can be my sacrificial lamb? Deng Huiyan, no way. He's too old. Old Frank. Zhang Xiaoqing looked towards Old Frank, who was smiling and talking to the two sisters, and shook his head. Forget it. I'd better not bully Old Frank. He turned his gaze towards others. At that moment, Wang Chong noticed that Zhang Xiaoqing was looking around at everyone and thought that Zhang Xiaoqing was looking for someone to do something. So he diligently ran over and spoke to Zhang Xiaoqing. Seeing Wang Chong running towards him, Zhang Xiaoqing was speechless. He had never seen anyone volunteering themselves to donate blood after the apocalypse. But the pitiful-looking Wang Chong had actually done, so Zhang Xiaoqing did not elaborate much and stated that he needed a bit of blood, resulting in Wang Chong's face to turn pale white. But without saying a word, whoosh! He lifted up his sleeve and extended his arm out to Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at Wang Chong, who had his face turned away, eyes closed and teeth clenched, and used his dagger and made a small slit on the back of his arm. A thin red line slowly appeared which leaked blood out. Wang Chong saw the blood flow on his arm and was puzzled. Zhang Xiaoqing did not explain himself. The two of them stood at their positions and looked up at the flyover. Wang Chong did not comprehend the situation. He simply stood there and held onto his arm as he tilted his head up to look at the 40 to 50 m tall flyover. That was when a small black dot suddenly appeared at the tip. He squinted his eyes and noticed that it was a zombie staggering around. Behind it was another zombie. All of them were attracted to the blood scent and were moving towards the edge of the breakpoint. Bang! After the first zombie had fallen, more and more zombies started to fall off the bridge. Some of the zombies' heads had yellow or red safety helmets as the stream of black bodies started to fall, forming a line that started from the 40 to 50 m tall bridge, endlessly falling off the bridge until the line formed into a horde of falling zombies, into a waterfall. Not all of the zombies were fortunate enough to fall onto the ground beneath the bridge. Translator notes: please do support me over at http://www.patreon.com Blackberry and get early chapters, as this is fan translation service, and I get absolutely nothing from it. Thank you. Chapter 171, Beneath the Flyover. Beneath the bridge were many reinforced steel bars embedded into the ground in groups of 7s, 8s, or 10s into circles. These bars were embedded halfway into the ground, with the remaining half extending out of the ground towards the sky, resembling sharp spears that pierced through many of the zombies that fell downwards. A few of them were instantly killed upon impact without being able to move their hands or twitch. A few of the zombies were stabbed through by multiple bars. The dissipated force caused them to be lifted in midair as their pitch black blood flowed down their bodies onto the reinforced steel bars, dyeing the bars a black color. Some of the bars were placed perfectly as consecutive zombies were pierced through by the same bars. There were some that killed up to 7 to 8 bodies like a mutton skewer. But of course, it was a zombie skewer. The ground beneath the bridge was not level, with a hideous mess of beams erected all around. Cement mold constructions and various steel beam frames. Some of the zombies unexpectedly fell straight onto the beams like cannon fodder soldiers of Japanese manga. They were left hanging at the top of the beams with their hands and legs dangling gently. These that had their spines penetrated through by the beams were considered the more fortunate ones. The more unlucky zombies had their heads ripped off by the beams. Yuck. The upper half of their heads were sliced and flung into the air, their brains spinning along while the rest of their bodies dropped downwards with brain fluid. After the bodies fell to the ground, their decapitated skulls would fall and roll far away. There were some that fell in awkward positions, resulting in their chins falling straight onto these beams. Now, that became unbearable to watch. The power of the impact did not immediately remove the head off, but half of the ugly faces of these zombies were completely ripped off from the chin to the top of their heads, leaving only the other half intact and revealing their white bones that were dyed with black blood. The chin bone and lower jaws were removed from the impact and had become an empty spot. It was unknown as to how many zombies were above on the flyover, but they only saw the zombies stand there, then fall down like different-sized beads falling onto a plate. At long last, the bottom part formed a mountain of zombie corpses, with even more zombies above still dropping downwards. Zhang Xiaokang did not know how many zombies there were inside the mountain of corpses, but he knew that the number was not less than the total number of zombies he had burnt in the small town. Everyone stopped what they were doing. 3 led the security team to watch the ground beneath the bridge. The few men all had the same expressions, on tiptoes with their straightened bodies, extended necks and eyes that were opened wide. Their eyeballs looked upwards as their mouths opened wide, with drool flowing out from the corner of their mouths. Old Frank and the 2 girls by the side no longer bundled the reinforced steel bars. They squatted down to the side of the road and turned their necks, staying motionless as they watched the scene before them. Old Frank subconsciously brought his fingers to his mouth as he started to chew on his fingernails. The fingernails that were covered with rust gave off a strange smell, but he remained oblivious to it. The brown rust turned his mouth red. He continued to bite while watching the zombies fall from the bridge. The elder sister hugged her sister's head into her bosom while her other hand reached out for old Frank's sturdy waist as consolation and assurance. Inside her sister's embrace, the younger girl sneakily extended her head out and looked at the various mutilated zombies. Seeing the dead zombies, her eyes sparkled with light. Her red little tongue kept on licking her dried lips. Her fists were clenched tightly while her body trembled in excitement. Her sister thought that she was afraid, and hugged her even tighter. Everyone except Zhang Xiaokang was stunned. They quietly stared at the mountain of zombies beneath the bridge. No one was able to absolve themselves from the shock. The first to react was the fat chef. He was startled awake by the burning smell of his wok. When he saw how his dish was charring and the wok turning red, he shouted for his helpers to grab water over. He was afraid that the wok base would be burnt through. The chef's tone-deaf screams jolted the others awake. Wang Chong looked at the mountain of zombies in the distance and trembled. He then looked at the small cut on his hand. It was not deep at all and had faint signs of healing. The blood that leaked out were already dry and the wound was closed. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang and asked this. I did that. Zhang Xiaokang patted his shoulder without saying anything. What do you want me to say that I'm afraid of hurting myself? So I cut him instead. He signaled for the combat team and the machine gun team to gather. Many zombies that fell had died. But there were a couple that was alive as well. All of these lucky zombies fell on top of the pile of dead zombies which acted as a cushion for the ones above. These fortunate zombies did not even drop a hair and started to tangle with the other zombies. Yang Xiaokang took the opportunity before the zombies could even stand to kill them. 3 sets of machine guns were placed on the hillside with trunks after trunks of ammunition arranged neatly on a canvas. All of the combat team members inspected their M1 Garens while 3 opened up the ammunition box and indicated for the front members to come forward as he gave out bullets. Deng Xiaokang stood nearby and observed them with Shengku and Qiu Yun beside him with her handgun in hand. Her gaze filled with killing intent towards the zombies. Zhang Xiaokang's firing position was not far from the zombies at around 100 meters. Everyone had their eyes towards the pile of zombies, where some of them had struggled out of the mountain and were staggering towards the scent of the blood. 1, 2, 3. All of them walked towards the survivors until they were only 10 meters apart. Some of the survivors were already pale in complexion. They were able to clearly see every detail on the zombies' faces. The ladies by the machine guns were trembling in fear. All of the ugly things were extremely close to them, as though a pounce from them would be able to reach for their throats and rip off their flesh. But upon seeing that Zhang Xiaokang standing behind them, they did not dare do anything. The scenes of how people were devoured by the zombies remained fresh in their minds. The bandoliers in their hands clanking as their hands trembled incessantly. The gunners held onto their guns tightly. Seeing the zombies so close, their fingers started to freeze. Fire! Upon hearing Zhang Xiaokang's roar, their hands tightened up. The heavy machine guns vibrated violently as bullets sprayed out with flames being unleashed from the muzzle. 2222222. Bullets flew out from the machine guns as the M1 Garen shots followed up from behind. Aside from the difference in speed of firing between the heavy machine guns and rifles, the bullet holes produced by the rifles were small, but the holes produced by the machine guns are extremely large, especially for the zombies right at the front who took the direct shots of the machine guns. All the gunners were newbies and had only tested over 100 bullets as a trial run. Naturally, they were unable to control the rhythm of the heavy machine gun. The released bullets had no fixed target and shot all over the ground, leaving behind many bullet holes. Occasionally, a few walking zombies would be shot in their legs and would fall to the ground, where their bodies would then be shot. One of the zombies had a bullet shot straight between its eyebrows. Its head instantly exploded like a watermelon with a bang. After it fell, another zombie crawled out from behind it. It was an S-type. The rifles were useless against it despite it not having any protection. Every single combat team member's skill in the M1 Garen rifles was superficial. They were unable to lock onto a moving target. One lucky shooter had his bullet shot straight into the zombie's arm. The powerful impact of the bullet broke the zombie's arm off, and the force caused the zombie to spin one round. This momentarily pause allowed 3 heavy machine guns to aim at it and unleash countless of bullets. In an instant, its entire body exploded and the various body parts flew in all directions. Chapter 172 Zhang Huiyan's burst of rage. The machine gunners were ecstatic. Although their skills were terrible, but it made them high firing a machine gun. They screamed out loud in joy. Their wolf-like howls along with the deafening machine guns, adding the scattered rifle shots gave rise to the feeling of war. A few zombies did not die after falling. They dragged their broken legs and continued to crawl towards the survivors. Occasionally, a bullet would fly into its body and take away some flesh or bone. But as long as these shots did not strike the vital parts like the head or spine, they would continue crawling forward. The machine gunners were excited. There were only a few zombies left standing in their eyes, and had completely ignored the zombies crawling. The women who were tasked as assisting machine gunners were completely immersed in their roles. To ensure that the machine gunners could continue firing, they kept on feeding new bandolier into the gun while maintaining the level bandolier to ensure that the gun would not have a stoppage. Their eyes were only fixed on the ammunition and the machine gun and were completely unaware of the zombies that had reached them. On the contrary, the combat team members using the rifles to fire became more anxious as the zombies got closer. The older team members knew what would happen if they were to retreat and instantly brandished their bayonets to cut down at the zombies. Zhang Huaiyan and his subordinates had never experienced crawling zombies close to them, and when they saw that the zombies were getting close to their feet, one of the men threw his rifle and ran backward. This time, all of the combat team members turned and looked at him. A few others had the same thoughts and wanted to escape along with the first person who ran. Zhang Huaiyan's eyes revealed a look of anxiousness. He unholstered his pistol and pointed to a few men and shouted, "Continue firing. Whoever dares to run will be killed by me." With that said, he turned and fired at the man who was escaping. His aim was not that great as the bullet barely grazed the man. None of his shots managed to strike the man's body. The closest merely took away a piece of cloth from his body. The man lowered his head and increased the length of his steps as he sprinted away. The sound of bullets whistling past him caused his heart to tremble. He regretted trying to run away. But what was done could not be undone and eyed a parked vehicle beneath the slope, praying in his heart that he would not get shot. He counted every gunfire that came out. The sound of the pistol shots was almost drowned out by the machine guns and rifles. But that faint pistol sound was the clearest to him. Every shot out of the pistol would be like a bass drum being struck in his heart. Once, twice, sixth time, seventh time, his heart gradually relaxed. He knew that the pistol no longer had bullets. By the time Zhang Huaiyan changed the ammunition clip, he had run another 50 m. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was rejoicing in his heart, rejoicing the fact that he escaped and had preserved his own life. His goal was to reach the vehicle parked down the hill. As long as he had it, what could stop him? In front of him stood a man. Isn't he the big guy that always shows his face from day to night? What is he holding? He isn't holding a gun, but just some black sword. As long as he isn't using a gun, what do I have to fear? Can't I just dodge his sword? He suddenly increased his speed and ran towards Zhang Xiaokang's side. As long as I maintain my distance from him, he'll definitely escape. Definitely. Zhang Xiaokang stared at the man running towards him coldly. He was constantly paying attention to the entire positioning of the combat team members. Regardless if it was the zombies closing in or the machine gunners shooting crazily, everything was caught by him. When he saw a few crippled zombies crawling closer to them, he knew about it but did not care. His subordinates not only had to be accurate in shooting long distance, they had to be as ferocious when it came to close combat. He mainly focused on every single combat team member's state of emotions, and the machine gunners made him satisfied. Even the women supporting the machine gunners made him satisfied. Seeing how the older members started brandishing their bayonets, he praised them in his mind. But when he saw how Zhang Huaiyan's subordinate tried to escape, his face became so black to the point that it was comparable to Fat Chef's wok. Zhang Xiaokang did not use his Desert Eagle. He simply held onto the Jingwei blade and waited for the man. To him, using a gun to end the man's life was letting him off too easy. When Zhang Xiaokang saw the man smile at the sight of him not wielding a gun, but a sword, it made him despise him even further. Zhang Xiaokang's Jingwei blade was over a meter long, but the man sprinted more than 2 meters away from Zhang Xiaokang's side. At that moment, it looked as though the man was about to get past Zhang Xiaokang, but he suddenly felt a slight chill at his thighs. His legs turned numb, but he continued to swing his arms to run. He suddenly found himself flying, not upwards, but down. Bang! He fell on the right side of his face onto the ground that was covered with coarse sand particles. The large inertia caused his body to roll on the ground multiple times. The skin on his face scratched off due to the friction of the sand and rocks, revealing the dark red flesh and white teeth. Blood quickly flowed down from his head to the ground and an intense pain surged up from his thighs. From the way he fell, he coincidentally saw his legs left behind. He screamed out loud on the ground despite not being able to feel the flesh wound on his face and body. Following that, his thighs started to spew out blood. But such a wound could not kill him immediately. He could only roll on the ground and howl in pain. His howls reached the ears of the others, causing all of them to tremble from a chill. Yet none of them turned back to look at him and only focused on defeating the zombies ahead of them. With a man struggling on the ground behind as an example, all of Zhang Huiyan's subordinates no longer harbored any thoughts of escaping. Aside from seeing the man's wretched situation, they also saw Zhang Xiaokang taking out the silver desert eagle from his waist. Zhang Xiaokang held onto the large and scary pistol in hand and observed everyone else from behind while the man with his legs cut off hugged onto his thighs and continued howling in pain. This scene deeply affected all the men who had thoughts to run. They immediately learned from their other comrades and clumsily brandished their bayonets while waiting for the close-quarter combat that was about to occur. The timid Zhang Huiyan picked up an M1 Garand that was thrown aside by someone else. He held onto the gun and ran to a zombie that was closing in, raised up the rifle with all of his strength and smashed down. The dark red stock of the rifle smashed straight into the zombie's head, which immediately collapsed in. He pulled out the yellow-stained rifle stock then smashed down onto another zombie that was waving its claws around. The timid and cautious old police Zhang Huiyan's sudden burst of rage caused others to be speechless, especially his ex-colleagues. They had never thought that the old policeman that showed his face at work to pass the days had such a side to him. Watching the old police with rage in his eyes disregarding his life and fighting at the front lines, all of his subordinates were stirred and aroused. All of them rushed to the old policeman and joined him in slaughtering the crawling zombies. The crippled ordinary zombies were in fact not that dangerous. The mental fear they gave the survivors were, in fact, more powerful than their actual capability to harm. After the old policeman took the initiative, all the other survivors calmed down. They no longer cared about the crippled zombies, but focused their attention on the horde in front of them. Zhang Huiyan's rifle was already stained yellow and black. He led his subordinates to patrol the front lines. As long as any zombies approached, regardless of whether they were standing or crawling, they would receive a strike from his rifle stock. In this way, the few men held onto the rifles and walked along the front lines, near the mountain pile of zombies. Chapter 173 The Expected Boss. The number of zombies gradually dropped. A sudden gust of wind blew the smoke in the air, thinning the amount of smoke around them. Zhang Xiaokang no longer needed to patrol within the smoke and could clearly see the battle situation. The machine gunners' faces were all covered with soot that was caused by the machine guns. The ladies beside them also had dirtied faces. Aside from their necks which were still white, the rest of them were all black. The bullet shells on the ground had piled up to a thick layer with some forming small mounds. Following the drop in zombies, the machine gunners changed to shooting intermittently, giving long shots followed by short breaks. The 3 machine guns took turns to fire. There were no more zombies falling from the top of the bridge. The 100 meters long front line was littered with zombie bodies. The zombies that were shot to death by rifles were still recognizable as their bodies were still completely intact, but those that were killed by machine guns had their bodies scattered all over, skulls destroyed, bodies ripped apart to the point of revealing their bones. Their broken arms and legs that were broken apart piled up all over the place with various internal organs and intestines were also found all over. When only a dozen zombies were left scattered around, Zhang Xiaokang got the machine gunners to stop firing. The remaining zombies were handled by the rifles until all of them were down. The continuous clamoring gunshots stopped, turning the entire battlefield silent. But Zhang Xiaokang did not let the machine gunners rest and got the kitchen to use them to serve hot water and food, allowing the rest on the front lines to take a break. He stood by the machine gun and looked upwards towards the bridge and waited. as though he was awaiting something. The man who tried to escape had not died. Gang Xiaoqing got some of the survivors to throw him onto the mountain of zombie corpses, while the empty space in front of the camp was smashed using sledgehammers for 2 mortar groups that emplaced themselves in positions and aimed straight for space beneath the bridge. 2 forklifts moved to above the hill and aside from Yongqier. Everyone else did not know why Zhang Xiaoqing was preparing such huge measures. Unsure of what he was waiting for, Zhang Xiaoqing did not deploy the mortars for the zombie horde, but took them out only after they were cleared. This meant that the thing he was waiting for was something not easy to handle. All of them held their mess tins and ate inattentively, all of them occasionally looking towards Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing did not know whether anything would come. The wind that passed previously not only blew away the smoke, but also the coward's blood scent all around. The S2 and D2's smell were not limited to 1 km and could even sense the faint blood scent from the wind like a shark extremely sensitive in water. Zhang Xiaoqing would rather be amply prepared to guard against them than to be caught unprepared. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqing sighed lightly. He turned and smiled towards Yongqier. Seems like our luck isn't bad today, but Kier doesn't seem happy. She is already prepared, holding that mace like a boss. Zhang Xiaoqing had killed 3 strong zombies, but she herself had only managed with 2, making her feel very salty. She swore that she had to kill 1 more to show off to Zhang Xiaoqing, but no stronger zombies had emerged, which meant that there were no zombies that had evolved to a type 2 around, making her feel even more depressed. Zhang Xiaoqing walked back to the camp. He was hungry and decided to eat before patrolling around. Yongqier followed behind him depressed. When the others saw Zhang Xiaoqing lessen his caution, they recovered their daily hubbubs. Some made conversation. Some smoked. Some quietly ate their rice and dishes. The originally deadly silent camp started to become lively again. Zhang Xiaoqing walked towards the fat chef, who was holding onto 2 portions of food and smiling towards him. Oh! A loud howl came from above the flyover and was extremely loud and clear. The resonant scream caused the entire camp to freeze as though they were a painting. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Xiaoqing stopped in his tracks and looked towards the flyover. Yongqier immediately turned and looked at the flyover excitedly. The fat chef, Old Frank, 3, the heavy machine gunners, the combat team as well as the logistic team all turned towards the bridge. All of them noticed a tall figure that had revealed itself from the bridge, firstly revealing its head that had a broken and yellow helmet, then its robust upper body, then its 2 thick and powerful legs, revealing its entire entity. A few of the combat team and logistic team members were trembling in their legs. All of them were the lucky survivors and old members from the granary. They recognized the real identity of the monster. A D2. This D2 was not as tall as the one at the granary and did not look as ferocious. But a D2 was still a D2. The skin on its body was impervious to bullets and wielded a strength capable of smashing walls. The rifles carried by the combat team members were a joke to a D2. They were afraid. The D2 was their nightmare. They were afraid. An undefeatable monster made them despair. All of them looked towards Zhang Xiaoqing, hoping to hear the order to retreat. Zhang Xiaoqing was not afraid. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. Ever since he had the death fight against the D2 at the granary, he had lost all fear towards them. The creeping shadow within his heart had been dispelled, and with so many subordinates with him, what was there to fear? He was constantly thinking about WH City. To get to WH City, he needed to get rid of the D2 that blocked his path. Although he was unsure if the D2 could compare to the one they encountered at the granary, Zhang Xiaoqing did not have a single ounce of fear in him. The old him would instantly think of escaping upon seeing a D2. But at that moment, the only thought in his head was to kill the D2. He was the same person with the same strength. The only difference was the burning courage inside. The D2 stood on top of the bridge. It had caught the scent of blood beneath the bridge and unleashed an excited scream. It took a step forward. Its feet stepped into empty air and leaned forward as it dropped down the bridge. Its gigantic body shot down at a fast speed and quickly collided into a steel beam and got stuck like the other zombies. It unleashed an anguished howl and started to twist and turn as it tried to struggle off. It was a hard-to-come-by opportunity. Zhang Xiaokang immediately gave the order to fire. Tudu-tudu-tut. The machine guns unleashed their fiery barrage once again. 3 flaming tongues sprayed all across the D2's body, the heavy machine gun bullets occasionally taking off pieces of flesh off the D2. A line of bullets found its way to the D2's head, grinding down the safety helmet, revealing its head. It was still suspended on the beam as it continued to howl. The heavy machine guns were powerful, but on the D2, its might was no longer as obvious. The thick and long bullets were only able to scrape off small pieces of flesh off the D2. Furthermore, 100 m distance between them prevented the 3 machine gunners to accurately land all their bullets on the D2. The D2 stayed suspended on the beam and continued getting shot, but all the attacks were not severe. It became enraged. It raised its body and used its claws to grab around, one of which grabbed onto a beam by the side. With something to grab on, it used its other claw and cut the beam that was suspending it in midair. Its claws were not as curved as an S2, but its claws were much tougher and durable as compared to the S2. Following the movements of the claws, the beams trembled. The machine guns never stopped spraying bullets on its body while the D2 tried to break apart the beam. All the survivors holding onto the rifles started to take aim after seeing that the D2 was still stuck, which increased the fury of the D2. It curled its claws into a fist and smashed ferociously onto the beam. After a few consecutive strikes, the beam started to bend. The connectors at both ends also started to break. It raised its body in preparation to use its largest force to smash down. As it bent its body, it lost its balance and fell backward, falling onto a circle of reinforced steel bars. These steel bars that easily stabbed through the zombies were actually bent by the D2's enormous body. As the D2 continued to tremble under the kinetic energy of the bullets, it slowly crawled up under the rain of fire and started to walk towards the direction of the bullets. Chapter 174 Plan. Without Zhang Xiaokang's order, the 3 machine guns sprayed endlessly at the D2. Plop, plop. After 2 low booms came out, 2 large explosions appeared behind the D2. All sorts of body parts, broken reinforced steel bars, countless rocks and sand exploded and flew into the air. While these things were still falling from the sky, another 2 large flames burst from the ground once more, bringing everything into the sky. The D2 roared from within the flames as the bullets and shrapnels induced pain into its body. It tried to move forward, but the bullets and the shockwave from the explosion pushed it back endlessly, causing it to rage even further. It howled in anger, but that was when a projectile shot into its teeth, causing it to shut its mouth. It immediately sprawled down to the floor and started crawling ahead. The D2 crawled within the fiery barrage of bullets and mortar bombs with its large and bulky body, with the occasional flames appearing and body parts dropping onto it, like a sailboat inside a rocky ocean swaying back and forth. But its direction and displacement never stopped. It continued to advance towards the direction of the bullets. Whoa! A machine gunner howled loudly. Both of his arms were trembling intensely due to the machine gun, causing his entire body to tremble as well. The smoke blown by the wind formed blotches across his face as it mixed with the perspiration dripping down from his forehead, his black skin covered with a glossy layer. Following the movements of the machine gun, his heart thumped equally hard. He felt incredible. Extremely incredible. He felt the most alive at that moment. Caw! 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 The sound of the emptied machine gun came out. Quick! More bullets! He shouted out and opened the bandolier tray of the gun and waited for the bullets to be inserted. After waiting for a long time, he still did not see the lady's delicate hands that were covered in grease and smoke putting the bandolier and bullets into the gun. Damn it, you inefficient woman. Bullets! The machine gunner turned his head and shouted at the lady. After listening to the loud machine gun for so long, the lady had become angsty and impatient as well. She stood up and looked down at the black-faced machine gunner and scolded him. Fuck you. There isn't any left. All of it was shot by your stupid dick. Even if I were to strip my pants down, I can't fucking produce any more bullets. Listening to her explanation and abuse, The machine gunner calmed down. He looked at the two empty chests beside him, then at the empty shells at his ankle, wanting to cry but had no tears coming out. I aggravated the wrong person. This bit's cursing is really too fierce. He was the first to stop firing but was not the last. In less than a minute after, the other two machine guns stopped firing, followed by the arguments between the gunners and the ladies. Without the suppression of the machine guns, the tired-looking D2 started to speed up. Although there were still the occasional mortar bombs exploding before it, these bombs were no longer able to affect it much. It slowly drew closer to the survivors' front line. All of the machine gunners looked towards Zhang Xiaokang for the next order. Zhang Xiaokang gestured for them to retreat. Following the machine gunners' retreat, the riflemen all started to run towards their camp. Zhang Xiao climbed onto the roof of a front loader and stamped downwards, which spewed out a large amount of smoke towards the D2. Another front loader unloaded the same thing towards the D2. Yang Qir had used her mace and stood atop the roof as well. When she saw Zhang Xiaokang looking at her, she gave him a cheeky face, then looked at the D2 in a serious manner. The two front loaders were operated and moved at two different angles towards the D2, with the end being the D2 that no longer had any proper piece of skin left on its body. As the front loader moved further, the number of zombie corpses crushed beneath got more and more, causing the vehicle to sway more intensely. Zhang Xiaokang and Yang Qir were no longer able to stand on the roof of the vehicle and had to grab their weapons and kneel on the roof. The two front loaders raised their sawtooth scoops and smashed onto the crawling D2. Bang bang. Two loud sounds came out from the sides of D2. The two front loaders had grasped the D2 in the middle. The D2 that was on the ground got stuck between the two scoops. It felt that its mobility was being restricted and struggled to get out. With its immense strength, the front loader started to sway. Zhang Xiaokang used his left hand to hold on to the dust-covered roof and waited for the vehicle to move backward. His body swaying along with the front loader, he held onto the beast horn spear on the other hand and had no other weapons with him. If the beast horn spear could not do anything to it, no other weapons would. The two scoops moved, both lifting the D2 up into the sky. With the power of the front loaders, the D2 was trapped in the air. One of its arms was trapped together with its body while the other claw waved around. Its movements were futile. Aside from leaving a few scratch marks on the scoops, it could not do anything else. Its entire body was suspended and trapped between the two scoops, and it no longer had the capability to use its massive strength. It was like the Greek titan Heracles. Without the power of earth, he became weak. The D2 howled. It was afraid. Zhang Xiaokang used all of his strength and jumped onto the arm in front of the front loader. With dexterous agility, he quickly jumped onto the scoop. The smoke around the D2 had not dissipated while the corpses on the floor emitted weird green smoke. The air was polluted, and aside from the smoky smell, there was a disgusting burning meat smell that would make anyone nauseous. He avoided the incoming D2's claws and used his right leg to jump up and plop. He landed on the D2's left shoulder. He endured the smelly stench coming from the D2, and used the beast horn spear to stab into the D2's eyes ferociously. The beast horn spear stabbed right into the D2's brains with Zhang Xiaokang's strength. The D2 howled in anguish and struggled with even more power, but it was useless. The loader continued to spew the black smoke onto it as the two scoops clamped onto it tightly. It suddenly turned its head and bit at Zhang Xiaokang. Half of the beast horn spear was already inside it. Zhang Xiaokang held onto the spear with both hands and was preparing to add even more force to drive the entire spear in. Right at that moment, the D2 suddenly tilted its large head to the side, bringing the beast horn spear to its back. Zhang Xiaokang had his hands on the spear in that instant and was flung by the power of the D2. Helpless, he could only hold onto the spear tightly, preventing him from truly flying away. Like that, both of his hands held onto the beast horn spear that was on the glossy back of the D2. His face leaned against the D2's coarse skin. He endured the stench of the D2 pervading his nose and cursed the D2 in his heart for turning its head without any warning. He and the D2 were now in a deadlock. Ah! Ha! Yang Qir screamed as she jumped forward onto the scoop. With all her strength, She used the heavy mace and smashed dead straight into the D2's large head. Clank! She felt as though her mace had struck onto metal. The mace trembled from the impact and flew out. Along with Yang Kier, who was holding onto it tightly, she fell back onto the loader's roof. Chapter 175 Complete Victory. The shockwave unleashed by Yang Kier's mace was far stronger than the shockwave of the mortars. The D2's head looked as though it was stampeded over by countless of elephants as it kept on vibrating non-stop, and was unable to even feel the beast horn spear stabbed into its head. As the D2's head kept shaking its vibrating head, Dang Xiaokang started to move up and down like a sailboat as he held onto the beast horn spear. Chua! He was flung over the D2's shoulder and hung in front of its chest, which was covered with holes caused by the machine guns. Dang Xiaokang saw that none of these wounds had any blood. All of them were flesh wounds and had been sealed tight by vein lines. Zhang Xiaokang loosened his right hand and touched the pistol holster on the police belt at his waist, his left hand still holding onto the beast horn spear and enduring the sway of the D2. He raised the heavy and silver desert eagle and aimed at the D2's smelly and large head. Bang, bang, bang. The desert eagle's loud shots screamed into his eardrums, causing his mind to buzz. The powerful recoil forced him to let go of the beast horn spear and fall. Plop! Zhang Xiaokang fell into a pit formed by a mortar round. The soil beneath him were all loosened, so he did not suffer from any injuries from the fall. Supporting himself on the still hot sand, he stood up and looked up at the D2 in the air. The D2's mouth and nose had suffered serious damage. Because of the bad angle, the desert eagle only managed to shoot at its side. But even so, the injury suffered was worse than the injury from the beast horn spear. The D2 was enraged and afraid. The repeated events made it fearful. It struggled intensely in midair, its claws no longer scratching the scoops, but groped around and found the edge of them. It unleashed a howl as its entire body tensed up, and its arm exerted a force causing the scoop to have a small crack. The front loaders continued to spew the black smoke onto it. But following the sudden force of the D2, the vehicle started to move backward. Bang, bang. Dang Xiaokang changed the clip of the Desert Eagle and used both of his hands to hold onto the gun as he aimed at the D2's mouth and fire off. The Desert Eagle's recoil pushed him back repeatedly, but his eyes were fixated onto the D2's ugly face. Yang Kier climbed back up the top of the vehicle with a black face. She had embarrassed herself greatly in the earlier confrontation with the D2, and she had happily rushed forward. But the D2 had swept her off with one hand and ultimately exploded due to Zhang Xiaokang. In the previous confrontation, before she could even confront the D2, she was flung away and fainted due to a concussion while the D2 was killed by Yuanyi and Zhang Xiaokang. Finally, she got an opportunity to fight a D2 again. But before the D2 had even retaliated, she was almost flung down to the floor. She stood up, lowered herself and prepared to jump upwards once more. But an intense sway occurred beneath her feet again, causing her to drop on all fours on the roof of the vehicle. A direct explosion struck the D2, causing an intense amount of pain. One of its legs found its footing on the scoop and pushed downwards, causing the entire front loader to tilt. The vehicle tilted to one side while the other side continued to move, ultimately leading to the fall of the front loader. The D2 was forced down to the ground by the inertia of the front loader, and Zhang Xiaokang saw it as an opportunity. He took 3 quick steps forward and unleashed a full force on his right leg, kicking the beast horn spear that was penetrated through the side of the D2's head, pushing another quarter of the 80 cm beast horn spear into the D2. Oh! The D2 suddenly flipped its body and hugged its head on the floor as it howled in pain as it slithered towards Zhang Xiaokang like a python. Zhang Xiaokang did not bother dodging it when the D2 reached his feet. He kicked the beast horn spear. The D2 felt the throbbing pain in its head and swung its claws out randomly, flinging dirt, stones and scattered pieces of flesh and bones all around. The D2's fanatic response forced Zhang Xiaokang to avoid it and retreat slightly. He then took out the 3rd clip and reloaded his Desert Eagle and waited. Rumble, rumble, an orange Caterpillar excavator's engine was started. Wangla breathed heavily with tearful eyes as he sat in the driver's seat and started operating the vehicle. The excavator's thick mechanical arm was raised upwards, then flown down at a very fast speed, instantly hooking onto the D2's lower half-body, locking the D2 down on the ground with its sawtooth excavator. The D2 stopped hugging onto its head and started to claw the excavator with both of its claws as it tried to struggle free. Bang! Zhang Xiaokang's desert eagle sounded off once again. This time, the D2 was already completely exhausted. Aside from howling, it could not do anything else. The power of the excavator was not something the front loader could compare to. Its initial lift required a large amount of power. Thus the D2 was somewhat struggling at its death door. It could only close its large mouth and prevented Zhang Xiaokang to injure his large incisors as he expanded his clip into its mouth. Yeah. Yang Kier finally climbed down from the damned front loader. She raised her large mace up and screamed out a few weird sounds as she smashed down towards the D2's head. The D2 was struggling and moving its head, attempting to move the excavator from its body, resulting in Yang Kier's mace smashing onto the beast horn spear above its ear. With the strike from the mace, the beast horn spear protruded out from the other ear. The D2 unleashed a long howl. Its entire body twitched violently while its two large claws swung randomly in the air. Right after that, it stopped moving. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the D2 which had stopped moving, then holstered his desert eagle and turned to walk towards the camp. Although he had just gone through an intense battle, his footwork became faster and faster. His military boots stepped onto the ground that had been softened by the mortar bombs and felt as though he was stepping on sheep's wool. He felt as though he was floating. His mood was extremely light. It was the fourth D2 that had died in his hands, and the one that died the most tragically. The advantage laid in Zhang Xiaokang's hand since the start till the end, and the D2 had no opportunity to retaliate. Aside from overturning one of the front loaders, it did not do anything else. Yang Kier carried the mace on her shoulders and groaned as she followed behind Zhang Xiaokang. Although she was rather unlucky at the start. But so what in the end? I was the one who killed the big boss. Although Zhang Xiaokang made a bit of contribution, but who asked him to be my darling in Yang Kier's eyes? Whatever belonged to her darling belonged to her. But what belonged to her alone. A man completely pale in the face climbed out from the fallen front loader. When he saw the dead D2 by his side, he squealed and fell on his back. He immediately used his hands to retreat backward. He was one of Wang Le's two subordinates. In the battle, Wang Le's entire repair team were on the front lines. Wang Le jumped down from the excavator and walked over to the D2 and inspected the body. He exerted all of his strength to kick the dead D2's corpse to express his despise, then obediently chased after Zhang Xiaokang's back towards the camp. He had many more jobs to work on, and the D2 was just a minor episode for the day. He had never witnessed the real power of a D2. Naturally, he never saw it as dangerous. Zhang Xiaokang walked past many men and women who lowered their heads towards him in respect and reached the fat chef. He took the lunchbox from the fat chef, then walked over to the side and started to have his late lunch. The food was still hot. The fat chef had heated it up for him once more. To be able to eat hot food made Zhang Xiaokang satisfied. Lu Wenyi led the logistic team and cleared up the mess around the D2. 3 made an inventory of the combat team's remaining ammunition. Yang Kier held on to her lunch, pointed to the distance, and cried out. Chapter 176 News of WH Gathering Point. In the distance more than 10 large trucks appeared from within the fog of dust and sand. The fleet that had went back to the spa had returned. The only difference was that they had missed the intense and thrilling battle. After dinner, Zhang Xiaokang did a patrol around the camp and inspected the place. The combat team members were split into 2 divisions and did roundabout patrol at the edge of the camp, using powerful torch lights to shine at dim places. The rifles in their hands all lock and loaded. Zhang Xiaokang had given the order to fire first and give a warning after to anything they deemed as strange. The camp was not large. Every combat team member were able to clearly see and be clear of the situation inside the camp, so Zhang Xiaokang became more at ease. His patrol was actually his activity to digest his food, when he suddenly felt strange in his stomach. Zhang Xiaokang had a cigarette lit in his mouth and a roll of tissue paper in his hands. He looked around, hoping to find a blessed land to resolve his problem. The slow-burning cigarette constantly emitting a faint smoke that caused him to squint. With his squinted eyes, he looked around. There are no cover and concealment at the bottom. You'll get noticed below. Above is even more of a no-go. The wind is too strong and my dick will be cold. In the middle, no way. It's too close to the camp. They'll be able to hear my fart still. If I attract the patrol team, that'd be worse. Where will I hide my face? He crossed over a little mound and arrived behind a hillside. His eyes lit up. Right in the middle of the hillside were two large rocks leaning on each other with a small crack in the middle, perfect for a person to squat and not be seen. The two large rocks were of different colors. One was brown while the other greenish-gray. A thin layer of smoke slowly rose from between the two large rocks, and one would never notice it unless they walked closer and looked carefully. On this open side, the smoke dissipated with the mountain winds. Yang Xiao Kang squatted comfortably inside and settled his big business. The two large rocks covered him perfectly. The wind could not blow in and outsiders could not look in. Yet he could easily look through the crack and have a view of the outside. To him, there was no better feeling than having a good view while defecating and smoking. The battle with the D2 was a complete victory, with them not dropping even a single hair. Aside from the man who fell inside the overturned front loader, who suffered only a few bruises. The overall battle made Zhang Xiaokang feel contented. As for the man who tried to flee, what did it matter to him? Pop! The sound of rocks tumbling came down. Zhang Xiaokang ignored it and continued smoking. Murmurs broke Zhang Xiaokang's enjoyment. He put out the cigarette and quickly put on his pants and headed out. He figured that some of them had decided to desert the camp and had arrived at his location. He had decided to teach them a lesson for them to understand rules. 4 raggedly dressed men wielding sharpened reinforced steel bars climbed up from below. One of them, who was sharper, saw Zhang Xiaokang emerging from the crack between the two large rocks and raised his steel bar, roared and rushed at Zhang Xiaokang. The sharpened reinforced steel bar in his hand stabbed forward while the other men all raised up their weapons and pounced onto Zhang Xiaokang. All of them releasing anima-like roars with killing intent in their eyes. Bang! The desert eagle unleashed flames that smothered upon coming in contact with the air outside. The sky was dark and still getting darker, and the hillside had turned gloomy. It was to the point that even a slight distance away was no longer clear. The men who had just roared like animals retracted their teeth and claws and acted docile. The short and sharpened reinforced steel bar dropped to the man's feet and struck a rock, producing a clang sound. The moment they saw the desert eagle in Zhang Xiaokang's hands, their legs started trembling like sieves. The man who charged first was the most extreme. His entire body was trembling as though he could fall at any moment. A few beams of light dispersed the darkness around Zhang Xiaokang and found their way to Zhang Xiaokang's desert eagle that reflected the light. The 3 men wielding rifles were the combat team members. They appeared behind Zhang Xiaokang, and upon seeing the few men opposing him, they took aim. The 4 raggedly dressed men raised their hands in unison in a stance to surrender. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the middle of the camp near a bonfire and took a puff while Zhang Huai and a few men interrogated the 4 of them. The 4 men were extremely honest, with the muzzles pointing right at their faces. They did not even dare to lower their heads and answered every question that Zhang Huai had for them. Zhang Huai questioned them very carefully. They had even announced their underwear colors. On the day of the virus breakout, the crowd at the construction site became a mess. As the terrain was open, many people managed to escape, with many scattering out into the wilderness. At first, a few of them met up and formed a small group, which then snowballed to 10 of them, a few dozens of them, 100 of them, until finally, they joined up with a large group comprised of ordinary people, forming a large population of 200 to 300 men. The more people led to more quarrels. Over 200 of them were males from the various construction companies, and came from every part of the country. This immediately made them divided, with every company forming a group. This large population was thus turned into an alliance between companies and the ordinary citizens. And inside, it was like the War of 3 Kingdoms. Inside every company, even smaller groups were formed of different categorizations. where inside the categorizations. They formed even smaller groups based on the proximity of native homes. The ordinary citizens were not unified as well. They formed groups of villagers and moved separately. The town people were together and prohibited others from entering their territory, adding that the different companies had people in the same villages and enemy villagers. This alliance quickly crumbled. With more people, consumption became faster. The intake of food of a few hundred men and the consumption of water became a problem. A few men who drank unclean water turned into zombies. A few others did not dare to look for the water source. Some found a clean water mouth with much difficulty, but were occupied by others who found it as well. To consume water, they had to trade items. Food, clothes, women. They welcomed everyone. If no one had anything, it was fine. They still have some water, but everyone only had a small mouth to drink a day. This prevented them from dying of thirst and prevented others from fighting it out with them. The construction workers had no women. All of those who had women were ordinary citizens that were dragged by their families. There were very few women and over 30 of them were too old or too young. Their trades made the ordinary citizens very unhappy. Adding that one of the small ringleaders fell for a young lady and wanted to exchange 2 large pots of water for her, to which the family disagreed. He made his move and with a slip of his hand, killed the young lady's father. This led to the ordinary citizens being infuriated. The ringleader was ripped to pieces on the spot, and when the crowd saw the blood, all of them lost common sense. Adding that people took the lead to spread gossip. Everyone started to grab their things and grab as much water as they can. When the other companies saw the ordinary citizens going crazy, they became even crazier. They no longer cared about scarcity and started using the goods they seized from others to exploit others, causing others to be unhappy. But who would care when they could take advantage of other people? From the big fight, the big group of 300 men dropped to 200. The water mouth that was originally sufficient was seized and became less. One after another, people started to die with incomplete bodies. The people who claimed the water mouth realized that the water was too little and insufficient for a few hundred people to use and could only ensure their own consumption. With that, they finalized a plan where the men would search for food in the day while the ladies waited at home. A few ladies that had no men with them had to trade their own bodies for food. Slowly, more and more rules came up. People who found food kept it to themselves while those that were found together were shared. Those that did not find anything went hungry. Women who lost their men traded their bodies for food while those who still had their men could eat with them. The 4 men that were found were coincidentally near Zhang Xiaokang's camp looking for food and heard the gunshots and mortar rounds. Thus they thought it was their opportunity to gain something. They detoured and climbed from the back of the hillside slowly. By the time they saw Zhang Xiaokang emerging from the crack after his big business, the sky was already dark. They were not able to see clearly. Adding that Zhang Xiaokang did not make a sound. They thought that they had encountered a zombie, and was about to kill him off when the gunshot was fired. Chapter 177. At the other site, Zhang Xiaokang turned and saw Yang Qir giggling and felt depressed. I was just taking a dump. How did I turn into a zombie even if I'm not the best looking chap or an outstanding person? I still look good. How can you treat me as a zombie? What kind of eyes do you guys have? I shouldn't have fired off the warning shot and just fired at their heads. How much further? Once you turn around that mountain and drive another 2 km, you'll reach. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the rover that was in the lead. In front of him in the front passenger seat was a 20-years-old young man, who reported and navigated the journey. Yang Qir sat beside Zhang Xiaokang, asleep, and Shang Yuan Qiu Yun sat on the other side. Behind them were 3 other off-road vehicles all filled with fully armed combat team members. At the last was a 6-wheel dump truck filled with rice and clothes. When Zhang Xiaokang found out about the 200-odd people living near him, he immediately thought of bringing them under him. He had guns and mortars, rice and water, so he did not think much about them not submitting to him. Zhang Xiaokang coveted the construction workers. They were all young and strong labor. They had struggled for half a year in the apocalypse, and had sharpened their courage and staunchness to look for food and kill zombies in the wilderness. They had taken the initiative to kill Zhang Xiaokang in the previous night, which proved that they were qualified soldiers. Zhang Xiaokang's own combat team still had lingering fears in their hearts against the walking corpses despite holding bayonets and rifles. But these men held on to ugly and sharpened reinforced steel bars and were willing to risk their lives. To him, they were definitely far stronger than Brother Long's subordinates. At that time, when Brother Long talked about risking their lives, it was in fact merely stealing chicken and seeing that the situation was unfavorable. They turned tail and ran. They would never fight to the death. Thus there was such a person as the unfortunate man who was shot to death by Zhang Xiaokang. What Zhang Xiaokang required the most of them was not their fighting capabilities, but their techniques. They were lacking in materials and manpower was starting to become deficient. That was why old Frank had a change in personality. What was worse was that no one knew techniques for construction and engineering. Only a few of them had laid bricks to make walls before for ordinary housing courtyard perimeters. With them as the backbone, the perimeter wall built was completely based on imitation. To suddenly have men with the techniques and skills required, handing the task over to them would produce a far stronger work than their current handlers. After going around the mountain, they saw a cluster of messy temporary shelters built roughly a kilometer ahead of them. All of these temporary shelters were at the foot of a small hill with the vegetation chopped down cleanly. A few sections of the land had pits all around, most probably tree roots dug up for firewood. Following downwards, they could see a narrow split at the lower part of the mountain which gradually expanded where at the end, small vehicles could move in and out. All of the temporary shelters were built around the opening at the foot of the mountain. From a distance, they could see that two men held onto pikes and guarded the opening through binoculars. Not any person holding onto utensils or water could enter. Everyone had to give something to the guards to enter the place. Zhang Xiaokang lowered his binoculars and waved his hands. The few off-road vehicles overtook his Land Rover. One of them was a Beijing Jeep that had no roof. Instead, it was equipped with a heavy machine gun above. The long body of the weapon was wrapped with glistening gold bullets loaded on a bandolier. The muzzle of the weapon pointed to the front as though it could spew flames of death at any time. Before the small team of vehicles soaring with killing intent had advanced a kilometer, the temporary shelter beneath the mountain erupted like a pail of cold water dousing a bucket of hot oil. The men howled and shouted out loud, and the women screamed as countless of figures moved all over the camp. The sound of metal pounding came out, and as it intensified, the people became even more chaotic. Many of them were like headless flies running onto the temporary shelters by the side of the roads, some falling along with the shelters. There were some shelters that had fires for cooking that had not been put out, and because of the owner's panic, the flames dropped onto combustible items and set the entire temporary shelter ablaze. Dense black smoke brought the chaos to a new high. Zhang Xiaokang saw the unrest through the binoculars. His men had not even reached the camp and wandered around 200 m away and maintained deterrence. But the people from the camp were like the ordinary citizens in history movies that fled when their cities were destroyed. What's going on? My men have not even released a fart, much less fired a bullet. Why are the people so afraid to that degree? The young man seated in front saw Zhang Xiaokang questioning himself doubtfully. The composition and groups of the people in the camp were already very complicated. After the big fire, everyone started to huddle in their own groups. But not one powerful figure came out to gather the entire camp. Even the foragers huddled together with the other foragers, much less being able to do something together. Zhang Xiaokang's Land Rover gradually got closer to the camp. The off-road vehicles that were patrolling around the camp cautiously started to gather back behind the Land Rover. The Jeep with the heavy machine gun mounted at its top drove beside the Land Rover, the machine gunner constantly aiming the black muzzle at the camp as though he would fire at any slight problems. By his side, a lady dressed in military uniform, equipped with a leather belt, holster, and M1 helmet sat at the front passenger seat with her legs on an ammunition trunk. Her face was filled with disdain. Seeing the chaotic people inside the camp, her eyes were filled with ridicule. Including her, the other two ladies were handpicked by Zhang Xiaokang to join the combat team, adding the previous two policewomen. Yang Xiaokang's combat team now comprised of 5 women. The 3 of them were the machine gunner assistants from the battle against the D2. Their performances gained Zhang Xiaokang's recognition and were converted from temporary members to true members of Zhang Xiaokang's team. Zhang Xiaokang had equipped them with the standard equipment the combat team had. Just that their M1 Garand rifles were swapped for Type 77 pistols. The 3 machine gun teams and 2 mortar team members were all equipped with Type 77 pistols, which were considered unique equipment for Zhang Xiaokang's main force. Zhang Xiaokang did not rashly drive the vehicle in. He allowed the young captive to go ahead and negotiate with the camp people while he sat inside the car and smoked leisurely. Young Kier disliked the smell and got off the car. Shangyu and Kyo Yan had become Young Kier's aide-de-camp and followed her everywhere she went, which to her was a small revenge towards Zhang Xiaokang for ignoring her. You want to ignore me, then I'll ignore you. Humph. Following Young Kier's action, the other people got off their vehicles. Some smoked at the side while some stood with their companions, looking and pointing at the chaos in the camp and laughed away. Some even leaned against the vehicles and suntanned with their weapons. Zhang Xiaokang carefully sized up the situation and quickly realized that everyone was looking towards a single direction of the camp, yet no one cared about their backs. None of them had even turned to look at their rear direction. Amateurs. They are a fucking bunch of amateurs. Zhang Xiaokang was furious, but he knew that none of them had served the army before. He himself never served the army, so the military ranks and procession were completely out of his mind. Zhang Xiaokang's team were far from elites. The only amazing thing about them was that they were a group of bandits unafraid of death. Upon thinking that he was the head of the bandits, Zhang Xiaokang felt slightly depressed. He had 3 bodyguards that had served the army before, but he did not wish to promote them so easily. Their base was not stable yet. He did not wish to have an increase in uncertain elements. Chapter 178 Actual Interaction. While Zhang Xiaokang was pondering, the camp started to regain some composure. Some people were fighting the fire. Some of them were calling out for their family or friends. Some of those that had fallen were picked up and aided by others. Following that, more than 200 strong men came out. All of them held onto crude and simple self-made weapons while their faces maintained their ferocious looks. They walked on the road and split into groups of 10s. Every group dispersed towards the car fleet in an attempt to outflank them. All of them raised their weapons and stared at Zhang Xiaokang's fleet. Their footwork got faster and faster like ants, slowly dispersing all around the empty space around the fleet. In the end, Zhang Xiaokang's cars were surrounded in the center. All of the combat team members became anxious. They held onto their rifles and kept taking aim around them. The heavy machine gunner had his finger at the trigger, slowly pressing down with strength. His eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks started to twitch from excitement. The ladies by his side held brushes and oil as they brushed the bullets with a canvas over their laps. 2 men walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing the combat team members fully equipped, the M1 helmets, the rifles in their hands and the ice-cold heavy machine gun muzzle aimed wherever they walked, one of them felt like peeing on the spot. But upon seeing the man standing beside the Land Rover smoking away, none of them dared to make any additional movements, afraid that it would lead to suspicion and instant death by gunshots. The 2 men forced themselves to remain cool and walked over to Zhang Xiaokang. They lifted their heads and puffed up their chests as much as they could in attempts to be on equal footing with Zhang Xiaokang. The man dressed slightly neater and had a cleaner face looked to Zhang Xiaokang and spoke. "We didn't know that, big brother, you have brought men to visit us. We represent our group of 200 comrades to express our enthusiastic welcome to Big Brother." "Don't bullshit with me. Do you know my intent for coming here today?" Zhang Xiaokang interrupted the man's courteous speech and directly asked for their choice. Although men behind were doing their best to portray themselves ferociously, Zhang Xiaokang saw that many of them were trembling in their legs, especially when the muzzle of the machine gun started to move and aimed at them. None of them were able to maintain their steadiness. Zhang Xiaokang knew that they were all feigning and were, in fact, afraid of dying. They acted as such was because they wanted to raise the negotiation. It was a pity Zhang Xiaokang saw through them. He was not Brother Long. He was a devil that survived from D2s. Can I ask what big brother's name is? The man did his best to act humble under everyone's eyes. His comrade that had come with him had his head lowered right from the start. Most of Zhang Xiaokang's attention had been fixated on this man. He was rather young and looked around the age of 21 or 22. He looked rather immature, and from the start, he never looked at anyone and maintained eye contact with his own feet. If not for the cold aura emitting from him, Zhang Xiaokang would have thought that he had lowered his head because of fear. But while he stood there, he maintained his calm and his body never swayed. It was his collected behavior and calmness that led to Zhang Xiaokang's attention. To be able to maintain his behavior under the threat of a muzzle meant only one thing: a fighter born from death doors. You can call me Brother Cockroach. All my subordinates call me that, Zhang Xiaokang answered while placing his right hand on his belt. With a flick of his finger, a dark triangle appeared in his palm. He placed his hand down with the triangle thorn clasped between his fingers. Zhang Xiaokang wanted to see what the man wanted to do. To Zhang Xiaokang, a man with the idea of assassinating the leader of a group that had many weapons was not simple. Zhang Xiaokang himself could be considered a skillful and brave man, and never believed that anyone could hurt him from the start. Brother Cockroach, take a look. We have a difficult life here. We do not dare to compare to you, but I believe it must have been difficult for Brother Cockroach to have come here. What about this? Brother Cockroach, you can take whatever you like. We will not object. Additionally, we have a gift to offer you. When the man finished speaking, he realized Zhang Xiaokang was looking at him cheekily and thought that Zhang Xiaokang was moved. He turned and gestured to the men behind him. Not long later, the mass of people behind made way to form a small path, where two fierce men appeared, carrying a lady who was tied up. Behind her was an 1,112-year-old boy who was crying and running at the same time, and ran over to the woman's thighs and cried. One of the men kicked him to the ground, causing the lady to cry as well. She struggled in the ropes and turned her head to look at the little boy on the ground. But no matter what, how could she have strength comparable to two grown men? The two men dragged the lady and walked over while the child remained crying on the ground while slowly crawling over. Witnessing the tragic scene, Zhang Xiaokang did not say anything, neither did his subordinates. The ladies had strange expressions. But when Yang Qier saw, she could not be bothered about it and focused only on Zhang Xiaokang. She wanted to see if he would increase the number of sisters she would have. Shanggu and Qiu Yun stared at the woman with a blaze in her eyes as though she was about to compare who was more beautiful. If the lady could not be compared to her, she would ignore her. But what if she was stronger? She looked at Zhang Xiaokang fiddling with the Garand rifle, then looked at the machine gunner assistant who was watching the little child with tears flowing down her cheeks. She had thought about her own child. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang acting so calmly, she gritted her teeth, then drew out the Type 77 pistol from her holster and got off the car. From behind, the machine gunner could be heard scolding her, but she never turned back. She held her pistol and ran over to the little boy and carried him up and ran back. Zhang Xiaokang did not get angry seeing the lady's initiative. Everyone was responsible for themselves. Since she had made the decision, Zhang Xiaokang could not be bothered. If he wanted to punish her, he would wait until they returned to the base. The lady with disheveled hair was brought to Zhang Xiaokang. She did not even glance at Zhang Xiaokang as she turned her head and focused on the child behind her. Seeing that her own child was carried by the lady from the car, she stopped struggling. She lowered her head and stared at her own feet, and waited for them to do the negotiations. When Zhang Xiaokang took his first glance at her, he was stunned. She had lowered her head and her messy hair had covered her face. But her figure, Zhang Xiaokang could only describe it with one word: mature. Her physique was robust at the chest and butt. Her body structure was extremely well proportioned. She was curved and busty at the right places. And places, where should be flat and firm, did not have an ounce of fat. Although her complexion could not be seen, the impressive peaks forced out by the ropes made Zhang Xiaokang feel as though he was witnessing the most perfect thing ever. The most shocking thing was the two round breasts. Zhang Xiaokang had inspected over 300 adult videos, but the number of actresses that had physiques even comparable to the lady in front of him was a few, much less any surpassing her. Shang Yuan Kyo Yun's figure was already not too bad and could be considered top grade amongst the women, but the lady in front of him was huge. Huge. The ropes on her waist were extremely tight, revealing her delicate figure. No one could ever tell that this body had given birth to a child before. The buttocks below her waist were plump and smooth. Although she had dropped her head to her chest, her perky butt forced her body to have an obvious S shape. Of course, it was not the shocking big ass of Sister Fyodong. Below her beautiful buttocks were the pair of thighs. She had height, but of it came from her legs. Seeing the beautiful slender pair of legs, Zhang Xiaokang could not help but praise in his heart. She has the golden ratio. Not sure who this Sister Fyodong is. Chapter 179 Deterrence and the Warrior Unafraid of Death. The men all revealed smirks that only the other men knew while the lady lifted her chin and looked up towards Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang glanced at her. Her looks were not the best and could only be described as delicate and pretty. Besides, her face was covered with dirt and dust, but the skin at her neck which reflected the sunlight glistened with health. It looked as though she had maintained herself rather well. The machine gunner assistant carried the child over and looked over to Zhang Xiaokang warily. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang did not care about her, she heaved a sigh of relief and placed the child onto her own seat, then found some food for the boy. When the machine gunner saw the dirty and messy child seated beside him, he could not resist and chided in anger, but was met with the glare of the assistant and dare not speak further. The child was recognized as a boy. He had short hair that was clearly cut by an amateur. His face was dirty with dirt and dust all over. When he saw that his mother was right in front of him, he stopped crying and only focused on her while eating the food given to him. We saved this woman out of some villa we found the day before yesterday, and because of her, us brothers almost fought. Coincidentally, Brother Cockroach came today. It seems like this lady here was specially sent to us to be prepared for you. No one had touched her before, so Brother Cockroach can enjoy her without worries. Before the man could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaokang interrupted him. Zhang Xiaokang no longer wanted to waste his time on him. He looked at the man dead in the eyes and stressed each word. Stop playing dumb with me. I've sent men to get this clear. Surrender to me. You live. Disobey. Die. Upon hearing that, the man became anxious. Before, they displayed themselves so arrogantly, but then they changed their stance and gifted a woman. Wasn't it just to preserve their independence? Who would ever be willing to become slaves to an organization they did not know of? That was the common understanding of their entire group. Before, they were having internal strifes, and it was their first time standing united when Zhang Xiaokang appeared. It was for one goal, to not be the slaves of others. Brother Cockroach, can you be slightly more flexible? We have a few hundred mouths to feed. Your rations. I think it isn't enough. Zhang Xiaokang interrupted him again. Once you surrender and pay your allegiance to me, I will naturally deal with the food shortage problem. You don't even have to worry about any other things. Haha. Relax. You won't die from starvation. Listening to Zhang Xiaokang's words, the man's face quickly turned pale. He knew that the most terrible outcome had appeared. His mouth started to tremble as he started retreating. The young man beside him, who had not moved since the beginning, suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaokang. In that instant when the man raised his head, Zhang Xiaokang's right hand already started exerting a force. He knew that the man had some means to turn the situation. You want to defeat the enemy by defeating the chief. I won't even give you a chance. Following the man's retreat, all the spectators around started to move. The men with weapons all bellowed out loud. Some started to advance closer in. Some pulled onto others and slowly retreated. Many more stayed in their positions and whispered to each other. Noises rose from Zhang Xiaokang's side. All of them were on guard. They pulled the gun bolts of the rifles. Some unsheathed their bayonets and installed them below the muzzle of their rifles. The heavy machine gunner moved the muzzle constantly and used the muzzle to scan the crowd, especially those that were closest to them. The assistant machine gunner placed the child on one side and held the bandolier with both hands to ensure that the machine gun could continue firing. The little boy was instantly attracted to the machine gun. He carefully observed every intricate detail of the weapon and watched every move the machine gunner made. The young man suddenly rushed forward with his body inclined slightly forward. A small blade with a length of less than 15 cm and width of less than 3 cm was equipped in his hand. In less than 3 steps, he jumped up towards Zhang Xiaokang, aiming the blade at his neck. Zhang Xiaokang saw the incoming blade wielded in the man's right hand. The slender triangular spike spun in the air and flew at the man's right hand. Clank! The man deflected it in midair, his small blade striking the spike while his body remained unmoved. The blade in his hand then turned as he continued to stab towards Zhang Xiaokang. Clank, clank, clank. With his bayonet, Zhang Xiaokang parried against the man and his small and straight dagger many times. The two of them raised their legs at the same time and kicked at each other. Both of them aimed at their opponent's underbelly. Zhang Xiaokang's leg suddenly changed directions halfway. He aimed at the young man's thigh, landing a successful kick and causing the man to roll a few times back before bouncing back towards Zhang Xiaokang. There was no tranquility or indifference in this man's eyes, only craziness. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang and clenched his teeth, his mouth releasing a beast-like howl. When he failed in his sneak attack, he suddenly retreated. He was a fighter unafraid of death, but also a lunatic. When the crowd saw the action occurring, some of them ran over with weapons, screaming out loud at the top of their lungs. Many more turned around and ran. They wanted to leave the battlefield. The entire place was in chaos. People ahead wanted to run back. People behind wanted to run forward. In that mess, all of them started banging into each other. Many of them who fell from the clash all screamed in pain when they were trampled on. The initial brave men all started to retreat and run upon seeing the chaos. 22222. The machine gun screamed. Bronze shells started spraying out of the bullet deflector and falling onto the base of the gun. The assistant machine gunner continued to feed bullets into the gun with a look of indifference. The boy stuck in between the two watched at the machine gunner's hand trembling from the machine gun in envy. The ground started to have small holes as bullets sprayed all over, giving rise to a dust of dirt. Not long after the machine gun started firing, maybe 5 or 10 seconds, it stopped. No one in the crowd could continue standing there, whether it was those running forward or those retreating backward. All of them fell to the ground and covered their heads. Many of their postures on the ground were completely wrong. Their buttocks were lifted up high, revealing their moist pants. All of them were those who got scared by the firing. The machine gunner looked at the men sprawled across the ground in disdain. He had only opened fire as a warning, but all of them immediately acted like dead dogs. What if they saw the D2 yesterday? Will they be like this too? Zhang Xiaokang felt invigorated. He was constantly comparing himself to the far more powerful D2 and S2s. Finally, he was able to encounter a man who had physique and reaction close to him, allowing all of the pores on his entire body to feel extremely comfortable. This man's speed was fast, but not as fast as an S2. He was strong, but not as strong as a D2. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaokang was not afraid of being wounded by him and turning into a zombie. Without all these pressure, Zhang Xiaokang started to use him to assess his own standard. But Zhang Xiaokang felt that this man had to be stronger. Right from the beginning, Zhang Xiaokang had the upper hand and the man was constantly being toyed with by him. Chapter 180 Self-Destruction. The sharp blade in the man's hand continued to parry against Zhang Xiaokang's bayonet. The clear and crisp sound of metal clashing caused the combat team members by Zhang Xiaokang's side to feel as though they were watching some martial artist movie. They were not at all worried about Zhang Xiaokang's safety. The D2 that could even withstand machine guns and mortars could not do anything to Zhang Xiaokang. So what of the man in front of them lacking far too much? The leader and 2 of his subordinates were already brought by a few combat team members to the side and were kneeling down. The lady who was tied was released. She immediately hugged her own child and stood by the side, waiting for her fate. Aside from the machine gunner who continued to monitor the men sprawled over the ground, the others had their eyes on Zhang Xiaokang. They were all enjoying the show. If not for their fear of Zhang Xiaokang's identity, they would have mostly complimented the fight. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the deranged man in front of him as though he was a plaything. occasionally blocking the man's blade and slowly drawing in closer, to which the man would stumble and roll to the side from his approach. From the man's position, he would suddenly jump up like a spring and pounce at Zhang Xiaokang. Although Zhang Xiaokang was like a cat toying with a mouse, he had a thread of respect for the man. Although the man was fanatical, he had a toughness to him and an undaunting spirit. If any other person were to have encountered Zhang Xiaokang, they would have most likely be captured or killed. But this man kept on going with different methods. Everyone knew what he was on his mind. To bite off a piece of meat from Zhang Xiaokang's body even if it meant dying. Ha! The man released air from his mouth. The blade in his hand stabbed straight towards Zhang Xiaokang's heart. Zhang Xiaokang took a step backward and parried the blade with his bayonet. With some luck, the sawtooth on the bayonet locked the blade's body in place. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly turned his wrist, exerting a force on the bayonet to flick the blade out of the man's hand. The blade was wrestled free from his control and flew outwards. Everyone who saw what happened thought that it was over. A crazy dog that had been defanged and claws removed could no longer harm Zhang Xiaokang. Despite losing his weapon, the man did not become dispirited but became even more fanatical. He opened his arms and pounced directly towards Zhang Xiaokang with an opened mouth. His expression distorted as he aimed down at Zhang Xiaokang's neck and gnarled with his white teeth. Zhang Xiaokang raised his right leg in an attempt to kick at the man, but noticed that the man had moved his left hand. An even smaller blade was inside his hand. The man had decided to kill him while taking his own life, and wanted to use his chest to take Zhang Xiaokang's counterattack, then use the small blade in his hand to cut Zhang Xiaokang's neck. The combat team members all felt as though huge rocks were pressing down onto their stomachs. They knew that if it were them, they would never be able to dodge the man's attacks. The man was even crazier than a rabid dog. With his right leg already raised, Zhang Xiaokang sensed that something was wrong, but did not have the time to consider it. He dropped his bayonet and suddenly spun around the man, and avoided his blade. With both hands, he grabbed onto the man's left arm and waist and exerted a force. Just like that, he threw the man outwards. Zhang Xiaokang touched the cut wound on his face and looked at the man who laid on the floor with slight diffidence in his heart. This man is too dangerous. Even when flung by Zhang Xiaokang, he had managed to use his right hand to claw at Zhang Xiaokang's face. Although he did not have the time to exert more strength, Zhang Xiaokang received a skin wound. The man's fall was not light. He rolled on the floor in pain for a few moments before struggling to stand. The man standing closest to him holding a rifle laughed at him in ridicule. A few others intentionally aimed their muzzles at him, but he was not afraid. He used his bloodshot eyes and sought for his target. He had no thoughts to return alive from the battlefield. His heart only had one desire, the desire to perish. No one knew when it started. Maybe it started when he was in middle school and was suspected to have type A influenza and had to lie in the infirmary. But no one bothered to come and visit him. Maybe it started from his father that never bothered or looked at him, inducing a sense of rage inside him. Or maybe it was when he was young. He was sent to be taken care by his cousin-in-law whom he hated. He did not care about anything and only thought about self-destruction. He wanted the whole world to die. He wanted to see the plaza littered with corpses. So he wielded his blade and laughed like a maniac, waiting for a bullet to send him to hell. Right from the beginning, he had this thought in mind. On more than one occasion back in university, he held onto the small blade he purchased online towards his sleeping roommate and gestured many times, as though he was ready to cut down. His living space was dark and suffocating, and he constantly felt a heavy weight pressuring down on him, causing him to always seeking to die or self-destruct. When the apocalypse occurred, he watched from the school roof as students on the field got pounced on by others, ripped apart, bitten, killed. An unprecedented satisfaction rose in his heart. He walked down the steps one step at a time. He wanted to head to the field and allow those crazy monsters to rip him apart and eat him up. He thought that it was the perfect way to die. He hated his own body, because it was something his father had given him. He slowly walked down the steps when a beautiful image suddenly appeared in his mind. The cousin sister who was 6 years older than him. The one that cooked for him. Who bought sweets and toys for him. the one who brought him out to play, the one that he loved deep in his heart. He came back to himself. He had experienced all sorts of difficulties and perils and constantly walked on the fine line between life and death. The most severe case being his entire body being so injured that he could only lie down and await death. The moment before death felt wonderful. It felt comfortable, as though nothing else mattered. All the past events of his life fleeted past his mind. The beautiful figure smiling at him at the last moment made him suddenly not want to die. He wanted to go back, to climb out of the window and feel the raindrops falling down on his face. Right there and then, he realized that he had changed. He became faster, stronger. He wanted to use these to return to his own home. His father died and turned into a zombie. He beheaded his own father, looked at the corpse at his feet without any emotions in his heart, with the only sense of loss and worry for his cousin's sister. Her husband had died, killed by having small pieces of meat sliced off by his blade. Piece by piece, he cut extremely slowly, without knowing whether it was 1,000 cuts or 10,000 cuts. He found her white bones in the bedroom. He hugged her bones and screamed in pain. He hated all of the zombies in the world. With blade in hand, he rushed out of the door, wanting to kill every zombie he encountered or die trying. Right at that moment between life and death, he saw a girl hugging a pile of food and water running from the end of the street with a Type S zombie on her tail. She was dressed in a red hat and downfilled garment. The downfilled garment design was extremely familiar to him. His sister loved that piece. It was the piece that he bought for $500 earned by working during his summer vacation. Seeing that identical garment, he swept past the girl and stabbed his blade into the Type S zombie's head. That was how he survived with the tail following him constantly. It was the girl dressed in the downfilled garment. The beautiful and delicate girl called My Nan. A 15-year-old student. She relied on her indescribable foresight and survived the apocalypse for a few months until she met him. Chapter 181. Pleased. Immensely pleased. Over the course of drifting about, he found his way to this group. Although the days were tough, he was able to survive. To My Nan, the life was satisfying. But to him, it was not. He wanted to die. He wanted to go down and find his sister. Then, the opportunity arose. The leader of the ordinary citizens sought him out, after promising that My Nan would be provided with the basic necessities, so long as he could kill the leader of the fleet of vehicles at the crucial moment. Why don't you kill me? Come, shoot me. With his bloodshot eyes, he stared at the combat team member and howled in anger. His gasps for breath caused his chest to undulate heavily. He stared at every single man holding onto a rifle with anger in his eyes. He wanted to die and not receive their ridicule. He swapped his blade hand to his right and looked around. He wanted to die. He wanted to die a glorious death by battle. It'll be him. He's laughing the most. Humph, laugh all you want. You're dying with me. His target was the combat team member standing beside Yong Kier, who was laughing the most. Who would have thought that lying would get himself killed? The young man continued to stand in the same spot as he turned around and around. Suddenly, he increased his speed and threw his blade straight at the throat of the targeted member. The combat team member was overly careless. He had his gun slung over his body, but seeing the sudden blade approaching him made him fall into despair and closed his eyes. The blade stopped right at his throat and he could clearly feel the faint chill from the blade. He faintly took a step back as he clumsily held onto the rifle. Due to the shock, he dropped his rifle onto the ground. He took a few more steps back, only to see that the man's hand was held in a dead grip by Yong Kier. The young man stared at Yong Kier's fingers in shock. He knew of his own strength. A grown man would never be able to hold him down, much less a tender-looking young girl. He tried to struggle, but Yong Kier's pair of blushing hands prevented him from even moving an inch. He stared at Yong Kier's adorable face with his bloodshot eyes and saw the disdain in her eyes. He became even more furious. He raised his left fist and smashed down at Yong Kier's face. Yong Kier flicked her wrist and the young man was flung into the distance like a little doll. Plop! He fell to the ground, inciting a cloud of smoke. He groaned on the ground and struggled for a bit before climbing up clumsily. A sudden dizzy spell struck him, and in the daze, he saw a frail figure headed towards him. Ah! He roared out once more and raised his fist at the figure. With another flick, he was flung out once more, sprawled to the ground. He struggled, twisting and turning. He felt as though every single bone in his body had been clamped and broken by pincers. The intense pain surged into his mind like a tide. He laid his chin on the ground, his heavy breathing blowing away the dust around him, forming a cloud of dust. He slowly shifted his arm to below his chest and supported himself. His two thighs slowly moved until he formed a kneeling position. Every single movement he made looked as though he was in slow motion, slowly going through the motion to climb back up onto his feet. His posture was hilarious, but no one dared to laugh. They were all shocked. The young man was flung by young Kier multiple times, but he was able to stand after every single time and could even attempt to punch at her. Except after every throw, his movements got slower and slower, his punches lighter and lighter. Unknowingly, young Kier had reduced the amount of strength used to throw him up and started to become merciful in her actions. Even so, the young man became weaker and weaker, to the point that he almost had no strength to even climb back up. He stood in his position, his body swaying left and right, the dizziness in his head heavier and heavier. He could no longer see his surroundings clearly. He took a sluggish step forward, trying to find the little girl that had flung him to the ground countless of times. He still wanted to attack her, either to wait for her to kill him or to die by fatigue. A figure appeared in his blurred figure. "Is that you?" He swayed and moved towards the figure. The figure kept on approaching him, closer and closer. Ah! He used the remaining ounce of strength in him and released a howl, then raised his right fist and forced it towards the figure. His fist was stopped. He saw the red clothes in front of him got even darker. The owner of the downfold garment was the beautiful girl. She was roughly the same age as young Kier, her face constantly having a fearful expression. Tears filled up her eyes. She extended her hands out with the intention of supporting him, but halfway through, she hesitated, as though she did not dare to touch him. The young man finally saw who was the owner of the red downfold garment. He lowered his arm and remarked, "You are not her," and fell to the ground. Gang Xiaoqing had already placed the young man in the back of his mind long ago. His subordinates rounded up the men on the floor. In the face of the machine gun, all of them obediently knelt down while hugging their heads. The muzzle of the machine gun slowly moved across them. Every time it shifted to them and lingered slightly longer, the men would become even more fearful. 100-odd men were all kneeling on the ground trembling. They had no clue as to what their fate was. In the end, they were the ones who started everything. Some of them who were hugging their heads moved their eyes everywhere as they observed the men with the guns, as though they were ready to run the moment they hear a gunfire. Some of them had their eyes closed as they muttered prayers under their breath. Some of the men looked at the few kneeling down at the front in resentment. All of them the leaders of the various teams. They hated their leaders for bringing them out for trouble. Some of these men even had eyes on the rifles aimed at their heads while muttering to themselves, "He said there was a machine gun. He said there was a machine gun." Deng Xiaoqing held a cigarette in hand and walked over to the men, occasionally puffing the cigarette and slowly exhaling the smoke. He looked at the men with his extremely cold gaze which caused their hearts to tremble. The silver and shiny desert eagle on his waist were like the death god's scythe. In their minds, they thought that Zhang Xiaoqing was choosing an unlucky egg to be punished as an example for the rest. None of them wanted to be the unlucky one. Every time Zhang Xiaoqing's cold gaze swept past them, they would bury their heads in their chest until his bone-chilling gaze turned away. Zhang Xiaoqing felt pleased. He felt immensely pleased to the point of being unable to describe his emotions. Seeing all of the muscular men, he felt extremely happy. Zhang Xiaoqing had learned the art to conceal his emotions. His eyes were cold but his heart was hot with emotions. What is a world after an apocalypse lacking most? It isn't guns or gunpowder, not food or supplies. It's manpower, mature and strong manpower. With them, we can steal, we can build, we can grow, we can create. Chapter 182 Children Hope. The man who was the first to approach Zhang Xiaoqing for negotiation had returned. All the conditions Zhang Xiaokang had laid out for him was that everyone had to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise Zhang Xiaokang would have people to set the camp on fire, destroy their water source, kill their leaders. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. There were not many movements in the camp except for the man that Zhang Xiaokang talked to, who was moving around and speaking. The crowd below did not have any reaction to his words. Some of them carried their bags and crawled towards the hill as though they would be able to avoid Zhang Xiaokang's wrath. With a few taking the lead, many more followed after. All of them carried bags and headed towards the small hill. The one at the front was still shouting for the people behind, as though he was encouraging them. The envoy of the group was preventing others from running by pointing at Zhang Xiaokang and engaging them. But these people completely ignored him and continued heading up the hill. Zhang Xiaokang threw the cigarette on the floor and stomped on it. Some people just won't listen until they see the coffin. He pointed a finger to the machine gunner, who dropped his aim from the captives on the floor and aimed at the camp. Tudu-tudu-tu. The rhythmic sound of gunfire sounded out from above the jeep. Hot empty bullet shells dropped all over the floor. The temporary homes in the distance were all destroyed by the bullets as more screams and chaos came out from within. After a portion of the base was given a round of bullets, the machine gunner saw that the remaining people no longer wanted their homes, and ran after those who had started climbing the hill with everything they had. Even at Zhang Xiaokang's position, one could faintly hear the sobbings and screamings. The heavy machine gunner saw that his show of force yielded results and felt extremely proud. He shouted to the driver of the jeep, who started up the jeep and drove to the side of the camp. He turned his muzzle and aimed at the hill and fired once more, the whistling bullets flying into the ground in front of the leading man, inciting a cloud of dust in his face. The man's legs immediately turned soft as he fell to the ground and started rolling down the hill. The bags that he carried all fell and rolled until the contents dropped all around. Seeing that the leading man had fallen and was rolling downwards, all the people behind thought that he was shot, so they all turned tail and ran downwards. Right after that, someone stood in an open space and waved a yellow paper. Zhang Xiaokang gestured for a stop, and all guns ceased firing. People started walking over with their luggages and bags. It started off with 1 or 2, then 3 to 5s. Slowly, over 100 people gathered in front of Zhang Xiaokang. They were old and young. The old were around Zhang Huiyan's age. Then the young Zhang Xiaokang saw a 4 to a 5-year-old girl being carried over. She had not learned what fear was, and was constantly looking around with her big eyes. The young and innocent face that had no knowledge of the apocalypse was slightly empty. Her skin was dirty and she held onto what seemed like a grain pancake made of bran which had a slightly small bite off. It was Zhang Xiaokang's first time seeing a little child in the apocalypse. All the survivors he had encountered were all strong and mature adults or growing adolescents like Yong Kier who could run and jump. The little girl looked at Zhang Xiaokang as he looked at her, then displayed a cheeky face and revealed her teeth at him, then placed the biscuit into her mouth. The biscuit was hard and could not be instantly bitten off with her young teeth. She slowly nibbled on the edge of the biscuit, and when she felt that it was loosened enough, she used her tongue and spun the biscuit pieces into a ball, then focused on nibbling it. She had a serious expression as she frowned slightly. The biscuit was truly too tough. Zhang Xiaokang walked over to the little girl who was carried by a 30-year-old lady. Upon closing in, Zhang Xiaokang immediately caught a whiff of a gross stench from the lady. It was the same smell from when he saved the women at the granary. The smell of being done and by many men and not bathing. The woman was very dirty. Her face and hair had white stains all over as she cowered in fear upon seeing Zhang Xiaokang walk over. Her hands around the young girl became tighter and tighter as her body trembled. She did not dare to move as all of the combat team members had rifles or machine guns. The desert eagle on Zhang Xiaokang's waist had become the symbol of his identity. The lady immediately knew that Zhang Xiaokang held a powerful position. Thus she dare not move. Zhang Xiaokang extended his hand to the little girl, thinking of taking the biscuit to have a look at it. But the little girl was unwilling to let go. She maintained her stare at Zhang Xiaokang, thinking to scare off the person trying to steal her biscuit away. Zhang Xiaokang did not know whether to laugh or cry at the rage of the little child. Where's her father? Zhang Xiaokang rubbed his nose and asked the lady. He was not accustomed to the taste at all. Dead, the woman did not dare to even look at Zhang Xiaokang, and answered him with her head still tilted downwards. Zhang Xiaokang took out a piece of chocolate from his bag, tore off the wrapper and placed it in front of the little girl. She looked at the chocolate and her nose twitched slightly. She then turned to her mother, her intent to seek approval from her, but her head quickly turned back to the chocolate that Zhang Xiaokang kept on moving about. Zhang Xiaokang felt extremely awkward at that moment. Why does it feel like those internet pedophiles trying to cheat little girls? Her mother nodded her head slightly. The little girl immediately turned her body over and Zhang Xiaokang felt his fingers holding onto thin air. The piece of chocolate was already in the little girl's hand. She smiled at him sweetly, then bit on the chocolate and started sucking on it. After that, she turned and placed the chocolate in her mother's mouth. At this point, Zhang Xiaokang turned and walked towards another direction, feeling extremely elated in his heart. With children, there'll be hope. Isn't it? The man who was knocked unconscious by Yang Kier was already carried up a vehicle. The young lady in red followed beside him closely. This person was someone that Zhang Xiaokang wanted. Aside from Wangla, this was the second man that Zhang Xiaokang wanted by his side. His physique was good and his tenacity was something that shocked even Zhang Xiaokang, especially in his intuition and senses in fighting. Zhang Xiaokang's triangular spikes were not something any person could deflect against. At the very least, it was Zhang Xiaokang's first miscalculation. Furthermore, the man was scary. He was able to grasp all the opportunities to harm his opponent. Where Zhang Xiaokang's skin wound on his face was still hurting, but his foresight was not that great. Firstly, he thought that he could kill Zhang Xiaokang only to realize that he was toyed with by the latter. After that, he tried to go against Yang Kier, and was played by her to the point of fainting. Seeing how he was, Zhang Xiaokang could only think of one name for him, which was cannon fodder. Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates finally went through all the captives, excluding the children. There were a total of 247 adults, out of which 37 of them were women and 210 of them were men. All of them were extremely dirty and were dispirited. Seeing the combat team members walking by their sides with their rifles and seeing the black muzzles aimed at them, none of them dared to utter a sound. All of them waited quietly for Zhang Xiaokang's arrangements, awaiting their unknown future. Chapter 183. A beauty like a famous painting. Zhang Xiaokang sat on an ammunition chest in the middle of the camp, eating up one mouth after another of rice off the mess tin. Afternoon lunch was simple, rice with some salted vegetables. Zhang Xiaokang, Yang Kier, and Shangyu and Kyo Yun's mess tin had some additional garlic shoots fried bacon. The Incheon garlic shoots in segments of 2s and 3s with 3 or 4 pieces of alternating red and white bacon, which 3 and a few others also enjoyed. This simple meal was enough to make them salivate. The garlic shoots were too enticing and it had been long since they had green vegetables. Beneath the flyover that was over a few hundred meters away from the camp was the mountain of zombie corpses left behind. Zhang Xiaokang was too lazy to get people to burn them off. Not even mosquitoes would be willing to touch the dead corpses, and the corpses would become dried up mummies from the evaporation of moisture by being directly under the sun. So Zhang Xiaokang was also not worried about the bodies giving rise to any plague or disease. Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates were all numb from the sight of the corpses, but the newly obtained captives were all stunned and shocked by the mountain of bodies. All of them became even more respectful towards Zhang Xiaokang. To them, killing people was not any capability, but killing off so many zombies were considered as being truly capable. They were all people who seized food from the existences of zombies, so they knew the rough concept about the zombies. They were a terrifying tide of undead that no one dared to face, even if they had guns. But Zhang Xiaokang did it with his people. Beep. In the distance, the horn of a large truck came out. Zhang Xiaokang placed his mess tin down and stood on the ammunition crate and looked down the hill. 3 large trucks with a dense cloud of dust trailing behind them were moving towards them at the foot of the hill, with 2 off-road vehicles driving by the sides of the trucks. People could be vaguely seen standing inside the back of the trucks looking upwards. The car fleet gradually slowed down and came to a stop. Wooden ladders were brought down as all the frail and young came down onto the ground with fearful looks on their faces as they looked around. When they saw the machine gun and mortars mounted on the hill, all of them immediately lowered their heads, no longer daring to look further. The lady that was meant for Zhang Xiaokang was brought along with her boy, just that they stood isolated away from the group, as they appeared too lonely. The lady carrying the little girl got down from the vehicle. The little girl in her hands was obedient, and did not cry or make a fuss, but simply used her pure and simple black eyes to look around. When she saw Zhang Xiaokan on the hill, she smiled at him. She had clearly remembered him. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the crowd below and realized that there were two children, the 11 to a 12-year-old boy and the little girl that was not even 5. He got someone to bring both the guardians and their children to him. He looked at the lady hugging her boy and spoke, "You. What skills do you have? What can you do?" Zhang Xiaokang had decided to give the two mothers special treatment. Of course, it was not without any conditions. They had to work for themselves. Zhang Xiaokang's inquiry about their skills was to be familiar with them and for them to choose their specific line of work, so that they could have more time to take care of their children. As of that moment, there were too few children. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaokang would definitely have built a school and teach them how to survive and struggle through the apocalypse. Teach them history and have them remember who they were and their ancestors. I can wash clothes and cook. I can do household chores and take care of children. And serve men. The lady hugging the child spoke up. Hearing that, Zhang Xiaokang was speechless. Everything that she said were all simple tasks that could be done by anyone, except for serving men, which only women could do. But Zhang Xiaokang had already banned any words on camp prostitution. He looked at her and replied, "If you don't know anything, go and learn it. You will follow me first. Help me do some household chores. In the future, you have to do other things like growing crops, nursing, tailoring. You have to learn everything." With that said, he looked at the other lady. With such an old child, Zhang Xiaokang reckoned that she had to be above 30. But the fact remained that she looked younger than the mother with the daughter. Although her body was not clean as well, her clothes were made out of good material. The child and her were never starved and their faces were not as skinny as the little girl and her mom. Imzu Mengju, a history graduate of Peking University. Zhang Xiaokang interrupted her introduction and said, "Don't talk to me about your credentials. I don't need a history teacher now. What can you do?" When the lady heard Zhang Xiaokang's immediate rejection, her lips became somewhat dry. While holding on to her child, she subconsciously used her tongue to wet her lips. Her tongue was slender and long, the pink apicle gently sliding around her lips, causing Zhang Xiaokang's heart to itch. Zhang Xiaokang caught her accidental graceful movements and started to carefully scrutinize her. She was dressed as how she was in the morning, her face still covered with dirt and dust. At that moment, her looks could not be considered breathtaking and more of only pleasing to the eye. But this feeling was different from how he felt from others. With one look, the lady's appearance was fairly normal without any impactful beauty and could not be compared to Shanghyun Kyo-yun. But, the more he looked at her, the more he realized that she was more and more beautiful. There was also a bearing coming off from her, a simple and elegant temperament, a gentleness that one could barely feel, as light as the air in the sky, slowly making a person's heart comfortable. This lady was a true top beauty because one will never have enough of her, one that had an appearance that no one will ever find boring. She is like a legendary and famous painting. One will easily miss her from a first glance because of the coloration of the surroundings being more impactful than her beauty, the content of the painting more substantial than her, the masterpiece, until one slowly examines her. When you finish looking at other paintings, you would find yourself going back to her once more, and there you will be a little more surprised. Not much, just a little, because you can sense that the second look is slightly different from the first look. You are unable to tell what the difference is, so you stop in your tracks in front of her and slowly examine her, wanting to find the differences. It is at this moment that you stop in front of her that you will have fallen into the trap because every look that you have on her is different. It is vague, unclear, so you will continue looking. But you realize that every time you look at her, you have a different understanding. These understandings will never repeat. You will feel that she is like a gigantic gem mine. No matter how much you dig, she will always surprise you. This surprise is never ending. So you want to bring her home to examine her forever. She is the most suitable to be a wife and is the solution to fickle-minded men to no longer be fickle-minded. My family used to be a traditional Chinese medicinal family. I know plenty about prescription and recognize a few Chinese herbal medicines. Do you want to take a look? Listening to her mumbling, Zhang Zhaokai almost wanted to tell her, I don't need you to do anything. Just warm my bed. That's all. Luckily, because of the reservedness and restraint of a male chauvinist, Zhang Zhaokai did not say that out loud. He carefully looked at every minute detail on her body, her eyes, her eyebrows, her head shape and her lips. The lady blushed hot red because of Zhang Zhaokai's passionate gaze. His eyes pierced deep into her heart that it sent a chill in. She knew that he had set his eyes on her and had some hatred in her heart. She hated that she had such an appearance. No matter where she was, she constantly attracted provocative eyes. But sensing her child's body heat, she made a decision to allow Zhang Zhaokai's eyes to tour around her own body. Chapter 184 Guo Fei. The woman's son saw Zhang Zhaokai's eyes that were filled with a scorching desire and felt extremely unhappy in his heart. He wanted to struggle out from his mother's embrace and bite Zhang Zhaokai, but his mother held him tighter as she felt his struggle. It was Zhang Zhaokai's first time feeling himself getting emotional when he looked at the lady in front of him. He had a crazy thought he wanted to keep the lady by his side forever because his heart would always beat for her. Zhang Zhaokai had always imagined himself as a heartless man who would never understand love. He had a secret crush on his classmate in junior high school for 10 years. And 10 years later when he was 25, he asked himself, do you really love that girl? His answer was no. It was merely a crush. Zhang Zhaokai had a girlfriend before and dated for 5 months, but already had thoughts to get married to her and have children with her. This girlfriend actually called him and broke up with him over the phone, to which he replied with an indifferent tone, fine. Well, break up after hanging up. His heart shattered. From that day on, he no longer thought about having a girlfriend. Feeling the heartbreak once was enough, but when he asked himself yet again if he loved her, his reply was the same. No, he did not know what love was. He always thought that he was a heartless man, but his heart was finally moved. He did not know if it was love, but he knew that he wanted to keep the lady by his side and watch her till she grew old. Yao, follow me from now on. With that said, Zhang Zhaokai got Shunku and Kyo Yun to bring the woman into the room that he and Yongqi shared. The lady holding onto the little girl stood in place not knowing what to do while the little girl in her arms continued staring at Zhang Zhaokai as he placed his half-eaten mess tin to one side. Her eyes following the mess tin filled with vegetables and the bacon, she started to drool. Seeing the young girl looking like a gluttonous cat, Zhang Zhaokai could not resist but to carry the little girl out from the woman's embrace. The little girl was extremely calm and did not make a ruckus or move about. She just looked at her mom, who was at a loss and did not know what to do. Zhang Zhaokai allowed her to take a shower while he carried the little girl over to the ammunition crate, picked up the mess tin off food and started feeding her spoons of rice and bacon. The little girl's mouth was too small and his spoonful was too big, so he carefully scooped lesser and fed her bit by bit. One mouth another. The girl accepted all of his feedings. When the people who were in chaos saw the scene, all of them calmed down and watched Zhang Zhaokai slowly feed a little girl who had absolutely no relationship with him. All of them wished to be able to cut themselves into halves to be as small as the girl. The angry old Frank, who was anxious initially, calmed down. He and his subordinates all stopped whatever they were doing and watched Zhang Zhaokai and the little quietly. This was a Zhang Zhaokai they had never seen. Zhang Zhaokai had always been extremely strong to them. He was merciless and vicious. So long as he saw any deserters, he would give the immediate order for them to be killed. He had a violent personality. If the D2s could not be killed by machine guns or mortars, he dared to rush up front and clash with it single-handedly. He was no good soul. He could feed a live person to zombies, but only because this person had tested his bottom line. He got everyone together to watch the zombies eat the man and watch him die from being eaten. From there, everyone figured that Zhang Xiaokang was a cruel, ruthless and emotionless man. But this emotionless man actually had such a gentle side to him, causing everyone's emotions to become complicated. They all felt a strange mood pervade around them. When Zhang Xiaokang finished feeding the little girl and carried her to the tent, old Frank woke up from his daydream. He looked at all of his subordinates that were frozen and shouted, "All of you old and slow mules, why are all of you staring into space so blankly? For quickly get back to work." Old Frank's shout broke the strange silence. The entire grounds became lively again. The reinforced steel bars were heavy again. The building materials still as bulky. The number of vehicles that required servicing still as many. But everyone seems to emit more strength as they became slightly more efficient. They needed a strong and emotionless leader. But wouldn't it be better if their leader was a little more humane? At least he was still a human. When all the captives saw the scene occurring to the little girl they knew, who was the only little girl in the camp, their hearts calmed down and started to become more cooperative. To them, as long as they were treated as humans and not animals, it was good enough. As work at the bottom of the hill continued, the sky started to darken, making full use of whatever daylight was left. Old Frank got his new subordinates to complete more work. 2 large trucks were parked by the side while 3 got his men to unload the supplies. Bags of rice, buckets of clean water, bags of clothes, bedding. Many things were brought down from the trucks which were parked beside an oil tanker, where Lu Renyi held onto a thick rubber hose and refueled the large trucks. Zhang Xiaokang held a teacup with both hands and sat next to the blazing bonfire. Before him stood the young man, who was unafraid of death, and could risk it all to fight. Behind this young man stood the pretty girl dressed in a red downfilled garment whose eyes were only fixated on the young man in front of her, completely ignoring the men holding rifles and scrutinizing her. The young man raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaokang, revealing an indifferent look. Aside from his swollen face inflicted by Yang Qir in the morning, it was impossible to tell that he was a person that had fainted for a full day. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the young man in front of him. His face was already cleaned, his skin rather delicate like a girl. His appearance had some immaturity to it as well. Everything was extremely normal aside from the occasional deathly stare and dazed look in his eyes. "What's your name?" Zhang Xiaokang took out a cigarette and gave it to him, then lit a matchstick for him and lit the cigarette up for him. The young man inhaled and deeply then spoke Guo Fei with that. He continued smoking. Guo Fei gave off an extremely cold vibe. He never looked at anyone else twice, even towards Zhang Xiaokang or the red-dressed girl behind him. At that moment, he was being pointed at by 4 to 5 rifles. But he continued smoking and stayed in a daze. Maybe he had already forgotten about Zhang Xiaokang seated in front of him, interested to follow me. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaokang had actually initiated an invite for a person to join his team. Not the base, but his personal team. Inside the team, there were a total of 4 people whom he was prepared to bring along to WH City. When Zhang Xiaokang asked the question, Guo Fei had no reaction, but he knew that Guo Fei had heard him. Zhang Xiaokang was not anxious and slowly puffed on his cigarette while he waited for Guo Fei. Zhang Xiaokang admired Guo Fei's craziness. The lunacy that made him stare at death's door in the face was something Zhang Xiaokang had experienced before against the D2 at the granary. Except he was not as resolved as Guo Fei. But he was in a state of rational craziness. He wanted to live and not die. Guo Fei's craziness was a soldier unafraid of death and had to obtain his goal even at the cost of his life. This tenacity and character was something that Zhang Xiaokang considered himself inferior. "Will I die?" A low voice entered Zhang Xiaokang's ear. Zhang Xiaokang lifted his head and looked at Guo Fei, who was still smoking. If he had not heard Guo Fei's voice, Zhang Xiaokang would have thought that Guo Fei had not spoken or moved at all. Chapter 185, Recapturing the Small Town. Zhang Xiaokang thought for a bit. It'll be more dangerous in the future and people will most probably die. He looked at Guo Fei and replied honestly, yes. The probability is huge. You can also choose. Okay, Guo Fei turned and answered Zhang Xiaokang as he stared at him. Then continued, "When I die, I hope that you will feed me to those monsters with that. He turned around and walked off with the red-dressed girl following him closely. Guo Fei's indifferent answer caused Zhang Xiaoqing to feel dull. He turned and was about to return to his tent when he saw old Frank walk over. Brother Cockroach, I realized that there were many more building materials that we will not use. But there isn't enough cement. And although we have just found a cargo truck with a few tons, it isn't enough. Old Frank's report made Zhang Xiaoqing feel troubled again. He found an old engineer, and after having a discussion with him, they realized that the conditions to store cement was extremely demanding, and any slight overlook would cause the cement to turn damp. In a normal situation, cement is stored in a warehouse close to a construction site and would only be taken out and filled into the vehicle on the day of usage. For the rest of the time, the cement would be stored away from moisture. Aside from cement, a few other more expensive materials are usually stored in the same warehouse. After all, construction sites are chaotic and messy. This was the fourth day Zhang Xiaoqing was out. He used the binoculars and looked at the small town in the distance. The cement problem was handed over to 3 and his men to resolve the night before. 3 brought the machine gun teams and 20 combat team members with the guide of the engineers and found a warehouse stored with cement. There were many warehouses in the town, and only a few of the managers and workers there had turned into zombies. With the 3 sets of machine guns, they cleared off a few hundred zombies, and the remaining few were wiped out with the rifles. Aside from finding cement, they found a few detonators and explosives used for cutting into mountains. Just by using one electric generator and fuel, they found one completely full warehouse. This caused 3 and his team to become haughty. They believed that so long as they did not encounter any Type 2 zombies, they could handle themselves. Of course, there was Shanggu and Qiao-yun by the side for support. Zhang Xiaoqing realized that Shanggu and Qiao-yun's ability was only limited to a rifle. If she were to encounter a D2 that was unafraid of bullets, she would be useless. Even if she could aim at its eyes, the D2's eyelids could deflect the bullets. Even if she aimed right into its mouth, its teeth could deflect the bullets. After doing nothing for the entire past day, Zhang Xiaoqing could not tolerate the boredom. He thought about the town where they found seeds. They had already cleared half of the zombies inside and 2 zombies that were evolving into Type 2s. Upon thinking about the sausage and bacon inside the restaurants and on the supplies and goods that the homes had stored, Zhang Xiaoqing's heart heated up. He brought Yang Kier as well as a few combat team members and moved to a location near the town to check if they could kill off the remaining zombies. From the outside, the town looked extremely desolated with faintly discernible zombie figures loitering around the streets. The zombies do not make a sound. This quiet and small town was actually filled with zombies, giving off a gloomy and sinister vibe. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqing decided to arrange the battlefield at an empty space at an opening to the side of the town. Following the decision, 30-odd men dressed in brightly colored clothes brandished their shovels and started working on the ground, digging up and filling up black sandbags, forming up a black defensive wall with a 50 cm wide and long pits formed in the ground. These men who worked enthusiastically were the strong and capable men captured by Zhang Xiaoqing. Under Zhang Xiaoqing, they ate for 2 full days and even managed to enjoy a hot bath with the precious clean water, with the base running smoothly. Wasn't these factors the reason why they had to fight zombies at the risk of their lives in the apocalypse world? Some of them harbored anger towards Zhang Xiaoqing in their hearts. If he had directly said that by following him, they could eat their fill, have proper showers and have a secure base, it would have been a guarantee that everyone volunteered to follow him. What was the use of the guns to scare them to the point of peeing in their pants? Zhang Xiaoqing felt pleased watching the men putting their heart into their work. After obtaining their meals, these men became as docile as sheep, being unable to tolerate their stench, and that they had managed to move a portion of their clean water over. He allowed these 200-odd men to shower and have a new change of clothes. Zhang Xiaoqing was unwilling to give out their WW2 uniforms, so he found clothes inside abandoned homes and gave it to them. These clothes came in all forms. Old-fashioned Chinese tunic suit for old people, old cotton-padded jackets, exercise clothes, brightly colored and trendy clothes worn by youngsters, and even lady outer jackets. These people were not particular about the clothes. One of them was a young man not even at the age of 20, perspiring freely while digging the ground, was dressed in a navy blue Chinese tunic suit. If he was matched with an old man's cap, he would practically look like Zhao Benchen. One muscular middle-aged man with a full beard was the one dressed in a female red outerwear. It was slightly small and became rather tight on him, but he did not care. The man, that was close to Zhang Hui'an's age, was dressed in a colorful exercise jacket that made him look a few years younger. After waiting for them to finish their work, Zhang Zhuokai took a look and inspected their work. He kicked the protective wall made out of the filled sandbags. The wall that was built upon multiple layers of sandbags was sturdy and firm with a crisscross pit at its front. Zhang Zhuokai figured that it was enough to obstruct the zombies and the terrain was wide enough for their guns to have ample angle space to fire in. Finally, the 3 heavy machine gun teams installed the machine guns on specially constructed platforms. The riflemen carried their rifles and took positions behind the protective wall and inspected their firearms, while the mortar group made their preparations further back. With the preparations going smoothly, Zhang Zhuokai looked at Yang Qir. Yang Qir was extremely moody and looked as though she had no battlefield awareness at all. She stood in front of the Land Rover, dressed in rose red windbreaker, while carrying the little girl that had a wide smile and looked around. Ever since Yang Qir saw the little girl after her shower, she took a liking for her. At that moment, she went over and hugged the little girl, who was obedient and adorable, earning Yang Qir's feelings. Whenever Yang Qir had any nice snacks or toys, she would find the little girl. Even when sleeping, she would hug the little girl. Now, even when they were about to kill zombies, Yang Qir still wanted to hug the girl. This made Zhang Zhuokai extremely pissed, but he was lazy to talk to her. Fortunately, the little girl's mother was in the camp helping the chef. If she knew that her own daughter was dragged by Yang Qir to the front lines, she would have most probably gone mad. Behind Yang Qir, Changgu and Qiu Yun saw Zhang Zhuokai looking over at them, then walked towards him with her M1 Garand. Pong! A soft sound came out a few seconds later. Rumble! A regiment of flames erupted at the entrance of the town. 3 to 5 minutes later, the zombie horde started to appear. Wang Chong stood behind the wall with his left hand raised and his right hand wielding a brand new bayonet. He used the bayonet and drew a small line on his arm, then turned the blood towards the direction of the zombies and waited for them to smell him and pounce towards him. Simply put, Wang Chong's meal treatment was now the same as Zhang Zhuokai and Yang Qir as a way to compensate him. But even so, many people went up to Wang Chong, desiring to swap positions with him. Wang Chong naturally refused all of them. If no one wanted such a job, it would be considered an unfortunate thing, but if everyone wanted it, it definitely would be a good thing. Chapter 186 Open Battlefield. Blood could be considered the fall of the zombies. It was the most irresistible food for them. When the smell of fresh blood pervaded through the air, the zombies inside the town went crazy. Groups after groups of zombies tried to outdo each other as they ran from every corner of the town towards Wang Chong. A few of the weaker zombies got squashed by the stronger and bulkier zombies, after which they would fall and get trampled by its companions. When all of its companions are already in the distance, these weak zombies struggled on the ground in attempts to stand up. But an even bigger horde appeared and trampled on these weak zombies with their smelly feet until these zombies were smashed into meat pulps. The excited few zombies at the front pounced to the trenches and became miserable. They were unable to stride over the 50 cm wide trench and started to fall like the wheat in the paddy fields being harvested in fall. Some of the luckier ones were able to climb out of the trench and started to move towards the second trench, while the less fortunate ones either managed to struggle out, but were trampled upon by the zombies behind, die in the trench and become stepping stones for the other zombies, or struggle and stumble with other zombies and somehow get pulled back into the trenches. The mass of zombies crammed together and drew closer to the front line. Seeing the zombie horde in front of them, many of the survivors felt their scalps go numb. Luckily, the combat team members had experienced the horde at the flyover and could stabilize their own emotions. For the construction workers themselves, some of them felt their hearts palpitating loudly. Although they had experience in facing zombies before, they had never experienced a zombie horde of over 1,000 zombies. The horde in front of them was not merely just 1,000. The 100 square meter of space in front of them had been squeezed full of zombies. But more and more zombies were still surging out of the town. Wang Chong, who had his hand raised up high, felt a strange emotion rising in his mind. He was thinking if his blood was extraordinarily sweet for so many zombies to appear. He guessed that it could also be considered some sort of achievement. Boom! A large regiment of flames exploded in the middle of the zombie horde as countless of limbs covered with sand started flying all over the place. The heat wave produced by the explosion caused the zombies around the impact point to fall. Following the rain of sand and mud, a cleansed ground appeared in the middle of the horde. After the first roar of the 60mm mortar, the spray of the heavy machine guns came out. The long muzzle spewed with inch-long fire as countless of bright bullets flew their way into the zombies. Pa pa pa. The machine gunners and Garand rifles all followed on. Every rifleman quickly unloaded their rifles of 8 bullets without a regard for aim. As long as the bullets could hit the zombies and slow them down, it was considered a good shot. It was as though the frontmost zombies encountered an invisible scythe. All of them were instantly slashed, scattered and smashed upon moving forward. The whistling, sharp bullets continued to destroy zombie after zombie, which all became sluggish upon reaching 50 m away from the survivors' front lines. They were going against a wall made out of bullets. Groups after groups of zombies fell as more zombies surged forward and met with the rain of bullets. Limbs were broken apart by the power of the bullets as they flew all over while mortar rounds exploded within the zombie hordes one after another, releasing bright red lights that tore the zombies to shreds. The black soil on the ground flew with the scattered limbs from the impact of the mortars as smoke slowly rose into the sky. Soil and body parts continued to fly all around due to the explosions while bodies rained down onto the moving zombies. Before the last particle of sand could even drop to the ground, a new light would beam out from within the horde as even more things get flung into the sky. A few zombies in the horde got lost due to the thick smoke and started to charge in confusion all over the place, causing the chaos to become even messier. As time passed, the dead corpses at the 50m mark had already piled up to a meter-tall mound. The heavy machine guns sprayed bullets endlessly with the gunners' hands trembling incessantly while they screamed. Their assistants nimbly fed the gun with the bandolier. But the gunners could not even wait for a short 10 seconds and would scold them. Any curse or dirty words would be unleashed were not just for the ladies beside them. They were venting all their anger, the restrained feelings caused by the apocalypse. But these women were not easy to deal with as well. Ever since Zhang Xiaoqing matched them to the machine gunners, they became stronger. Whoever scolded them would be scolded back incessantly by them. The ladies fed the bandoliers into the guns swiftly while cursing at the gunners with words that caused even the lowest of scums to go red in embarrassment. Thus, the gunners fell into tragedy. They could only stare at the delicate and small hands that were covered in gunpowder and dirt and prayed for it to end. When the machine guns were loaded and started firing once again, the female voices were instantly drowned out. The machine gunners no longer cared and focused on controlling the recoil of the machine guns. Finished with the next bandolier, the gunners would scream out again and the cycle of the assistants scolding them would occur once more. Although Zhang Xiaoqing's team were doing their best to stop the zombies from approaching, they were still too few in manpower. The machine guns, mortar teams, and the riflemen totaled up to only 30-odd men, against 2,000 over zombie horde. They started to feel the pressure. When 2 machine guns stopped firing to reload their guns, over 10 zombies broke through the 50-meter line and started to press forward. In a short while, the machine gunners loaded up again and started firing. But the zombies were able to decrease the distance. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Although the zombies were able to close in, no one dared to turn and run. They knew of the consequence and did not have the courage to face Zhang Xiaoqing's fury. Zhang Xiaoqing walked over to the Land Rover and retrieved a wooden box from the boot and returned to the wall. He opened the box and revealed rows of hand grenades to the rest of his men. Zhang Xiaoqing took one out, removed its safety pin and threw it out. The round grenade flew in an arc across the sky and landed on a zombie's head 30 meters away. After a few seconds, a regiment of flames emitting dense smoke exploded and sent the zombie straight to heaven. Due to the explosion, some dirt flew 20 meters out and even landed on a few survivors. The other members put their guns down and took up hand grenades, as well as they removed the safety pins and threw the grenades at the zombies. The box had a total of 150 hand grenades, which were all thrown into the zombie horde, and the explosions left behind a blank space. The zombies behind were unable to catch up, allowing the combat team members to destroy the 100-odd zombies that were closer. A few scattered zombies by the side were ahead of the rest. Their location was coincidentally the machine gunners' blind spots, while the riflemen were up against many zombies, adding that they had to hit the zombies at their vital points to kill them. It made it harder to kill them, and allowed to inch their way forward to the defensive wall. The defensive wall was built to the height of a grown man's chest, which prevented the zombies from passing through. The wall was able to block ordinary zombies, but not evolved zombies. 2 Type S zombies crawled on the ground and flipped over the wall, pouncing straight for Wang Chong, who, at that moment, was firing away. Zhang Xiaokang, who was focused on the battlefield the entire time, brandished his Desert Eagle and fired at them. One of the Type S zombies had its chest burst open with a few holes from his Desert Eagle. The power of the shots caused it to stumble and fall to the side. The other Type S zombie was not affected and continued to pounce at Wang Chong. Under the pressure and danger, Zhang Xiaokang ran forward and kicked Wang Chong at his butt, causing him to fall onto the grass. The Type S zombie nimble figure was right in front of him. It used its black claws and clawed at Zhang Xiaokang. In return, Zhang Xiaokang used the blade in his left hand to hack down at its wrist. The Type S zombie was forced to slant under Zhang Xiaokang's force. In that instant, Zhang Xiaokang moved to the zombie's side. With the pistol in his right hand, he smashed down on the zombie's back. The Type S zombie could no longer regain its balance and fell straight to the ground. Bang bang bang. Zhang Xiaokang unleashed 3 consecutive shots to the back of the Type S zombie's head. The zombie's head exploded into a thick paste under the powerful shots. The white bones and yellow brain fluids mixed with the dark red blood as all the nerves and veins splattered across in all directions. Chapter 187 Harvest and Desolation. Zhang Xiaokang turned and looked at the other Type S zombie. Having been shot at 3 times by him, it laid on the ground like a delicate and weak girl being oppressed by a tyrannical big brute. Zhang Xiaokang's new subordinates all wielded their shovels and hammers as they fanatically smashed down onto the slightly twitching Type S zombie. These few brutes were huddled too tightly, but even more. Men carrying tools were rushing in from behind as they screamed and shout, all of them wanting a bit of the action. By the time they dissipated, the Type S zombie had turned into a pile of mincemeat. When a few of them saw the zombies on the wall, they excitedly shouted and got the others to run over to the zombies. Behind them came along another group of men. Zhang Xiaokang was dumbstruck. He had never seen such an initiative towards killing zombies. More correctly speaking, it was not them being initiative but more of crazy. All 30-odd men rushed up regardless of stature or age. Every single one of them screamed and howled. The men who initiated the pummeling of the Type S zombie rushed forward like a gust of wind. By the time they separated, not a single zombie at the wall was left standing. Fearless. Zhang Xiaokang became agitated as he walked backward in excitement for a more accurate assessment of the men. The difference between these men and Zhang Xiaokang's combat team members was that his combat team members were extremely good at dealing with humans, but just barely able to deal with zombies. But the construction workers were weak towards other humans while being unhesitant towards zombies and were ruthless and efficient zombie killers. What Zhang Xiaokang did not know was that these group of men were completely convinced and had complete respect towards Zhang Xiaokang for bringing just 20-odd of his own men to defend against 2,000 zombies. They all knew that zombies could be killed by destroying their heads. But would 2,000 zombies give you time to aim? But Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates did just fine against the zombies which got to the 10-meter mark. They did not panic. None of them even tried to turn and run. Not only can they finish the winning battles, They would rush straight towards smaller groups of zombies while scattering and flanking larger groups of zombies. Wang Chong retrieved his rifle, looked at the dead zombie at his feet with his heart at his feet while continuing to shoot at the zombie horde without stopping. He had no time to brood over his emotions. The apocalypse tribulation had refined him into a steel-hearted man. He had turned into a fighter. So long as he did not die in battle, he would continue fighting until he fall. Even with the massive number of zombies, they were unable to drown out the survivors' firepower. As time elapsed, the throng of zombies slowly lessened. When the last shot was fired, there was not a single zombie left standing in their eyes. The combat team members all dropped their rifles and leaned on the walls to rest. Zhang Xiaokang held his Desert Eagle and inspected the vicinity behind the wall. The designated battleground entrance was littered with layer after layers of zombies. The original black and brown ground was completely covered with the zombie corpses, where the majority of them were incomplete with limbs missing. All of these zombies were shot and split into pieces with their arm at one location and leg in another. While there were many still emitting smoke, half of their bodies were buried by soil. These were the ones killed by the explosion of the grenades. On the chaotic battlefield, the dense mass of zombie corpses resembled piles of dead fishes on the sand piling on top of each other layer by layer. The highest points formed mounds. Some of the zombies that had their limbs destroyed but were not dead wriggled in the piles. They wanted to crawl out of the mess and continue towards the scent of the blood. One after another, the men wielding blades or shovels walked towards the piles. As long as they saw any zombies moving, they would either send a bullet into its head, causing the entire head to explode, or smashing the heads with their shovels. Bang! The doors were kicked open. 3 men equipped with shields and torches rushed in. They then shouted from within, "Clear! All clear! No zombies here." After that, a few men equipped with gloves entered and started overturning the furniture and boxes, wrapping anything they could find with bedding. All the junk and tools were brought out, and with a systematic flow of people moving in and out. Aside from large electrical components or machines left inside the house, the interior was completely emptied in less than 10 minutes. Once the last person darted out of the house, the place became quiet once again. Zhang Xiaokang walked to the large main street. At that moment, the entire town belonged to him, and the location where he was standing on was the center of the town. He looked at the various buildings and structures that had been through the elements, and looked at his subordinates break down doors after doors, rummaging through the houses and shifting all sorts of supplies one after the other. For some reason, he lost the joy that he always felt. His emotions turned increasingly unhappy. Yong Kier led the little girl and tore open bags after bags of tidbits inside a non-staple food shop, and started feeding the little girl with all sorts of snacks as though she was feeding a dog. The little girl never refused anything that entered her mouth. She would eat however much there was. Yong Kier grinned from ear to ear. She was extremely happy. Zhang Xiaokang's combat team members and construction team members were ecstatic. They carried various goods while talking and laughing with one another. Some were even arguing over spoils of war, to which were only settled after they found more spoils and where everyone earned some profit. 3 of the assistant machine gunners carried a large backpack each. They did not care about the men's spoils of war. Their target only necessities: shampoo, shower gels, cosmetics and hand lotions. All of these items were thrown to the ground by the men, were all grabbed by the 3 of them and thrown into their bags. They were like treasure hunters wandering in historical sites with the occasional squeals of joy. Soon after, laughter could be heard in the quiet town. Some of them had grass in between their teeth while waiting. Everyone was happy. To them, it was a day of bumper harvest for the objects and supplies in the past few days were construction materials and were useless to all of them. In the few days, they had to look for spoils of war for the camp and not for themselves and did not find much joy in them. But to be able to obtain spoils of war that were used for themselves, they were ecstatic and became extremely grateful to Zhang Xiaokang. It was the first time they were truly happy again after the apocalypse and were able to let out real joyous laughter. The chance to let loose and laugh after the daily oppression and depressed life. It was something worth holding on to. Watching them in laughter and joy, Zhang Xiaokang actually did not feel any sense of happiness. and continued walking on the street alone and in silence. He walked over various litter and scattered bones slowly, bypassing the rows of shops along both sides of the street. He even saw a small internet cafe which had about 20 sets of computers. The internet cafe was in a mess. The furniture all over the place with older and boxed monitor screens flung across the floor. Gang Xiaokang also noticed a dark sports shoe under a toppled vending machine that had brown stains of dried blood around it. A few blood-stained bones scattered about revealed the tragic end of the dead person. The other shops around were roughly the same as the internet cafe. They were in chaos and dilapidated. There were even traces of despaired survivors who left behind marks and corpses. Yang Xiaokang raised his head and looked at the mountain in the distance. The vegetation at the peak was still as lush as before aside from the patches of yellow around. He looked at the flyover, the tall and lofty flyover reminding him of his previous win. He raised his head up and looked at the sky. It was a day with no sun. The gloomy and dark clouds floated by depicted his emotions. There was a stifling emotion in him that he could not let out. He continued to walk ahead. Chapter 188 Vent. A plastic duck entered Zhang Xiaokang's vision. Most probably a toy thrown aside by a child. The plastic duck had turned dark from time and weather. The dark yellow color had turned a pale yellow, and the string fixed onto the toy had traces of rot. The toy was placed on a flight of cement steps to his left. Following the steps up was a platform, in which he slowly headed towards. Two old and large trees that trunks could only be wrapped around with a few people was placed in the center with cement flooring around them. The rugged bark of the tree told Zhang Xiaokang of their history and age, that it had witnessed the emergence of the town, its development, all the way till its destruction. On the platform was an old-fashioned building. Its doors were the old-fashioned wooden doors painted yellow with little glass embedded in it. Due to the passing of time, most of the yellow paint had been eroded away with many blade chips and scars left by playful little children. On the right of the door was a large wooden plank with the words Roman 20 Town Apothecary written in black. A dim light could be seen from behind the door, making it look as if the interior was extremely gloomy. Zhang Xiaokang was only able to vaguely see the green paint of the walls with some of it flaking off due to moisture. The torchlight moved around the hellish-looking clinic. Zhang Xiaokang walked into the small space alone with a torch and silver pistol in hand. The entire place was silent. The only sound in the space was the echoes of his footsteps, resonating far out and echoing back like a phantom. He looked inside the messy room where there was broken glass, overturned cabinets, scattered medical notes and a white gown, to which he was stepping on. After checking the room out, he continued to move on. Right at the moment when he turned, a small and red cloth doll coincidentally entered his line of sight. The little red cloth doll was thrown at a corner with a layer of dust all over it. Yang Xiaokang looked at it in shock. His heart had long been turned to stone by the apocalyptic world that made everyone crazy. His cowardice, weakness, hesitation, and fear of the past no longer appeared, but the scene before him caused his heart to twitch violently. He was in a child's infirmary ward. Small chairs, tables, and many building blocks at the corner. The white ceiling had many colorful flags hung all over, with various drawing cards pasted all across the wall and a red-colored rack with a few glass bottles of glucose injections by the side of the room. He carefully entered the infirmary where bones were scattered all around. Some of the bone frames were very small and slim, different from an adult skeleton. These bones were hacked into pieces. Seeing all of the small bones, Yang Xiaokang slowly sat on the dirty floor. A few meters away from him was a small skull which had a few pieces of flesh left. Its hollowed eyes stared at him quietly. That was when the pent-up and suppressed emotions in his heart erupted. Ah! He released a beast-like a howl as tears kept flowing down from his eyes to the dust-filled floor. He cried a heart-wrenching cry. Seeing all of the young victims, thinking about the ghost-like town and about his struggles in the apocalypse, he used his hoarse voice to unleash the depression in him. He was no Superman. He was no hero. He was just a petty and minor person in society. He knew pain. He knew sadness. And he needed comfort as well. But he would not, could never reveal the weakness in him. The apocalyptic world is a blood-stained and cruel world that would not give in to you just because you are weak. It is like a lone wolf that strolls in the darkness, occasionally staring down at your neck. As long as you showed any weaknesses, it will pounce on you without hesitation and use its cold teeth to impale your Adam apple. It is the embodiment of omnipresence. It is the zombies staggering across the wilderness and cities. It is the variant beasts hidden in the darkness. Also, it is a human being like you and me. Zhang Xiaokan's constant appearance of being cold and strong was a mask to disguise his true emotions. His heart had never changed. He was still the man who ran out of his house because of a few pieces of vegetables. The man surrounded by over 100 zombies in despair. He had always been afraid in the deepest part of his heart. But he could not be. He had to force himself to be a strong survivor. But even as a bogus, he still did not know what a truly strong man held in his heart. He knew that he needed to cry. He needed to vent. When he walked out of the clinic, he had returned to the fearless man that faced off against the D2. The emotionless man who could behead others. The cold and ruthless man that led his subordinates. The men happily broke into the private houses. The ladies carried their backpacks and happily kept the things they wanted. Yang Kier brought the little girl and rummaged into snacks. Shangguan Qiuyun carried her M1 Garand rifle and quietly observed the isolated Zhang Xiaokang. Seeing his lonely expression, her nose started to feel sour for no reason. The corners of her eyes turned dry as a teardrop reverberated in her eye. Seeing the desolate look of the man, her heart stung with pain. The man walked in front while she followed behind from a distance. She followed very carefully, stopping when he stopped. When the man stood in the middle of the street in a daze, she would hide behind a wall and look at him fall into a daze. When the man looked at the mountains, she looked at his back. When the man looked at the flyover, she looked at his back. When the man raised his head to look at the endless sky, her eyes remained fixed on his back. When the man continued to walk, she quietly followed. She carefully followed behind while she watched the man fall further into his depression, and suddenly felt that her heart was so close to him. She never saw what the man saw, but only had him in her eyes. Seeing his average-length shoulders, she understood him. She suddenly understood him. She never got to hear his soft mumblings. She never saw the desolation in his eyes, but she understood him. Strangely, she had always been extremely understanding towards men. She had her fair share of experiences with various types of men. The refined and courteous, the arrogant, the cold and dangerous, the wretched and vulgar, the fickle and impatient, the stable and strong, handsome, ugly, crazy, weak, and even those that were willing to die for her. But she could never see through Zhang Xiaokang. Yet from him, she realized that her understanding towards men was so shallow, because she realized that she never truly understood a man's heart. But at that moment, she strangely understood his heart. From his back, she saw the loneliness. She saw through the silence. She saw the oppression he had always been hiding. The powerful and strong behavior that Zhang Xiaokang always maintained in front of the others had vanished completely when he was alone. Furthermore, only Shangguan Qiuyun took the effort to carefully observe him. What is he attracted to? He slowly climbed up the steps and reached the next level. He looked at the old tree, then at the old doors, all the way until he walked in. The house was extremely dark, with the corners even darker due to a few rays of light shining in. The dark corners looked extremely eerie inside the space, as though there were dark phantoms hiding in ambush and spying out. Shangguan Qiuyun walked into the eerie room. She was not scared or even fearful at all. She supported herself against the peeling walls and walked further in, her footsteps extremely light to the point that they could not be heard. She did not want to alarm him because of her presence as she walked further in, where thin beams of light penetrated through the stale air. The darkness in the room gradually dissipated. She kept on walking until she saw the dark red cloth doll. She leaned on the door and saw the man kneeling down on the ground, sobbing. This was the man that had always been indifferent, the high-spirited man that stood on the front loader, the man that hung on a monster's body and unleashed shots onto the monster. In everybody's eyes, he was that strong, cool, ruthless. Yet here he was in the dark and sealed space, crying as though he was hurting. Why is he crying? The torch rolling on the floor coincidentally beamed its orange light onto the many small skeletons and bones. Seeing these tender and small skeletons, tears started to fall from Shangguan Kyo-yun's eyes as well. With her vision in a blur, she walked into the door and slowly knelt behind the man, extending her soft arms and hugged him tightly from behind. Chapter 189 Positive Development. Standing on the hill that was overgrown with green bamboos, Yang Xiaokang was able to view the hundreds of survivors busying themselves at the gorge. Yang Xiaokang, dressed in martial attire, stood in the pavilion at the peak of the hill and gazed down. Yuan Yi sat lazily in her rattan chair and enjoyed the breeze blowing on her face. Yang Kier and the little girl sat opposite each other with different-sized bamboo pipes and blew them, releasing whistle-like sounds. The bamboo pipe whistles were made and given to them by Zhang Xiaokang. By cutting down a thin bamboo with a segment of it being chipped off squarely by a sharp knife, he left a segment untouched for air to flow through and cut out grooves for the little girls to blow into. Shangguan Kyo-yun was present as well, hugging onto her Garen rifle and looked into the distance. The gentle breeze raised her long hair to the side gracefully. No one knew what was on her mind. The relationship between Zhang Xiaokang and her had reverted back to its original state. He was still him and she was still her. It was as though the mutual consolation inside the clinic, the support they had for each other was just a dream, and they had forgotten about it after waking up. There were many real engineers amongst the construction workers Zhang Xiaokang brought back. They completely toppled old Frank's plan, then blamed him for completely wasting materials. Old Frank did not get angry. Instead, he promoted those who scolded him to be his deputies. Old Frank never even attended high school. He did not know that he had to determine what plan to use. What construction engineering, steel engineering, concrete engineering or steel manufacturing, he knew nothing. He had always presumed that it was merely digging holes, burying bars and filling cement. Old Frank knew his own weakness, so he respected talents even more. He listened to all of their opinions and their jointly formulated construction organization deployment, where they divided all the jobs perfectly to headcount and even having appointment holders to address problems. They went through every single detail meticulously and planned out the entire construction project, then had Zhang Xiaokang to vet through it. Zhang Xiaokang's attitude was to let Old Frank handle everything. Whatever plan or work was delegated by Old Frank. The only opinion he gave was to be not afraid of wasting and to aim for stability. Also, it would be best if they could establish fortifications to that of WW2, to even be able to withstand large caliber artillery shells. Rumble. A loud sound sounded out from the foot of the hill, followed by a set of tremors. Zhang Xiaokang almost fell while Yang Kier grumbled by the side. Yang Xiaokang noticed a cloud formed of sand and stone. It was Lu Renyi and Wang Chong who detonated a bomb at the foot of the hill with their team. Zhang Xiaokang wanted to transform the spring into a camp, but he wanted to transform the camp into an impenetrable fortress. After the emergence of the warehouse full of explosives, Zhang Xiaokang found 2 construction workers well versed in explosives to follow Lu Renyi and the rest and clear the entire foot of the mountain, turning the foot into a complete 90-degree angle cliff. Additionally, after using cement to further smoothen the land, much less an S2, even a monkey would not be able to climb up. A fleet of vehicles drove over from afar with a Beijing Jeep as the head. The machine gunner stationed at the top donned on a pair of black shades, smoking his cigarette while looking around with a murderous look on his face. There were several big trucks behind, with 2 coaches following behind a big cargo truck, with various other cargo trucks following behind. At the back was an oil tanker with 4 off-road vehicles full of combat squad members situated to the left and right as protection. Seeing the fleet in the distance, Zhang Xiaokang knew that 3 was back. After finding the survivors in the camp previously, Zhang Xiaokang knew that there would be more survivors on the expressway, so he got 3 to bring a few men to loiter in the area and try to find more survivors. Also to retrieve and hoard any supplies or tools on the expressway. Zhang Xiaokang decided to repair the outer walls before hollowing out the 2 small hills and transform them into warehouses. At that time, regardless of what goods they retrieve, they could store them inside. To him, it was the golden time to develop and expand. When the vehicles arrived, Zhang Xiaoqing was already at the foot of the mountain. 3 jumped down from the jeep and greeted him, then turned and shouted at the vehicles behind him. The vehicles slowed down and came to a stop, to which the combat team members came down. In their full gear, they scattered and stood on an elevated platform nearby while taking aim with their rifles. The heavy machine gunners turned their weapons and pointed them at the coaches, which finally opened its doors. Slowly, men and women with backpacks and carrying bedding came down. The men were in tattered and torn clothes. Their sleeves and the hem of their shirts had strands of cloth hanging about. One even had a large hole in the back of his shirt, but used 2 nylon ropes to tie and seal the hole, making him look worse than a beggar. The men all looked similar. Aside from them being dirty and tired, there were no other problems. Aside from their fear and attempts to avoid the muzzles aimed at them, their complexion was good. They had robust bodies, and anyone could tell that they had not starved. The women were better off. Their clothes looked to be in better shapes, unlike the men who had holes here and there. But all of them looked weak carrying their own belongings. Some of them swayed around. All of their cheeks were sunken in, their skin yellow and dry, unlike Yang Kier, who had an extremely moisturized skin, giving off the vibe of maturity. They were not as afraid as the men and only held onto their belongings and looked at the empty space in front of them, awaiting the arrangements. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the group of quiet ladies. He knew that there were as many females who had fates as bad as men in the apocalypse, and those that encountered the tyrannical males would be even worse off. Zhang Xiaoqing did not want to dwell much on it. He could not care for them or want to care for them. He could only take care of the subordinates under him and allow the ladies following him to have a bit more self-respect and be well fed. Deng Huayan appeared with his men. Although he had erupted in anger once before, he became back to his original self after the battle. He enjoyed bragging, enjoyed spreading the word of the close ties between him and Zhang Xiaoqing and reporting to Zhang Xiaoqing over the smallest things. With the influx of almost 200 strong laborers, Zhang Huayan did not have to work as a worker like before anymore. He led his men to maintain the stability of the base, and assisted Yuan Bin in looking after the additional 200 people. After being in the force for so many years, he had the sufficient skill sets and muscle memory, and overseeing over a few hundred people was nothing much to him. He had seen people from all walks of life and was thus usually right on spotting and judging people. Over the course of a few days, he had even grabbed out a murderer out of the construction workers, where even his colleague never imagined himself working with a murderer after so many years. Of course, the murderer was not executed, but was recruited into the combat team after talking to Yuan Bin. In fact, the man was actually not some vicious and evil person. After being discharged, his uncle that had raised him and sent him to the army died from anger after being forced to sell his plot of land to developers at a very low price. Yet, the village actually reported his death as a natural cause and simply cremated him. After his neighbor secretly informed him of everything, he flew into a rage and hacked the village chief to death, at the same time locating the $100,000 worth of dirty money from the sale before running for his life. With him around, Zhang Xiaoqing's combat team learned alertness and actually gained knowledge on terrain advantage from the murderer. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqing, Deng Huayan immediately ran forward and greeted him. Then, like an unceasing torrent, he reported all the minor details given to him by Old Frank. Deng Xiaoqing listened in silence and waited for Zhang Huayan to finish speaking before nodding his head, satisfied and feeling good. Deng Huayan took 4 of his men to check on the survivors and to prepare for invitations. Chapter 190 The New Perimeter Wall. Deng Huayan checked on the new labor force while 3 guided a few men to unload the day's loot. Zhang Xiaoqing turned and looked at the bustling construction site in the distance. With a professional plan, Zhang Xiaoqing's old plans were all scrapped. The newly proposed wall had been extended a segment outwards. The old perimeter wall was designed to be made out of bricks that piled up straight and sealed the entrance of the valley, while the new perimeter wall formed a large arc and enveloped the open area of the entrance, increasing the land available to the base by over 1,000 square meters. The perimeter wall was also no longer 4 m, but 15. where the heavy machine guns were no longer installed at the top of the walls, but with interior rooms built into the wall with small holes for the muzzles. This allowed a great preservation of fighting capability while the entire interior was interconnected with a large reservoir for water within which can be drawn out by various taps installed into the various machine gun rooms to allow the combat team members to quench their thirst in battles. There were many armories as well, with one installed at both sides and another in the middle, allowing for the combat team members to be able to retrieve ammunition when required. Aside from that, there was an infirmary, cafeteria, war room, dormitory, and even an entertainment room, with the clear distinction made by levels. Navigation within the walls could not be any clearer. The entire wall itself had the capability of being a small base. Additionally, another unique addition to the wall was its entrance. There were two sets of doors. One was for the entrance at the front of the perimeter wall, made with countless of steel plates welded together to form a thick and large steel door. It required electricity and machinery to be opened. After this large steel door was a 10 m long passageway right in the center of the wall, surrounded by the strong and sturdy walls. Out of the passageway was a 100 m empty space. This empty space was also surrounded by the tall walls like an ancient Barbican entrance to a city, where an even thicker and larger steel door stood at the other end of the empty space. This was the true entrance into the camp, which would usually remain open unless a battle occurs, as the amount of power required to move the door was too large, and it pained Zhang Xiaokang to use up the fuel. Time passed and it was close to nightfall. The construction workers dressed in bright colors and safety helmets on the scaffoldings all climbed down. The rumblings of the vehicles and machinery turned silent. The survivors formed into groups with arms around each other's shoulders and headed into the base. Some of them talking loudly, some whispering in each other's ears. The hubbub of the crowd turned into a loud buzz as the loud sounds produced by the machinery all stopped. They were all happy. Everything had settled down. They had plenty of food. They were no longer lacking in water and could even take baths under certain requirements. It was as though they have returned to the state before the apocalypse where they would frequent between the construction sites and their home. Aside from having no salary, the meals were not as abundant, and the after-work activities were much less. Everything else remained the same. In less than a week after surrendering and following Zhang Xiaokang, from their leaders down to the women that were played by them, these survivors were already in the midst of assimilating into Zhang Xiaokang's main team. In his camp, the men had no need to worry about the lack of food and being forced to leave the camp to hunt and fight zombies or snatch food that had turned moldy. The women that did not have spouses no longer needed to exchange their bodies for the remaining food left behind by the other men, while the women with spouses no longer needed to worry about their other halves not returning in the night, afraid that they would have died outside and they would have to cater to the other men. Even the lowest of the ladies never want to do such things. So everyone was satisfied. Some of the men who did not wish to risk their lives sold their strength for work. They desired to live in safety in the camp. As for the young or more courageous ones, they were envious of the combat team members who were armed to the teeth and yearned to join them. Maybe they wanted to obtain the power to chase after women. Maybe they wanted to obtain some spoils to have more stable lives, or maybe they simply had the wish to kill zombies. All of them had their reasons, and every time Zhang Xiaokang appeared, they would try to showcase themselves in the hopes of getting Zhang Xiaokang's attention to pick them to join the combat team. What they did not know was that every time they tried to show off themselves in front of Zhang Xiaokang, it made him on edge. He did not know what they were trying to do. Seeing the bunch of half-naked men flexing their muscles in front of him with coquettish glances at him, it was truly a horrific sight, forcing Zhang Xiaokang to no longer dare to enter the construction site, afraid that he would be targeted by gay men. After dinner, Yang Qir brought the girl and Yuanyi back to the room. Yuanyi had calmed down during her recovery period and no longer looked as though she was arrogant. She became much gentler, but Zhang Xiaokang's attitude remained the same. He was still a male chauvinist. Every few days, he would throw a few things to Yang Qir, things that he heard were useful for ladies. These things were naturally given respectfully by the three assistant machine gunners. There was even once when Zhang Xiaokang noticed a razor amongst the things hoarded by them, and even then, He still had no clue what they wanted it for. With her gear and rifle slung on her back, Shangguan Qiu-yun stood behind Zhang Xiaokan quietly. Having seemed replaced Yuanyi's position, she stood behind him and observed his back view. Shangguan Qiu-yun was another problem for him. Her clinginess gave him a headache. He felt that he had already revealed his ugliest side to Shangguan Qiu-yun. After that day, he no longer felt comfortable towards her. The secret of Shangguan Qiu-yun's body no longer made him afraid of her, just that it had turned into a habit for him to maintain a distance from her. The little girl's mother came out from the kitchen and cleaned the table. Zhang Zhokang looked at her, and saw that she was no longer as dirty as when he first met her. She was extremely clean and kempt. A woman at 30 years of age could be considered to be in her prime, and she looked elegant. But Zhang Zhokang felt extremely uncomfortable whenever he saw her. The first impression was so bad that Zhang Zhokang did not wish to look at her. At the same time, the mother behaved extremely carefully in front of Zhang Zhokang. She cleaned his house properly without any traces of dust. She knew that the special treatment given to her was because of her daughter, so she was even more prudent in her work. Seeing her appear, Zhang Zhokang immediately stood up and headed out. Upon leaving, a small figure collided with him. A small body nudged into his bosom and caused Zhang Zhokang to retreat a step. After looking properly, he realized that it was the boy of the lady called Zhu Mengzhu. He was dressed in sky blue exercise clothes. His hair as messy as before. His body as dirty as before. His entire hands and face was covered and stained with dirt. Who knew if he had intentionally rolled about in the mud? But Zhang Zhokang had never seen him clean before. The young boy stared at Zhang Zhokang with his bright eyes without saying a word, then lowered his head and scampered beneath Zhang Zhokang's arm and rushed straight to the kitchen. Zhang Zhokang shook his head and no longer cared about him, leading Shangguan Qiu-yun out. On that day, when Zhang Zhokang saw how beautiful Zhu Mengzhu was, he could not resist, but ordered to have her kept by his side. But after doing so, he became depressed. He did not know of any arrangements for her. But upon thinking about her proclamation of being born from a traditional Chinese medicine family, and had some knowledge of it and could differentiate between drug ingredients, from her perverse old man, she obtained all sorts of drug ingredients and an old medicinal bamboo scroll. Zhu Mengzhu absorbed everything that was written in the book and spent her days inside her own room researching the bamboo scroll and even ignored her own child. Being ignored, the young boy started to play with his kite in the camp and made himself look like a dirty monkey. The moment he got hungry, he would run over to look for food like a wild child. Zhang Zhokang could not be bothered with him. In his eyes, young boys should be like that, and somewhat recalled being similar to the young boy at that age. Chapter 191 Base Meeting. Zhang Zhokang and Shangguan Qiu-yun strolled along the lake where a few ladies rested by the lakeside, with many more under the streetlights, stitching tattered and torn clothes. The streetlights were 100 W incandescent light bulbs hung along the sides of the road by Zhang Zhokang, and he had specially arranged for the ladies to stay around the villa. Their rooms did not have electricity at night, so they took the initiative to finish up their remaining work under the streetlights. While only those who were more agile and quick with their hands and had completed their tasks were able to enjoy the scenery by the lakeside. There were many females in the base. The women from the chicken farm followed the two sisters under Old Frank. Yuanbin's two ladies and the other few increased the number by over a dozen. They saved 28 from the spring, but 5 died. Found another 37 at the gathering point at the foot of the mountain and finally, adding those that 3 found scattered around, they had close to 100 females and close to 300 males. To ensure the base stability and continuity, Zhang Zhokang got all the females to stay around the villa. Aside from those that were required to leave for work, no females were allowed to enter the male mess upon nightfall. Zhang Zhokang was afraid that the vigorous men would create trouble. The men from the combat team members had the privilege of finding the ladies to talk and chase after them, but the other men were prohibited from entering. For Zhang Zhokang, there were no other choice. The ratio of male to female was too imbalanced, almost a 31, thus Zhang Zhokang treated it carefully. Upon entering the valley, Zhang Xiaokang saw the few hundred strong men huddled close together in the empty space in front of the 5-story building. A few glaring lights lit the entrance up as though it was daytime. Lu Renyi stood in the center with a table laid out in front of him. On the table, a hill of various items were placed out: tobacco, alcohol, hand towels, teacups, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, soap, and even a few newer clothes and shoes. Lu Renyi held a white piece of paper and called for people's names in solfege. One after another as names started to flow out of his mouth. Robust men started to walk out of the crowd towards him. Their expressions were different. One of them immensely pleased as he looked to his left and right. Another stared blankly at Lu Renyi, waiting for the announcement of his prize. Another most probably never stepped into the limelight and cowered slightly despite standing at the front, avoiding the burning gazes he felt behind him. There was one that ignored the encouraging or envious gazes at him, but they were all gauging their position in the group, counting how many people would be called before their own. Some showed indifference to the entire team. They were calm and stable, merely observing the various goods on the table, calculating if they could gain some advantages. Lu Renyi began giving out the awards to the workers as Zhang Xiaokang walked past the group and quietly entered the door and headed up to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. Zhang Huai was the man responsible for the allocation of awards and made the ceremony resemble that of the 90s as they handed out awards to the model workers. After year 2000, companies hardly gave out awards and only mentioned the attention paid to hardworking individuals for them to be more aware and work harder, in hopes of being eyed and getting promoted. Inside the meeting room, Hu Wenbin, Old Frank and Zhang Huai were already seated around the table waiting for him alongside Wangla. Chef and Wang Chong seated on a bench by the side. Someone stood in the darkest corner of the room, hiding himself in the shadows. But Zhang Xiaokang knew that he was Guo Fei. On any ordinary day, it was already a challenge to catch a glimpse of him. Most of the time, he would leave with 3, to which Zhang Xiaokang had received countless furious feedbacks. 3 complained about Guo Fei's lunacy, pouncing onto zombies and hacking them down upon seeing any, preventing the combat team members to have difficulties firing. 3 no longer had the opportunity to use his acquired rifle, and it seemed that he had not even fired a shot from it before. Zhang Xiaokang sat on his seat while Shanggu and Qiao Yun sat at the side and looked at him quietly. Zhang Xiaokang knew that she was looking at him again. He was used to it and no longer cared. To them, it was impossible for their relationship to get any closer. As a male chauvinist believer, it was a taboo for him to reveal his weakest side to her. The biggest and main priority of the base was the construction of the perimeter wall. Thus Old Frank was the first to speak. He reported the day's progress, then went through the entire plan in detail. Seeing the thick stack of A3 papers in Old Frank's hands, Zhang Xiaokang immediately felt restless. It was not only him. Aside from Guo Fei and Shanggu and Qiao Yun, everyone else became equally restless. When Old Frank moved on to the progress of the gutters, Zhang Xiaokang could no longer hold it in and interrupted Old Frank. Old Frank, I know you well. Regardless of what task it is, you never whine or complain. What's that term to call you, the one about the oxo? Right. You have the vigor of an ox. I am most at ease with you and will no longer question anything with regards to the perimeter wall. I trust you. But you don't have to be so involved into the matter. Otherwise, what are those professional engineers for? I'm not saying that you're in the wrong or you're bad. But you're in a leader role now. Right, you just have to eye on the progress properly. Yes. In all, just understand that I have trust in your work. Zhang Xiaokang's approval towards Old Frank caused Old Frank to turn dizzy. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang with excitement across his entire face. A solemn emotion stirred in him, as though he had become a soldier with unwavering loyalty. At that moment, if Zhang Xiaokang asked him to jump down from the 3rd floor, he thought that he might actually open the windows and jump straight down. Seeing Old Frank's excitement, Zhang Xiaokang assumed that he was about to speak, so he quickly turned to Zhang Huaiyan. But what about Zhang Huaiyan? Upon meeting Zhang Xiaokang's eyes, he immediately began his report on the manpower numbers. They had accepted a new batch of 120 people, 63 males and 57 females. the oldest man being 37 years old and the youngest 15, while all the females were below 40. This new batch of people underwent through the same procedures as Zhang Xiaokang's previous captives as they mixed with the construction workers and the locals. The ladies were all blue-collar workers in a small food processing plant, and were trapped in the factory after the outbreak until the men, who were looking for food, found and saved them. Due to their numbers, the men did not really cherish them. After every meal, the leftovers were handed over to the ladies. If they could not find sufficient food, the ladies had to starve. After the apocalypse, aside from allowing the men to vent on them, the ladies could not do anything else. So they could only endure through their hunger until 3 and his men found a few of their men scavenging for food and tracked them till they found the entire group. Boss, the base population is close to 500 already. The valley is kind of full and the consumption of food has had a stark increase. Although 3 said that he can retrieve some back daily, it will not make ends meet. There is still some stock left, but no one can say what can happen in the near future. Do you want to consider stopping 3 from bringing more people back, even if you still want to bring more survivors back? You can consider only females. Honestly, we have too few ladies still. Zhang Huiyan continued on the situation of the population and consumption. He could be considered Hu Wenbin's assistant and knew the situation in the base. Although he did not know the numbers on firearms and the amount of stockpile, but with the few hundreds wiping out bags after bags of rice, he started to worry. He became afraid that Zhang Xiaokang might become soft and bring back any scattered survivors and cause the valley base to collapse. Zhang Xiaokang thought for a moment and shook his head. He looked at Zhang Huiyan and Hu Wenbin and spoke up. If the valley can't hold any more people, get them to stay on the mountain. If the mountain is full, get old Frank to hollow out the mountain. If food is insufficient, we need to go out and look for more food. What we are lacking now isn't food, but manpower. When the wall is finished, we can start to grow crops and produce. Provided we have the opportunity and find some animals for labor, we still need to cultivate and take care of them. Zhang Xiaokang resolved Zhang Huiyan's worries, then looked at 3. You still have to go out and look. If there's one, take one. We have too few members in the combat team. The 30 military engineers might be a good choice to add into the group. Equip them with guns tomorrow, and as for the ammunition, it will remain the same. You will have control over them permanently and tightly. Aside from that, Zhang Xiaokang turned and looked at Wangla, who stood up and spoke up. We have produced a total of 50 blades made out of steel plates from vehicles. 50 shields made out of thin steel plates meld together where rifles out of 50 cannot penetrate through. Brother Cockroach, we only managed to manufacture 20-odd hunting crossbow. The reason being the materials are extremely hard to obtain. But as for the hunting arrows, we have produced about 1,700. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head, then continued to talk to 3. Your team has to learn cold weapons. In some places, you will not be able to alert the zombie hordes and can only rely on cold weapons to take care of the zombies. Pay close attention in protecting your own lives and leaving a way out. Every dead survivor is a huge loss for us. 3 nodded his head. After completing his instructions, Zhang Xiaokang became thirsty. He took up the cup of water prepared for him, only to see that the fat chef looked uneasy. So he nodded his head at him. Chapter 192 Automatic Fire. Fat Chef never thought that 3 would actually inform him about the meeting. It made him excited. So he boiled up a wok of hot water early in the morning and cleaned himself up. Then found a new suit, making him bear the style of a boss. Just that this boss kept on nodding his head towards Zhang Xiaokang, almost as though he was pandering to Zhang Xiaokang. Brother Cockroach, the seeds you gave me, the last time, has germinated. Upon hearing the complete sentence spoken in stammers by Fat Chef, Zhang Xiaokang immediately stood up and stared at him with a burning gaze. Fat Chef was so overwhelmed by Zhang Xiaokang's movements that he cowered back down to his seat in fear until he saw the praise in his eyes and calmed down. He then repeated his report to Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang had previously given Chef a few seeds to be grown as he had thought about it. Giving Chef A man knowledgeable in food science and cooking a few vegetable seeds to grow as crops in their best seasons would naturally be able to produce some yield. Chef grew these seeds in pots that were not large. Thus the ultimate yield would not be high. 3/4 of the 30-odd ladies brought back from the shelter at the foot of the mountain were assigned under Zhang Xiaokang. With 2 who used to rely on growing crops for a living, they helped Fat Chef around in the kitchen and loosened up soil at an empty spot, found and mixed in base fertilizer into the soil, and found people to help build a shack to maintain the temperature inside as constant as possible. Due to their efforts, a few of the crops had grown up to around 15 cm. Originally, Fat Chef had wanted to wait for the crops to become edible and surprise Zhang Xiaokang, but he never expected to be invited to participate in the meeting. Seeing that everyone else was reporting about their work, he contemplated for a long time and felt that there was nothing to report about his work, and his mind drifted to his young crops. Upon hesitating about whether to report it or not, he saw Zhang Xiaokang's gaze at him and immediately felt uneasy. Only Zhang Xiaokang and He Wenbin were left in the room. Zhang Xiaokang looked at He Wenbin, who was becoming more depressed, and spoke. The situation in the base is still fine. Right? Are there any movements from 3's side? He Wenbin shook his head, then looked at Zhang Xiaokang and reported everything is fine. It is just that we are tight on ammunition. Zhang Xiaokang interrupted him. Didn't we have close to 10 million bullets? Why so anxious, or did someone do something? He Wenbin shook his head. Zhang Xiaokang had plenty of rifle bullets in this arsenal, with a total of, at the very least, 7 million. The rest being assault rifles and carbine bullets, with heavy machine guns being the least. The 5 sets of machine guns had a total of fewer than 300,000 bullets. And following Zhang Xiaokang's few large-scale zombie wipeouts, the machine guns were left with a little more than half of the original amount. Even so, Zhang Xiaokang increased the combat team size again. The remaining bullets could not possibly last for a long time. The heavy machine guns were best used for defense, and according to the situation, the machine guns would simply be decorations inside the completed perimeter walls. By any chance, if an organization or zombie hordes were to attack the base, they could only rely on their rifles to retaliate. Ordinary zombies could still be suppressed, but they had no chance against a D2. The machine guns could be used to suppress the D2 at close range. And if the machine gunners were to improve their marksmanship and land all their shots on their targets, it might even be possible to kill off a D2. Zhang Xiaokang was tongue-tied. He was a wasteful person and enjoyed showing off anything he had, in which his subordinates had picked up as well. So long as they could spray their guns, they would do so instead of firing in bursts. As long as they could fire for long periods of time, they would never time their fires and fire in short durations. After their battles, the report had been consolidated. They no longer had support from the heavy machine guns, and their automatic firepower was no longer sufficient. They no longer held the capabilities of clearing a zombie horde with over 1,000 zombies, even though they had plenty AK-56 on hand and could be substituted as light machine guns with sufficient bullets. It used the same bullets as the Type 81 assault rifles. Upon thinking about the 56 in the arsenal, Zhang Xiaokang's heart trembled. Barbs of steel wires covered the top of the wall in front of them. The black electric-powered steel doors were opened, revealing a row of short but sturdy structures. Around 10 scattered zombies started to stroll out to the open space opposite the doors. A prison was built in the center of the open space without any trees or any other structures around. But at the 4 corners of the wall stood tall sentry towers. The white outer walls, white sentry mounds alongside the steel barbed wires and the black steel doors formed the initial form of the prison. Without even going in, any passerby would shudder just from the view of the exterior. Zhang Xiaokang stood on the roof of the Land Rover with a pair of binoculars as he slowly surveyed the surroundings. 10 fully equipped combat team members stood beside the vehicle and waited. The equipment and weapons they had were differentiated into 2 types. These 10, led by 3, were all equipped with stab-proof clothes along with police-issued bulletproof vests, their heads protected with helmets made out of polymers. In their hands were QBZ-95 AR with 9 QSC-92 pistols holstered to their right thighs. Zhang Xiaokang had brought out all the equipment for the mission and had 3 pick out 9 members who had served the army previously to form an elite team with the best equipment and weapons given out to them. As for the rest, they were still equipped with the M1 Garand rifles. Zhang Xiaokang had wanted to change their weapons to AK-56s, but upon thinking about them having to familiarize themselves with the new weapons, he did not bother with it. 3 looked at the familiar and slightly run-down steel doors. At that time, over a dozen men rushed in and only half of them managed to escape. Having to enter once again, his heart was anxious. The 9 elites were equally tensed. It was not a lie that they had served the army before, but they had never experienced warfare. Many of them had followed Zhang Xiaokang to kill zombies before, but they had never experienced fighting with zombies at close quarters in narrow spaces before. And even while wielding their assault rifles, they felt as though they were as defenseless without it. In this run, it could be considered that Zhang Xiaokang was prepared. At the very start, he had 3 explain the real situation of the prison. They knew that the majority of the cells were sealed, although there were a few thousand zombies inside. The majority of them had no way of leaving the cells. As for the zombies that managed to break out, they numbered to a few hundred. On their side, they had 50-odd men, all with experience in dealing with zombies. So Zhang Xiaokang and 3 felt that there would not be many problems. The most crucial thing was that the zombies sealed inside the cells never had the opportunity to interact with the rainwater, so the number of evolved zombies could not be many. Zhang Xiaokang believed that so long as they remained careful, they could not suffer from any casualties. Zhang Xiaokang hopped down the Land Rover, opened the doors and started equipping himself. The Jing Y blade, beast horn spear, triangular spikes were all equipped. Zhang Xiaokang inspected the number of triangular spikes he had. Then the Desert Eagle holster to his waist and dagger holstered at his thigh. After pondering for a bit, he took out a few grenades and clipped down onto his belt. By the time he finished equipping himself, Shangyun Kyo Yun, who was standing at the side with her Garand rifle, stood behind him and opened the door. 1 black leather boot stepped out of the vehicle. A young man with a delicate face dressed in a black windbreaker stepped down of the vehicle with a long blade slung on his back, stared at Zhang Xiaokang coldly. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the handsome Guo Fei and felt extremely unhappy. Guo Fei's manner of appearing was far cooler than him, but Zhang Xiaokang did not say much. Zhang Xiaokang finally understood what kind of person Guo Fei was. He was a lunatic that was looking to die. Aside from cleaning zombies, he would hide in the shadows. He did not want anyone to see him. But of course, aside from the young girl called Mai Nan who followed behind him, no one else could even bother about him. According to the web, the Type 81 assault rifle actually uses the 7.62 mm bullets. Chapter 193 Lunatic. Zhang Xiaokang took the lead and brought the 40-odd men in. He did not use any fresh blood to attract the zombies out. The majority of them were sealed in their cells. Any scent of fresh blood would only incite them to go crazy. 3 led the 9 elites and overtook Zhang Xiaokang, and in a few moments, the sound of the QBZ-95 AR's firing could be heard. One after another, zombies with claws and fangs fell to the ground. 3 took the lead with Zhang Xiaokang in the middle and the rest of the combat team following closely behind. After clearing the parking lot, 3 entered the main building as he and his men cleared the scattered zombies at the front. Zhang Xiaokang crossed over new and old zombie corpses with brass ammunition shells everywhere. The messy ground was covered with dust that was seen everywhere. Dust covered the black and dried blood on the zombie corpses, the empty ammunition shells, and even on the white bones. In the middle of a pile of bones, Zhang Xiaokang spied a Type 81 AR dyed with black blood. He bent down and picked up the rifle, which was also covered in dust, dirtying his black protective gloves with a layer of dust. He unclipped the magazine and saw the 7.62 mm bullets laid inside. He clipped back the magazine into the gun and pulled the safety, aimed at the white wall and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The lime plaster of the wall dropped to the ground with 3 new irregular bullet holes in the wall. Deng Xiaoqing threw the AR to one of the combat team members behind him and continued walking ahead. With Zhang Xiaoqing's demonstration, the members behind started to inspect the ground. Upon seeing any rifles or magazines, they would pick them up. They did not even let empty magazines go. As Zhang Xiaoqing continued ahead, he heard the gunfires being more concentrated. He led the people behind up ahead, and upon reaching an exit, he saw 3 and the 9 elites in engagement while retreating slowly towards them. Behind the elites, a dense mass of zombies was surging towards them. Deng Xiaoqing took his beast horn spear and moved forward and received 3 and the rest as they retreated. The exit was not large and could be blocked with 3 men standing side to side. Zhang Xiaoqing stabbed at the zombies continuously. Upon seeing that the entire team had retreated through the corridor, he turned and retreated. At the other end of the corridor, the survivors placed 3 shields and protected themselves. The zombies squeezed into the corridor and crammed in front of the shields while the survivors continued to retreat. The members supporting the shields gritted their teeth as they lowered their heads and used their shoulders to exert force to push against the zombies. But there were too many zombies crammed together, and with their total force, the 3 survivors holding the shields were forced to retreat even further. Upon seeing them being forced to a difficult position, the other members immediately sensed the danger and rushed forward to support the shield, all of them wishing to push the zombies away. A few of the large men all pushed together, but the zombies on the opposite side were still gathering endlessly, forcing both sides to be locked in a stalemate. Yang Xiaoqing equipped his Desert Eagle and moved back and forth behind the men. The combat team and the zombies were locked down, forcing him to have no other ideas. 3 and the 9 so-called elites were also crammed together. All of them looked at each other as they gathered all the strength they could muster in hopes of repelling the zombies. At one side, 3 shouted at the top of his lungs, encouraging the combat team members. Yang Xiaoqing unclipped a hand grenade from his belt, thinking to throw it into the zombie horde but hesitated, and ultimately stopped. His subordinates were all within the corridor. Throwing the grenade out was easy, but who knew if the fragments of the hand grenade would injure his members furthermore? The grenade would induce a shockwave that would affect them. Yang Xiaoqing had too few members and did not want to lose any of them. Suddenly, a thin Type S zombie appeared from behind the horde. It jumped onto the zombies' heads and quickly climbed its way forward. Upon seeing the agile Type S zombie, Deng Xiaoqing became serious. He did not dare to be careless and raised his hand up and was about to press on the trigger when, bang! After the sound, the Type S zombie right eye exploded with pitch black blood spurting all over and falling onto the other zombie heads. Zhang Xiaoqing turned back and looked just to see Shangyu and Qiao Yun lowering her Garen rifle that still had smoke emitting out from its muzzle. A gust of wind swept past Zhang Xiaoqing's ear as a figure in black swept past him. The lunatic Guo Fei had his blade in his hand as he jumped onto the shoulder of an elite and ran on the shoulders of the frontline soldiers. He lowered his body with the blade in his right hand as he ran on the uneven shoulders. Upon reaching the last line of defense where the zombies were clashing against the shields, he suddenly jumped over the shields and stepped on the shoulder of a zombie. With both his hands on the hilt of this blade, he swung down and removed the claws of a zombie which flew into the air. Countless of claws extended out towards him from beneath, with the closest claw just a line away from his pants. He jumped and landed on the body of the Type S corpse. This time, he did not hold back and ran further ahead on the zombies' heads and shoulders. Right when he reached the side of the horde and was prepared to jump behind a zombie, another Type S zombie jumped and pounced towards him. In midair, he swerved and danced with his blade as he dodged the Type S claws and landed on the ground. The Type S zombie that had pounced towards him was cut down perfectly at its waist into 2 as both parts fell into the horde and submerged beneath them. Only Zhang Xiaoqing and Shangyu and Qiao Yun were able to clearly witness Guo Fei's lunacy. The others were huddled together and only felt a weight on their shoulders. Watching Guo Fei's performance, Zhang Xiaoqing's chin almost fell to the ground. How was that killing zombies? Isn't that just sending himself to death? Guo Fei landed behind the zombie horde, so Zhang Xiaoqing was no longer able to see his situation clearly. He had no thoughts or consideration towards Guo Fei's lunatic suicide. To him, Everyone had to be responsible for themselves. Not long later, Zhang Xiaokang noticed that the zombies at the back were slowly turning and attacking their back. Initially, it was only one or two, but as time passed, pairs and more than three started to turn. The men who were holding up against the zombie horde could clearly feel the strength of the zombies dissipating. They shouted rhythmic steps and slowly pushed the zombies out. In the beginning, their progress was extremely slow, but as time passed, they became faster and faster. The survivors cheered. They started to push the zombies to the exit, where Zhang Xiaokang was able to see a shadow flickering endlessly within the horde as one after another. The zombies fell silently to the ground. Roar! A zombie was pushed onto the ground by the shields. Hachai! The blade on a Garen rifle stabbed into the zombie's head, followed by a leather boot stomping down on the twitching head, and the blade was pulled out. Ha pa pa. 3 and 2 elites stood together with their 9mm pistols, as they unloaded bullets after bullets into the zombies' heads. The 10 elites used their pistols and fired at the zombies closest to them, following their accurate precision. Zombies kept falling. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaokang used his beast horn spear to stab, whip or swipe at the zombies, causing them to fall at his feet. As the piles of corpses around him grew more and more, it became uncomfortable for him to use his spear. He swapped his handhold into a javelin throw and threw the spear into the chest of an incoming D2. The beast horn spear flew in an arc and stabbed straight into the type D2 zombie. The sharp beast horn spear penetrated through its body and nailed into the ground, firmly locking the type D2 zombie in place. End part 3.